When the game server opened, everyone was rushing to level up. But I quietly answered quiz questions for 5 hours, simply because answering all the questions correctly would grant me a super divine talent. The God Realm is a trial game created by the gods to prevent the invasion of other worlds and to test humanity. In 5 years, the game will merge with reality, and once a player dies, they will completely disappear from this world. During an adventure, the male lead unexpectedly traveled back to the beginning of the game. After 5 hours, a system prompt sounded. You are the first player in the world to complete the questionnaire. Congratulations on obtaining the super divine human soul mark. An ancient stone was floating in midair. Congratulations on awakening the talent of the giant spirit god's left eye. Super divine passive skill 1, killing 10 monsters increases the skill range by 1 meter, with a basic limit of 1000 meters. Passive skill 2, killing a monster permanently increases mana by 1, with a basic limit of 10,000. Lin Chen rubbed his face vigorously. This talent is too amazing, it can even grow. In his previous life, Lin Chen was a professional player who won 3 consecutive championships in popular games. He was called the Magic's ceiling male god by his fans. However, he was inexplicably involved in a fake match scandal, not only getting expelled from the club but also facing a 9-figure high penalty for breach of endorsement contract. The name Fan Shen was completely tarnished in the esports community, and he could only rely on gold farming for the studio to make a living. Yi Xiaoxian is his sister. Although they are not related by blood, Lin Chen has always treated Xiaoxian as his own sister. Just after Lin Chen was expelled from the club, his sister was diagnosed with kidney failure and urgently needs 800,000 yuan for a kidney transplant to have a chance at survival. Burdened with huge debts, Lin Chen is completely unable to afford it, and can only watch his sister leave him. Sitting in front of the computer, Lin Chen grits his teeth and clenches his fists. Since he has been given a second chance at life, he cannot let the tragedy happen again. The system's voice prompts, please choose your professional nickname. Without hesitation, Lin Chen says, Professional Mage. The screen of ID Fan Shen turns. Lin Chen appears in Newbie Village No. 358. It has been over 5 hours since the game server opened, yet there is still a large crowd in the Newbie Village. Without bothering with any main quests, he heads straight to the monster respawn point on the outskirts of the Newbie Village. Black-skinned Goblin, Level 1, 80 HP, Attack Power 6. The goblin holding a machete in the forest is bleeding profusely. He quickly glances at his own attribute panel. Spell attack 10 points, HP 100 points, MP 50 points. Picking up the staff, he immediately launches a basic attack, hurling a fireball which quickly resolves the battle, but also depletes 8 points of MP. This is why being a mage is one of the reasons it's considered a pay-to-win profession. Even basic attacks consume MP, making it highly dependent, and requiring top-tier equipment with MP recovery properties. There are also powerful and expensive magic books. Even if you spend a fortune, it may only be slightly stronger than civilian professions. Usually the mage profession is unmanageable. Ding! Killing the black-skinned goblin adds 3 experience, has received the blessing of the spirit, and the attributes have been improved. Lin Chen restrained his excitement, checked the panel again, and indeed the maximum mana has increased a bit, seeming only a little more than insignificant. But Lin Chen knew, how outrageous can this be? If you keep killing level 1 goblins until you reach 10,000, and only max out the primary talent, you will gain 10,000 energy points, and the range will reach an incredible 1 kilometer. What kind of mage is this? This is clearly a rocket soldier. You can kill the field boss just by standing in the Newbie Village. Lin Chen took care of 10 goblins in one go. The attack range increased from the initial 10 meters to 11 meters, and the level has been raised to level 2. Lin Chen opened the attribute panel. Since the range can be increased, he can temporarily not consider the defense issue. Lin Chen allocated all 5 upgrade attribute points to the magical attack power. After returning to the Newbie Village, he received the main quest from the village elder. Then he opened the talent system. You can get 1 point for each upgrade. In the divine realm, mages have 4 major branches before changing professions. Water magic is good at both offense and defense. Wind magic has a short magic cooldown and strong solo combat ability. Earth magic has full defense and control capabilities. Blessed with talent, the most suitable style for Lin Chen is an explosive output, high mana consumption, and low survival ability, commonly known as a glass cannon. The talent points need to reach level 10 to unlock, but Lin Chen knows there is a hidden task to unlock talent points in advance. In the corner of the novice village fence, a flustered girl is crouched on the ground, searching for something. Seeing Lin Chen approaching, the girl looks up with a worried expression. Have you seen my hat? Activate the hidden quest. The panicked apprentice kills the monsters around the novice village, with a chance to obtain quest items. Eve's Apprentice Hat. Lin Chen decisively takes on the task. At this point, the game has been online for 4 hours, and the number of players staying in the novice village is decreasing. The pressure of competing for monsters has decreased significantly. Ding! Obtained the quest item Eve's Apprentice Hat, finally dropping after killing 30 goblins. Lin Chen breathes a sigh of relief, then turns in the main quest to kill monsters, and also successfully reaches level 3. After finding Eve and turning in the quest, the magic totem shines, and the originally dim talent points are illuminated. At the bottom, 3 basic talents appear, including Flame Incineration, Magic Surge, and Spell Cooldown, each corresponding to the growth path of a Fire Mage. Lin Chen doesn't hesitate and allocates skill points to Flame Incineration. Flame Incineration attack inflicts 1% of own mana damage, lasting for 3 seconds. Can be increased to a maximum of 10% mana damage. For the average mage, this talent is almost useless in the early stages. A level 10 mage allocates all upgrade points to mana, with a total of less than 500 points, resulting in only 150 points of damage from the burn. But for Lin Chen, this is a divine level talent. With 10,000 points of mana, it will produce 1,000 points of burn damage per second. That's a whopping 3,000 points of damage in just 3 seconds. Lin Chen returned to the monster respawn point, continued to focus on killing monsters, and in the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. A total of 1,000 goblins died under his magical turret. Lin Chen opened the attribute panel, with the name Fanshin, race human, level 4, spell attack power 25, health 150, mana 1100, range 110 meters. Lin Chen became more and more excited as he continued to kill, allocating all 4 talent points to Flame Burn, with an additional 4% mana damage. Standing on the hill, he raised his staff and cast fireballs down the slope. He only needed to cast 1 regular attack at a monster, then immediately switched targets. In 3 seconds, the burn damage was 132 points. Goblins with only 80 health didn't even make it up the hill before they perished. Players who joined the game later stood at the respawn point, looking bewildered as goblins in front of them fell one by one. Some people thought Lin Chen was cheating and immediately prepared to report him to the game officials, but this game didn't even have that option. Because in the Trial of the Gods game, such a thing couldn't possibly happen. Sent a server-wide announcement, player Fanshin is relentless against evil. Killed 1,024 goblins and obtained the title Goblin Butcher. Watching the chat channel, all players collectively expressed disbelief. The fact that someone could kill over 1,000 of these goblins, a monster of a lower level, led to widespread complaints in the World Channel, with many expressing that they had never seen such a boring player like Fanshin. Frequently checking the title attributes above his head, his eyes lit up. A 10% drop rate is very useful during the initial phase. The more junk the monsters drop, the higher the probability of encountering top-tier items. Please be aware of the obstruction. You have incurred strong animosity. The level 10 elite boss, Goblin King, will personally come after you. If you die in battle or flee, your title will be revoked. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. A boss battle reminder appeared in the upper right corner, along with a 30-minute countdown. He knew that he was only at level 4 facing a level 10 elite boss. Lin Chen was considering whether to team up with the members of the studio. Suddenly, a burst of red light flashed before his eyes. Someone was actually attempting to forcibly wake him up from the game. Inside the studio, Lin Chen removed his holographic helmet and looked up, only to see the detestable face of Chen Wei. Lin Chen, have you lost your mind? It's been 8 hours since the server opened, and you've only killed 1,000 goblins. Do you think the studio is a retirement home for you? Manager Xiao, everyone can see Lin Chen's skill level. He's doing it to earn the title. The chubby guy smiled broadly to smooth things over. Seeing Lin Chen still looking indifferent, Chen Wei became impatient and angrily pointed at him, cursing, "You're just loafing around here waiting to die. I have to pay you such a high base salary every month." Lin Chen hadn't reacted yet, but the nearby Zhang Fatty angrily grabbed the other's collar, ready to throw a punch, and Lin Chen quickly stopped him. Since Lin Chen made his debut in the professional arena at the age of 16, Fatty has always been his die-hard fan. He couldn't bear to see his idol insulted like this. "Isn't this just blatantly bullying, Brother Chen?" Fatty was so angry that he was trembling. 3,500 base salary, and 70% of the gold income has to be turned in. He turned around, and Lin Chen's mouth curled up slightly. "Manager Chen, I quit." Hearing this, Fatty was stunned for a moment. He knew Lin Chen's sister was still waiting to cause trouble, but what about Xiaoshuan's surgery? "Don't worry, I've already planned it. I intend to establish a gaming guild." "You clown, pretending to be a pro like Brother Chen. Chen Weiwen laughed heartily. From now on, when I see Brother Chen, I'll greet him with Captain. Fatty's face turned red with anger, feeling indignant for Lin Chen. He angrily slammed the table. I'm not going to take this lying down. Amidst the ridicule of the others, the two left the studio. Returning to the rundown rental place, Lin Chen looked at the dusty game console in the corner. This time, I will reclaim everything I've lost. Plugging in the game console power, he went online to play once again. The Goblin Emperor is attacking, countdown 29 minutes and 3 seconds. It's the preparation time for the boss battle, calculated based on player online time to prevent players from missing the mission due to other matters. At this moment, Lin Chen is standing at the mountaintop, crazily calling out the names of the goblins one by one. His current efficiency in killing monsters, 50 in a minute, effortlessly. Planning to increase the proficiency of the giant spirit god's left eye before the boss appears. Just killed 200 goblins, and a white skill book dropped. Congratulations on obtaining the magic book Chain Fireball. Lin Chen felt delighted. It should be the goblin dissectors, increasing the drop rate. Chain Fireball in effect. Consumes 40 mana, releases 3 exploding eye fireballs, dealing 120% damage to targets within a 5-meter range. Cooldown time of 5 seconds. The AoE damage effect is decent. Coupled with the talent for burning flames, the monster farming efficiency should see a qualitative leap. Just as Lin Chen was contemplating, a burst of angry roar resounded in the valley. A giant goblin clad in robes emerged from the forest, heading straight for Lin Chen. Elite Boss Goblin Emperor. Level, HP 12,000, Attack 240, Skill, Undead Summoning. Lin Chen's heart sank. The nearby players, upon seeing the boss appear, all went crazy with excitement, rushing towards the Goblin Emperor. But soon, these people all became dumbfounded. The Goblin Emperor waved his staff, and a dark hexagram totem appeared. Countless goblins and zombie warriors emerged from the ground. They began to independently rush towards nearby players. Lin Chen's eyes emitted a golden light, the boss's skill, unexpectedly able to summon so many undead warriors. This made him come up with a bold plan. Soon, nearby players were slaughtered, and Summon the Channel attempted to reorganize the defense. However, the players in the novice village generally only have levels 3 to 5, and they were being mobbed by more than 3 undead warriors. They couldn't resist at all. In a few seconds, a large number of players began to run towards the novice village, and a large number of undead warriors were all drawn to the village gate. As long as a player leaves the safe zone, one would die as soon as they come out. The death penalty in the Divine Realm is very high, losing 10% experience each time, and there is a small probability of dropping items. Just now, acting recklessly, the Shabbos player has already been severely penalized. However, as long as the undead warriors continue to exist, they will be unable to leave the novice village for a short time. Just when the players didn't know what to do, 3 streaks of fire descended from the sky. At the densely populated point at the village gate, the small monsters suddenly exploded. A large number of undead warriors were blown away. Dozens of undead warriors were burned to ashes. Following that, there was another series of small fireballs falling. Like a meteor shower of fire, quite spectacular, the undead warriors hit by it died instantly. Frequently releasing basic attacks and a series of fireballs, he quickly cleared the clustered monsters, and his level quickly rose to level 5. He found that although he was carrying the hatred of the undead warrior, his range clearly exceeded the suspicion distance of the monsters. The undead warrior was running around like a headless fly. The boss was raging helplessly in place, waving the staff again to summon the undead. Lin Chen on the hill had a crooked smile, attacking the spawning monsters from a long range, like a mobile mortar. In less than 10 minutes, 400 undead warriors fell. He obtained 3 pieces of common white and green equipment. Lin Chen didn't care about this equipment and continued to crazily brush his talents. The Goblin Emperor became a true working emperor, possessing the ability to beat players, but unable to use it. Lin Chen had long forgotten. No matter how many batches of undead warriors were summoned, in his eyes, it was just 2 words, spawn monsters. In the Divine Realm, there is no concept of bugging in spawning monsters. The original intention of the gods in developing the game was to allow players to become stronger by any means necessary. In his past life, Lin Chen had seen even more abnormal ways of spawning monsters. A dragon tamer sat in the castle, drinking red wine and singing. His 9 giant dragons wreaked havoc in the ruins, destroying a medium-sized country's worth of ruins in one night, and obtaining loot worth billions. 5 hours later, a system prompt sounded. Regional announcement, player fan has achieved the status of a godlike figure, killing 10,000 goblins and earning a title. Beast Clan Dominator. The world channel exploded with chatter. In less than 20 hours, 10,000 goblins met their demise. This can no longer be described as just madness. As Lin Chen's level reached 6, his echo also reached its final stage. Lin Chen opened the panel and was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He thought that reaching the ultimate stage would only double the range and mana limit at most, but the result was a full 5-fold increase. What on earth is this 5,000 meter range? Isn't this basically a magical cannon? It's possible that the target won't even be visible. Under normal circumstances, a player's maximum field of vision is 2,000 meters, and anything further becomes unclear. Lin Chen checked the effect of the title obtained by killing 10,000 monsters. Beast Clan Dominator increases item drop rate by 10%. With a 1% drop rate. Be cautious when holding this title. Stepping into the Beast Clan's territory will lead to being besieged by all the Beast Clans within the area. Lin Chen's expression brightened. The new title only has an additional 1% drop rate, but he knew. The difference between drop and fall is just one word, but the actual effects are completely different. Once the drop rate takes effect, it will result in at least a rare blue quality equipment drop. The roar of the Goblin Emperor echoed through the canyon. Lin Chen discerned a hint of frustration and anger in it as he looked into the distance, where the boss appeared as a vague silhouette in his eyes. It took him quite a while to adjust the firing angle, and then he began by launching a volley of fireballs. As expected, they all exploded at the boss's feet. Clearly, the distance was too far for an easy hit. Lin Chen's eyesight is impressive. In the Divine Realm, the target lock ceases to function when the range exceeds 200 meters. They can only rely on their instincts to attack the boss. Frequently and rapidly adjusting their position, the fire hexagram totem lights up, and their whole body is filled with magical energy. Above the staff, 3 large fireballs flicker and gradually release a burst of energy. At this moment, he seems to embody the flame. The fireball streaks across the azure sky, amidst the exclamations of numerous players in the newbie village, and smashes into the level 10 elite boss, Goblin Emperor. The successive fireballs hit the boss right on the head. Simultaneously, the 6-point flame burning talent takes effect. The flames swiftly spread across the boss, causing a substantial drop in the boss's massive 12,000 health points, inflicting a whopping 1,800 burning damage. Seeing the boss being attacked, thousands of players instantly became excited. On the first day of the server launch, no team has managed to defeat a level 10 elite boss. Once the boss is killed, it will definitely drop top quality items. Everyone, without regard for the cost, rushes headlong towards the Goblin Emperor. As the attacks hit the boss, the Goblin Emperor immediately discovered Lin Laolu's hiding place. The Goblin Emperor strides towards him, completely ignoring the players charging to intercept him, while summoning a large number of undead warriors to launch a death charge towards him. But Lin Chen remained calm, took a few steps back, turned around and aimed at the next moment. Over 10 fireballs converged in the air, forming a meteoric shower raining down on the boss. Even though most of the fireballs missed, as long as they could touch the boss, triggering the flame burn effect had already achieved the goal. A few minutes later, the boss fell to the ground less than 200 meters from Lin Chen, and the extra drop rate took effect, with several bright lights shining. Everyone's mouth was watering, a pile of equipment exploded on the ground, and there were even a few coins mixed in. This one coin is worth $1,000, and the quality of the equipment dropped by the boss is surprisingly high. All of them are good items of green and blue quality. This staff is purple. Could it be a heroic level weapon? A swordsman player with very fast reflexes grabbed the heroic weapon and was about to run. But as soon as he turned around, the staff fell to the ground again, and a prompt popped up in front of his eyes, stating that the loot did not belong to him. If no one picks it up within 30 minutes, it will be automatically unlocked. A bunch of players gathered around the equipment on the ground and tried repeatedly, but no one was able to pick it up. At this moment, Lin Chen squeezed through the crowd, turned off the title of the Black Beast Clan, and leisurely picked up 2 Imperial coins from the ground. What? He can pick it up? It turns out this boss was killed by him. The players were stunned. Lin Chen casually picked up a level 10 purple staff, and quietly held it in his hand. Lauren's Spirit Staff. Level 10 Mage Profession, Spell Attack Power 70, with the effect of restoring 3 points of mana per second. It even has a recovery attribute. Even if it's only 3 points, it's too shabby. Lin Chen shook his head lightly, slightly disappointed. A weapon with mana restoration attribute is valuable, but it's not useful for him. It would be better if it was a percentage-based restoration. Everyone looked at the staff in Lin Chen's hand, their mouths dry, and they began to guess his identity, their eyes staring at Lin Chen like wolves and tigers. If it weren't for the prohibition of player versus player in the newbie village, he had no doubt that he would be killed by them. In addition, the boss also dropped 3 pieces of level 10 blue armor. Lin Chen casually put them up for auction. Level 10 equipment can only be used as transitional equipment. In his current situation, selling them is the most profitable. After completing the main quest and setting the staff for auction at 20 gold coins, he went offline. The next day, as soon as the day broke, he logged into the game again, and 5 email messages popped up. He frequently checked his mailbox and was stunned. After checking the auction records, the 3 pieces of blue equipment sold for a total of 30,000 gold coins, and that staff actually sold for a sky-high price of 200 gold coins after deducting the commission. He netted 207 gold coins, a total profit of over 200,000. Xian is so foolish, worked as a studio slave for a year, now thinking about it, he wants to vomit blood. Ding Dong Holdings sent a message. My friend still has other fully equipped level 10 heroes, but Lin Chen, on the other hand, sees that the opponent is only level 1. He even proposed a face-to-face transaction, probably a scammer. In the Divine Realm, scammers are particularly rampant, cheating others out of equipment and gold coins. Scammers never take any responsibility, because in the Divine Realm, intelligence and mentality are also part of one's strength. Deception is the norm. Shigaden seemed to realize that the other party suspected him of being a scammer, so he simply sent a screenshot of the Nolan Elven staff. Lin Chen was taken aback, checked the auction records, and indeed, the staff was bought by this person. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, I currently don't have anyone to contact. Leveling up in this game is quite troublesome. Can you take me to grind monsters in your spot? I'll pay you. Lin Chen immediately became interested and straightforwardly said, I have a spot. Shigaden sent a black question mark expression. Are you taking me for a fool? Take me to level 10, completed within 6 hours, and if it exceeds the time limit, I won't pay you a single cent, Lin Chen said calmly. After saying this, Shigaden immediately sent a team request. Lin Chen secretly rejoiced that leveling up with a low-level character in a team would undoubtedly slow down the leveling process. But for him at the moment, leveling up was secondary. The passive effect of soul imprinting and earning money were the real priorities. Then the two of them arrived at the Misty Forest to grind monsters. Level 8 Moonlit Shadow Wolf, with 700 attack power and a skill called Fearful Combo. A ghostly giant wolf with a dark body appeared, much stronger than the beginner monsters. Therefore, almost all the players grinding monsters here were in teams. Lin Chen was surrounded by at least 3 groups of people. A level 7 mage dares to bring a level 1 character here. If you don't want to die, you better leave. Not far away, a level 9 archer looks disdainfully at Lin Chen. 2 of them shoot 3 long-range attacks, pulling the monsters, while the 6-person team has clear division of labor. 8 shadowy wolves are pulled over, and the tank knight in the team rushes to meet them with a loud shout. The priest continues to heal, while the others start maximizing their output. Lin Chen sees the wolf pack and realizes that this team, both in terms of personnel configuration and operation, is obviously a group of experienced online gaming veterans. Lin Chen smiles at the archers and their group. Thanks for gathering the monsters for me, he says as he raises his novice staff. A burst of flames erupts, and 3 consecutive fireballs explode in the center of the wolf pack. This young man has some skills, learning the AoE skill so quickly. But that's not enough. The archer, watching Lin Chen steal the monsters, looks at him with great interest. Monster stealing and boss stealing situations often occur in the Divine Realm. Usually, the player who first attracts the monster's hatred will gain the upper hand. Killing it will yield full experience, but there is one exception, when the monster stealing side's output ability is far stronger than our own. The next moment, a string of terrifying damage numbers appears above the heads of the shadowy wolves, and the 8 shadowy wolves are instantly killed. Shirgu's eyes widen as he jumps directly from level 1 to level 3. Shirgu seriously doubts that the 2 of them are playing the same game. The 6 team players stare at each other, unable to react to what just happened. Next, Lin Chen turned into a ruthless monster spawning machine. As soon as he saw a monster, he attacked, and when it burned out, he switched targets. The archers and others initially wanted to resist, but after 5 minutes had passed, they hadn't even gained experience from the monsters. Boss, you should find a few more people. Having 4 empty spots is no different from having none. I'll give you a 12% discount. Lin Chen picked up the silver coins and equipment from the ground. He looked very seriously at the corpse. The corpse stood still, completely bewildered, and stammered, "Wait for me. There are indeed a few friends sleeping. I'll notify them to come over." Lin Chen surveyed the situation at several monster spawning points nearby and found that they were all occupied by the guild's small team. Immediately, he broadcasted in the area, northeast direction, spectral wolves, 3 monster spawning points, occupied for an hour. Apologies for any inconvenience. Someone in the area immediately responded, fervently clamoring for Lin Chen to go away. There are a total of 6 spectral wolf respawn points nearby, with the Longhong Guild exclusively occupying 4 points and many individual players. They could only compete for monster spawns at the last 2 points. In the early days of the previous game's launch, Longhong had shown a trend of dominating the Divine Domain. Now, on the level leaderboard, 1/3 of the top 50 are members of the Longhong Guild, supported by a consortium. Their style and influence are quite domineering. Lin Chen's face darkened, and he said, "I'll leave 2 points for you. Since that's the case, you guys should stop spawning." He marked the map silently, estimating the attack distance and angle. Now, with a mindless range of 1,022 meters, it covered just over half of the misty forest. With 10,300 mana, casting Fireball in quick succession, with a 5-second cooldown, towards the spawn point of 4 monsters, conducting indiscriminate firepower delivery, even if it exceeds the range and lacks accuracy. As long as the casting is continuous, it can always kill the just spawned Shadow Wolves. 10 minutes later, Shirgu and a few people arrived at the misty forest. Lin Chen looked at the application list in a daze for a moment, and found that they were all girls. Indeed, the rich are domineering. Others would be lucky to bring 1 girl to play, but he brought a total of 4. A petite girl with a Lolita-like appearance, with a vigilant gaze, coldly looked at Lin Chen. "Young Master Kong, you're about to be deceived again. In the last online game, you claimed to be the top disciple of a prominent master, and ended up being scammed for over 5 million. Surprised, Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, then looked at the IDs of the others, and tentatively asked, "You wouldn't happen to be Kong Beijun, would you? Have you heard of him, the big shot?" Lin Chen took a sharp breath. This big fat sheep turned out to be one of the 4 wealthy young masters in the Magic City. He was also the first mage to be seduced and drained by succubi when the game was launched, dying a tragic death. However, he had a romantic encounter that countless otaku admired. "I've come across your posts online by chance," Lin Chen coughed awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed. "The rumors on the internet are just part of the legend of the city. You seem quite proud of it, Mr. Shigyobone." In his previous life, the reason this little brother became a powerful Tianbao was purely due to the solid financial resources of the Kong family. Otherwise, how could a powerful spellcaster die at the hands of a succubus? "Are you sure you want to transfer money? Aren't you afraid of experiencing your 38th scam since you started playing games?" A player with the ID Senior Sister shook her head and teased. "I swear it's absolutely impossible." With a straight backbone and a lavish display of wealth, Lin Chen looked at the 2 dumbfounded guys and sighed in his heart. It's really good to have money. Over 400 gold coins credited to his account, Lin Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Together with the money earned from selling equipment earlier, he could cover his sister's surgery fees in one go today. The next second, a series of fireballs smashed toward the monster spawning point. A ball of fire lit up in the depths of the mist, causing panic among the members of the Dragon Constellation Guild. 3 fireballs exploded right at their feet, almost instantly killing the 6 dark spirit wolves. The cold smiles on the faces of the 4 female players froze, looking at Lin Chen in extreme astonishment. Level 8 monsters are killed in seconds, and it's still an area of effect skill. The monster spawning Senior Sister looked at Lin Chen in shock. "What is this? The range is several times greater than other mages." Lin Chen ignored them, continuing to stand in place and deliver long-range firepower. No one knew where his skills were being cast. All that could be seen were the continuous flashes of fire in the mist, after which the dark spirit wolves were slaughtered in droves. Half an hour later, Lin Chen took down over 800 shadow wolves in one go. He also leveled up to level 8, and his mana is about to exceed 11,000 points, with the flame burn damage reaching 880 points. At that moment, a knight in green armor, accompanied by dozens of players, walked over, glaring fiercely at Lin Chen. The group roared, demanding to know who Lin Chen was. "I'm the one you have an issue with," Lin Chen said, lifting his head with an air of calm superiority, causing Zhang Tianqi and others to furrow their brows. "You, kid, causing trouble by snatching monsters. It's disrupted our monster spawning routine. So, how are you going to compensate?" Lin Chen smiled faintly and simply said, "Quick Valley." Hearing this, Shirhu couldn't help but feel a headache. "God, you should leave first. I'll go back and gather a few hundred henchmen, then come back to deal with them." "You're scared," Lin Chen said nonchalantly, glancing at Shirhu. "I'm not afraid of them at all. It's just that my level is low right now, not convenient for fighting. The main thing is, I'm carrying quite a lot of loot. It would be quite a loss if I get killed. The Misty Jungle is located outside the newbie village and is not protected by a safe zone. In the early stages of the game, players can engage in PvP combat in the wilderness, with a chance for killed players to drop their equipment. They may also drop 5% to 10% of the carried gold coins. As a result, many skilled players choose the red name gameplay, specifically targeting wealthy players who are alone to make a fortune. Of course, if a red name player is counter-killed, the penalty will be 3 times that of a regular player. Lin Chen chatted for a while and asked, "How many gold coins did you recharge in the end?" Shirgu directly teased Ruorua, "Just casually recharged 20,000 gold coins." Lin Chen's forehead was covered in black lines. 20,000 gold coins. Once killed by Hong Ling, you can lose up to 2,000 gold coins per death. That's 2 million in total. Lin Chen almost knelt down to him. Zhang Tianqi looked at Lin Chen maliciously and smiled. "I'll give you 2 options, either compensate 200 gold coins or wait to be killed and lose your way out." As soon as he finished speaking, the IDs of all the players immediately changed from green to red. "You guys leave the team, I'll deal with them." Lin Chen turned to look at the corpses. "How can they fight without me? I'll take the damage for you, and you can deal damage." The senior sister was eager to try, holding up her wooden shield to protect Lin Chen. However, the next moment, they were each kicked out of the queue by Lin Chen. At this point, the members of the Dragon Alliance had already flanked from behind. Lin Chen and the others took a step back in an arrow formation. Rushing to the front of the corpses, not far away, the level 5 corpses were barely touched by a level 9 swordsman in green gear. It was almost a one-hit kill. Lin Chen vigorously waved the staff, and a seemingly insignificant fireball hit the opponent. A blood-red number popped up, then flames surged all over the body, burning fiercely. The damage continued to skyrocket, and the swordsman with over 1,000 health was instantly burned to a charred corpse. Everyone was dumbfounded, all shocked by this explosive damage. Zhang Tianqi's eyes twitched, and upon seeing the situation, he flew into a mirror but showed no fear, his face full of excitement. Just as he had guessed before, this mage definitely has some extraordinary equipment. Attack him, kill that kid, he must have top-notch gear on him. Being able to instantly kill a level 9 swordsman with the equipment of an 8th level mage, everyone's eyes turned red. If this gets out, it'll be put up for auction. What a huge windfall. Beautiful women and luxury cars, there's nothing they can't have. All the players swarmed towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen's face showed a fierce light, fire magic surged, the hexagram totem shimmered. In the misty jungle, with 3 loud bangs, a series of fireballs instantly killed a whole team of players, leaving bits and pieces all over the ground. Zhang Tianqi, upon seeing the situation, broke out in a cold sweat. This terrifying long-range killing power is simply inhuman. It's more like a humanoid massacre than a robbery. However, as the big shots of the Dragon Constant Guild, each one is an elite player, naturally quite familiar with the mage's weaknesses. As long as they can get close, any one of them can take him out in 2 slashes. Lin Chen chuckled playfully. Even a fool would know what the other party had in mind. Now, the distance is too close, his long-range artillery can't be used. In an instant, he flashed and disappeared into the mist. At this moment, the female player who had been following Shirgu spoke up. "The Dragon Constant Guild is backed by the Prosperous Consortium and has ties with the Kong family. Young master, we can't get involved in this mess." "Shut up, don't involve my brother. I don't care about any consortium." Gritting his teeth, he pulled out the only beginner's staff he could carry and chased into the mist. Zhang Tianqi chased into the mist, not seeing Lin Chen's figure, immediately ordered people to spread out for encirclement, and suddenly a tree as thick as a waist fell down. Zhang Tianqi was almost hit on the head by the tree. In the divine domain, any object can be violently destroyed, and during the pioneering period, the damage to players caused by collapsed objects is even more devastating. Several large trees were violently knocked down by Lin Chen in succession, and Zhang Tianqi and the others quickly dodged. Lin Chen's strategy was very clear. Actively change the terrain, creating output conditions. The continuously collapsing trees formed obstacles in front of Zhang Tianqi and the others. Lin Chen continued to output like a ghost. As soon as a swordsman jumped over, the fallen tree was struck, and in less than 2 seconds, it turned into a wisp of white light. Guishi Zhang Tianqi watched with a pounding heart, letting the long-range profession cover him, and led a group of melee fighters to sprint at the fastest speed. Facing the flying sword stones and magic fireballs, Lin Chen calmly took 2 steps back. All the attacks exploded in front of him, but he remained unscathed. How can this guy stand outside the mage's range? The long-range players of Long Hung were amazed, only heard that after the awakening of the long-range profession, the range would increase. But the opponent is just an 8th level mage. Zhang Tianqi continued to pursue relentlessly, while Lin Chen calmly took 6 steps, relying on the professional player's control of the distance, and launched a normal attack from 21 meters away. The continuous fireballs once again smashed towards the opponent, and Zhang Tianqi had no way to avoid them, feeling the scorching heat coming towards him. "Zhanga, help me pick up the equipment." The swordsman player in the team, with a calm face, rushed to the front and resisted with his body. The terrifying continuous fireballs inevitably turned into ashes. Seeing his teammate die for him, Zhang Tianqi roared uncontrollably, "I don't believe I can't kill you until you're disabled." Zhang Linchan's eyes sharpened. No wonder in the previous life Long Hong could become the strongest guild in China. It has to be said, their combat experience and battle decisions completely set them apart from other guilds. Completely pulled away from other guilds. For a guild that has just opened and has people willing to sacrifice experience to shield their teammates, it's generally very difficult to cultivate this level of trust. Suddenly, Lin Chen's expression changed slightly, and a burst of killing intent arose behind him. A thief instantly appeared behind him and drew his sword to stab. The sound of a dagger breaking through the air rang out, and the thief suddenly froze, missing the fatal blow. "Where are you looking?" A cold voice sounded, and the thief subconsciously looked up, his face changing suddenly. A black-haired man was seen floating in the air, locking onto him with a staff in hand, and a hexagram totem glowing on the thief's forehead. Bang! -40 -950. Headshot kill. Jump up to release the attack. What kind of operation is this? Long Heng's scalp exploded. Gone. Aerial kill. The excited Bone Eater who had just arrived at the scene howled wildly, leaving several senior sisters in astonishment. Clearly, on the second day of the God Realm server launch, everyone agreed to use basic attacks and trash skills to duel each other, but what was this person doing? Coming in with the output strength to rival a boss, and able to crush melee fighters and mage-killing thieves. What's even more terrifying is the ability to multitask, performing aerial attacks, which is simply unbelievable for ordinary players. In holographic games, players' neurons are connected to the game, requiring focus to release skills and attack targets, or else they may face penalties such as magic backlash, ineffective basic attacks, or stiffness. Like the mage in front of them, not only can he multitask, but he can even cast spells while jumping, an extremely abnormal operation. Of course, operations that are difficult for ordinary people to achieve do not mean that some top experts cannot do it. Like the national #1 sword in conquest magic swordsman and holy priest of the Heavens Gift Club, who often display magnificent multitasking operations in professional competitions. But among the best of the best, there is only one person. That is the acknowledged #1 mage in the World Finals of Sword Conquest 2 years ago, Fan Shen. After all his teammates were killed, he was forced to use the forbidden curse, Purgatory, to make a desperate attempt. Summoning 8 elemental clones for a limit operation. Almost single-handedly overturning the world champion. I seem to have seen Master's shadow. Bone Eater murmured, recalling the World Finals where Fan Shen almost made a comeback, watching it hundreds of times and remembering every detail of Fan Shen's operations clearly. At the moment when the gold medal fighter jumped up, 2 figures seemed to overlap in his eyes. "Ah, the thing I hate most in my life is thieves and archers," Lin Chen frowned and sighed. The 2 thieves reacted very quickly, not letting go of Lin Chen's teammate even after being killed instantly. It was clear that the opponent was an experienced thief player, choosing to flank from the front and back, trying to block his movement as much as possible. Lin Chen silently shook his head, "Then there's no other way, self-created technique, I love playing basketball." Unable to evade through movement, Lin Chen suddenly released a series of fireballs towards one side of the ground. A huge recoil force caused his body to shift sideways, forcing him to pull away from the 2 thief players by over 10 meters. Seeing this, Bone Eater said dumbfoundedly, "Big brother dares to say he's not a Piao? What kind of operation is this? Using skills to move." Zhang Tianqi's face turned pale, completely bewildered by Lin Chen's incredible movement technique. Looking at a group of inexperienced novices, Lin Chen couldn't help but wonder if he was overdoing it with the easy victories. The combat system of God Realm is exaggerated in its freedom, and techniques like using attack skills to dodge are actually basic maneuvers for any trial participant in hardcore mode. Magic, combat skills, shield techniques, assassination techniques, no matter how strong the numerical values on the panel are, if they cannot be flexibly applied in combat with monsters, it's a dead end. 2 fireballs killed the 2 thieves one by one, only dropping a pile of copper coins. "Come on, keep going, let's see how many people can help you block the bullets." Lin Chen pointed confidently at Zhang Tianqi, whose face turned ashen. Whether it was the exaggerated attack power or the incredibly elusive movement of the person in front of him, they were simply incomparable to their group of amateurs. Pulled to 21 meters away, Lin Chen accidentally entered the self-service meal section. Kid, you wait for me. Remember you. Get ready to be hunted by Dragon Mark. More than 30 guild members died. Zhang Tianqi saw the situation was not good, and threatened to run away. Run? Lin Chen couldn't help but smile, paused, and said, however many people from Dragon Mark come, I will kill as many, resurrect as many times, and kill as many times. This group of people actually turned red and still wanted to run, exposing their backs to him. They completely underestimated the astonishing length of Cannon Lord. Slaughter, one-sided slaughter, so satisfying. Eroding Bone laughed excitedly. With Lin Chen waving his staff, each fireball turned into a death scythe, sending more than 10 souls back to the newbie village. Zhang Tianqi was blasted by a series of fireballs and lay on the ground glaring fiercely at Lin Chen. Yikong City won't let you go, you're dead. Lin Chen's face turned cold and said, the leader of Dragon Mark? Don't worry, I will kill him before he makes a move. In his previous life, Lin Chen died at the hands of this person, but this time he would choose to strike first. This guy is really tough, he's not dead yet. Lin Chen frowned. Zhang Tianqi, with over 2,200 health points, resisted 3 flame burns, before being burned to death, showing his tankiness. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. Ding dong, a pair of knight shoulder pads burst out of Zhang Tianqi's body. Purple equipment? Lin Chen was somewhat surprised, picked it up to check the attributes. Wild shoulder pads, quality, hero level, 5 class, knight physical defense, 30 magic resistance, 30 effect, recovers 10 health points per second in combat 3-piece set bonus, increases health by 300 6-piece set bonus, increases health by 500. The attributes are good, but it's only level 5 equipment. Lin Chen nodded, at least this level 5 hero armor was worth around 40 to 50,000. Just as he was about to put it up for auction at the Imperial Auction House, he turned around and saw senior sister pouting her red lips, looking at him eagerly. Lin Chen instinctively stepped back, really worried that this tigress would push him down. Senior sister, sell it to me for 100,000, I really like the style of the shoulder pads. It's so sexy. Second senior sister, you won't lose out selling it for 100,000, this thing is worth at most 50,000 at the auction house. Fourth junior sister glanced at the two, then glared at young Master Kong coldly, aren't you going to pay the bill? The shoulder pads were adorned with a pair of monster horns, giving them a barbaric style. Eroding Bone muttered weakly, I didn't say anything, I just think these Urk shoulder pads look a bit too barbaric. If you can't speak, then shut up. Fourth junior sister glared with her big eyes, ready to drill into Eroding Bone's brain. Brother, can you do 100 gold coins? Eroding Bone looked pitifully at Lin Chen. Lin Chen was a bit overwhelmed, unable to figure out the relationship between these people. Why did he feel like young Master Kong was like a scapegoat? Did rich young men like the feeling of being abused? Seeing that the price was not bad, Lin Chen agreed to the deal. Clang, 100 gold coins received. Lin Chen began to clean up the other spoils of war, wiping out the members of the Dragon Mark and Holy Cliff guilds, a total of 5 green items, 2 blue items, and 8 gold coins. The gold farming efficiency was off the charts. If becoming a red name player didn't prevent some early quests from being completed, he really wanted to just focus on hunting down Dragon Mark members for equipment drops. He planned to continue farming the Shadow Wolf with VIP clients, completing Eroding Bone's task first. At this time, the World Channel was buzzing. Wang Lang Lang, damn, looking at the World Channel, I'm stunned, the third team of the Dragon Mark Guild was actually wiped out like wild monsters. TNCI, milk big power, I told you, some guilds are bound to capsize sooner or later, now they've even lost their purple equipment. The Stern Father's Kindness, 6666, Brother Goblin is indeed awesome, why don't you dare to call the old man for another round? Dragon Mark Club. Explain the situation, what exactly happened? A cold man in a black suit opened the video conference. Boss, it's really not our fault, we really tried our best, but that guy can deal over 1000 damage per second with a passive skill, no one can last 2 seconds. A middle-aged man in the video complained bitterly, looking nothing like a fierce warrior. Hee, even my level 13 water mage can only deal 300 plus damage per second, and a random mage can deal over 1000 damage, who are you trying to fool? A proud and cold beautiful woman in the meeting, with her long legs raised, disdainfully said, "You caused the guild to lose tens of thousands in equipment, but can you bear the responsibility for damaging the guild's reputation?" "Yes, I admit I underestimated the opponent." War Tianqi blushed and apologized. If Lin Chen were here, he would definitely recognize this woman. Xu Xuanxuan, a professional player, chief mage player of the Dragon Mark Guild. Even with the advantage of attribute restraint in the national top 8 competition of the Sword and Conquest, she was still violently crushed by Lin Chen. Yi Kongqing furrowed his brows and said, "Over 1000 damage per second? Your output ability does exceed most players at this stage, but can't your 6 teams use tactics?" War Tianqi looked bitter and said with a wry smile, "I wish we could, but look at his operation, he's definitely not an ordinary person." After speaking, War Tianqi played the game recording. From Lin Chen's aerial attack to kill the thief, followed by a sudden skill displacement. "Do you see the problem, Xuanxuan?" Yi Kongqing's eyes narrowed, and he paused the video. Xu Xuanxuan was attracted by Lin Chen's operation in the video, her eyes showing surprise, took a deep breath and said, "This is the skill of a professional player, no doubt." Xu Xuanxuan paused slightly, her face becoming more and more shocked. She repeatedly replayed the video, trying to catch every detail. The smoothness of the opponent's movements and the control of attack distance were at an extraordinary level. Even after playing in the professional esports scene for so many years and seeing many professional gods, she was still amazed by this operation, with goosebumps on her arms. At least in the operation of professional players, he is at T1 level, possibly even T0 level. Xu Xuanxuan's face turned pale. Even watching through the video, she could still feel the terrifying pressure emanating from the opponent. This was absolute confidence in his own operation and a calm display of overwhelming opponents in all aspects. Yi Kongqing showed a meaningful smile and shook his head lightly. "You didn't catch the point." "Ah? Really?" Xu Xuanxuan was somewhat at a loss, worried about embarrassing herself in front of the boss and affecting her future position in the Dragon Mark Guild. "Stop." Yi Kongqing raised his eyebrows, freezing the image on the face of the level 8 mage. "The point is here, his appearance," Yi Kongqing said with a playful smile. "Appearance?" The character's appearance can be said to have temperament, but not extremely exquisite. War Tianqi and Xu Xuanxuan were puzzled, not understanding what the boss, who had a net worth of hundreds of billions, was thinking. Could it be, in different games, with the same character modeling, you can't recognize him? Yi Kongqing's mouth curved up, his eyes shining with light, saying, "He is the only player who never adjusts his appearance in games, he must be preparing for a comeback." "That's impossible. He has been permanently banned by the Chinese Esports Association." Xu Xuanxuan exclaimed in shock, the figure of that young man appearing before her eyes. No wonder he dares to call himself a mortal god. War Tianqi gasped in cold air, thinking the other party was just an enthusiastic fan, who knew he was the real deal. The Divine Realm is not regulated by the Esports Association, and as far as I know, even the country cannot interfere with the game process, said Yi Kongqing. With exaggerated maneuvers, absolute calmness, and stable performance, it's almost like artificial intelligence. He is the nightmare in the hearts of countless professional players, a mountain standing in the way of everyone. Xu Xuanxuan trembled and said, "He is Lin Chen." Yi Kongqing elegantly sipped his coffee and said with a smile, "If you can't join my Dragon Mark Guild, then just destroy it." In order to pursue the fastest monster grinding efficiency, Lin Chen led his team out of the misty forest. I, as a player in the Divine Realm, said, "Brothers, log off now and rest. I'll kill that damn mage who's trying to steal our monsters." Xing Wuya said, "This guy who kills without mercy, I heard he's a game administrator. Is he turning a blind eye to helping people level up unofficially?" Lin Chen would shout for help at each area he entered, borrowing monster grinding spots. Nearby players would grumble but still yield the spot, albeit reluctantly. Even members of the Dragon Mark Guild were wiped out by this jerk, and these players from small guilds could only avoid him. Lin Chen was domineering, but his reputation was impeccable. He would only grind at each monster spawn point for an hour before moving on with his team. The main boss, Bone Eroder, always maintained a 3-level difference with the monsters, maximizing experience gain efficiency, allowing Lin Chen to quickly reach level 10. Centaur Warrior, level 12, HP, 1500/1500, attack power, 60, skill, wild charge in a dried up riverbed. For level 10 monsters emerged. Lin Shen looked around and muttered to himself, there seems to be a decent quest here, I'll come back later. Bone Eroder said, these monsters seem to attack on their own, be careful. Upon entering the Vile River Passage, they were already within the main city of Edgar, where the monster strength had significantly increased compared to before. Moreover, the newbie protection mechanism no longer existed, and monsters would actively attack players who entered their territory, increasing the danger level. Perfect timing. Taste my sword. The senior sister wielded a newly acquired fine broadsword and bravely entered the monster's attack range to test her tankiness. The centaur's movement speed was fast, leaping to launch an attack on the senior sister. -110. -110. With a flurry of sword strikes, the centaur only lost a little over 300 health points, while the senior sister found herself surrounded. But she stood her ground, activating a group taunt to withstand the damage, engaging in a fierce battle. The fourth junior sister, drawing her bow, said firmly, their health is high, I'll join in too. The other two sisters also joined the fight, while Bone Eroder anxiously said, I can't use my hero staff yet, otherwise, I'd have wiped out these monsters. Lin Shen shook his head helplessly on the side, feeling like he was leading a group of noble children on a hunting trip, having to let them have their fun before leveling up. The senior sister and her companions struggled to defeat one centaur warrior, only to have 3 more emerge from the bushes. The 4 inexperienced ladies quickly found themselves in a tough battle. Please, don't waste time, Lin Shen said with a wry smile. Casting a series of fireballs, 3 explosions followed, sparks flying. -1100. -1100. You have killed a centaur warrior, experience +40. Combining magical damage with burning damage, he effortlessly killed 6 centaur warriors. The senior sister was surprised and looked at Lin Shen with resentment. Hey, you're so boring, can't you show some spirit of adventure? Exactly, shouldn't playing games involve experiencing tough battles and finding joy in growth, the second sister said as if she understood. This question left Lin Shen speechless. When did grinding monsters quickly become a mistake? Lin Shen smiled bitterly and did not respond. These rich people are terrifyingly naive. For them, this is just a game, and reasoning is completely ineffective. Since the Peacock King was seduced and killed by the demon, the Kong family has been in decline. The women around him all met tragic ends, with some even being abducted by other guilds as sacrifices to the demon god. Lin Shen hesitated for a moment, and meaningfully said to Erode Bone, if they are important to you, then hurry up and get stronger. Erode Bone frowned and turned back, with a look of innocence and confusion typical of college students, unable to understand why his friend was being so serious about just playing a game. He looked at Lin Shen, wanting to speak but hesitating, wanting to ask if he was really the man he admired, but feeling too awkward to say it. Lin Shen waved his staff, casting a flurry of fireballs. 3 hours later, they emerged from the Vile River Channel, with the main city of Edgeril in sight. Lin Shen had reached level 12, and even the lowest level Erode Bone had reached level 10, successfully completing the power leveling task within the time limit. Is this Edgeril, the main city closest to the newbie village? It's huge. They looked towards the horizon, where a magnificent city loomed ahead. Finally level 11. Thanks, handsome guy, the senior sister thanked him. No problem, I should do business for money. I have to thank you for taking care of the deal. Lin Shen said with a smile, having looted 60 level 5 blue items along the way and sold them to Erode Bone and his friends for a low price of 20 gold coins each. Erode Bone said, why are you saying all this? Next time I'll find you for a difficult dungeon run. Lin Shen nodded. Erode Bone may be a bit clueless, but he had a lot of girls around him, maybe he could introduce one to himself. Yes, he was indeed a person worth befriending. After calculating the gold coins in his hand and the money in his bank account, he had enough to cover Xiaoxuan's 800,000 surgery fee and still had some surplus. He planned to play the game a little later and then go to the hospital to pay the surgery fee, so that Xiao Xian wouldn't worry about the family not having enough money. The proficiency of the left eye of the giant spirit had reached 14,000 points, all 10 talent points of flame burn were maxed out, dealing 10% blue damage was quite satisfying, and basic level 10 monsters were being killed in 1 second. Normal boss White Scale Python, level 10, HP, 18000/18000, attack power, 150, skills, Frenzy Strike, poison spread on the 7 suspension bridges leading to the main city, giant pythons lurked everywhere. This was the final boss of the newbie village. That year, that night, that bed, don't give up, let's try again, this time we'll definitely crush the stupid long bug. Yaya loves to dance, spare me, it's too hard, I can't even heal my teammates when they get sprayed with venom. Hundreds of players were stuck on the bridge, many of them already over level 10, but the white scale python blocked them for 7 to 8 hours. Heal me. Hurry up, what's the third priest doing? Call your mom, didn't you see me healing all the time? Lin Chen watched dumbfoundedly from the side, unable to help but admire the imagination of these players. The most deadly thing about the white scale python was its skill poison spread, so a team was formed with 3 priests, 1 knight, and 2 ranged players, planning to slowly wear down the 18,000 HP boss. However, the white scale python had a debuff aura that reduced healing by 50% once players came into contact with the poison. As the battle continued, the healing reduction effect increased, making the 3 priest lineup even more ineffective. In short, this final boss was a test of players' skills and output capabilities. Watching the 3 priests fall one after another, Lin Chen couldn't help but comment, "Didn't you read the skill description? You won't pass like this." Laughing, "You think you can do better? Then you do it." The remaining knight cursed at Lin Chen, his body paralyzed by toxins, only his mouth could still move. "Erode bone, buddy. You wanna make me laugh to death, do you know who you're talking to? My bro can solo this boss without any problem." Solo? Ha, this guy must be crazy. Solo the white scale great snake, even if it's the top player from the Heaven's Gift Guild, it's a certain death. Playing games has made you delusional, you're nothing. Hearing Erode Bone's words, the surrounding players all began to mock Lin Chen. Lin Chen was speechless, turned to Erode Bone and said, "Do you want me to help you leave the boss with low health, and then I'll leave the team? Aren't you going back to the main city?" Erode Bone asked in surprise. "I still have some newbie village quests to complete, planning to finish them before going." Lin Chen looked at the coordinates of the vile riverbed on the minimap as if in thought. There was a level 10 special dungeon opening point, with activation conditions that were quite special. Once past the drawbridge and into the main city, the hidden rewards would be lost. Many top players in the previous life missed this quest, and regretted it deeply later on. "Are you sure you don't want me to help you leave the boss with low health? It's a learning opportunity." Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. After reaching level 10, Erode Bone finally put on the hero's staff, seeming a bit inflated, actually refusing the clearance benefits Lin Chen offered. "Bro, stop teasing me. If it weren't for watching your gameplay, I would have thought this game was all about being invincible as long as you have money to stack stats." Erode Bone looked at his 4 wives who were as beautiful as flowers, grinned and said, "Men not only need money, but also need to be tough. Watch me take down this little boss." Lin Chen smiled faintly, left the queue, and headed straight to the Vile River path to execute the next plan. Region announcement, players, NIT on 1997, 30 attribute points? Doesn't that mean the system gave him 6 levels for free? That's so brainless. Friend accidentally hit behind him, is there any balance in this game? These players from the big guilds must be faster than us solo players. By Shuelan Shan, I'm almost embarrassed to tell you guys, accompanying an NPC to fish rewarded me with 15 attribute points and even gave me life skills. Players on the World Channel complained about the rewards being too outrageous, but Lin Chen was not surprised. The biggest highlight of God Realm is the many side quests and hidden quests, with many quests offering attribute points, skills, and special items as rewards. Simply leveling up by killing monsters and collecting equipment is not the only way to become a top player. Immersive gaming experiences and triggering chance quests are also important means of becoming stronger. Lin Chen returned to the Vile River path, picked up a mushroom from a dead tree, which looked poisonous no matter how you looked at it, the kind that would knock you out if eaten. Mystical mushroom, quality, common effect, a rare mountain delicacy that melts in the mouth, delicious and sweet. God's comment, white pole, red umbrella, a must-have delicacy for the God's party. Watching the system introduction, Lin Chen hesitated. He didn't know which players in his past life had lost their minds and almost caused a wipe by stewing this thing to eat. God Realm doesn't require a specific mention of the cooking skill to cook ingredients. The taste is almost indistinguishable from reality, just can't really fill your stomach. Adding rare spices and magic meat during the cooking process makes it even more interesting. Dishes made can also enhance player attributes with buffs. Of course, if the cooking level is too low, players may experience negative effects such as weakness and fainting. Some players who were chefs in real life could make a good dish, sell dishes and recipes, and earn a lot in the game. Major guilds all have dedicated chefs, and top chefs can even significantly boost the strength of guild members. To unlock the elite instance of the Vile River, the prerequisite task is to eat a poisonous mushroom and be stunned. Lin Chen had no choice but to eat the poisonous mushroom without any cooking utensils or water source available. He bit into the mushroom, and a burst of juice exploded in his mouth, releasing a strange aroma. Lin Chen frowned, realizing that it wasn't as bad as he had imagined, although it was a bit bitter without being cooked, giving a waxy texture. You have consumed the hallucinogenic mushroom. Your willpower is being eroded. 3, 2, 1. You are now trapped in an illusion. The system prompts continued one after another, but Lin Chen remained calm, leaning against a rock and entering a dream state. His vision became blurry, and he struggled to open his eyes. In front of him, the walls were pink, with a photo of Lin Chen and a pure girl hanging on the front wall. On the bed in the bedroom, a familiar face was peacefully asleep with closed eyes. She was still so beautiful and cute, with her fragrant white shoulders exposed outside the blanket, radiating a youthful and healthy glow. Her black long hair stirred Lin Chen's heartstrings, and her exquisite beauty captivated him. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of inexplicable relief and muttered to himself, so, it was all a dream. The Divine Realm world, the sister's illness, it was all just a dream. Lin Chen couldn't contain his excitement and reached out to hold his sister's delicate hand. However, as he took a step forward, the scene in front of him began to shake violently. Suddenly, the sleeping Xiaoxian opened her eyes and grabbed Lin Chen's arm tightly, saying, "Brother, I don't want to die." "Brother," Xiaoxian is so scared. Lin Chen felt a chill, and his sister in front of him became extremely unfamiliar. He tried to pull his hand away but couldn't, and his sister's delicate face twisted with resentment. In a daze, he realized that the scene had turned into a hospital ward. This isn't real. This isn't. The smell of disinfectant filled the air as Lin Chen shouted anxiously, and the nightmare in his heart was awakened once again. The scene shifted once more. "Shan Gu! Go, I'll cover your retreat." On the ruins, a silver-haired man grabbed his shoulder and roared angrily, "Don't hesitate, take my hope and live on." "Fatty?" Lin Chen was shocked, and as the setting sun cast its light, a terrifying dragon-scaled python cleared the way, followed by various powerful individuals. A man with a majestic demeanor sat on a golden throne on the back of a two-headed chimera, his eyes shining like a god overseeing the entire apocalyptic world. "Dragon Mark, Memoryless City. Oh, and if you see my wife at the Trialist stronghold, tell her I'm sorry." Tears glistened in Fatty's eyes as he pushed Lin Chen away, surrounded by a halo of light, wielding a huge sword with various magical runes, roaring as he charged towards the Memoryless City. The Memoryless City looked indifferent and pointed a finger, "Kill." The scorching dragon flames and terrifying magical light illuminated the wasteland, and Lin Chen watched in horror as Fatty's body disintegrated until it was completely annihilated. No. Lin Chen suddenly woke up, back in Divine Realm. The moon and stars shone above, the trees swayed, and in just a few moments, the game had turned to night. Cough, damn it. Lin Chen gasped heavily, sweating profusely, feeling worse than ever before. He tried to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead but found that he couldn't move his hands or feet. As he turned his head, he was stunned to find himself tied to the back of a horse, or more precisely, a centaur warrior heading towards the depths of the river. Lin Chen could smell the foul odor emanating from the creature, and despite knowing that Divine Realm was not a simple game, he couldn't help but complain, "This isn't hardcore mode, why make it so realistic?" You have entered the Half-Beast Tribe's territory. You have activated the level 10 elite dungeon, Night of Terror. Everything is proceeding according to Lin Chen's plan. The players from the previous life were kidnapped after eating poisonous mushrooms and woke up to find themselves in the Vile River Path dungeon. After a few minutes, in a half-beast tribe camp, Lin Chen was taken down as food and casually thrown into a cellar. Night of Terror Dungeon. Mission 1, Escape from the Cellar. Mission 2, Kill all elite Centaur soldiers, Minotaur soldiers. Mission 3, Kill the half-beast chieftain. As Lin Chen entered the mission progress, he nodded silently, knowing that completing the first mission would earn him additional rewards. However, the Night of Terror dungeon was just an appetizer. The real highlight would be after killing the boss. MP1, MP2. A fireball lit up in Lin Chen's hand, illuminating the surroundings of the cellar. Lin Chen couldn't help but frown as he saw the ground covered with bones and flesh residues, including a large number of human bones. It seemed that the name Vile River Path was indeed fitting, as most of the indigenous people who died here were brought in as captives. The cellar walls were uneven, with clear footprints indicating a specific climbing technique was needed to escape. However, as Lin Chen looked up, everything suddenly went dark, and something was thrown down from above. Lin Chen quickly pressed himself against the wall. Thud! A muffled sound accompanied by a groan was heard. Lin Chen was puzzled as he cautiously approached with the fireball in his hand, only to find a woman? What the heck? Wait. This dungeon has been cleared numerous times, I've never heard of a woman appearing. Lin Chen was completely stunned. He wasn't in a party with anyone, let alone another player in the same dungeon. The woman had a graceful figure, fair skin, and a vibrant life force that left a deep impression on Lin Chen. Suddenly, a familiar feeling surged within him. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment and tentatively called out, "Eve?" "Ha?" Eve heard someone calling her name and sleepily opened her big eyes. "Have you seen my silver radiance sacred chaos robe? And the apprentice mage hat, holy light life staff, silver dragon white rhino shoulder armor, boots, and gloves? Oh, if I lose them, my teacher will scold me to death." Eve started crying again, and Lin Chen rubbed his chin, trying to hold back his laughter. Last time she lost her hat, and now she managed to lose a whole set of equipment. Among the generally intelligent NPCs, this behavior was quite explosive. Hidden mission activated. Panic-stricken Eve sequence 2, Greedy Eve. God's comment, Eve, who ate the illusionary mushroom with the adventurer, has become smarter. Are you following me? Lin Chen realized, feeling very surprised. Although the NPCs in God Realm were highly intelligent, interactions between players and NPCs in the early stages of the game were functional. For example, when players bought equipment from a blacksmith, they could only choose options like buy or sell, and only some side quests would activate NPC intelligence. Now, Eve had followed him from the beginner village to here, even imitating him by eating the poisonous mushroom, which was indeed suspicious. Eve nodded innocently. Why? Give me a reason. Lin Chen became slightly interested. I've never seen such an ordinary and weak adventurer like you. I thought you might encounter danger, so... Eve blushed slightly and said. She then glanced up and down at Lin Chen's novice equipment, her big eyes revealing a look of pity that couldn't be hidden. Lin Chen had 3 black lines on his forehead. What kind of reason was that? When it comes to danger, if he hadn't reacted quickly just now, he would probably have been crushed to death by this girl. Evia's hidden mission sequence 2 conditions popped up. Help Evia retrieve the lost equipment and send it back to Edgar City after completing the elite dungeon. Evia thinks you are too weak and plans to teach you magic, do you accept? Lin Chen's mouth twitched, feeling like banging his head against the wall, being looked down upon by a silly girl. With the left eye of the giant spirit, Lin Chen had low equipment requirements in the early stages, but he had nothing to do with being weak. However, with only 320 health points at the moment, once engaged in close combat, even with good skills, problems are likely to arise. It's unreasonable to refuse a free magic skill, so he decisively chose to accept it, even if he was looked down upon. In front of Lin Chen appeared two magic books. He randomly clicked on one to check, and his eyes lit up, feeling like he hit the jackpot. C-grade fire magic, blood burst, effect. After the target is injured and bleeding, consume 100 MP to burst the blood, causing damage of no less than 250 plus spell attack power, with a cooldown of 8 seconds. The higher the level of magic, the more terrifying the power. Magic skills levels range from the lowest E grade to the highest S grade. And there are forbidden curses that can only be obtained through special tasks. In the previous life, the Kong family mobilized the entire clan to make the Peacock King a super mage with 3 forbidden curses. When the conditions were ripe, a single person could slaughter a city. If it weren't for the fact that this kid died so miserably, the Kong family would have had the capital to challenge the Dragon Mark in super hardcore mode. Currently, the Empire's auction house starts bidding at 50 gold coins for D-grade magic books, with C-grade or higher magic valued at over 200 gold coins, and they are priceless. Bloodburn is undoubtedly a pure damage skill with impressive burst damage, linked to the player's own attack power, and with a cooldown of only 8 seconds, it is considered top-notch among C-grade magic books. Lin Chen was a bit tempted but still opened the second magic book. D-grade fire magic, Divine Solar Shield, one of the 3 great magicians of Edgar Eisen Terry's original magic. Effect, consume 400 MP to generate a magic shield, up to 9 magic shields can be generated. The magic shield can withstand 700 points of physical/magical damage, and under continuous activation, it consumes 100 MP per minute. After reading the magic instructions, Lin Chen didn't even hesitate and decisively chose the only D-grade Divine Solar Shield. Lin Chen was excited and his mouth was dry. This magic was useless for ordinary mages at this stage because the mana consumption was too high. Just activating one magic shield could drain a mage in their teens, not to mention the continuous mana loss per minute. Hardly anyone could withstand such high consumption. Except for him, Lin Chen. With a terrifying mana pool of 14,400, this magic was tailor-made for him. Consuming 3,600 mana points, he could generate 9 magic shields at once, capable of withstanding a whopping 6,300 points of damage. This essentially meant having an additional 6,300 points of life if used properly. Who could challenge him at this stage? Thieves? Even a group of them wouldn't stand a chance. I am indeed weak and helpless, your eyes are really good. Lin Chen's hands trembled with excitement, and he leaned in to give Evia, with her doll-like face, a wolf kiss. Damn, I love you, little sister. Is that so? Evia stared blankly at Lin Chen, a blush appearing on her beautiful face, and she awkwardly lowered her head, not knowing where to put her hands. I'll come to save you. Lin Chen smirked, even he felt his smile was extremely lewd under the moonlight. Following the prompt, he quickly climbed out of the cellar. A few campfires lit up not far away, where a group of half-beast soldiers were enjoying some unknown meat, completely unaware of a certain dead pervert approaching. Elite Centaur Archer, level 13 HP, 3500/3500 attack power, 120 skill. Leap shot elite monsters have several times the health and greatly increased attack power compared to normal monsters. Players below level 20 who are not elite players will find it difficult to deal with even a small monster in the Vile Dungeon. Puff puff puff. 3 fireballs streaked across the night sky as Lin Chen, 100 meters away, launched an artillery attack on the half-orc camp. -125 -1350 -1350. 4 elite centaur monsters were knocked to the ground, and after 3 seconds of continuous burning, they were barely burned to death. You have killed an elite centaur and gained 300 experience points. You have killed. Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he realized that elite monsters give more than 3 times the experience of normal monsters, which is quite fitting for the current difficulty of this dungeon. A deep warning horn sounded, and 10 giant centaurs began to counterattack, shooting a fierce rain of arrows towards him. Lin Chen remained calm as he unleashed fire magic from his staff, with 2 crimson giant shields positioned in front of and above him. The arrows fell on the shields, unable to pose any threat to him. This is awesome. Becoming a divine humanoid cannon is not a dream. Lin Chen laughed heartily, swiftly using basic attacks to burn the approaching centaur melee soldiers to ashes. Boom! A loud noise rang out as Lin Chen was ambushed from behind. It was a group of raging Minotaur warriors carrying totem poles, each with a whopping 5,000 health points. The Minotaur's hooves stomped on the ground, raising a cloud of dust with great momentum. Without even turning his head, Lin Chen activated a shield behind him, completely enveloping himself within it. He effortlessly withstood the damage, not losing a drop of blood, with only the shield's value decreasing displayed above his head. The elite half-orc monsters howled as they were engulfed in flames, and over a dozen horsehooves trampled over him, while a giant battle axe swiftly struck the shield. Seeing a crack in the shield, Lin Chen cheerfully reinforced it with another layer of protection. The skilled Divine Solar Shield perfectly matched his lazy playstyle. After a day of monster grinding, he was too lazy to move around, so why not spend his excess mana of over 10,000 on something useful? Standing within the shield, he calculated the cooldown of flame burn and slowly chipped away at the thick health of the Minotaur warrior using basic attacks to trigger his talent skill. Lin Chen entered the half-beast camp and cleared it all the way to the end, leaving a pile of equipment and silver coins on the ground. Elite dungeons have this advantage, as although they are very challenging, the probability of dropping treasures is much higher than outside. Especially the elite Minotaur warriors, with 10 monsters dropping a piece of blue equipment, Lin Chen was making a fortune. Minotaur warrior leggings quality, fine level, 10 class, warrior physical defense, 32 magic resistance, 32 agility plus 1 evasion rate plus 1 Minotaur warrior helm quality, fine. The Vile dungeon is actually a warrior equipment special area, where almost all the dropped items are warrior armor. There are many divine warriors in the game, and currently, level 10 blue equipment is in high demand, selling for 5,000 each. The equipment obtained from the level 10 elite dungeon, although lacking the set attributes of heroic equipment, each piece has rare special attribute bonuses, making them the most cost-effective fine armor for warrior class players. Lin Chen kithed the monsters around, moving from 100 Herbs Garden to 3 Flavors Bookstore, dragging the monsters all the way to the boss spawn point before stopping. Soon, all 200 elite monsters were dealt with. Lin Chen sat outside a secluded altar, meditating to restore his mana. Over 10,000 mana is still not enough. Carrying the shield, my mana will run out in just over 20 minutes, Lin Chen said with a faint shake of his head. Men are endlessly fascinated by long and big things, and he was no exception. However, these words, if heard by those so-called top mages, would probably make them start planning to offline solo kill him. Strange. Why didn't any of Eva's equipment explode? Lin Chen frowned, his gaze falling on the altar. Could it all be on the boss? In the distance, a dried-up Minotaur shaman danced around the altar, chanting spells. Suddenly, a strange blue light shot up into the sky, creating a void in the sky as if a portal had been opened. Minotaur Lich, level 15, HP, 80,000/80,000, attack? Skills? This boss is at the Lord level, you may not be able to handle it. Do you want to call your friends for help? Decline. The system prompt appeared, and Lin Chen shook his head lightly. Killing the Minotaur Lich boss to clear the instance was challenging for him, but knowing the skills and attack patterns, as well as the protection of the Holy Flame Shield, made it manageable. However, this would mean missing out on the real highlight of the despicable instance. The hidden boss, the Dark Elf Queen. Please interrupt the Minotaur Lich's sacrifice process within 1 minute, or it may lead to catastrophic consequences. Despite hearing the system prompt, Lin Chen remained unresponsive. He knew the way to unlock the hidden boss level, which required doing nothing at all. Just endure until the Minotaur Lich completes the sacrifice to summon the Dark Elf Queen. Once players in the Nightmare Night instance exceeded level 20, the Minotaur Chieftain would not respawn, making it impossible to access the subsequent hidden bosses. Therefore, many players in the past missed out on the hidden levels, and Lin Chen was no exception at the time. The reason many players did not notice this was that they were accustomed to following the system's prompts for tasks, ignoring many details. As expected, a minute later, a blue light enveloped the entire altar. Insects resembling fireflies flew out from the rift in space. Dark Elf, level 15, HP, 300/300, attack, 50, skills, Dark Flash, Sublimation, Mutation. These beautiful, palm-sized dark elves with 2 pairs of transparent wings on their backs appeared harmless. These little monsters are a bit tricky. Lin Chen frowned, vigilantly watching the Dark Elf with only 300 health points. Not because they looked weak, but because their skills were extraordinary. In addition to the offensive skill Dark Flash, the sublimation skill would cause them to self-destruct upon receiving fatal damage, with a blast radius and power capable of wiping out an entire team. The mutation skill would cause the elves to collectively mutate once their numbers decreased to a certain point, increasing their attributes and bloodlust several times over. Lin Chen was more concerned about the elves self-destructing. If dozens of them exploded together, even summoning 9 protective shields might not be enough to withstand the blast. Sensing the adventurer's presence, the dark elves emitted sharp cries and flew towards Lin Chen. Dozens of dark and light flashes intertwined and attacked. Lin Chen waved his hand, summoning 2 sun shields to block the attacks in front of him. In an instant, the first sun shield cracked and shattered, and the second was about to be pierced. While the individual attack power of the Dark Elves was not high in normal circumstances, their sheer numbers allowed them to deal significant damage when concentrated. "Do I have more mana than them?" Lin Chen calmly retreated, summoning 2 sun shields again to continuously block the focused attacks of the Dark Elves. The hexagram totem shone in front of him, and a series of fireballs shot towards the area densely packed with monsters. A large number of Dark Elves had their health reduced to 0, but instead of disappearing, their petite bodies began to rapidly expand. With a loud bang, Lin Chen was nearly knocked over by a shockwave, barely managing to stand by supporting his staff on the ground. "Damn! Is this a nuclear bomb?" Lin Chen couldn't help but comment as he watched the mushroom cloud rising not far away. No wonder the hidden level of the vile copy in the previous life could be counted on the fingers of one hand. Most players haven't even seen the boss's face, and they probably died in this exaggerated self-destruction. Fortunately, Lin Chen had a long range, so he quickly distanced himself and continued to bombard the group of elves with spells. "You have killed the Dark Elf and gained +1 experience point." Lin Chen felt a bit powerless. He thought these little bugs were at least level 15, and even if they were cannon fodder, they could still earn a lot of experience. But in the end, he only received 1 experience point. Lin Chen also noticed that killing the Dark Elf did not even provide proficiency to the left eye of the giant spirit god, which meant that this thing did not belong to the category of monsters, not even living organisms. This completely dispelled his idea of mindlessly killing Dark Elves. As explosions rang out one after another, the number of Dark Elves did not decrease but increased. Seeing his mana decreasing rapidly, once he couldn't summon a shield, he would have almost no chance of survival. However, Lin Chen remained calm and quickly moved towards the Minotaur boss, pulling aggro, while a massive swarm of insects rushed towards the altar. At the same time, 9 NPC girls with their throats cut appeared on the altar, sacrifices to the Dark Elf Queen. The 9 souls let out a mournful scream as they were separated from their bodies and sucked into a rift in spacetime. In an instant, countless magic patterns flickered in the air, and a terrifying aura began to awaken. Almost there. Lin Chen's eyes were determined as he accurately cast a series of fireballs on the Minotaur Lich's head, causing over 100 Dark Elves to fall. Their bodies quickly condensed into a ball of light, surrounding the Minotaur Lich in a terrifying mushroom cloud. -8,000. -16,000. -30,000. A series of astonishing damage numbers surged, nearly killing the boss with a high health pool of 80,000. The Minotaur Lich let out a roar, his body brimming with magic power, and a strange green light swept through everything, causing vegetation to wither and life force to rapidly decline wherever it passed. Lin Chen's face turned cold as he waved his staff, erecting a 5-sided sun shield that was instantly pierced by 2 beams of green light. This level of damage surprised Lin Chen. The shield could withstand up to 700 points of damage, meaning the boss's skill had reached an incredible 1400 plus damage. The Minotaur Lich waved his staff, opening a spatial rift, and soon a group of elite half-beast monsters rushed out. Lin Chen smiled, not minding the free experience points, and cast 3 fireballs again, causing the Dark Elves to collectively self-destruct once more. -6,000. -12,000. A large number of half-beast creatures were killed, leaving behind equipment and special materials dropped by the dungeon. You have killed the elite Minotaur Guardian and gained +400 experience points. The Minotaur Lich was caught in a close-range explosion, and his withered body collapsed to the ground. You have killed the elite boss Minotaur Lich and gained 30,000 experience points. Your level has increased to 13. Your level has increased to 14. Lin Shen couldn't help but feel ecstatic as he leveled up twice in the blink of an eye, instantly joining the ranks of the top players. Hero equipment, 3 items dropped at once. Lin Shen's eyes lit up as 2 pieces of armor and a weapon appeared on the boss's body, emitting a unique purple light characteristic of hero equipment. Just as the strategy guide described, the Dark Elf's self-destruct skill was both a player's nightmare and an opportunity to defeat the Lich boss unscathed. However, for an ordinary 6-person team to achieve this effect, they would need at least 4 powerful ranged DPS players with over 300 damage per second, capable of pulling aggro over a wide area and detonating the Dark Elves to kill the boss. You have become the first player to clear the dungeon Nightmare Night. Do you want to anonymously announce it in the region? Lin Shen smiled faintly, his eyes becoming more determined. To avoid unnecessary trouble, most players would choose to remain anonymous, to prevent being killed in their infancy. After all, jealousy can drive people crazy, and Lin Shen knew this well. But the strange changes he would face in the future couldn't be overcome just by keeping a low profile. Lin Shen wanted to tell all the players in the Divine Realm world that the Triple Crown would reclaim everything that belonged to him. The king returns, no need to be low-key. Regional announcement: congratulations to player Fan Shin for becoming the first person to solo clear the Elite Dungeon Nightmare. Rewards: 50 free attribute points, 10 skill points, 5,000 reputation points, 50 gold coins. After the regional announcement, the entire world channel fell silent for more than 10 seconds, all players stopped grinding monsters and doing quests, their faces showing disbelief. Clearing an elite dungeon, and solo at that. Is this what a newbie player who hasn't been in the game for 2 days should be doing? Isn't this a bit too much? K's expedition, awesome. Chen Good, you're amazing again. Eroding Bone, I knew it, you're so powerful, I wish I could be as crazy as you. Senior Sister, indeed the man I have my eyes on, so full of style, actually soloing the elite dungeon while we weren't paying attention. Lin Chen instantly received multiple private messages, Fatty Eroding Bone and others sent their congratulations, Senior Sister even joked about finding him a partner. Lin Chen was speechless, cursing these people for not knowing how to praise others. What kind of crazy and abnormal talk is this? Does it have anything to do with him being such a handsome badass? Block. Block them all. A moment later, at the Star Studio. A beautifully made-up woman woke up from the game pod and forcibly woke up Chen Wei from the game. I told you to treat him well, and you forced him to resign, you idiot, you ruined my big plan. The glamorous woman found Lin Chen's resignation report and slammed it on Chen Wei's face. Misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding, I will explain it to Fan Shin later. Faced with the woman's dominance, Chen Wei, who was usually arrogant, dared not say a word. She was Lu Xingchen, the behind-the-scenes boss of Star Studio, a major shareholder of many gaming companions and esports clubs. It was she who, upon learning that Lin Chen had been banned, arranged for Chen Wei to recruit Lin Chen into Star Studio. After a moment, Lu Xingchen took a deep breath and calmed down a bit. As a Divine Realm player, she knew how difficult it was to solo an elite dungeon at level 10, almost inhumanly difficult. She didn't understand how Lin Chen did it, but the only thing she was sure of was, to achieve great success in the Divine Realm, she couldn't be without Lin Chen as her trump card. Opening a limited edition bag, she took out a bank card and said, "Transfer 3 million to Lin Chen, let him reconsider returning to work at the company, and I will personally visit his sister at the city's top hospital." You have received mission items, Holy Light Life Staff, Silver Dragon White Rhino Shoulder Armor. If Aya's lost equipment flew into the package automatically, Lin Chen glanced at it casually, and blurted out, "Holy crap." Holy Light Divine Staff, Quality, Legendary Level, 50 Class, Mage Magic Attack, 1200 Attack Speed, 1.30 Critical Hit Rate, 30% Effect 1, Restores 5% of Health per second Effect 2, Increases maximum health by 30%. Unique Awakening skill when set is activated, Hymn of Life Effect. Increases the maximum health of all friendly units within 100 meters by 50%, lasting 30 minutes, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Lin Chen looked at the rows of orange text on the weapon, tears almost flowing from the corners of his mouth. Each of Afea's equipment was a top-tier legendary item among legendary items. Only the almost attributeless apprentice mage hat stood out as peculiar. I want to strip the NPC's equipment offline. Lin Shen thought fiercely that it's hard for young people not to want to take shortcuts. This item is a unique weapon for Eva, cannot be used, cannot be discarded/destroyed. Lin Shen couldn't help but smile bitterly, realizing he had overthought. In the Divine Realm, there are no free lunches, and all of Eva's equipment can only be used by her. Even if left on the ground, others cannot pick it up. Lin Shen wanted to pick up those 3 pieces of hero equipment, but as he walked past a spatial rift, a woman's low chant echoed. The enchanting voice made Lin Shen's hair stand on end. It was just too perfect. No wonder so many otaku in the previous life were crazy about the Dark Elf Queen. Who could resist such a cheerful voice? Any man would feel weak in the knees. A pair of snow-white long legs stepped out of the spatial gate, stunning to the extreme. No leg enthusiast could remain calm. Then another pair of long legs stepped out, making Lin Shen's mouth dry and his heart race. And then, another pair of long legs. And then, another one. Are you kidding me? Lin Shen's expression changed from infatuation to blank, and then to gloomy. 8 pairs of 3-meter-long legs squeezed together, a giant face wearing a black crown, and 6 large wings gradually spread out. In terms of appearance, the Dark Elf Queen was indeed beautiful, like a flawless sculpture, but her face lacked any vitality, exuding a cold aura of death. Oh my god! Lin Shen broke out in a cold sweat, a collective outbreak of phobias of both claustrophobia and fear of giants. Who wrote this ridiculous guide? Come out and face your doom. Lin Shen exclaimed in frustration. No wonder the previous life's dungeon guides had all the details of the Nightmare Night, except for the most crucial part. That is, the high-definition photo of the Dark Elf Queen. It seemed that any player who had truly unlocked the hidden dungeon had been utterly disgusted. This was no noble queen, but a supersized spider demon. Dark Elf Queen, level 15, Lord level creature, HP, 500,000/500,000, attack, 680, skills, proficiency in dark magic master skills. This boss is a projection of the Dark Elf Queen, with about 3% of her actual combat power. The prompt appeared, and Lin Shen began to wonder. With a whopping 500,000 health points, it was still just a projection. Who knew how strong the real one was? At least it belonged to the strength of a late-game world boss in the game. Moreover, although the boss seemed to have only one skill, in the Divine Realm Mage Association's rank division, only those who mastered at least 10 C-level or higher dark magic skills and upgraded all 10 skills to level 10 were qualified to become a dark mage. In other words, this boss had 10 dark magic skills. Dark magic was the first career awakening chosen by level 20 mages, and its counterpart was light magic. The boss was about to awaken, looking at the hero equipment on the ground and the temporarily inactive dark elves. Lin Shen had to temporarily give up the idea of picking up the equipment. He dared not approach the boss for fear of waking it up prematurely. After a brief calculation, he turned and ran, trying to keep as much distance as possible from the 8-legged woman. Seeing that the boss and the minions had not caught up, Lin Shen ran all the way to the cellar, keeping a distance of 800 meters. It's not that Lin Shen didn't want to push the distance to the limit and rely on the current 1,600-meter limit to kite output, but going beyond 800 meters would be considered leaving the dungeon. Half the range is half the range. Lin Shen took a deep breath and adjusted his output direction. At the same time, he threw Eva's equipment into the cellar, completing the task of returning the equipment first, to avoid being killed by the boss later for nothing. You have returned Eva's lost equipment. Please escort Eva to the city of Edgar. Got it, got it. Lin Shen nodded helplessly. In fact, besides trying to solo the boss, he had also considered whether to lure the Dark Knight Queen over and let Ivy, this fierce and beautiful girl, have a showdown with the Leg Queen. He would then wait on the side to reap the benefits. However, Lin Shen's attempts to kindly call out to the silly girl to come out and return home together were met with Ivy's words that made him give up. Woo woo. Miss here doesn't have a servant to help put on equipment, can you help me? Ordinary and weak adventurers. Really reliable, the shame of the mage world. Lin Shen was speechless, as the sickly girl was always causing trouble. If he didn't feel that Ivy's true combat power could instantly kill him hundreds of times, he would really want to throw fireballs at her in the dungeon. In the distance, the Dark Elves, with more than half of their casualties, began to mutate, merging into a black cocoon, and then quickly breaking out of it. Queensguard, level 15, HP, 20,000/20,000, attack power, 230, skills, Flash Strike, Dark Energy Release, Frenzied Bloodlust. 12 guards, clad in grey armor and wielding long spears, appeared, each one strong enough to match a level 10 normal boss. Unfurling transparent wings, they began to search for Lin Chen's location. Lin Chen focused on the distance. As a trial participant, he knew the first key to soloing a dungeon. Always kill the trash mobs first, then clear the boss. The mobs in the Divine Realm were different from those in regular online games. In the super hardcore mode, strong players could die at the hands of some quirky trash mobs if they were careless. The hexagram totem lit up the night sky, a volley of fireballs swiftly smashing into the area with the densest monsters. With experience in sniping goblin undead warriors from a distance, Lin Chen's accuracy in long-range attacks greatly improved. Flames danced near the altar, dust rose, and 2 guards were hit by fireballs. The level 10 passive talent, Flame Burn, began roasting these black grasshoppers. -1,554. -1,554. Lin Chen was beyond the range of the monster's aggro lock, and the Queen's guards were attacked, flying around in confusion. However, the Dark Elf Queen, a high-level boss, was far more intelligent than the Goblin Emperor. The guards split into 3 groups and began searching from different areas. Lin Chen dared not slack off, continuing his volley of fireballs from a distance. 5 consecutive rounds of skills plus basic attacks triggered the passive talent, burning 3 guards to death, leaving the remaining guards in a frenzy. With the Bloodlust skill activated, their flying speed increased significantly, but at the cost of continuous health loss. You have killed a Queensguard, gaining plus 900 experience. Lin Chen continued to attack while changing positions, employing the traditional skill of mages, kiting. However, these monsters had outrageously high health, with over 1,500 burn damage, taking several tens of seconds to kill each one. With such absurd mob strength, coming here to run dungeons before level 20 was suicidal. It should be noted that the teams that could clear this place had all capped their levels at 20 and undergone their first class awakening, significantly increasing their combat power to clear it. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to handle these trash mobs. With 4 guards left in front of him, Lin Chen remained calm, using a solar shield to block the guards' flash strikes. To conserve mana, he began dodging by positioning himself, rolling to the side to avoid a dark energy release. If any player saw this scene, they would definitely kneel before a bunch of mage skills, walking and casting spells with ease, dodging each attack with precision. With only a shield maintained, Lin Chen managed to grind down the remaining 4 guards. As he raised his head, a huge shadow enveloped him. The Dark Elf Queen flapped her terrifying giant wings, creating a gust of wind, looking down on him from a high vantage point, like a deity gazing at ants. To be honest, Lin Chen did not expect the Dark Elf Queen to move so fast. Of course, what surprised him even more was that observing the details of the boss up close, he found that the woman's pores were so large that it made his scalp tingle. From a distance, the boss looked graceful like a heavenly being, but up close, it was a disaster. The leg hair, comparable to steel needles, almost gave Lin Chen goosebumps, but fortunately, the critical areas of the boss were covered in black leather armor, or he would have gone crazy. How many ignorant boys and girls have been deceived into coming here to die by the unreliable strategy from the previous life? Lin Chen shook his head and complained, feeling heartbroken as a homebody. The Dark Elf Queen seemed to sense Lin Chen's disrespectful gaze and lifted her 8 long legs to ruthlessly trample him. Lin Chen was prepared, continuously moving to evade the boss's consecutive physical attacks. However, the boss's attack speed was extremely fast, quickly blocking his retreat with her long legs. With a wave of her hand, 3 black flashes came towards him. Lin Chen smiled calmly, a blazing sun shield appeared under his feet, and he dodged the attacks in the air with strange angles. Whether in the past or present life, when it came to practical application of magical skills, there were very few strong opponents who could match him, Lin Chen. Facing a boss with a relatively rigid attack pattern and only 3% of its full power, Lin Chen dealt with it effortlessly. As he landed, he raised his hand and shot 3 consecutive fireballs, accurately hitting the boss's chest armor. -1 -1 -1 The fireballs left only a shallow mark on the armor, causing no substantial damage, but Lin Chen was not surprised. In the Divine Realm, attacks on monsters were generally divided into 2 types. One caused normal damage when hitting uncovered areas, while the other was blocked by the target's high-level armor. The current situation belonged to the latter. -1355 -1355. The Dark Elf Queen howled, and flames spread in front of her chest. Although the skill did not break through the boss's defense, the Fire Mage's talent passive effect still worked. Lin Chen successfully hit and retreated again, causing the Dark Elf Queen to be enraged, and her attacks became more fierce. A dark magic spear appeared behind the boss, rushing towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and where the magic spear passed, the space trembled, with an estimated damage radius of at least 3 meters. Unlike those players from his past life who had awakened their professions and had over 3,000 plus health points, with his meager 300 health points, he would likely die from just a scratch. Look at the shield, still the shield. Lin Chen generated 4 blazing sun shields in one breath to defend against the attack. Bang! 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 The magical attack power is so high. Lin Chen was shocked, cold sweat broke out on his back, and in an instant, the 3 blazing sun shields were pierced by the magic spear. The last shield barely withstood the spear. Each blazing sun shield could withstand 700 points of damage, so with 3 shields pierced, it meant that this boss's instant burst damage was at least over 2,000 points. A single hit would be enough to kill him 6 or 7 times. Lin Chen's face changed, abandoning his playful attitude towards the boss, not daring to be negligent. Lin Chen's magic surged, and he immediately followed up with a series of fireballs after a basic attack, targeting the boss's chest armor once again. -2 -2. With the successful 4-hit combo, the damage deducted increased slightly. Lin Chen nodded silently, stepping on the blazing sun shield to escape, with continuous rumbling behind him, the ground shaking as the Dark Elf Queen continued her rampage. -4 -4 -1355. The surrounding half-beast tribe camp was destroyed by Lin Chen, creating favorable terrain to slow down the boss's movement speed. However, even though the continuous damage effect of flame burn is outstanding, the Dark Knight Queen's blood volume reaches a terrifying 500,000. If they continue like this without waiting for the boss to fall, Lin Chen will hang up due to depletion of mana. At least I have to cast a few more fireballs to break through this ugly woman's defense, Lin Chen muttered to himself. Relying on smooth movement skills, he continuously locked onto the boss's chest and relentlessly attacked. It's not that Lin Chen is lewd by nature and must hammer away at someone's chest, but it's because of the special armor mechanism in the Divine Realm. Although all armor and weapons in the Divine Realm do not have durability, they can indeed be violently destroyed. Once the target's armor is destroyed, the damage received will increase significantly. In some vital areas, the heart, head, organs, once the armor is broken, it will be a critical hit with a high probability. It may also cause negative effects such as stiffness and floating. The area Lin Chen continuously attacked was precisely where the boss's heart was located. Currently, Lin Chen's critical hit rate is only 2% because he does not have equipped enhancements. However, for a challenger, even with a 2% critical hit rate, as long as the spell attacks are accurate enough, he can achieve a 100% critical hit. After 10 minutes of pulling, the armor in front of the boss's chest began to crack, revealing a large area of snow white. But in Lin Chen's eyes, there was no beauty in it, he just wanted to quickly kill this constantly nagging ugly woman. 20% of the boss's health was worn down, but it suddenly stopped pursuing. The boss is changing its attack stance, Lin Chen understood instantly. The more powerful the boss, the more attack patterns it possesses. As players chip away at its health, it triggers one or more attack stances. This is one of the main challenges in strategizing against Divine Realm bosses. Suddenly, a huge dark hexagram appeared behind the boss, covering the sky and extinguishing the stars. A blood-red magic pattern descended from the sky, ignoring the solar shield above Lin Chen's head and directly hitting him with dark magic. Several black magic patterns appeared on Lin Chen's body, and he casually glanced at them, muttering to himself, Graded Dark Magic, Death Curse Pattern. Graded Dark Magic, Death Curse Pattern. Effect: forces all targets' health within range to drop to 10%, lasting for 1 minute, decreasing based on the target's magic resistance, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. This is the abnormality of dark magic. Without a light magic user present for protection, no matter how good a player's equipment is, once the curse is cast, the opponent's equipment advantages will be significantly weakened. In a past life, there was a curse mage in a small guild who used this move, Death Curse Pattern, leaving all the major players in the opposing guild dumbfounded, and the small guild easily wiped them out. Moreover, dark curse magic in the early to mid stages of the divine realm is almost impossible to counter. Once hit by this move, it's like waiting to be slaughtered, as the health is reduced to 10%, and a few basic attacks will bring one to their knees. However, using this kind of big move against Lin Chen is like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, basically ineffective. With such a big show, you're showing me this? Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. If this move were used against a normal player, they would definitely have to lie on the ground and wait to be stomped to death by the boss. But Lin Chen pursues a flawless victory. Even if he only has 35 health points left, he won't even flinch if he has only 1 health point left. As long as he has enough mana, the 9-faced solar shield is his health. The Dark Night Queen arrogantly screeched, mocking the adventurer who was cursed before her. 6 large moth wings flapped, and 3 dark magic swords rushed through the air. Lin Chen waved his hand to perfectly resolve the 6-faced Scorching Sun shield 2-1, while glancing at his own blue energy, which was less than 1,000 points. As his blue energy was about to run out, Lin Chen remained calm, continuing to scratch the boss's armor. -20, -20. Each precise hit on the boss's chest with a basic attack made Lin Chen feel as if he was born to do this, with even he finding his accuracy terrifying. As his blue energy depleted, the armor's gaps grew larger. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen raised his new staff and coldly said, "Off with you." Crack! The black armor shattered and fell from the sky. Lin Chen raised his eyelids, ignoring all distractions and entering the Sage mode. Critical hit -230. Critical hit -230. Fireballs exploded in succession, a series of blood-red numbers lit up, and the boss's massive body uncontrollably flew backward. With a sharp cry of pain, Lin Chen's eyes were sharp as he continuously hit the boss's vital points with basic fireballs. Surprisingly, he managed to keep the Dark Night Queen in a continuous floating state. Lin Chen once again demonstrated his top-tier basic attack technique, seamlessly connecting each basic attack, causing the boss to fall and rise repeatedly. For a mage wielding a new staff with an attack speed of only 0.5, even the slightest delay between attacks would make it impossible to achieve continuous floating strikes. What's even more terrifying is that Lin Chen could multitask, quietly activating the in-game recording function. Soon, a minute passed, and the boss's head showed a combo count of x33. 10 minutes later, the combo count reached a terrifying 352 times. Half an hour later, the combo count surpassed 900, and the boss's health reached its limit. If there were veteran players of A Sword in Conquest present, they would surely exclaim, "This is the godly Lin Chen's unbeatable technique." Server announcement: player Yakancheng led the team to clear the Elite Dungeon Dark Dungeon. Team rewards: 30 free attribute points, 3 skill points, 1,000 reputation points, and 15 gold coins. Pizza not spicy, Dragon Mark is awesome. Celebrate! Divine Domain Lu Qiqiang, Dragon Mark is invincible. Yakancheng is a natural archer, aiming for the top in the Divine Domain. Bei Qian, personally, not as good as the God of Mortals, no big deal if not soloing and announcing, lacks any technical content. After a fierce battle, the core players of the Dragon Mark Guild successfully cleared the first level 15 elite dungeon in Edgar City, but opinions among players were mixed. The quality was naturally not as shocking as the God of Mortals soloing Night of Horror. However, this did not stop many players from praising Yakancheng. Yakancheng immediately spent 10,000 gold to broadcast to the entire server. The success of the expedition cannot be achieved without the help of teammates. Yakancheng thanks everyone for their efforts. Looking forward to more players joining our Dragon Mark. Seeing this, a fat man chopping monsters in the wilderness disdainfully said, "Such a hypocritical act. When snatching monsters and bosses, you didn't show this side. Ding dong, player Dragon Mark has distributed red envelopes to all players in the server. Amount, 1,000 gold coins, limited to 999. Suddenly, all players in the server received a notification. The fat man was stunned. What the heck, a million red envelopes? While cursing, he quickly grabbed one and opened it, finding 5 gold coins inside. The 5,000 gold coins made him ecstatic. Madly slashing a street, the tycoon is here, Yakancheng is too generous. Help him up, I want to join Dragon Mark. Send in tears, what's the god of mortals? Dragon Mark is more fierce. Wow, half a month's living expenses. Magic walks the world, no exaggeration, Yakancheng is the #1 in the divine domain. The million red envelopes caused a frenzy in the world channel. After all, who would refuse the care of the tycoon? Even the boastful remarks that Ecom City is the #1 in the divine realm have appeared. Before, I didn't know the players of the Dragon Mark Guild, but now I have completely remembered the dominance of the Dragon Mark leader, and it seems that I have already considered listing Dragon Mark as the first option to join the guild. Just like in the previous life, the Dragon Mark Guild has long established a strong image in the minds of players. Lin Chen stood in front of the gradually dissolving corpse of the Dark Elf Queen, watching Ecom City show off on the World Channel, and had to admit that there was a reason why Dragon Mark could become the strongest guild in the entire server. You should know that there are many guilds that can compete with Dragon Mark in terms of financial resources alone, but there are very few guild leaders who can match the courage of Ecom City. The million red envelopes were ostensibly to celebrate clearing the instance, but in reality, they were creating an advertising effect for Dragon Mark, generating far more value than just a million. Sorry, I don't accept that, Lin Chen said calmly. The next second, all players received another notification. Server announcement, player Fengshen, like a holy spirit possessed, single-handedly defeated the hidden boss, Lord level, Dark Elf Queen. Rewards include 70 attribute points, 20 skill points, 10,000 reputation points, and 80 gold coins. What? Lord boss? Solo? I'll be damned, this Fengshen must be a relative of the boss, a level 10 mage taking down a lord boss. For a moment, countless players were petrified, their brains all malfunctioning, doubting if they were playing the game in the same dimension as Fengshen. Moxing Tianxia, I personally think that the Dragon Mark leader is now temporarily ranked second in my mind. K's expedition, the face slap came too suddenly, I'm laughing to death, my dear Fengshen never fails to surprise. What should we do? Should we still send out the red envelopes? Inside Edgar City, Zhu Xuanxuang, dressed in a water element hero robe, looked troubled. Tianji Quanzhan was furious, cursing, that guy must have exploited a bug, otherwise how could he solo a lord boss? What a shameless person! Despite sending out a million red envelopes, now another player stole the limelight, but Ecom City remained unusually calm. Even if he exploited a bug or found the boss's weakness mechanism, as long as he can solo a lord, it's enough to show how strong he is, proving that my judgment was correct. Ecom City said with a smile, showing no signs of anger. Ecom City looked at the somewhat disheartened guild teammates and said with a light smile, I have already obtained the blueprint for the level 15 legendary bow, and I need the help of my teammates in each group. Tianji Quanzhan, don't worry, we can take care of the 500 crocodile skins in our group. Zhu Xuanxuang, I'll get 3,000 magic crystals from life players, no problem. Ecom City nodded, once again displaying his financial ability, sending 2 million red envelopes in the team channel, and everyone was happy again. Inside the haunted night instance, 2 silver lights burst from the disappearing body of the boss, a somewhat damaged statue about half a person tall, and a fist-sized blue gem. Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he picked up the statue to examine it. Statue of the Elven Queen, quality, damaged relic description, a legendary relic from the Elven race, its effectiveness reduced by 99% due to damage by the Dark Elf Queen. Placing it in the inventory will grant a special skill. Skill, Indestructible Spirit, blessed by the Elven Queen, enter a spirit state that cannot be attacked for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 12 hours. 3 seconds invincible. Lin Chen was overjoyed, the otaku strategy did not deceive me. This item had caused countless high-level players to lament because once they exceeded level 20, they lost the chance to be a real man for 3 seconds. The 3-second invincibility effect, although seemingly short, would become a trump card in Lin Chen's hands during actual combat. Without a doubt, for those thieves who are full of attacks and critical strikes, one strike is enough to kill. But if you want to see this thing go high and low, you have to give Lin Chen a knock. Even though the cooldown time is long and terrifying, it greatly reduces the success rate of being ambushed by thieves from behind. What is this thing? Extra dropped items? Lin Chen looked at the blue gem on the ground with some confusion. The drops from this boss are quite stingy, with only 3 dry gold coins and a holy item. The strategy guide also did not mention what gems the boss would drop. Lin Chen was too busy showing off earlier and didn't notice, but he estimated that the Heretic of the Beast Clan title was in effect, resulting in a 10% increase in drop rate. Elf Diamond Quality, Holy Item Required Level 20 Unique Effect, reduces cooldown of all professional skills by 30%, with a certain probability of duplicating 1/2 normal attacks/skills, depending on weapon quality. Description: main material used to forge legendary weapons. Just a few words made Lin Chen's mouth drop open. How could he not know the value of this thing? Just a 30% cooldown reduction is enough to drive players crazy. And the most terrifying part is the duplication of attack effects. Casting one skill is like casting 2 or 3? If lucky enough, using a chain fireball once, 9 fireballs falling at the same time. Isn't that equivalent to casting a meteor shower? How could a flawless holy item explode? Lin Chen was stunned. The statue dropped by the boss was just a broken holy item, but this thing turned out to be a genuine holy item of the elf race. Checking the battle log again, you have killed the Dark Elf Queen, gaining plus 30,000 experience points. Your level has increased to level 15. Continuing to scroll down, congratulations. Extra drop rate of 1% in effect. After soloing the entire Nightmare Dungeon, Lin Chen hit the jackpot. He obtained 2 holy items, 3 pieces of level 15 warrior hero equipment, and a large amount of first clear rewards in gold coins. The most crucial part was the 30 skill points reward and a total of 120 attribute points, enough to help Lin Chen establish a strong foothold in the early game. The importance of attribute points is not to be underestimated, as they can increase a player's initial attribute values. Subsequent upgrades in magic levels will require a large number of skill points/gold coins, especially during the 20th level Professional Awakening, which usually has strict requirements on a player's magic level. However, while soloing dungeons for first clears yields great rewards, Lin Chen does not believe that this advantage alone can make him invincible. After level 10, side quests, hidden quests, and achievement rewards almost always offer skill/attribute point rewards. This is not uncommon, it's just a matter of more or fewer rewards. And what this game lacks the least is hardcore players, relying on the high-end game pods that come with nutrient solutions. Some players can even stay online for several weeks in a row. It can be said that as long as Lin Chen slackens off, other players will quickly catch up. Lin Chen checked the attributes of the equipment he obtained and shook his head. It's a pity that these 3 pieces of equipment are all level 15 transitional gear, otherwise I would have given them all to the fatty. These 3 pieces of equipment are all hero gear, 1 weapon and 2 armor pieces, all precious warrior sets named Bone Crusher. Equipping them together increases attack power by 150 points, which is very powerful in the early game. However, level 15 equipment is somewhat awkward because the leveling speed is very fast before level 20. After reaching level 20 and undergoing a Professional Awakening, the experience required for each level up is massive, significantly reducing the efficiency of leveling up. Only a big spender like Lin Chen would dare to splurge on a set of level 15 hero gear before reaching level 20. Lin Chen casually put the 3 pieces of equipment up for auction. The last auction of the staff was sold for 200 gold coins. This time, because it was sold as a set, Lin Chen, thinking that the rich wouldn't lack money, simply set a high price of 1,000 gold coins for a quick sale. Glancing at the real-time clock, it was 3:30 in the afternoon, and the hospital would be closing soon. So he exchanged the 700 gold coins in his hand for money, then logged out of the game, planning to go to the hospital first to pay for Xiaoshuan's surgery. Bone Crusher set. The seller is Fan Shin again. This guy is too black-hearted. Who would buy 3 pieces of equipment for 1 million? Oh my god, these 3 pieces of equipment couldn't have been the ones he just got from the instance. This game makes money faster than delivering takeout. All eyes were fixed on the auctioneer of the Imperial Auction House, and the top members of all major guilds were going crazy, staring wide-eyed at those 3 purple pieces of equipment. Although individually these 3 pieces of equipment may not rank in the top 10 on the equipment list, the set's attributes and attack power are too strong. What should we do? Should we buy them? Will it be a loss? Everyone hesitated and dared not act rashly. After all, it was a whole 1 million. Damn! It got sold out so quickly. It's a pity. If the boss had taken down the 3 pieces of equipment, there would be no problem clearing the Crimson Assassin normal instance. The leader of a large guild was dumbfounded. He had just recharged gold coins, only to find that the items in the auction house were gone when he opened it again. However, what was even more speechless was that, just 30 seconds later, the Bone Crusher set mysteriously appeared on the auction house again. The price: 1,200 gold coins. Seller, anonymous. Damn, just trying to make more money, right? I'll make your wish come true. The warrior leader was frantic, thinking that Lin Chen had taken down the item and then relisted it at a higher price. But this wasn't the end of it. Just half a minute later, the warrior leader had just added another 20,000 yuan, and the Bone Crusher was taken down again. This time the price: 1,500 gold coins. The seller was still anonymous. Imperial God of War, Fanshin, you are truly disgusting. If you're not sincere about selling, why set a quick sale price, and now you're raising the price? Are you playing me? The leader of the Imperial Guild was on the verge of breaking down. Imperial God of Milk, be kind, my friend. There's no one as poor and crazy as you. Mad War, Divine Gift, as expected, just a poor loser. After being manipulated by several middlemen, the 3 pieces of equipment were eventually pushed to a sky-high price of 1,800 gold coins. Finally, the leader of the Imperial Guild, God of War, tearfully took it down, truly becoming a scapegoat. It's so delicious. I must have eaten too much Warcraft meat. Even instant noodles taste this good. At this moment, Lin Chen was slurping instant noodles in the living room. If he were playing the game, he would find countless private messages warmly greeting him. Of course, if Lin Chen knew that the equipment had been bid up to 1.8 million, he would probably be shocked, as he underestimated the manipulation skills of the middleman. After changing his clothes and washing his face, Lin Chen took a taxi to the hospital. Thinking that he would soon see Xiao Xian, Lin Chen could hardly contain his excitement, as Xiao Xian had been missing from his world for 5 years. Standing outside the internal medicine building of the hospital, Lin Chen paced back and forth without going in directly. He had faced countless life-threatening situations in the post-apocalyptic world, but had never felt this nervous before. Holding a bouquet of carnations, his hands trembled uncontrollably. What should I say? Is your beloved big brother back with the money? Were you charmed? Or, has the little snotty bug missed his big brother for a few days and can't sleep? Come here for a kiss. Lin Chen's mind was a mess, and when he saw that there were fewer people at the payment window, he walked over. Hey, Xiaofan, what a coincidence! At this moment, someone suddenly called out to him. Lin Chen turned around in surprise to see a fashionable and beautiful woman waving at him. Standing beside her was a man with a horse face. Shen Wei? It took Lin Chen several seconds to react and realize that the beautiful woman was actually the general manager of Star Studio, Lu Xingchen. General Manager Lu, why are you here at the hospital? Are you not feeling well? Lin Chen looked puzzled as he observed her. The woman, in her mid-20s, had a charming face, a good figure, and a pair of eyes that seemed to speak, showing no signs of illness. What are you saying? Can't I visit an employee's family member who is sick? Lu Xingchen pursed her red lips, pretending to be displeased, but with a friendly demeanor. Employee's family member. Lin Chen frowned, then shook his head. General Manager Lu, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Yesterday, Tang Kai and I already submitted a resignation letter to Manager Chen. Chen Wei looked flustered and quickly explained with a smile, Lin, everyone got a bit carried away yesterday. Why are you taking it to heart? It's a misunderstanding. Really, it's a misunderstanding. Sorry, let's talk later. I need to go to the payment counter first. Lin Chen didn't want to get too involved with the two of them, but he had a general idea of what was going on. Lu Xingchen had come to show goodwill towards him. No. Lu Xingchen furrowed her brows, leaving Lin Chen puzzled. No? What do you mean, no? Lu Xingchen smiled mischievously and said, of course not. You submitted a resignation letter without my consent, so it's not allowed. Huh? Lin Chen was speechless. Why was this woman being so difficult? Just as Lin Chen was about to speak, Lu Xingchen glanced at Chen Wei and said coldly, how are the things you were supposed to take care of? And what did the hospital say? Chen Wei, with a flattering smile, replied, General Manager, rest assured, the surgery fee for Xiao Xian has been paid, and Director he will personally perform the surgery. Lin Chen, standing nearby, looked shocked, not understanding what was going on. What surgery fee? What director performing the surgery? Was this the standard treatment for a studio employee? Lin Chen was a bit confused. Lu Xingchen continued, here is 3 million. It's not much, take it. 3 million is not much. Lu Xingchen handed over a platinum card, leaving Lin Chen completely bewildered. He asked seriously, why are you suddenly giving me so much money? Lu Xingchen, feeling uncomfortable under Lin Chen's gaze, coughed and said, congratulations, Lin Chen, you have won the Best Employee Award of the Year, with a prize of 3 million. The 3 million award for outstanding employees? If this had happened before yesterday, Lin Chen would have snatched the card and stuffed it in his pocket, regardless of whether it was a prank or not. But now, 3 million was just a joke. General Manager Lu, you are quite interesting. Lin Chen smiled as he looked at Lu Xingchen, who seemed uneasy, almost seeing through her intentions at a glance. Rather than calling it an employee bonus, it was more like an investment in him, Lin Chen. This woman wanted to hold on to him with the slender waist she could easily grasp. Well, more accurately, she wanted to latch onto his thigh. Lu Xingchen must have noticed Lin Chen's strong performance in God's domain and wanted to bind him to Star Studio. Business must not be going well for other games recently, General Manager Lu, Lin Chen teased. Lu Xingchen's face gradually turned cold, but she managed to force a smile and said, it's okay. Lu Xingchen was a second-generation rich, having made a lot of money by organizing professional teams and gold farming studios in popular games like Sword and Conquest. However, since the announcement of the opening of God's Domain, it had started to impact other games. The player who poured a lot of money into Sword Expedition has seen a sharp decline in numbers, and now the company in Lu Xingchen's hands is experiencing a daily decline in revenue. She had no choice but to start investing all her financial resources into Divine Domain, hoping to expand the studio's scale and establish a guild, hoping to turn the tables with the terrifying player base of Divine Domain. Lin Chen holds the title of Triple Crown and has shown his edge in the game. Obviously, he has become the focus of Lu Xingchen's investment. Lin Chen looked at Lu Xingchen again and said, I have to say, you are really smart. You flatter me, Xiaofan. Lin Chen's almost penetrating gaze made Lu Xingchen feel angry, but she dared not show it now, she can only force a smile. Within just over 30 hours of the game's launch, the name of Fan Shen dominated the rankings multiple times, even surpassing the momentum of the Dragon Marquicone City. Once he returns to the Star Studio now and plays a significant role in establishing the guild, the reputation of the Star Guild will be firmly established. This move is indeed characteristic of this woman. In the previous life, the Star Guild was very prominent in the early stages of the game, and Lin Chen was the leader of a 100-person gold farming team. At that time, the gap between players was not significant, relying on Lin Chen and other former professional players who successfully cleared difficult dungeons one after another. The guild's development was actually quite good at that time. Until the guild-based battle began, Lu Xingchen made a wrong judgment by being content with the status quo. She did not believe that the guild had the strength to capture the base, and she was reluctant to spend 5 million to buy the qualification for the guild battle seat. As a result, the core players of the Star Guild became disheartened, and many former professional players were poached. Not long after, the guild disappeared from the mainstream ranks. What do you think? I can promise that you will lead the guild in the future. Lu Xingchen gritted her teeth and made a decision. Lin Chen couldn't hold back his smile, with a mocking look on his face. Look, President Lu is talking nonsense again. How can I take on such a big responsibility? If he were still working under them like in his previous life, would Lu Xingchen come over to beg him to take the money? Despite her seemingly kind-hearted and accommodating appearance, she was actually a ruthless businesswoman who looked down on others in the business world. In the 2 years of gold farming at the Star Studio, working tirelessly for more than 12 hours a day as a game slave on the lowest salary in Jiangchuan City, Lin Chen wanted to laugh. If it weren't for Lu Xingchen assisting in their exploitation behind the scenes, would Chen Wei, a manager, dare to oppress his subordinates like this? Chen Ge, think carefully. We have been together day and night for 2 years. I just offended you with my words. Chen Wei gritted his teeth at the words and quickly stepped forward, saying, or, you can hit me to vent your anger. After speaking, this guy Chen Wei even pretended to slap himself. Lin Chen felt disgusted watching this and waved his hand, saying, don't play this trick. Yesterday, you were eager to swallow me and the fat guy alive. The hospital is not the place to discuss such matters. I won't ask for your surgery fees and bonuses. Lin Chen said coldly, shaking his head, making Lu Xingchen feel a chill in her heart. Just as she was about to continue persuading, Lin Chen turned around and added, however, I owe you for being able to have the hospital director operate on you personally. Lu Xingchen's expression changed, instantly understanding Lin Chen's meaning, indicating that there was still room for maneuver in this matter. But soon Lin Chen cut off her thoughts. Lin Chen smiled and said, I won't join your guild, but I can help you take the guild base, with one condition. President Lu, don't listen to his nonsense. Guild bases are not easy to take. Chen Wei's face darkened, lowering his voice to Lu Xingchen, even if he is strong, he is only one person. The list of base battles released by the official website already has over 50 names, and it will increase to over 100 later, but the first batch of base points only has 12 city-state bases. Yan Xingchen's face was uncertain, looking at the man in front of her who was as calm as water. She didn't know where he got his confidence from, as if he could achieve anything he set his mind to. You tell me the conditions first, and I'll try to meet them, Yan Xingchen compromised. With her current terrible financial situation, she could only take this risk. If the man really managed to take over the stronghold and sell it given the current popularity of God Domain, she would immediately make a fortune. Lin Chen also had his own considerations. When he was expelled by Tianxi and facing the most difficult time, this woman took him in. Although the treatment was not great, regardless of the woman's motives, he did owe Yan Xingchen a favor. Lin Chen looked at Chen Wei faintly, and the latter immediately felt something was amiss. Lin Chen then made a call to Fatty. Fatty, hey, what's up? I was just about to do a dungeon. Lin Chen, someone wants to talk to you. Fatty, who? A girl? Before Fatty could finish speaking, Lin Chen heard a loud slap, and Fatty on the other end of the phone was being beaten by his sister-in-law. You bastard, you fatso, get lost. Fatty, sorry, Chen Ge, I must have misheard just now. Lin Chen chuckled at this, don't worry, I was deaf. Lin Chen put the phone on speaker and handed it to the pale-faced Chen Wei. Under Yan Xingchen's murderous gaze, Chen Wei stuttered, Dad, I was wrong. After settling the score with Fatty, Lin Chen sent Yan Xingchen away with a few words. Holding flowers, he arrived outside the 414 ward that haunted his dreams, took a deep breath, and approached the small window of the ward. No matter how many times I die, I swear I won't let the nightmare happen again. Lin Chen gathered all his courage, did countless mental preparations, he just wanted to be a qualified older brother. Under the bright sunlight, a girl with chestnut-colored long hair sat on the hospital bed. Her delicate face was slightly pale, her long hair gently swayed by the breeze, she was playing with a tablet in her hand, a sweet smile on her lips. In an instant, tears welled up in Lin Chen's eyes. He knew that the demon in his heart was shattered, and the dream had come true. Pushing the door open, ignoring the strange looks of other patients, he tightly hugged her. Lin Chen gently touched her long hair, and she whispered in his ear, I'm back, this time. I'm really back. Brother, aren't you at work? The girl looked at him in surprise, her face lit up with a smile, her pretty face blushing slightly, looking shy and pure under the sunlight. Wow, you're so embarrassing. Who's the crybaby here? You just dirted the hospital gown I changed into. Yi Xiaoxian was speechless, her usually tall brother crying like a child. She couldn't stand the looks of the other patients, so she pinched Lin Chen's ear, blushing, and said, "Enough. Brother, we haven't seen each other for just 2 days, no need to be so sentimental." Lin Chen noticed the gaze behind him. The nurse was looking at him with disdain, so Lin Chen quickly stepped aside in the aisle and said stubbornly, "You don't understand, this is called a tough guy with a soft heart. You call yourself a tough guy, you can't even do 20 push-ups." Yi Xiaoxian mercilessly mocked, leaving Lin Chen feeling embarrassed. His long-term lack of exercise had indeed made him very weak. Yi Xiaoxian playfully raised her eyebrows. "So, are you going to take me home?" "I'll pack my bags, 1 minute, done." On the surface, it seemed like a joke, but Lin Chen felt a pang of sadness, knowing that this girl was afraid of wasting money on treatment. "Are you here to cause trouble for me?" Lin Chen pretended to look disgusted at the girl, raising his chin and saying, "Get ready to move to the VIP ward. Your brother is back among the wealthy now. I've already paid for the surgery. Doctor, he will personally perform the surgery for you on the 1st of next month." "Really?" "Of course." Yi Xiaoxian suddenly frowned and said decisively, "You didn't borrow money at a high interest rate, did you? If that's the case, if you don't return the money immediately, I'll jump from here right now." Lin Chen was shocked, knowing the temper of this girl. This was definitely not a joke. So he told her about how he had been killing enemies and making money in the divine realm. "Ha ha! I knew it, this player known as a scammer, how much he resembles you." Yi Xiaoxian suddenly laughed carelessly, leaving Lin Chen with a puzzled expression. Yi Xiaoxian handed him a tablet, and Lin Chen's face quickly fell when he saw the screen. The screen displayed the official forum of Divine Realm, with a post titled "Remember this scum, the official player who cheats us into spending money." Clicking on it, the first thing that popped up was a high-definition photo of Fan Shen. Comments: Xiaozhuang, I have never seen such shameless person before. It was revealed long ago that this Fan Shen is an official tester, even soloing dungeons to deliberately induce players to recharge. Black Mountain Old Waste, from the beginning, I felt something was off about this person. He admitted he was a tester himself, why isn't the official taking action? Empire War God, this broken game, this scammer destroyed my youth, Fanshin, IF ******. The post had been up for less than an hour, and the number of comments had exceeded tens of thousands, making it the headline of the forum. Someone actually bought transitional equipment for 1 million? Lin Chen rubbed his chin in confusion. He had planned to sell it at a low price if he couldn't sell it. Yi Xiaoxian shook her head, teasing him playfully. "I knew my brother is the best in any game. I'm your brainless fan, 3-time champion Anisauce." "Of course." Lin Chen nodded solemnly. Seeing his sister in good spirits, his mood also improved a lot. Whether it was a professional competition or training, Xiaoxian was always in the seat closest to the stands. Lin Chen was already accustomed to this way of life, so he would do his best to protect this silly girl. Rather than saying Xiaoxian always relied on him, it was more accurate to say that she was his spiritual support. Remember to listen to the nurse's advice and don't get angry all the time. As the doctor came to change the 4-drip, Lin Chen kept reminding her. Yi Xiaoxian obediently nodded like a little cat, making cute noises. "Brother." Before parting, Xiaoxian hesitated and called out to Lin Chen. "What's up?" Lin Chen turned to look at the silly girl. Xiaoxuan's pretty face blushed slightly, blinking her big eyes. She smiled sweetly. "After I finish the surgery, can I be your support and play assistant for you?" Lin Chen felt warmth in his heart and smiled. "Sure, I'll wait for you." Back at the rental house, Lin Chen called Fatty. "I was laughing my head off. Those idiots in the work group sent some nonsense, and now they're all apologizing like crazy on my social media." Fatty couldn't help but burst into laughter. The colleagues who had mocked him on social media were now publicly humiliated under Chen Wei's instructions, which made Fatty extremely happy. "Stop laughing, let's discuss something serious. Do you remember the guild we talked about setting up before?" Lin Chen said seriously. I remember, of course I remember. Are we really going to do it? Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, the guild stronghold battle is about to begin. If we miss this opportunity, it will be more troublesome later on. We need to secure our positions first. But, damn, the registration fee is 5 million. Isn't that too expensive? The fat man hesitated a bit. This amount of money was astronomical for the two brothers. No rush, we still have a week. We should be able to get the money, even if we have to borrow, Lin Chen said seriously. The guild stronghold is crucial for the late game in the game. As player/monster levels increase, stronger guilds can take the lead in dungeon clearing in major battles. Some rare items/world boss takedowns are difficult to achieve with individual strength alone. And the setting of player reputation points is largely for guild battles. Fat man, oh, right, the equipment you got this afternoon, you really made a fortune. Yeah, I saw someone on the forum saying they made a small profit, about 100. What? Wasn't it 180 W? Can you be more honest, Comrade Lin Chen? Now it was Lin Chen's turn to be stunned, 180,000? The fat man recounted the incident of the merchant raising prices, and Lin Chen felt like his heart was bleeding, so frustrated he felt like vomiting blood. Damn it! Fighting to kill the boss, only to have the merchant make a clean profit of 800 gold coins without any cost. What a crappy game, should we keep playing? There are unscrupulous merchants in every game, but the black-hearted merchants in the divine realm are the worst. Even Lin Chen had to admire this to some extent. After all, not every player has the courage to do such speculation, otherwise, if the equipment ends up in their hands, it would be a loss. Adjusting his mood, Lin Chen and the fat man agreed to enter the game. Time and space travel, the scene changes. Lin Chen appeared in the despicable river, where Ivy was crouching behind a big rock, stealing glances at him. Ordinary and weak adventurer, can you help me change clothes? Ivy asked with flushed cheeks. Lin Chen's eyes instantly showed a fierce light, such a wonderful start as soon as he logged in. Ivy, wearing a single garment in front of him, her hot and beautiful body, her beautiful face, Lin Chen's excited heart, trembling hands, it's self-evident. As a shut-in, what he liked most about Divine Realm was this. The so-called anti-harmony system is actually non-existent, there is no mysterious mosaic hindering the progress of civilization. It is precisely because of this that to a certain extent, since the opening of Divine Realm, it has been strongly resisted by various parents of naughty children. But, it's all in vain. The gods will not pay attention to the parents' nonsense. You have gained Ivy's favor, friendly value plus 10, 10/100, By dressing the sickly girl in equipment, Lin Chen's friendly value with the NPC increased. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, murmuring, it is said that when the friendly value with the opposite sex NPC reaches 100 points, you can marry and have children. In his previous life, Lin Chen was either gold farming or barely surviving in super hardcore mode, with no time to study relationships with NPCs. However, he knew that once the Divine Realm world merged with reality, the NPCs in the game would not disappear. In a sense, they were no different from players. Of course, Lin Chen was a serious person. What he cared about were clues to hidden tasks/professions, which required a certain level of friendly value to trigger. But raising the friendly value with NPCs was not easy, the conditions were usually very strict. If he hadn't cleared Nightmare Night and obtained Ivy's lost equipment, he wouldn't have gained 10 points of friendly value, the difficulty can be imagined. However, Ivy was indeed a good breakthrough. Worth making more use of. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen took Ivy back to the suspension bridge leading to Edgar City. That person is a mortal god. And he's with an NPC girl? Damn, that's impressive. Is this the style of a great god? Lin Chen's arrival caused a small commotion. Wow! Beauties, look! Such a handsome warrior. Based on my many years of experience in judging men, from his posture analysis, he is definitely a handsome guy in reality. But the commotion was quickly drowned out by the screams of the girl players. In the distance, a high-profile warrior wearing a gray cloak and wielding a silver sword, stood leaning against the drawbridge, looking elegant and handsome. The warrior opened his cloak, and the screams surged one after another. He had handsome and invincible features, diamond-like shining silver hair, and a sword-like figure. His voice was extremely magnetic, and his golden eyes stared at Lin Chen, saying lightly, "May I ask where your sword is pointing?" Needless to say, the silver-haired handsome guy was indeed the fat guy himself. Looking at that overly handsome face, Lin Chen felt powerless to comment. If the fat guy didn't engage in gold farming in the game, he would definitely be a genius in creating character images. Just relying on this skill alone, if the characters he created were put up for sale on the forum, he would have achieved financial freedom long ago. Faced with the fat guy's somewhat juvenile question, Lin Chen felt embarrassed, pointing his staff to the sky with a red face. "My sword points to the North Street, Jiangchuan Red Light District, and my heart points to the South River, Jiangchuan's largest club." The fat guy stepped forward and fist bumped Lin Chen 3 times. American boy gestures 6 times. Lin Chen forced a smile and went through all the secret handshake signals with him, leaving the other players dumbfounded. Where did these 2 juvenile lunatics come from? Oh yeah. My good brother. The fat guy laughed heartily, jumping up to chest bump. I swear I will hide my ID next time. Lin Chen wished he could find a hole to hide in, feeling ashamed of this American boy greeting routine that made him unable to face others. Kai Lord's expedition request to join the queue. Lin Chen reluctantly agreed. The fat guy shook his head confidently, looking at the white-scaled giant snake boss on the bridge, proudly saying, "I'll attract its attention, you do the damage." Lin Chen glanced at the fat guy's level, 14, with 2,150 health points, still wearing a blue set of equipment. These stats were already strong among non-whale players. Lin Chen was not surprised. The fat guy was not a former professional player, but after following him for these years, his gaming skills naturally surpassed ordinary players. "No need to bother, we can easily take down this mini-boss, then we have to escort this NPC back to the Mage Guild in the city," Lin Chen said. The fat guy was taken aback, only now noticing Ivy hiding behind Lin Chen. His eyes lit up. "Damn, why is my wife with you? Give me back my wife." Lin Chen had 3 black lines on his forehead. "Tang Kai, you are really tired of living. If your wife catches you emotionally cheating on an NPC, she will definitely skin you alive. TSK, don't you understand the concept of family status? She dares to nag at the head of the family, laughable." The fat guy looked disdainful, while Lin Chen chuckled beside him, knowing that this guy's prideful personality had not changed. 2 people fighting the white snake? Isn't that something only priests avoid? And the mage is still wearing level 1 newbie equipment. Are you sure this isn't a joke? Talking about tigers and wolves, can you really take down the white snake with 20,000 health points easily? The surrounding players looked at them with surprise. Even after the server had been running for so long, there were still many players stuck in this area. The 2 of them strolled casually on the bridge, as if the giant white-scaled python in front of them didn't exist. The fat guy said, "I say, how do we go about setting up a guild? Even if we can handle the financial aspect, what about choosing the right people to manage the guild? We can't just randomly pick a couple of people." "Don't worry, I already have the right people in mind, they just don't know me yet." Lin Chen smiled. "You really have a way, I'm impressed." Before he could finish speaking, the giant python twisted its body and charged towards the fat guy. Clang! The silver longsword swung, blocking the sharp fangs of the giant python, followed by a sword thrust into the python's eye. Critical hit, 570. The python roared, spitting out green venom. The fat guy's movements were agile, his actions flowing smoothly. Throwing off the cloak with a backhand, blocking the boss's poison perfectly, the unmatched swordsman raised his silver sword for a charge, striking a critical hit on the vital point once again. Unmatched swordsman, huh? You can actually block the boss's poison attack like that? Lonely Rain Knight, I saw this warrior yesterday. Everyone in their team was wiped out, but this guy, with just a sliver of health left, managed to defeat the boss. What boss? So slow. Hearing someone praise the fatty, his mouth stretched all the way to the back of his head, intending to show off in front of Lin Chen. Indeed impressive. Lin Chen smiled knowingly and cast a fireball with a basic attack. Minus 223. The fatty looked surprised. No way, Chen bro, you're dealing over 200 damage with a level 1 staff. Lin Chen smiled without saying a word, allocating all the attribute points he obtained from the first kill in the dungeon to attack power. Even with just a level 1 staff, his spell attack power had already exceeded 200. Then, consecutive damage values popped up: 1560. 1560. Damn, nearly 5000 damage in a few seconds? I'm playing your big turtle. The fatty's mouth hung open, struggling to speak. Oh my, this is insane. Could this guy really be a plant from the developers? Is this output really legit? The mage class is unexpectedly strong. I'm deleting my account and starting over. The onlookers were in an uproar. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe that there were plants in the AI-created game god realm. It's really easy to kill. I'll just be a clown. The fatty looked disheartened. He thought he had gained some opportunities in the main city, but compared to this freak in front of him, he was far behind. With no difficulty, they quickly defeated the boss. The boss dropped a bunch of white trash items and a few limited silver coins. Of course, this was inevitable. The white-scale Great Snake was just a main quest boss, not very difficult to defeat, unlike the elite bosses in the dungeons. He's cheating. Where can I buy one? I want one too. The fatty sent a private message, thinking Lin Chen had obtained a game cheat. Dream on. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. To him, as a reborn player, perhaps he was the cheat himself. I don't believe it. Am I really that bad? The fatty looked incredulous. Once we're in the main city, I'll tell you what to do. Lin Chen already had a plan to help the fatty quickly become stronger. Good buddy, I'll treat you to a foot massage tomorrow. Lin Chen. In his previous life, the fatty's first class awakening granted him the hidden class of magic swordsman. With magic in one hand, sword skills in the other, and his own operational talent, his combat power was not weak. The magic swordsman belonged to the B-tier strength class. Although he could crush ordinary players, he was still several levels below those S-tier awakened players. Therefore, Lin Chen decided to help the fatty level up. Oh, I also have a video file to send you. Check it out. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said. The fatty was taken aback, leering suggestively, a little movie? Do you understand me, Chen bro? Get lost. Lin Chen jokingly scolded, sending him a video of him soloing the Dark Elf Queen with infinite combos, suggesting he posted on the God Realm forum at the right time. The two chatted casually as they walked with Ivy into the city of Edgar. Most of the first-tier players had left the newbie village, and now the city was bursting with players, but the city was large enough that there was no crowding. Why go to the Bounty Hunter's Tavern? The two stopped in front of a tavern, and the fatty shook his head, saying, I've been there. The quests inside are trash, and you have to pay 10 gold coins to become a bounty hunter. Here, take some gold coins. Go become a bounty hunter first. Lin Chen submitted a trade request, and fatty confirmed it in confusion. Being pampered by a tycoon feels great. He threw 100 gold coins onto the trade window, laughing heartily without hesitation, and immediately confirmed with Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled faintly, as he and his brother had been working together for so many years. Not to mention giving 100 gold coins or even 10,000, he wouldn't frown even if it was 10,000. Moreover, in his past life, Fatty died protecting him, so Lin Chen naturally wouldn't mistreat him. Bounty hunters have a unique setting in the divine realm. As long as players become bounty hunters, they can go out to complete demon hunting tasks for rewards, and even team up with NPC hunters. The tavern was sparsely populated by players, mostly NPCs drinking dark beer. 10 gold coins were equivalent to $10,000, and in the early stages, not many solo players were willing to spend that money. Fatty successfully obtained the bounty hunter certificate with the money and asked Lin Chen, "What's next? Do you see that beggar in the corner?" Lin Chen's mouth curled up in a barely noticeable smirk, pointing to the shabby man in the corner. Fatty nodded blankly, not sure what Lin Chen was up to. "Go up and beat him up, I'll wait for you at the resurrection point," Lin Chen said with a smile. "Ha! I can understand beating him up, but why wait for me at the resurrection point? Fatty was completely puzzled but trusted Lin Chen and went up. Frowning, Fatty saw the beggar in front of him covered in dirt, emitting a foul smell. Even the nearby NPCs dared not approach. Trust me. A quest will be triggered, Lin Chen said seriously, clenching his fist and shouting at Fatty, go for it. I'll beat you up, you big turtle. Fatty kept cursing, but bravely raised a foot, psyching himself up. Even if it's unethical, I'll do it for the hidden quest. With that, he kicked the beggar in the face. However, Fatty was horrified to find that the beggar didn't flinch at all. The beggar stood still like a black iron statue, not even causing a ripple in the beer in his hand. The beggar stiffly turned around, his unkempt golden hair falling down, his bright silver eyes like whirlpools that could devour others' gazes. Adventurer, do you want to have a fair duel with me 1,000 times? Kuyez expedition, I have no idea. Fatty tried to seek help from Lin Chen, but when he turned around, where was that rascal Lin Chen? Fatty subconsciously checked the beggar's attribute panel. Beggar, level 80, HP, 70 million, attack power? Skills? Holy crab! A damn level 80 beggar. 70 million HP. Instantly, a chill ran down Fatty's spine as the beggar in front of him stood up like a primordial beast. Adventurer, you are very courageous. The beggar stood up, towering over 2 meters tall. Fatty looked up at him, feeling extremely anxious. You have challenged the Holy Sword Master voluntarily, and the duel is about to begin. Upon hearing the system prompt, Fatty broke out in a cold sweat. Holy Sword Master, just the title alone sounded terrifying. Oh my god. I was wrong. With a big hand, the beggar grabbed Fatty like a little chick, and no matter how much Fatty begged for mercy, the beggar paid no attention. With a bang, the door of the Bounty Hunter Guild was kicked open, and 4 players were killed on the spot. The beggar's eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he grabbed Fatty by the collar, stomped his feet, and the ground exploded, sending them flying dozens of meters away. Oh, for heaven's sake! Chen Gu, help me! Fatty was so scared that his soul almost left his body, his hands helplessly grabbing at the air. The beggar's bouncing ability was terrifying as he swiftly traversed the rooftops and quickly arrived at a not-so-small training ground. The homeless man stood there like a mountain, with a majestic aura and a fierce fighting spirit. The chubby guy stared in disbelief at everything, and in the next moment, the homeless man raised a black magic flame in his left hand and burst out a terrifying holy light in his right hand. Dual-hand magic sword. The chubby guy's heart was filled with waves of horror, his vision became blurry, and in a daze, it seemed as if he was not facing a person, but a powerful divine sword. Dual-hand sword transformation, this is the technique of a dual-wielding warrior. And the homeless man himself was the sword hilt. Let's begin, young man. The homeless man's silver eyes flickered, sending chills down one's spine. S-rank hidden job mission activated, 1000 hammers, 100 refinements. If you die in battle 1000 times, the mission fails. Each time you die, your experience points will decrease until you successfully injure the holy sword. The prompt appeared again, and the chubby guy's heart raced, realizing that the opponent was at level 80. What a tough nut to crack. Was he going to be beaten by a stinky beggar 1000 times? Minus 2250. In an instant, the chubby guy's face showed shock, and his body uncontrollably fell backward. Damn! I got killed in an instant? But he didn't even see the opponent's move clearly. When the chubby guy came to his senses again, he found himself standing at the nearest respawn point. An old silver bee patted his shoulder, with a bright smile on his face. How was it? Isn't it exciting? The chubby guy looked at Lin Chen in a daze for a long time, then spat out and cursed. Dying is indeed exciting, painless in a second. That old rogue is too awesome. It's actually an S-rank hidden job mission. Damn, I'm going to beat that guy. The chubby guy regained his composure and said, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Operate carefully, think it through before each challenge, Lin Chen said with a light smile. Despite the chubby guy's usual bluster, he never backed down in the face of difficulties, a typical tough guy. Even being killed instantly by the homeless man would only bring out a stronger side of him. The homeless man was not an ordinary NPC, but the leader of the 7 swordsmen of the Holy Temple of the Light Dragon Empire, the Sword Saint Ice River. In the background story, the temple swordsmen were a group of swordsmen who mastered the magic of light, but Ice River was an exception. He practiced both light and dark magic, making his strength exceptionally terrifying. However, dark magic and light magic were naturally antagonistic, and dark magic users were discriminated against and ostracized in the Empire. Ice River was never well received by the Holy Temple of the Empire, spending his days drinking heavily at the Bounty Hunter's Tavern. In the previous life, many players knew about the mission 1000 Hammers, 100 Refinements, but very few could pass the assessment. Not only was the mission difficulty at its maximum, but it also demanded strict operational awareness from warrior players. The most crucial point was that each time a player was killed, they would lose experience points. To awaken to the S-rank profession, players had to be killed by Ice River hundreds of times, dropping their level to 1. However, Lin Chen had confidence in the chubby guy. In terms of operational skills alone, the chubby guy was one of the strongest swordsmen in the previous life, with the only difference being his equipment and soul imprint. The chubby guy continued to challenge the Sword Saint Ice River, while Lin Chen took Yafuya to the Mage Guild. Yafuya. An elderly white-haired man with a faltering gait approached, looking at Yafuya with a reproachful gaze. Yafuya pouted and went up to hold the old man's arm, saying, "Teacher, I'm back." "This old man is the Archmage Eisenteri," Lin Chen muttered to himself. The D-rank fire magic spell, Divine Solar Shield, was a magic spell created by this old man. Although the magic spell was only of a low D-rank grade, in actual combat, as long as there was enough mana, the defense of this magic spell was outrageously strong, not inferior to C-rank or B-rank defense magic spells. The only regret was that the magic spell was of a low grade and could not be upgraded using skill points. But it was enough to prove the old man's mastery of magic. "I got lost. It was this brave adventurer who escorted me back, teacher," Yafuya said, blushing. The old man nodded sternly and said, "Aren't you going to prepare for the banquet hosted by the city lord? Don't let your noble status be disgraced." "Ha? Is this girl also a noble?" Lin Chen was taken aback. "You have completed the hidden task sequence 2 for Eva." Mage Eisenteri proposed to use 50 silver coins as a reward for the task. You can choose to refuse/accept. "Is the service fee so cheap?" Lin Chen was somewhat speechless. Taking care of a sickly girl is not easy, just helping her put on equipment almost cost him his life. "No, thank you." Lin Chen shook his head lightly and declined the offer. "Wait, adventurer. The mission to eliminate demons is extremely difficult. I have a magic scroll suitable for you to study." Just as Lin Chen was about to leave, old Eisen seemed to feel it was inappropriate not to offer compensation, so he took out a magic scroll as compensation. Lin Chen was delighted. He knew that hidden tasks wouldn't be so simple. Sometimes retreating can lead to even greater benefits. C-rank fire magic, Flame Serpent's Touch, one of the 3 great mages of Edgar, a self-created magic by Eisenteri. Effect: consume 500 MP to create a magical flame serpent, dealing 200 plus spell attack damage to targets in range, and causing 300 burning damage, cooldown time 1 minute. Current level, level 1 special effect awakening when upgraded to full level 10. A typical large area of effect damage magic, the damage is considerable, but it has high mana consumption and a long cooldown time. However, this is not a problem for Lin Chen, as he has a range of over 1,500 meters and the holy artifact, Elf Diamond, in his hand, which can reduce cooldowns and replicate magic. Standing a kilometer away, if he's a bit lucky, he can release 3 flame serpents at once, which would definitely have a devastating effect. However, what Lin Chen is most interested in is the special effect he can obtain by upgrading Flame Serpent's Touch to full level. He remembers that only powerful magic of B rank or higher possess such characteristics, so it's surprising that this C rank magic has a special effect awakening, something Lin Chen hadn't expected. Currently, there are no B rank magic books in the entire auction house, not to mention books of B rank skills for other professions. Even C-rank skill books are rare, with each one priced at over 50 gold coins, which ordinary players cannot afford. At this stage, most skills that players can learn are only from E/D rank in profession shops. After bidding farewell to Eva, Lin Chen immediately started upgrading his skills. You have spent 1 skill point / 40 silver coins, and the magic has been upgraded to level 2. You have spent 2 skill points / 90 silver coins, and the magic has been upgraded to level 3. You have spent 4 skill points / 1.9 gold coins, and the magic has been upgraded to level 4. Flame Serpent's Touch has been upgraded to level 6, and Lin Chen is sweating profusely. The mage profession is recognized as the most pay-to-win profession, as leveling up skills requires a significantly higher amount of skill points / gold coins compared to other professions. After spending all 30 skill points, the skill barely reached level 8, costing over 50 gold coins, which is over 50,000 in total. And this is just a C-rank magic. For higher grade magic, the resource consumption will increase further. The attribute panel has improved a lot. The skill damage has increased to 350 plus spell attack damage and 470 burning damage, with the cooldown reduced to 52 seconds. I still need at least 20 more skill points. Where can I get them? After hesitating for a while, Lin Chen had planned to solo the elite dungeon, Dark Dungeon, in the city, but the first clear reward had already been taken by someone from Dragonmark, so going for another solo achievement wouldn't make much sense. You have received an invitation from the city lord. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and opened his email to check. The lord of the city invites the top 100 adventurers on the ranking list to the lord's mansion for a banquet to discuss the plan to eradicate demons. You are currently ranked 27th and have qualified to participate in the side quest, Night Banquet. Quest description: this quest offers a large amount of experience points, skill points, and attribute point rewards. This quest is of high difficulty, so proceed with caution. Looking at the quest prompt, Lin Chen furrowed his brows, his expression changing slightly. This quest seems fishy. Wudong Mountain and River. I'm ranked 100th, just made it through. AI Mimi, stop pretending. This quest is calling for the top 100 players. It's definitely challenging. You'll just be sending yourself to your doom. Wudong Mountain and River, you don't know anything. While they're busy clearing dungeons, I'll just relax and enjoy my soup. Players who didn't meet the requirements in the World Channel lamented the benefits of fast leveling, stepping ahead step by step faster than others. It seems like we can't take on this quest. Lin Chen pondered, thinking that this quest would be the first lesson the gods gave to players, a trap designed only for elite players. Lin Chen opened the ranking list to check the names. 10th place, Crazy 16th level 22%. 9th place, Dragon Mark Prince 16th level 45%. 8th place, Gifted Mad Wolf 16th level 77%. 3rd place, Memoryless City 17th level 13%. 2nd place, Moon Empress 17th level 35%. 1st place, Blank 19th level 55%. That guy made it to 10th place, he's truly a madman. Lin Chen immediately recognized the familiar face from his past life, a smile of relief appearing on his face. The thief player in 10th place had a deep connection with him. Lin Chen, Fatty, and the madman had formed a fixed team in their past lives and experienced many things together. The Empress is still so strong, truly a woman who can both support and tank. The female players in the top 11 of the ranking list surged to 2nd place, even surpassing Memoryless City. In Lin Chen's impression, this female player not only had excellent skills, but was also the leader of the Moonlight Guild that only recruited female players. And in less than 3 days, this female knight player would awaken as a AA rank profession, Paladin. Yes, AA, just as straightforward as her figure. Close to the strength of an S-rank profession, she could not only support herself but also had the exaggerated defense of a knight, making her practically invincible in early dungeons. However, it was a pity that the Moonlight Guild was just a niche guild, with the majority of female casual players. Although the Empress had a few top players under her, they were too few in number and were soon pushed into opposition by the Dragon Mark Guild. As for the first place Blank Thief, he was leading all players by a cliff-like margin, already stepping into the threshold of profession awakening. No one had truly seen the appearance of the Blank Thief, but she was the only one who had repeatedly soloed Memoryless City. It was confirmed that this person did not belong to any guild but possessed at least 2 divine soul imprints, making her almost like a favored child of the gods. At the same time, in hardcore mode, he was the god-level assassin that made Memoryless City unable to sit securely on the Golden Throne, the god-level assassin he feared the most. The proud son of heaven, whether by chance or wealth, this person is a mystery. Lin Chen muttered. Lin Chen knew that the Hongmen night banquet was a trap, but to be honest, he was also curious about what the god-level assassin looked like. I give up. Why couldn't this damn quest have come out earlier? I've been killed 8 times and dropped out of the top 100. I've lost 1 billion. Fatty sent a message full of resentment. His level had dropped to 13. It's okay, I've studied this quest, hardly anyone can pass it, and the punishment is very severe. Lin Chen replied calmly. Fatty, oh, then it's fine. I'll continue being a rogue. Keep it up. Lin Chen chuckled and told the fat guy not to overthink it, even if he dropped to level 1. With his current speed of leveling up with a team, he could quickly drag him back to the top tier in just 1 day. Compared to this tiny loss of experience points, the possibility of an S-level profession was obviously more important. In Lin Chen's view, even if he later obtained the Supreme Divine Seal, it would be useless if the profession was too trash to unleash the power of the Divine Seal. In the previous life, those famous celestial strongmen almost all started with A-level awakened professions, and only by matching with soul seals of hero level or above could they achieve something. Lin Chen walked towards the Lord's mansion. The hanging wall is here, stay away from him, I'm afraid this system will ban me along with him. The official hired actor lacks any acting skills, wielding newbie equipment and dealing a few thousand points of damage, who the hell would believe that? Lin Chen arrived at the entrance of the instance, and the players doing the night banquet mission avoided him, fearing that a thunderbolt from the sky would strike the hanging wall and involve themselves. Hey, kid. A burly knight approached Lin Chen. About before, sorry. The burly man mumbled. Who are you? Lin Chen tilted his head and looked at the man, looking puzzled. The burly man hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth in anger, but still held back and said, I'm Zhan Tianqi, the one who robbed you yesterday. Oh, a member of Dragon Mark, impressive, Lin Chen replied with a smile that was not a smile. Friend, judging by your tone, besides the previous misunderstanding, have we, Dragon Mark, offended you? Xu Shuangshuan walked over with an unhappy expression. She wore a blue mage robe, held a level 10 hero staff, and stood out in the crowd. Nothing, I just don't like you guys. Lin Chen smiled and turned his head, revealing a handsome and harmless face, with a gentle smile. It's really, you. Xu Shuangshuang's face turned pale instantly, unconsciously taking a few steps back, one hand tightly gripping the staff. I remember you, playing a lousy water mage. Lin Chen squinted and recognized her, speaking with a cutting edge. Bastard! Do you think this is Sword Expedition? What qualifications do you have to be so arrogant? Xu Shuangshuang blushed at the words, and Zhan Tianqi beside her quickly gave her a signal, lowering his voice and saying, Don't forget what the boss instructed. Bro, here's the thing, we, Dragon Mark, intend to have you join our family. The boss said you can name your annual salary. Zhan Tianqi smirked, trying to get close to Lin Chen. Interesting. Lin Chen's mouth revealed a hint of mockery, leaning close to Zhan Tianqi's ear and whispering, Stay away from me, or I won't be able to control myself from taking you down. Zhan Tianqi's face changed abruptly, his strong composure turning into anger. You really don't know how to appreciate kindness, huh, kid? Lin Chen looked at the onlookers and said lightly, I can join Dragon Mark, but the condition is to have Yi Kongqing come and meet me. As soon as the words fell, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. Damn, he's so arrogant. One person commented, This guy is quite spirited. Daring to refuse Dragon Mark's invitation, truly a hanging wall. Another said, What's so arrogant about Dragon Mark? Besides having money, they're nothing. Many players present had been bullied by Dragon Mark during the leveling process, and Lin Chen's words resonated with them. Triple Crown King Lin Chen, there's no need to make it so troublesome. At this moment, a hearty laughter rang out in the crowd. Do you know me? Lin Chen shivered all over, his pupils contracting sharply, as he saw a majestic archer slowly approaching, with the surrounding players making way for him. This man had handsome features, a tall figure, and was dressed in a complete set of level 15 hero-grade armor, exuding extreme luxury. Yi Kongqing. This man had a lazy smile on his face, emanating a kingly aura, spreading a sense of swallowing mountains and rivers among the players. Wait, did Ji Conqing say this person is the Triple Crown King? Lin Chen. Damn. Could it be the Master's ceiling? Fan Shen. Crazy. Really crazy, wasn't he already banned by the Esports Association? As soon as the title of Triple Crown King was mentioned, everyone in the regional channel felt their hair stand on end, staring at Lin Chen in disbelief. Many players, even if they don't play Sword Expedition, must have ordered takeout from Lin Chen's endorsed "Are you full?" However, the two words Lin Chen not only represent labels like arrogant and invincible, but also symbolize the shame of Chinese esports. The fake match scandal at the World Championship caused him to fall from the godly throne to become a pariah. If the Triple Crown King wants my head, I'm here to take it. Smiling, Yi Conqing pointed to his head and said, but before that, let's talk about cooperation. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Chen hesitated for just half a second, then suddenly smiled. Okay, I'll meet your demands. Everyone was shocked, and the smile on Yi Conqing's face abruptly disappeared. With a new magic staff waving, a large hexagram totem appeared in front of Lin Chen, boiling with terrifying fire magic. The flames let out a deathly roar as a dozen-meter-long crimson flame python burst out of the totem. All-encompassing, no dead angles. Fully covering Long Hen and his group. A terrifying red monster emerged, indiscriminately launching a massacre. What kind of skill is this? Such a large range. Players watching the commotion were too close to Yi Conqing, and Lin Chen couldn't care less, instantly killing the surrounding players. Boss. Zhan Tianqi's face changed drastically. Rushing to Yi Conqing's side to shield him from harm, but Lin Chen's eyes turned cold. Let's die together, wouldn't that be nice and neat? Under his control, the flame snake rampaged through the field, leaving no one within a 20-meter radius unscathed. Such insane AoE magical damage? -780. Over a dozen flame snakes' touch damage indicators lit up, causing the players' scalps to tingle as they lost about half of their health almost instantly. But the horror didn't end there. Flame Snake's touch was a continuous damage skill lasting 10 seconds. Once engulfed in flames, it would trigger the talent flame burn continuously. -1530. Zhan Tianqi and Zhu Xuanxuang were quickly killed, turning into white light. Yi Conqing, displaying a kingly demeanor, stood in the flames without changing his expression, relying on the high health bonus from his hero set to withstand the damage. Is this the result you wanted? Yi Conqing said coldly. -1530. The burning damage continued. Yi Conqing's equipment was about to reach its limit, and Lin Chen's ID had turned blood red. You can understand it this way, so let's start the battle. Lin Chen's expression was indifferent. The man in front of him, who thought highly of himself, would never have imagined that just 3 years later, the terrifying monsters descending from the sky would join forces with the minions of Long Hen, becoming the calamities and scourges that all challengers would face. I accept your challenge, Lin Chen. Yi Conqing responded coldly, then was quickly engulfed by fire magic. So strong. Long Hen's boss was killed in seconds. What is he hiding in his equipment? Could it be the legendary soul seal mentioned on the official website? Red name. I didn't expect him to dare to kill in the city. Isn't he afraid of losing his equipment? The players present quickly evacuated the battlefield. These people were all top-tier players in the first wave, and some immediately realized that there was something suspicious about Lin Chen's equipment. To be able to deal far more damage than an ordinary mage in the early stages of the game, besides legendary equipment, it could only be high-quality soul seals. Endless Descent, if it's a soul seal, it naturally can't be dropped, but this kid made a lot of money selling the Bone Crusher set. Heaven's Gift, Mad Wolf, indeed, it makes sense. While the Long Hen Guild members are despicable, it's only natural to clear out red names. The 8th-ranked Mad Wolf stepped forward. Being able to squeeze into the top 10 is no ordinary person, sneering at Lin Chen. Let's see what official invitee or what Triple Crown winner has any skills, he said. Let's gang up on him. Red-named players deserve to die. Yes, how arrogant, daring to kill in the city. Under the incitement of the Mad Wolf of Heaven's Gift, immediately more than a dozen players responded. If you move against Heaven's Gift, I will kill you all. Lin Chen looked back indifferently, a hint of a smile on his lips. These people talked about righteousness, but they just wanted to kill him for their own gain. If they wanted to play the siege game, then let's settle all scores at once. Heaven's gift, Mad Wolf, no matter how strong he is, as long as we force him into close combat, he will die for sure. With a command, more than 10 elite players quickly closed in on Lin Chen, trying to forcibly drag him into close combat, which was most disadvantageous for a mage. Lin Chen smiled faintly at the sight. They had no idea about the terror of the Nine Suns shield. It could even block the direct damage from the Night Elf Queen, let alone a group of low-level players who hadn't even awakened their professions. However, just as Lin Chen raised his staff to release a shield, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Turning around abruptly, he was stunned. "Buddy, take this backstab." A black-clothed rogue player turned into a black mist in front of him, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Lin Chen. And this scoundrel who made the move was none other than the madman who had a fateful connection with him in his past life. This big idiot. He was also following the money. This was a scene that Lin Chen had never expected. Caught off guard, the madman's attack was too fast. His hand actually pierced through the soon-to-be generated sun shield. A black blade aimed directly at his heart, and once it hit, he would undoubtedly die. Suddenly, another change occurred. Lin Chen saw a flash of silver in front of him, and a tall, stunningly beautiful cold female knight appeared behind him, saying in a deep voice, "Peerless shield wall." The broad knight's shield slammed into the ground, causing it to sink more than an inch, shaking the ground and causing all players near Lin Chen to fall back. Forced knockback and stun. The madman looked somewhat astonished, shouting in a hoarse voice, "What are you trying to do with your antics? I have at least several thousand gold worth of loot in my hands. Do you want to take it all for yourself? You talk too much, you crazy fool. Focus fire on him." The Empress snorted coldly, and 3 ranged female players focused their fire on the madman, who was taken down before he could react. Retribution, what a fitting retribution. Lin Chen laughed at the scene, seeing that even the madman, who was known as the second thief under the blank thief, had met his match today. The Empress turned to look at Lin Chen, not understanding why he was laughing after almost being killed. Holding the large shield in front of Lin Chen, the Empress said coldly, "Anyone who wants to kill a red-named player must pass through me first, come." A priest player spoke up, "Empress, do you know what you're doing? This person killed the memoryless city. Do you want the Moonlight Guild to be wiped out too? Dragonmark dares to kill at will, why fear being killed? If you don't agree, come." The Empress snorted, looking disdainfully at the opposite ID, Dragonmark Young Master. Who dares to act recklessly in front of a knight with nearly 5,000 HP? Lin Chen muttered, noting that the Empress's health was almost more than double that of other knight players, with at least 3 pieces of hero equipment. With her stature and momentum, even facing the siege of elite players, the players of the Moonlight Guild could stand behind her and output damage mindlessly. Dragonmark Young Master, wait to be sieved in the stronghold battle. The Empress remained unmoved at his words, about to order her players to act, but Lin Chen acted first, launching 3 fireballs in a row to blast away Dragonmark Young Master. The dragon-marked prince was engulfed in flames, immediately using the priest's skill to heal himself, whether it was single-target healing, group healing, or healing aura, plus 360. Plus 420. Minus 1,600. The dragon-marked prince drank a mana potion, casting 5 or 6 skills on himself in a row, but his health continued to drop rapidly. What kind of nonsense damage is this, damn it? When the 3 seconds were up, the dragon-marked prince, still wearing a look of disbelief, was burnt to a crisp. My god, is this fire mage so powerful? This damage seems a bit off. Players from the Bright Moon Guild gasped in shock. The Empress looked at Lin Chen and said softly, "Is this the power of a divine soul imprint?" Lin Chen did not directly answer, just smiled at the Empress who had helped, and straightforwardly asked, "So, what benefits do you want from me?" The Empress was somewhat surprised by Lin Chen's directness and calmly replied, "I just don't like others taking advantage of the weak." Lin Chen's face remained unchanged. Having experienced the apocalypse, he did not believe in helping others for no reason, especially when the helper was someone as strong as the Empress. The Empress remained proud and said, just remember, you owe me a favor. All right. Without further ado, Lin Chen walked straight into the Lord's mansion banquet hall. Lord Kane sat on his throne. The banquet hall was lively with music and dance, and the tables were filled with various delicacies awaiting the players. One by one, the top 100 players entered the banquet hall, and Lin Chen searched for the whereabouts of the blank assassin in the crowd. However, he was somewhat disappointed with the results, as at least half of the players chose to enter the instance with hidden IDs. Moreover, thieves were known for their preference for stealth attacks, making it difficult to distinguish who the blank assassin was based on appearance. Lin Chen, get ready to be reset to level 0 and become the laughingstock of the divine realm. Those who killed us, don't think you can hide in the safe zone and live in peace. Players who had been killed by Lin Chen rushed from the resurrection point, including Yi Kongcheng and others, all filled with extreme anger. But hindered by the fact that this was an instance, players could not fight each other and could only shout without being able to act. You think you're smart hiding behind the DPS, don't let me catch you next time, I'll strip you of all your equipment. The failed attacker was quite familiar, reaching out to place his hand on Lin Chen and the Empress's shoulders, looking at them with a sinister smile. Get lost. The Empress snorted coldly, grabbed the madman and threw him out. Even though it didn't cause any harm, her actions were very decisive. The madman was extremely agile, swaying in the air, landing lightly as a feather. Don't get too cocky, I'll break through your defense first when I awaken my profession, and strip off your armor piece by piece. The madman smirked slyly. Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. Empress, you better be careful, he's serious. You damn fly, get lost. A male warrior beside the Empress scolded. The little lapdog by the Empress's side has such a great authority, scared the hell out of me. The madman smirked and then started feasting on the food on the table. Ignoring the madman, the Empress looked at Lin Chen and whispered, what do you think of this instance? If it's just a banquet, the system shouldn't prompt a high-difficulty mission. Take a look at the NPCs around you. Lin Chen suggested, and the Empress followed his gaze, looking around the banquet hall where 4 white-robed mages were standing in the corners, continuously drawing strange patterns on the walls, indicating they were likely from the temple. Temple mages? They shouldn't have a reason to attack players. The Empress was slightly surprised and impressed by Lin Chen's insight. Well, we'll have to wait and see. Lin Chen said, his gaze fixed on the beautiful girl sitting next to the Lord, who was none other than Ivy, whom he had recently escorted back to the city. The banquet began. The Lord first made a generous and impassioned declaration, expressing a warm welcome to the arrival of adventurers and so on. Lin Chen sat in his seat, calmly eating an apple. The taste of food in the divine realm is no different from reality, although it cannot truly fill the stomach. For players, it has to some extent deceived the brain. Lin Chen noticed a gaze, looked up, and happened to meet the gaze of Yi Kongcheng. Yi Kongcheng was startled. The inexplicable killing intent on the other party made him feel like sitting on pins and needles, not understanding what he had done to make Lin Chen hate him so much. Do we know each other in reality? Yi Kongcheng sent a private message. Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment and replied, we don't know each other. Then what benefit is there for you to offend me? Please tell me, Yi Kongcheng said in a deep voice. No benefit, but the opportunity to see you still means seeing one and killing one, Lin Chen said, then gave Yi Kongcheng a playful smile. Yi Kongcheng's face darkened, considering himself broad-minded, with ambitions to dominate the divine realm. He was walking a path of kingship that ordinary people could not imagine. Mindless trash. However, Yi Kongcheng was infuriated by this mindless bastard. Lin Chen was like a giant rock thrown into a calm lake, making it difficult for Yi Kongcheng to control his surging anger. Yi Kongcheng took a deep breath, quickly calming down, and said with a light laugh, I look forward to meeting you in reality, Lin Chen. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression changed slightly, his eyes becoming unusually cold. Reality and virtuality had not yet merged, and now with the support of the flourishing Dingxing group behind Yi Kongcheng, it would be easy to eliminate him in reality. However, to erase a trial taker who had endured the torment of the apocalypse, it would require a pile of heads. Recently, the barrier of Edgar City has loosened, and it is feared that the demons have entered the city during the chaos. In order to eliminate this crisis, we ask for the cooperation of all adventurers." At this moment, the Lord's speech interrupted Lin Chen's thoughts, and a mysterious atmosphere spread. Long Hong Gongzi, cooperate? How to cooperate? Madman, why do I feel like there's a strange smell of being tricked, such a strange task? The players present were all top players of various major online games, immediately noticing that the atmosphere in the entire banquet hall was becoming eerie, and they all stood up. Lin Chen looked behind him, and the 4 temple mages who had just been standing there had disappeared. Mission 1, all players must find ways to survive. The mission prompt appeared, and everyone's hair stood on end, realizing that the restriction on killing in safe zones had been lifted. Brave adventurers, this will be your moment of glory. Lord Cain Ning smiled. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Kongqing stood up coldly, very decisively, and pulled out a hero's longbow aimed at Cain for an attack. Swish! In a very short time, 3 arrows formed a straight line, each one heading straight for the Lord's forehead. The archer's skill is multi-strike? No, this is simply high-speed APM. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Without the current stage of Archer Awakening, at most 1.5 attack speed, and Yi Kongqing shot 3 arrows in 1 second, indicating an attack speed of at least 3.0. With the same attack power, Yi Kongqing could deal twice as much damage as others. Even in the early stages of the game, such strength was indeed beyond the reach of ordinary people, and he did have the capital to be proud of. Lord Cain Ning remained unmoved, and Yifuya suddenly took action. A blazing shield appeared in front of the Lord, easily blocking Yi Kongqing's attack. Lin Chen frowned. Yifuya looked gloomy, with a hint of conflict between her brows. Clearly joining this feast was not her intention. "Enjoy, my esteemed guests," the Lord laughed loudly. In the next moment, more than 10 figures appeared in the banquet hall. These people were shrouded in blood mist, handsome in appearance, with crimson eyes exuding a bloodthirsty aura. Bloodline member, level 20 HP, 50,000/50,000 attack power, 380 skills, soul imprisonment, bloody feeding, basic blood magic. Damn, the vampire is colluding with the Lord. What a ridiculous plot. What kind of monster strength is this? Higher stats than a level 10 elite boss, a dozen bosses can't even scratch it. Many players realized the danger and planned to abandon the mission voluntarily. However, when they retreated to the gate, they found that the door was sealed with a curse. Forget it, let's fight our way out first. It's just death, nothing serious. A level 15 warrior player, feeling pressured, tried to break through with his companions. Suddenly, a blood shadow flashed past him like a ghost. Crimson nails tore through his armor, then bit into his neck, turning his face pale in an instant. Within a few breaths, his body began to petrify, his terrified expression frozen, turning into a lifeless stone statue. The target's soul is imprisoned. Resurrection is only possible after 48 hours. The crowd was shocked. A 48-hour countdown appeared above the stone statue's head. Once bitten by a vampire, does that mean wasting 48 hours in vain? No wonder many top players from the early days of exploration disappeared after attending banquets. Lin Chen suddenly realized. Delaying 2 days during the exploration period would widen the level or equipment gap with others, a loss that most players could not bear. Screams continued as over 20 players turned into unresurrectable stone statues in an instant. I am very satisfied with this feast, Lord Cain. At this moment, a woman in a red robe emerged from the blood mist, very pleased with the slaughter feast before her. City Slayer Kale, level 20 HP, 120000/120000 attack power, 770 skills, group imprisonment, blood dragon roar, domination, blood sacrifice upgrade. All ranged DPS stand behind me, knights form a shield wall, priests give melee players a bright barrier. The Empress reacted quickly, commanding while rushing to the front, and other unfamiliar players also joined the formation. Several shields that could withstand 400 points of damage were placed on the front row players, and the Empress shouted in a deep voice, "Prepare to push forward." Knights taunt the small mobs, "Deal with the minions first." "Stop daydreaming, stand behind me," a warrior shouted anxiously, trying to pull Lin Chen, who was standing in front, over, but Lin Chen dodged to the side. "Can't fight?" The Empress frowned and asked. Lin Chen shook his head, "Can't fight. The barrier can't withstand a few hits. Once killed, you will turn into stone." So are we just going to hide here and wait to die? The madman said. Wait for now, there's something suspicious about this mission. Lin Chan remained calm. The difficulty of the Divine Realms dungeon was indeed insane, but it wouldn't put players in a 10-death situation, at least giving them a glimmer of hope to win. However, with the banquet hall's door sealed, the space for players to dodge and maneuver was limited. Facing so many vampires no less powerful than elite bosses, theoretically, they had no chance of winning. So, they needed to wait. Lord Cain has used you, please try to survive in the dungeon as much as possible. The mission prompt sounded, startling all players. Players who frantically dodged were caught and killed by vampires, and in a short time, a large number of players turned into stone statues. Zhan Tianqi, damn, killing one covers the cost, killing two earns blood. Long Hen's group rushed forward, relying on their well-equipped two knights with thick health bars at the front. The backline, Yi Kongcheng and Zhu Xuanxuan, outputted frantically, and under the concentrated fire, a vampire was quickly left severely injured. But before they could enjoy themselves for long, the powerful firepower attracted 5 vampires to charge together, and the front knights quickly fell to the ground with regret. Seeing that Yikong City was about to be killed face to face, he suddenly tightened the longbow in his hand, and a bursting arrow exploded, instantly pushing the vampires away. Immediately, a figure carrying Zhu Shuang squeezed in behind Lin Chen and the others. A group of vampires then rushed towards Lin Chen and the others. Due to the tight formation, the front knights, in a panic, activated a group taunt to reduce damage. In a clumsy move, the hatred on Yikong City was drawn over, and he was petrified and killed by the vampire in the blink of an eye. This bastard! The madman cursed angrily at the sight. They were being set up to take the fall. Yikong City, Lin Chen, it doesn't feel good to be backstabbed, right? Lin Chen remained silent. Yikong City's move was indeed sneaky enough, but he knew that this person had more than one life-saving trick up his sleeve. Even if they didn't shield for him, Yikong City still had other cards to play. After all, in the previous Life's Night Banquet instance, most players were petrified, but Yikong City was one of the few players who survived. I'll do it. The Empress said coldly, her knight's shield suddenly sinking down. A strong suction force emerged, pulling all monsters within 10 meters in front of her. C-grade combat skill, Cruel Strike? Lin Chen recognized the skill as soon as he saw her move. This skill was the main monster attracting skill for early-stage knight players. Each copy of Cruel Strike in the auction house sold for over 200 gold coins, and players could make a fortune by obtaining one. The Empress shouted angrily, and her knight's sword struck down forcefully, stunning 6 vampires with a group debuff on attack power. Unfortunately, the Empress couldn't withstand the siege of 6 vampires, and the backline healer's hands were sore from healing. The Empress's health kept fluctuating between 300–1200. At any moment she could be knocked down and killed by the vampires. Seeing this, Zhu Xuan, also a mage, was shocked and trembling, as strong and abnormal as ever. Yikong City's eyes flickered as he murmured, indeed, excessively strong, but if I can't use it, then death is the only option. Watch what I do, focus on dealing damage. Lin Chen turned back and glared at Yikong City, who nodded slightly embarrassed. In order to avoid being petrified for 48 hours, everyone had to temporarily cooperate. Although the vampires had high health points, everyone present were top players, and the 6 small monsters were quickly dealt with. The Empress looked at the output statistics panel and couldn't help but shudder. Yikong City dealt 15% of the damage, while Lin Chen alone contributed 70%, and the rest of the team only contributed 15% of the output. Oh my god, you're a beast! Burning the boss as if it were a small fry, unbelievable. The madman was dumbfounded. Even the Empress might not be able to withstand such abnormal output for a few seconds. You have killed the Bloodkin, experience plus 2000. You have killed. High difficulty instance small monsters dropped rare items, and the equipment and skill books in front of them were scattered all over the ground. Damn! So many good things! The madman exclaimed and was about to grab the loot. However, the next moment, with a wave of his hand, someone made the loot disappear completely. 2 skill books, 4 pieces of blue equipment, not bad. Lin Chen smiled proudly, leaving the Empress and others speechless. When it came to looting, Lin Chen claimed to be second to none. Before the vampire's health reached its lowest point, he deliberately slowed down his output, otherwise his output would have been even higher. The crisis was temporarily averted, but on the other side, most of the players had suffered heavy losses. However, the blood mist continued to spread, and more vampires emerged from it, charging towards them once again. The madman, oh my god. Are you done yet? Not good. The Empress exclaimed. 6 vampires were already the limit the Empress could handle, and breaking through the formation was only a matter of time. However, what Lin Chen was concerned about was not these small fries. Because the real boss, the city butcher Kale, had yet to make a move. We can begin now. At this moment, a cold light flashed in the Lord's eyes, and Ivy suddenly raised her staff, emitting a terrifying magical power fluctuation. Lin Chen's expression changed as the magic patterns on the banquet hall walls emitted a white light, and several light columns drilled out of the walls, forming a huge cage. The boss was actually locked inside. Kale's face was full of resentment as he shouted at the Lord, "Deceiver! Deceiver! Deceiver! Destroying the barrier, killing my citizens, you deserve to die." The Lord revealed a smug smile and looked at Ivy beside him. "Go ahead, Ivy." Ivy's expression was solemn, her red lips slightly parted. "Holy light magic, angel's judgment." A burst of holy light erupted in front of Ivy, and the shadow of a 6-winged angel descended. Dozens of spears of light fell from the sky, instantly turning the boss and nearby minions into hedgehogs. Minus 99,999. Minus 99,999. A large number of minions were wiped out, and the boss's health plummeted. Spears that tore souls fell irregularly, instantly killing 3 players standing together. The madman looked bewildered. "Damn? Are we also within the attack range?" The Empress smiled bitterly. "I knew it. Players are just bait needed for the Lord's enforcement. This Lord is really cunning." Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry. The Lord was truly ruthless, deliberately using players to attract the boss for a feast, and then annihilating it in one fell swoop. Indeed, not a single NPC in the Divine Realm was simple. Please note, you have been slain by the S-rank magic angel's judgment. Your level has decreased by 5. The prompt sounded, and Lin Chen's face changed suddenly, trembling all over. Ivy's killing of the minions should be considered a mechanized kill, otherwise the damage wouldn't be so exaggerated. And based on his understanding of this girl, she wouldn't make a move to slaughter players, so she couldn't control where the killing spears landed. Lin Chen secretly calculated that although he had the sacred skill Immortal Spirit Body in his hands, which made him invincible for 3 seconds, he didn't want to reveal this trump card too early. So, it was time to rely on luck. Lin Chen sneakily looked at Memoryless City, hoping that someone from the Dragon Mark could help him out. How nice would that be? However, Memoryless City had also caught on, understanding what he was planning, and with a stern face, led Frost to hide in another corner. "So boring, why are you so afraid of me?" Lin Chen shrugged helplessly, and Memoryless City snorted coldly, no longer paying him any attention. As players continued to be slain, with the boss on the verge of being eradicated, an unexpected event occurred. The boss suddenly turned into a large group of black bats, broke out of the narrow cage, smashed through the walls, and disappeared into the night sky. Everyone was stunned. The boss actually ran away? Subplot Mission Night Banquet Progress Updated. Mission 1, completed. Surviving players rewarded with 12,000 experience points, 5 skill points, and 10 attribute points. Mission 2, assist the Lord's guards in reclaiming the lost barrier stone and killing the severely injured city butcher Kale. Lin Chen was considering whether to immediately pursue the boss when suddenly a chill ran down his spine, and a shadow quickly flashed past him. Is it the madman? No, I haven't seen this thief before, always hiding behind us? Lin Chen was surprised. The 3rd floor of the banquet hall in the Lord's mansion was more than 20 meters above the ground, and this assassin actually jumped directly from the gap opened by the boss. Damn, are you crazy for money? I wouldn't dare to jump with all my agility points. The madman was startled and gleefully stuck his head out to see if the little thief had fallen to his death. To his surprise, after the thief landed, he rolled agilely and quickly disappeared into the dark night. Such a low-profile thief, could it be him? Lin Chen muttered to himself. The debt of kindness has been repaid, let's chat later when we have time. Lin Chen smiled at the Empress and then jumped down from the gap. The madman exclaimed, "What kind of monsters are you all?" Lin Chen summoned the radiant sun shield in midair, using it as a cushion to land smoothly. The onlookers were surprised not only by the thief's agility but also by a mage daring to play like this. Chase. Boss, regroup. Yi Kongqing said, following Lin Chen's footsteps and leaping down. The people of Dragon Mark would not miss a good opportunity. After all, the boss was already heavily injured, greatly reducing the difficulty of killing it. Just follow the city lord's guards to pick up the pieces. However, Yi Kongqing and the others could not have imagined how dangerous the martial world could be. Check the loot for me, thanks. Lin Chen sent a private message to the Empress. The Empress received the message in a daze. Loot? Didn't you already plunder everything? I mean the next loot. Lin Chen said calmly. Instead of immediately pursuing, Lin Chen waited quietly outside the city lord's mansion. Seeing Yi Kongqing assembling a team of 6 or 7 people, Lin Chen couldn't help but sneer, thinking of picking up the pieces. You're thinking too much. With that, he stood 100 meters away and cast a spell accurately hitting Yi Kongqing and his group. Yi Kongqing and his group were blown away, scattered in all directions. -780. -1550. Several white lights flashed, sending everyone except Yi Kongqing back to the resurrection point, dropping a pile of gold coins and equipment. Even hero-level staff of Zhu Xuanxuan was dropped. The Empress suddenly realized what Lin Chen was talking about, breaking out in a cold sweat. This guy was too cunning. Indeed, he has a life-saving trick. Lin Chen stared at Yi Kongqing in the dark, seeing him fall without returning to the resurrection point, his body turning into a charred puppet, while his true self appeared not far away. Puppet substitute? Can withstand a fatal blow on behalf of the true self. Lin Chen recognized this item, a special treasure dropped by a boss, able to avoid the experience loss from death, but with a 24-hour cooldown. Lin Chen, don't let me get my hands on you. With all of Yi Kongqing's teammates dead, he could only stand there in impotent rage, swearing not to let Lin Chen get away with it. Seeing that Yi Kongqing didn't dare to chase after him, Lin Chen didn't linger either, continuing towards the boss point. Adventurers, you've worked hard, we will help you kill that damn city slaughterer. Just as Lin Chen left the city of Edgar, several experts from the city lord's mansion quickly arrived, saying they would assist the players in killing the boss. Heavy armored swordsman Lu Rinjia, level 20, HP. Attack power? Skills? Earth Mage Long Tao, level 20, HP. Attack power? Skills? 2 melee fighters, a mage, and a priest. Lin Chen did not see Yafuya following along. Lin Chen hesitated slightly and nodded, accepting the assistance. You all go first. I'll be right there. Lin Chen said. Lu Rinjia nodded in acknowledgement, holding a torch and chasing outside the city. Just as the NPCs left, a cold light suddenly burst from the bushes beside him. Lin Chen's face darkened, having already anticipated this, he raised a radiant sun shield in front of him. With a bang, a dagger exploded in front of him, shattering the flame shield that could withstand 700 points of damage. At the same time, a chilling killing intent surged from behind Lin Chen. Without looking back, he cast a series of fireballs. 3 fireballs lit up the night sky. The opponent seemed to know that Lin Chen's output ability was terrifying, immediately performing consecutive backflips to avoid the burning range. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, finally able to see the opponent's appearance clearly in the firelight. The thief player wore a snake-patterned mask, with long purple hair under the cloak, and eyes as cold as ice. Start with a feint attack using hidden weapon skills, then take the opportunity to flank and strike a critical hit at the vital spot. Lin Chen shook his head and mocked, do you thief players really like staring at the mage's butt? Despite Lin Chen's seemingly carefree demeanor, full of pretentiousness, he was actually taking the opportunity to frantically shield himself. If the opponent was a blank slate, Lin Chen dared not be the slightest bit careless. Even though he had the super god-level soul imprint of the left eye of the giant spirit, based on the opponent's agility and damage capabilities, there was at least one god-level soul imprint in the opponent's possession. A hint of helplessness appeared in the thief player's eyes, as she used all her strength to pierce through a shield, but the mage in front of her was simply unreasonable. Purely acting like a rogue. Summoning a total of 9 shields at once, wrapping himself up tightly, he could be described as a solid human turtle. "You're strong," a cold voice sounded through the snake-patterned mask. "A girl?" A blank assassin who kills without blinking is a girl. Lin Chen's jaw dropped in surprise. "But I can still kill you," the blank voice said coldly, instantly creating distance from Lin Chen, maintaining a position just outside the range of a typical mage's attack. "Give me a good reason why I should kill you," Lin Chen said with a casual smile. The blank did not rush, lightly laughing. "Maintaining high-intensity protective skills should consume a lot of mana, and since I'm at a safe distance, I just need to follow you continuously until your mana runs out to kill you." Clap, clap, clap. Lin Chen clapped his hands, giving a thumbs up. "Little sister, you're really smart. I admit that your bluffing is more interesting." The blank's cheeks under the mask blushed slightly, retorting defiantly. Lin Chen saw through but did not expose it. The blank in front of him was far from growing into a god-level assassin, both in thinking and fighting style. Not to mention a safe distance of 20 meters, even if it were 200 meters, what difference would it make? However, killing the opponent was also a challenge for Lin Chen. With an attack speed of only 0.5, his skill hit rate would be very low at such a distance. Lin Chen decided to activate his shield and lay down on the ground, starting to count the stars, saying, "Come on, let's see who can outlast the other." "You." The blank was speechless, looking towards the distant boss location, feeling anxious inside. How much mana does he have? Why can he still maintain the shield? The blank muttered to herself. "No need to guess, I can probably maintain this state for a few hours." Lin Chen saw through the opponent's thoughts at a glance. With close to 17,000 mana, enough for him to spend a long time. A few hours. Without any change in Lin Chen's facial expression, the blank realized that this guy was not joking. The blank hesitated, not daring to act rashly, and it was not certain that using a trump card would guarantee a one-hit kill on the mage. "Shall we cooperate? Split the loot 50-50, anyway, it seems like both of us are lacking skill points." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and proposed. The blank replied, "Okay, tell me more. We players were almost killed by the Lord, can you swallow this grudge?" "I can't." Lin Chen grinned mischievously, and the blank furrowed her brows. "What do you have in mind?" "It's not just about revenge, I heard that killing NPCs also drops a lot of good stuff." Lin Chen stood up and dusted himself off. "You're not thinking of killing NPCs, are you?" The blank looked shocked. "First kill the NPCs, then kill the boss, anyway it doesn't conflict with the side quest objectives, how about it?" Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and smiled. Hearing this crazy talk made Kong Bai's hair stand on end. He thought of himself as an unconventional assassin, but compared to the person in front of him, he seemed simple and ridiculous. "Who told you that NPCs drop items? Why should I believe you?" Kong Bai asked back, not being foolish. This question left Lin Chen speechless. Indeed, in the current stage, there were players who tried to kill NPCs out of curiosity, but most of them ended up being killed instantly. Take Yafuya for example. She appeared to be a sickly girl, but in reality, she was equipped with legendary gear and could cast S-rank magic like the Heaven's Judgment. No one could withstand that. However, this was just during the early stages of the game, and soon players would discover that some NPCs not only could be killed but also dropped items even more valuable than elite bosses. Some large guilds from the previous world even joined forces to ambush NPCs. Just because my understanding of the game is better than yours, is this answer satisfactory? Lin Chen said calmly. Kong Bai hesitated for a moment. Considering Lin Chen's previous identity as a professional player, he was likely telling the truth. If it weren't for the priest class among the NPCs, who constantly heals teammates, I wouldn't need your help, Lin Chen said. After that, Lin Chen invited Kong Bai to join the team. Feeling reassured by his certainty, Kong Bai quickly ran towards the location of the 4 NPCs. At the end of the mountain road outside the city was a gloomy castle, presumably the lair of the city butcher. Kong Bai asked, "What's your plan?" These NPCs seem to be waiting for us to make a move. This is a bit tricky. I was planning to have this NPC help us out and reap the benefits, Lin Chen said. The 4 NPCs looked at Kong Bai suspiciously, waiting for her to come over so they could attack the castle together. This was the difference between Divine Realm NPCs and ordinary online game NPCs. In this world, NPCs had to be treated as living beings. They had their own set of intelligent thinking, and each character had a different personality and style of doing things, just like normal people. Lin Chen said in a deep voice, "I'll take care of the 2 frontline warriors, you handle the priest and mage. I don't expect you to kill them, just hold them off until I finish." Kong Bai asked, "Won't it take too long? What if someone else steals the boss?" "No problem, let them attack first, they won't beat me to it," Lin Chen said with a light laugh. Kong Bai nodded at his words, very decisive, and approached the priest to strike a fatal blow. Critical hit, 736. Bleeding, 120. Bleeding, 120. Real bleeding damage? Lin Chen was surprised to see Kong Bai's dagger strike the major artery of the priest, blood gushing out, with 4 real damage effects appearing on the priest's head. The earth mage next to him immediately retaliated with a stone spike at Kong Bai, who dodged to the side and then used her short sword to slash the priest's neck again. The bleeding effect was a unique passive skill of thieves, usually only appearing when hitting a vital point, but in the early stages, the damage output was not high, only causing normal continuous damage. However, real damage was powerful, usually only awakened thieves of a rank or higher could possess it, and the damage would ignore the target's equipment resistance, usually causing percentage-based continuous damage. When a high-level assassin's attack power accumulated, a critical hit combined with bleeding could bring down a blood tank knight. Critical hit, 736. Bleeding, 130. Bleeding, 130. Rogue's buff lasts for 5 minutes, does the duration refresh after a critical hit? Lin Chen's expression changed as he looked at the strange buff enhancement that appeared on Kong Bai's status bar, realizing that the bleeding damage could stack with the number of normal attacks made? It seemed as he had expected, Kong Bai must currently have a divine-level soul imprint on her. Lin Chen dared not imagine that if this divine soul seal was used properly, it would elevate his solo combat ability to an insanely high level. For example, first, go to the training ground and practice on a wooden puppet for half an hour passively, stack up real injuries and blood loss to over a few thousand, and then challenge someone to a life and death PK, risking everything. What are you staring at? Don't just stand there. Blank was furious. Surrounded by 4 NPCs, if it weren't for his terrifying agility, he would have been killed by an NPC's blade long ago. Sorry, your movements were too mesmerizing, I was just stunned for a moment. Lin Chen chuckled, saying he would act immediately, but in reality, he started running back frantically. Blank, are you trying to betray me and take down the boss alone? Hold on, bro, it's a long story, just bear with me a bit. Lin Chen realized the situation was not right as Blank blushed in anger and scolded him, "What 3-time champion, you disgraceful dog, I knew you were up to no good." Your words are a bit harsh, beauty. I just have a bit of no, I'm a mage, what's wrong with creating some distance? Lin Chen forced a smile, feeling like things were getting out of hand and fell silent. Creating distance? Over 300 meters away, who are you showing off to? With your moves? Blank was furious but couldn't afford to be distracted. Due to their hostile relationship, all 4 NPCs' health bars were visible, with the heavily armored warrior, Lu Renjia, having a whopping 300,000 health points, even the squishy mage had 100,000 health points. Dare to betray the Lord, die. Lu Renjia charged forward with a broadsword, Blank leaped with 1 foot, like a dancer on the tip of a knife, kicked Lu Renjia's head in midair, followed by a backstab, dealing critical damage once again. Damn, is this how a normal thief operates? Lin Chen was shocked, realizing that Blank didn't use any special combat skills but could perform actions that even professional players couldn't, which could only mean one thing. In reality, this woman could execute the same assassination techniques. The reason was simple, the divine realm applied to all physical laws of reality, and players' brain nerves were connected to the game helmet. Just like a player who couldn't swim in real life, if they didn't learn the swimming skill in the game, they still wouldn't be able to swim in the game. Could she be a martial artist? Lin Chen muttered to himself. Lin Chen thought of the martial artists who rushed to the front lines during the apocalypse in his previous life, all from the major Chinese clans, mastering martial arts techniques that ordinary people couldn't imagine. If it weren't for these people using all their clan strength to hold the most intense battles on the Chinese front lines, the Dragon Mark Guild wouldn't have been able to show off in the rear. In a 4-on-1 situation against 4 NPCs equivalent to level 20 elite bosses, Blank quickly found herself at a disadvantage. Especially facing 2 frontline warriors, who were a nightmare for thief players, high attack and defense. Once they couldn't hit the vital points, they were easily countered. With a bang, Blank was sent flying by a broadsword, her health dropping to a critical level. Blank stared fiercely in the direction of someone escaping, swearing to catch that stinky kid no matter what, and then kill him 100 times. No. 1,000 times wouldn't be enough to quench her anger. Just as she was about to give up hope, Blank suddenly looked up, feeling a bit confused. She saw a bright light streak across the night sky and murmured, "Is it a shooting star?" No. It was clearly the big boss coming. Lin Chen stood on the mountaintop, wielding a new novice staff, unleashing a crushing offensive strategy of hitting high and low. 3 consecutive fireballs followed by a basic attack, then cancelling the lengthy wind-up animation of Flame Serpent's Touch with another basic attack. He seamlessly connected 2 different skills into one cohesive skill. Boom, minus 1,557. Minus 1,440. A series of blood-red damage numbers rose, combining 2 skills with a basic attack, dealing damage that surpassed the passive burn effect for the first time. Lin Chen nodded secretly. Now, as long as he leveled up to level 20 and brought the Spirit Diamond to the blacksmith to forge a legendary weapon, his damage ability would undergo a qualitative change. Seeing this scene, the small mouth under the blank mask couldn't close, full of question marks. This is indeed a bit long. After saying this, the blank blushed, quickly trying to explain herself. The 4 NPCs were completely confused and couldn't find a counterattack target for a long time. Then came another round of bombardment, with Lin Chen focusing on the other 3 besides the priest. The heavy armored swordsman class was indeed unfriendly to thieves, so Lin Chen first drew away the melee hatred. Then, after Blank dealt with the priest, he let her hide behind to launch a surprise attack in coordination with his output. Flawless and pure God, I ask you to heal everyone. The priest NPC began to chant healing magic. Interrupt him, Lin Chen said in a deep voice. Before he could remind her, Blank had already taken the opportunity to move, rushing up to stab the priest through the heart with a knife, forcibly interrupting the priest's spellcasting. Not bad, quite clever, Lin Chen commented with a smile. The 3 NPCs had fast movement speed, and Lin Chen's frowns and consecutive basic attacks missed, prompting him to shout to Blank, "It's too dark, I can't see clearly, give me the coordinates." His range actually exceeds the lock-on distance? Blank's scalp tingled. 271.122, Warrior. 258.114, Mage. Blank didn't have time to think much, focusing on reporting the coordinates of the 3 NPCs. Nice. Isn't this coordination great? Lin Chen stood on the mountaintop laughing heartily, continuously smashing down basic attacks and fireballs, causing burning damage while Blank firmly locked down the priest. Blank was somewhat speechless, never having encountered such a despicable person before. Being able to withstand a large amount of shield energy for a few hours was one thing, but the outrageous range was another. The predictive ability is exaggerated. These NPCs know irregular movements, but they are still within this guy's predictive range. Blank felt a chill down her spine, not even sure if she could dodge every time from Lin Chen's predictive output. Considering her current health of only 1800, she would basically die from a single burning effect. However, upon seeing that the god's health was only a little over 400 points on the team list, not even able to withstand a single critical hit, Blank felt slightly relieved. Lin Chen moved and attacked, causing the 2 front row NPCs to cry out in pain. Although the level 20 Earth Mage was a ranged NPC, compared to Lin Chen's range, it was still far behind, only able to chase from behind like a headless doll. On the other side, the priest became Blank's plaything, with a few rare attack skills easily resolved by Blank. Blank continuously landed critical hits, stacking true damage and bleeding effects, quickly reducing the priest's health to a critical level. "Please, spare me, and I will reward you generously when I return." With a pause in her hand, Blank was astonished to find the critically wounded priest kneeling before her, crying and begging for mercy. Blank looked bewildered, as this was the first time she had seen such a scene since the server opened, as if the old priest in front of her was no different from a real person. "Please, as an assassin, you're actually showing mercy?" Lin Chen, watching from afar, was speechless, suspecting he had chosen the wrong person. The way she fought was naive and simple, lacking the demeanor of a god-level assassin. "If you don't want to be counterattacked, I suggest you act quickly," Lin Chen reminded. "But..." Blank furrowed her brows, feeling uncomfortable about attacking an elderly person who couldn't resist, which didn't align with her style. Seeing her hesitation, Lin Chen didn't say more and continued to draw the aggro of the 3 NPCs for sustained output. "This is all my gold. Can you spare my life with this money, please?" The priest threw out a bag of money, with a blank look, at a loss. Even though she kept reassuring herself that this was just a game and she had to quickly deal with this priest, everything here was just too real, making it hard for her to act. As Lin Chen expected, the priest lowered his head, a hint of malice in his eyes. "Go to hell." Blank was shocked, the cunning of the NPC in front of her exceeded her understanding. A holy light cross suddenly smashed towards Blank, with a wide coverage area, instantly pulverizing the surrounding trees. However, just as the priest's staff was about to strike, 3 fireballs fell from the sky, forcibly interrupting the priest's high-level magic. The loud explosion brought Blank back to her senses, her expression changing from confusion to anger, finally putting away her innocence. She rushed up in big strides and landed 5 critical hits in a row, each move deadly. The priest screamed in agony, fell to the ground, dropping 2 pieces of purple armor and 3 skill books, all high-quality items above C rank. However, Blank had no interest in checking the attributes of the loot. She pulled down her face mask, leaned against the fallen tree trunk, panting heavily. "Whether it's the feeling of killing an NPC or the distribution of human vital points, everything is just like the assassination training I received. It's too real, all too real." Blank fell into deep doubt. Although the NPC's body disappeared, the smell of blood in the air was so familiar. "If you want to cooperate with me, the condition is not to hold me back." Lin Chen's words woke Blank up. She stood up alertly, looking towards the slope, involuntarily clenching her fists. Even without her help, Lin Chen, facing 3 opponents alone, was not at a disadvantage at all. His performance in both output tactics and operational skills left Blank amazed. Mages fear close combat the most, but the Triple Crown King had no concept of that. The continuous fireballs had a certain degree of impact, disrupting the formation of the 2 frontline NPCs, using limited space to target the one with the lowest health, but restricting the movement of the Earth-type NPC. Puff puff puff, -290 -290. Lin Chen held the flames in his hands, mercilessly crushing. From 300 meters away he could accurately predict the movements of multiple targets, easily controlling their mental states. Within 20 meters of the target, Lin Chen was truly a god of magic. Even the most ordinary basic attacks could find the weakest point of the Earth Mage's head. After a dozen or so basic attacks, the Mage's headgear was blown off. -580. -580. The basic attacks started to land consecutive critical hits, a scene that left Blank stunned from a distance. Blank had little gaming experience, but she knew that in a real battle, facing 3 strong enemies alone was terrifying. Is this the level of a professional champion? Blank was always proud, but at this moment, she was being suppressed by a man and struggling to catch her breath. At the same time, the Empress and her group discovered Lin Chen in the midst of the fierce battle. "Lu Bao, Sister Haoyue, it seems like that mage was being surrounded by NPCs just now. Should we go check it out?" Wu Yan smiled silently. "What are you thinking? Do we have to help our competitors? If they got a red name from being beaten by NPCs, it's their own fault, right?" "Lu Bao, that's true. If we don't hurry over, those anonymous players might have already succeeded." They had a total of 5 survivors from the recent attack. Coupled with the Dragon Mark Guild led by Yi Kongqing being crippled by Lin Chen, the Haoyue Guild had now become a strong force among the competitors for the severely injured boss. The Empress looked troubled. She greatly admired Fan Shen's skills and courage. Perhaps befriending him could bring him into the guild. However, other guild members seemed to strongly oppose Lin Chen's presence, vehemently objecting to the Empress's proposal to help. The Empress shook her head helplessly. For the sake of the team's interests, she could only respect the members' opinions. However, in the eyes of others, Lin Chen, who was being surrounded and attacked, was firmly in control at this moment, moving strategically and continuously using AoE skills. Lin Chen consecutively landed headshots, breaking through the defense of the Earth-type NPC, with one of them having their critical head smashed into pieces. He countered with the solar shield to block close-range heavy attacks, then retreated while taking advantage of the opponent's attack interval to trigger the flame burn with a normal attack. 1440. 1440. The heavily armored warrior, Lu Renjia, roared, his movement speed skyrocketed, and he wielded his heavy sword to wildly slash and chop. Fierce continuous strikes. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed as all three solar shields in front of him were destroyed. -119. His health dropped by a third. Lin Chen frowned, realizing he had been careless. These NPCs weren't particularly strong, but each had their own deadly moves. The move Fierce Continuous Strikes alone could deal over 2000 damage, and if the damage were a bit higher, it could have taken him out. Fortunately, his strategy against the enemies was correct. He prioritized eliminating the mage with the highest damage among the three. Otherwise, if the NPCs focused their attacks on him, even summoning 9 solar shields wouldn't help. Next, Lin Chen didn't give his opponents any chance, holding the only flame fireball that could knock back enemies in his hand. He would knock back Lu Renjia, the highest attacker, when he approached, then continue kiting and roasting him with fire. You have killed the Lord Kane's guards, plus 5000 experience. You have killed the Lord Kane's mages. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen had killed all 3 NPCs, waved his hand, used the team leader's privilege to stash any loot into his inventory first. Seeing his mana about to run out, he sat down and began to meditate. Due to killing the Lord's NPCs, plus 10,000 sin value, plus 4,000 reputation. The system prompt sounded, stating that the sin value generated by killing NPCs was 30 times that of killing ordinary players, turning Lin Chen's ID from light red to deep purple. With an accumulated sin value of 11,300, if he wanted to clear his name, he would have to kill an equal number of monsters for redemption. Evil achievement unlocked, regional announcement imminent, choose to remain anonymous or hide the trigger reason. Real name announcement, hide the reason for the kill. Lin Chen smiled faintly. He wouldn't miss the chance to be on TV, but to pass through the Lord's place smoothly, he chose to hide the reason. Regional announcement, player Lin Chen is deeply sinful, achieving the evil achievement, gaining the title, full of evil, all players are advised to kill him on sight. Regional announcement. Komujin, this guy is causing trouble again. I wonder which dog's tail he stepped on. They say you need 10,000 sin points to get that title. Baxi Aobi, brother is so fierce. A model for us red name players, love it. Players who saw the announcement were speechless for a moment. This player's behavior was beyond comprehension, even the system couldn't stand it and actually prompted players to kill him. However, this crazy lunatic had even killed Dragon Mark, the big boss. Who else could be sure they could take him down now? Full of evil, it really suits his style. The Empress was stunned as she looked at the announcement, realizing that the previously mocked Lin Chen was not as simple as she thought. Wu Yan smiled wordlessly. That kid actually killed the NPCs? Are the NPCs in this game so fragile? The members of the Moonlight Guild looked at each other, all feeling embarrassed. They thought the NPCs were attacking the player, but in reality, it was Lin Chen who was besieging the NPCs in a 1v3 situation. We agreed not to play as red name players, but we still ended up with a red name. It's because I'm so poor. Lin Chen sighed and checked the title attributes. Title, full of evil. Effect, drop rate increases by 10% when killing players, and by 50% when killing NPCs. When killed by other players/NPCs, all equipment, items, and gold will drop. Lin Chen was startled by this title. Evil overflowing, killing NPCs yields great benefits, but if he is killed by someone, they won't even leave him with his underwear. Nice. 4 pieces of hero equipment, 9 skill books, the benefits are indeed decent. Fortunately, killing 4 NPCs yielded a rich harvest. Among the 9 skill books, 2 can upgrade to sea-level magic, the rest are for other professions, which Lin Chen does not intend to keep. In addition, 3 pieces of hero-level armor, a shepherd's staff, all top-quality level 20 items, could easily sell for 2,000 gold coins even in a bundle. Wait, what is this? Lin Chen's expression changed slightly as he found 2 strange quest items in his inventory. Quest item, Boundary Stone. Purpose, 1 corner of the hexagonal boundary array, when returned to its original position, the boundary will be restored. Lin Chen was puzzled, looking at the night banquet quest log, Boundary Stone 1-1. One of the quest objectives unexpectedly showed as completed. Wait, didn't the Lord say the Boundary Stone was taken by the boss? Lin Chen smelled a hint of conspiracy, linking it to the Lord's scheme to deceive and kill players. And to lure players to kill the wounded boss to obtain the Boundary Stone, when in fact, the Boundary Stone had been with the NPC all along. If the side quest continues, once a player kills the boss, the NPC only needs to find an excuse to hand over the Boundary Stone to the player. The entire process can be seen as the Lord using players as tools to achieve his goals. What's this now? Lin Chen pulled out an old bottle from his inventory, also a quest item. Quest item, Soul Collection Bottle. Purpose, collect 20 souls of elite level or higher bosses to obtain a Soul Ascension Pill. The stronger the collected boss, the more powerful the effect of the Soul Ascension Pill, for NPC use only. Damn, Soul Ascension Pill. I get it. Lin Chen suddenly became excited, thinking of a major event that occurred in the Game God realm a month after its launch in his previous life, the Mad Demon Tide. It was the first major event in the game, where multiple city barriers in the city of Edgeril were shattered, and countless demons attacked the city. Several powerful boss-level bosses appeared in Edgeril City, causing numerous players defending the city to suffer. At that moment, Lord Cain suddenly appeared and displayed astonishing strength, working with players to slay all these bosses. It seemed that this lord had his subordinates carry the Soul Collection Bottle, claiming to help players kill bosses, but in reality, they were collecting boss souls. The intention, of course, was to refine the Soul Ascension Pill. It should be noted that 3 years later, under hardcore mode, not only did traitors who defected to the demon god appear among the challengers, but there were also many strong NPCs who betrayed. The main way was to consume the Soul Ascension Pill, which would transform the NPC into a great demon on Earth. Impressive, the game has NPCs planning to ascend to demons right from the start. Lord Cain's hidden intentions run deep. Lin Chen smirked. After understanding everything, Lin Chen raised his eyelids and looked at the blank space in the distance. It's disappointing, is this the legendary assassin? Is this it? Throughout the killing process, the blank space seemed lost, neither choosing to help nor planning to betray the opponent, just standing there watching him operate. Blank, you're wasting my time, Lin Chen said as he walked over. Blank expressionlessly grabbed a handful of dirt, murmuring, "Don't you think everything here is too real?" "I know." Lin Chen's face darkened. He had thought Blank would be a key part of his upcoming plan, but now it seemed that the other party was incapable of bearing this heavy responsibility. Then why can you still be so decisive? Have you ever killed someone in real life? Blank furrowed his brows and looked up, revealing a charming face. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed at the words, striding towards the boss's lair with a meaningful smile. "Whether I have killed before or not, I am ruthless because I don't want to die." "You are too naive, get lost." After speaking, Blank turned in surprise, and a blazing fireball came towards him. Blank's expression changed from shock to resignation as he endured the flames, staring at Lin Chen and saying, "I hope you can be so arrogant the next time I seek revenge on you. Player Blank has requested to add you as a friend." Lin Chen smiled faintly and accepted the friend request. He picked up the level 15 hero short sword that had just dropped on the ground, which was the weapon Blank had just lost. Without saying a word, Lin Chen understood what Blank was planning. With Blank's arrogance, he would not ask for the dropped equipment. Her only goal was to use the coordinates in the friend list to know Lin Chen's approximate location at any time and launch a pursuit. The Divine Realm does not need the weak. Lin Chen, who is determined to protect his sister and friends, also does not need them. Therefore, he decided to give Blank a chance to prove himself again. Let Blank continuously pursue him, hone Blank's assassination skills, and remind himself to never let his guard down. Compared to the hardcore mode where he could die at any moment, the relatively relaxed beginner period in the Divine Realm made Lin Chen feel too comfortable. Want some good stuff? Lin Chen messaged Eroded Bone online. Eroded Bone, how could I refuse good stuff made by the master, send it over. Lin Chen was speechless for a moment. He had never admitted to having Eroded Bone as a useless disciple, but who made him a big spender? Since the last time the Bone Crusher set encountered a crazy price surge, Lin Chen decided to sell everything in bulk to acquaintances to prevent the money from being taken by traffickers. Eroded Bone, wow, drooling, so many skill books? Did you poke the boss's nest? Eroded Bone, level 20 heroes equipment, these stats are too exaggerated, the level 10 staff I have now is trash. Although the heroes' equipment dropped by killing NPCs were all scattered pieces, each individual stat was extremely exaggerated. For example, a priest staff had 300 spell power, which was twice as high as a level 20 common blue equipment in spell power, and also had a healing boost. As for these skill books, Lin Chen kept 2 magic books, 1 C-grade wind magic, wind speaker, and 1 C-grade earth magic, earthquake stonevine. Both skills were very practical, especially wind speaker, which could compensate for Lin Chen's lack of attack speed and long casting time. After some consideration, Lin Chen decisively learned the skills. If other mages saw this scene, they would probably laugh at the waste of skill books. Typically, mage players would specialize in a certain branch of magic skills according to the magic talent tree, linking talents with magic attributes to achieve a magical effect where 1 + 1 is greater than 2. In situations where talent points are very limited, learning skills from other magic branches in the mid to late game will result in much weaker magical power compared to mage players who specialize in a single branch. However, Lin Chen had no such concerns. In the game Divine Realm, although talent points were very limited, most players only knew that they could gain talent points after leveling up. In fact, some high difficulty chance tasks could also grant talent points. This was why he dared to squander the capital of these skill books. Master of the 4 elements of magic, feeling pretty good, Lin Chen muttered with a smile. A mage who mastered all 4 elements of magic could be considered incredibly strong in the early stages. In a previous life, some wealthy players triggered the hidden job quest for the 4-element mage, but due to its high difficulty, every single one ended up deleting their account and starting over. The task was too difficult and required an unreasonable amount of skill points, making it less cost-effective compared to specializing in one element. However, for Lin Chen, who had a wealth of game information, it was achievable with enough time. Erode Bone, Master, name your price, how many gold coins for the bundle? 3,000 gold coins, how about that? Lin Chen replied after some thought. Last time, someone bought 3 pieces of equipment for 1,800 gold coins, but this time, there were 4 level 20 hero pieces of equipment and 7 good skill books, making this price a definite bargain. Erode Bone, good. Fair and just. Seeing Erode Bone agree readily, Lin Chen said, I'll put the equipment up for auction, you bid on it. But as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chen's mailbox rang, and 3,000 gold coins were deposited directly. Aren't you afraid I might cheat you? Lin Chen was amused by his actions. Only a wealthy player would dare to send items without even seeing them, truly audacious. Erode Bone, what's there to fear? Even if you cheat me, I'm willing. Lin Chen, you're really something. Lin Chen then sent all the equipment over, along with a considerable auction fee. He then opened a blank chat window and sent 1,500 gold coins and a blank dagger to the mailbox. Despite the unpleasant experience of working with Blank to kill NPCs, Lin Chen always kept his word about splitting the loot evenly. Besides, without Blank's help in killing the priests, he might not be able to defeat the NPC group before running out of mana. Lin Chen was clear about this. See you once, kill you once. Blank replied, and Lin Chen couldn't help but comment, such a rude girl. Despite his harsh words, she still accepted the profit share, making Lin Chen somewhat regretful. Outside the nest of the city slaughterer, more than 10 surviving players had already cleared the elite monsters outside the castle ruins. Lin Chen stood at a distance, silently observing the changing situation. A blurry figure appeared, and a river of blood flowed out of the dilapidated castle, accompanied by the eerie cries of a woman. A pair of blood-red eyes glowed in the darkness, emitting a strange red light, and the smell of blood in the air quickly intensified. City Slaughterer Kale, Level 20 Lord Level Creature HP, 600000/12000000 Attack, 770 Skills, Group Imprisonment, Blood Dragon Roar, Tyrant Body, Blood Sacrifice Upgrade. The City Slaughterer revealed its true form, slowly crawling out of the ground hole. It was a giant blood bat with one wing cut off, its health reduced by half, covered in gruesome wounds, indicating it had been seriously injured by Ifa. "Everyone on the other side, join forces," the Empress shouted. Not far away, Ecom City stood with 5 players around level 16, all of whom had hidden their IDs. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed as he saw at least 20 very tough blood minions lying under their feet. It seemed that apart from Ecom City, these people were still stronger than the members of the Moonlight Guild. "Anonymous warrior, what does Ecom City say?" Ecom City looked coldly at the Empress and said, "I'm not familiar with them, do as you please." One of the crazy people with the Empress cursed, "Damn it, what are you pretending for? If we hadn't fought off most of the monsters in the banquet hall earlier, would you be able to act so arrogantly here now?" The anonymous warrior sneered at the words, mocking, "Stupid thief, you think I don't know? Without that fake Psy brother, you would have been petrified long ago." The madman laughed in frustration, yes, you're right. I don't believe you 6 can take down this big boss." Faced with the madman's sarcasm, the other 4 anonymous players laughed, their mocking laughter making the madman blush. "Stop pretending. The boss is right there, show me what you've got." The madman cursed in disbelief. The anonymous warrior replied, "With your skills, you need more practice." With that, the anonymous warrior swiftly moved towards the boss, raising his sword and throwing it with precision. A sharp sound pierced the air as the sword tip accurately hit the boss's eye, causing the boss to cry out in pain. Critical hit 1100. Damn, that was a precise throw. It seems like it wasn't a skill, could it be a special technique? The warrior from the Bright Moon Guild took a sharp breath, even the Empress couldn't help but show a slight change in expression. The sword hit as if it had a life of its own, creating a strange curve in the air before bouncing back into the hands of the anonymous warrior. The warrior struck again, hitting the wounded wing of the boss. Another critical hit targeting the weak spot. Critical hit 1100. The boss raised its claws to strike, but the anonymous warrior remained calm, using a skill to block and counter, only losing 1 point of health. This stupid boss, doesn't it know how to play? The madman gritted his teeth in anger, realizing he had been outsmarted. The boss roared and unleashed a magical blood dragon that enveloped the anonymous warrior. The madman rejoiced, "You asked for it, now die." The specialty of the city butcher is blood magic, with slow melee combat actions, making it vulnerable to the warrior's attacks. "Schwer, interrupted spellcasting," the warrior said coldly. A female mage among the anonymous players stepped forward, holding a silver staff with her black hair cascading down, exuding a cold aura. Watching from a distance, Lin Chen was shocked, muttering to himself, "Wu Xueni? Could these people be from the Divine Gift Club?" The hexagram magic surged, and several violent wind blades shot out with explosive sound before the blood dragon fully formed. The mage used the wind blades to continuously disrupt the boss's spellcasting, allowing the anonymous warrior to escape unscathed. "Do you know how to play the game now, thief?" The warrior taunted the madman. The madman cursed in English, filled with frustration and anger. On the other side, the anonymous knight held up a large shield to withstand the boss's attacks. -189 -320. The knight's health was just over 3,000, much lower than the Empress's, but his skill in combat was more proficient. The lost health was quickly restored by the team's priest. Seeing that single-target skills were ineffective, the city butcher immediately used an AoE control skill, Group Imprisonment. 6 blood orbs hovered over the heads of the Divine Gift Club members, ready to petrify them upon impact. "Avoid it, backline DPS, follow up," the anonymous warrior coldly commanded, and the players moved in unison, avoiding the skill entirely. Coordinating with experts to fight the boss is smooth. Professional players are truly remarkable. Yi Kongqing couldn't help but praise as he shot multiple arrows to push back the boss, followed by the Wind Mage's output, dealing significant damage. Professional players? No wonder their gameplay awareness is far superior to ours. The Empress sighed in realization, acknowledging the gap between them. At this stage, most players are still exploring the game mechanics, while professional players who undergo holographic game training year-round have already simulated various boss strategies. Apart from the well-equipped Memory Void City, the equipment of the anonymous warriors and others is actually not as good as that of the Empress and her group, but the actual combat effectiveness is far beyond what the Empress and her group can imagine. This is the difference between amateur and professional. The equipment disadvantage is only temporary. As long as the skills are good enough, the equipment gap will be closed in no time. Wu Yan smiled silently. Leader, let's go directly. If we don't go up now, they will steal the boss's output. Le Bao said, exactly, Sister Haoyue hasn't competed yet, how can we lose heart? Besides, even if they are skilled in operation, can they match the operation of a transcendent god? Indeed, my fault, let's get started. The Empress nodded at the words, realizing that she had been intimidated by the opponent's momentum. The Wind Mage on the other side was indeed powerful, but not comparable to the monsters like the transcendent gods. I'm here, who dares to steal the boss? As the Empress and her group approached the city slaughterer, Memory Void City coldly raised his longbow, targeting a female priest named Lu Bao. You little brat! This boss is your mother, why don't you let us steal it? The madman's words were sharp, directly insulting Memory Void City's family. Memory Void City's face darkened, tightening the bowstring. Although he was angered, he disdained to argue with a low-class trash like the madman. Are you sure you want to be my enemy? Haoyue Guild, or should I say Miss Chen from the Chen family? Memory Void City smiled coldly, his gaze fixed on the Empress. It's just a game, yet you dare to use real-world power to oppress me. Are you unable to accept defeat? The Empress's expression changed, feeling the pressure coming from the super consortium where Memory Void City belonged. The Chen family was a renowned family business in China, but it was far below the Dingsheng group behind Long Hung, not on the same level. Defeat is a word that doesn't exist in my dictionary. Memory Void City remained strong, his eyes scanning every player with dominance. Having suffered consecutive defeats at the hands of Lin Chen, he would now show other players who truly ruled over the entire Edgar City. Long Hung was founded with the intention of sweeping everything, regardless of the opponent's guild or the giant behind them. Memory Void City was confident that he could destroy them all. The Empress gripped her knight's shield tightly, her fingers trembling slightly, feeling angry and resentful. She didn't expect Memory Void City to be so shameless and arrogant while playing a game. In the midst of conversation, the anonymous team cooperated tacitly, outputting and resisting damage in an orderly manner, continuously suppressing the boss. The boss's health quickly dropped to around 400,000, despite having various powerful outputs, they couldn't break through the double defense line formed by the anonymous warrior and knight. The Empress looked displeased, knowing that at this rate, the boss would soon be in the hands of the other side. Has your pride been shattered, Empress? A playful voice entered the Empress's ears, a private message from Lin Chen. The Empress's eyes showed disdain, replying, You can mock me, but you dare not act? Are you scared by the cowardly tactics of the opponent? Lin Chen chuckled lightly, You dare not offend Memory Void City, so I will act on your behalf, but the condition is that you help me with something. Go on. The Empress said with interest. It's simple, just send your 4 subordinates directly to the boss as sacrifices. Lin Chen's face showed a mischievous smile. Sacrifices? Why? The Empress frowned, unable to understand Lin Chen's intentions. If you want to complete this task, you have to trust me, the choice is yours. Lin Chen bluntly stated that he would not act to remove Memory Void City from the Empress's eyes unless she completed this task. By the way, your subordinates should not disobey you, right? The Empress sensed the hidden meaning in Lin Chen's words and felt a bit embarrassed. Earlier, for the sake of the team, she had chosen not to help Lin Chen deal with the NPC. Don't worry, they only trust me. The Empress pretended to be calm and shared. Her plan to send heads to the boss with a few teammates. Lu Bao, if Sister Haoyue asks me to go to the Blade Mountain, how can I refuse? Love you. You Baishuan, just die once, as long as you are not petrified by the boss's skill, you should not be punished with a 48-hour forced logout. 10 minutes later, the boss's health was reduced to less than 50,000. The madman was anxious, staring blankly, but not daring to go up to deal damage. However, soon he saw all 4 teammates going up, leaving the madman at a loss. What are you doing? Trying to steal the boss without calling me a super thief, the madman asked. They are going to die, are you going? The Empress gave the madman a disdainful look. The madman, looking puzzled, felt that the other party was hiding something good from him, and said, then why am I here? We are a team, even if you want to die, I have to follow. The Empress impatiently pulled the madman back, half smiling, and said to him, an old friend of mine told me to spare your life for now. My old friend? Are you sure it's not my old cannon? Cough, don't hit me on the head, thank you. The madman pretended to be serious, shaking off the Empress's hand, and in his heart, he felt a sense of being manipulated by an old fox. What do you mean, Shin Shan, are you planning to attack? Yi Kongcheng saw the people from the Haoyue Guild rushing over and immediately rebuked. They didn't interfere with you attacking. The Empress showed a helpless smile, letting Yi Kongcheng see clearly. Yi Kongcheng was shocked to see the 4 Haoyue Guild players voluntarily removing all their equipment and weapons, then starting to punch the city attackers. -1 miss. This series of actions left Yi Kongcheng and his group dumbfounded. Anonymous warrior, is this venting? It can't be, did we go too far under the leadership of the young master of the empty city? The 5 boss minions were dumbfounded, watching as the boss's claws swung, one child at a time, sending the Haoyue Guild players back to the city one by one. Then a strange scene appeared. Blood balls appeared on the bodies of the dead players, and the boss opened its mouth, swallowing all 4 fist-sized blood balls. Damn! Could this be the boss sacrificing to upgrade this skill? The anonymous warrior was stunned. The boss's health, which was about to be depleted, skyrocketed, reaching a full 400,000 health points. Blood sacrifice upgrade, for each player killed, health increases by 100,000. Knight from Team 2, pay attention. That female knight seems to be preparing to steal the boss's aggro. At the same time, the Wind Mage girl warned, sending a wind blade towards the Empress. The Empress's eyes were sharp, raising the knight's shield to block the damage, then swinging her greatsword, kicking up a lot of dust to disrupt the opponent's output. The Empress rolled again to get close to the boss, using a taunt skill to maximize aggro on the boss. Cruelty, strike. Lion roar. Relying on her equipment advantage, she forced the city slayer Kale to turn and attack her. Let me in. The Empress burst out with a low growl, almost inhumanly fierce, intimidating the entire field with her strong and brave aura. Then, she forcefully pushed the boss with her knight's shield, using the skill Peerless Shield Wall. In the next moment, the boss, with an absolute size advantage, was actually pushed by her into a hole in the castle wall. The Empress pushed the boss away with all her strength, then quickly retreated from the hole. What's going on? Quick, go in and take the boss's aggro. Yi Kongcheng sensed something was wrong and feared another mishap, so he immediately led his people into the castle. Quick, act, Fan Xin. Seeing this situation, the Empress suddenly shouted. Lin Chen? Lin Team? The anonymous warrior and the Wind Mage girl's expressions froze, as they saw a familiar figure appearing on the horizon. Lin Chen's staff danced in his hand, and he clapped his palms together forcefully, shake the stone vines. The ground near the ancient castle began to shake, as if a giant creature was moving through it. The Empress and the madman quickly dodged, the ground beneath their feet cracking as layers of soil surged endlessly, causing the entire castle to tremble violently. A large amount of rubble fell from above, quickly blocking the entrance. Damn it! Lin Chen, what are you doing? The anonymous warrior regained his senses and shouted angrily in the distance. Lin Chen replied coldly, burying you. The anonymous knight exclaimed, what's happening outside? We can't get out. Yi Kongcheng said, Heat Song, are you crazy? Yi Kongcheng and the others could only watch as the exit became smaller and smaller, while also dealing with the boss's attacks, causing chaos. Lin Chen. I'll F** King kill you. The anonymous warrior's expression changed constantly as he gritted his teeth and tried to rush up to kill Lin Chen. But when he saw Lin Chen's position clearly, he realized how naive his idea was. The anonymous warrior broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that the distance between them was at least 500 meters apart. Is this the attack distance that players can currently achieve? Rushing over to kill the mage at this distance, even if his skills were strong, he would probably be blown to pieces before reaching Lin Chen. Moreover, that bastard was a mage with a high ceiling in the magic system. Can his skills be inferior to him? Ignoring the anonymous warrior, Lin Chen raised his hand and continued to bombard the castle with a series of fireballs and basic attacks. Watching the fireballs falling from the sky, the madman was stunned and exclaimed, "Wang Defa, is this guy from the artillery unit? So long, so far, and so fierce." The Empress chuckled self-deprecatingly, "Well, we're not playing the same game. I knew his attack range was an issue, but I didn't expect it to be this serious." With a loud crash, the foundation of the castle cracked and soon collapsed entirely, silencing the cries of Yi Kongcheng and the others inside. You killed the player Nig, sin value plus 100. You killed the player Yi Kongcheng, sin value plus 100. Except for those who did not enter the boss's lair, everyone inside was killed by the falling rocks. This was the poisonous plan that Lin Chen had come up with after observing for half a day on the periphery. The collapse of a building of this magnitude, not to mention that players with only a few thousand health points could not withstand it, even most of the early stage bosses in the Divine Realm would be half dead from being smashed. Minus 10,000. Minus 10,000. A large number of blood-red numbers popped out of the ruins, and City Slayer Cariel roared in agony, losing over 200,000 health points directly. Unfortunately, I couldn't smash the boss to death along with them. Lin Chen frowned, and the boss burst into black light, pushing everything around it away, emerging from the ruins again, utilizing the effect of the skill Overlord Body. Boss skill, Overlord Body effect, ignore all control effects such as immobilization, stiffness, and floating for 3 seconds. Let's get to work, boys. Lin Chen laughed heartily as his fiery magic power surged around him, and the flame serpent flew in from the sky once again. Seeing this, the madman spat out his saliva and complained, "Damn, you're clearly cheating. With your range so far, how are us thieves supposed to survive?" Seeing an old acquaintance, Lin Chen was in a particularly good mood and said with a smile, "Thieves just need to steal and sneak around, why bother with the delicate matters of us noble mages? Get lost. Stupid mage." The madman cursed angrily. "I'll take the boss's aggro, and madman, keep an eye on those two," the Empress said in a deep voice, wary of the sudden attack from the two professional experts. Approaching quickly, Lin Chen smiled faintly, "As long as they make the first move, I'll take them out in an instant." "It's been a while, fan team," Wu Xuanyi said somewhat timidly. Lin Chen glanced at Wu Xuanyi and said indifferently, "I can't accept the title of fan team." Wu Xuanyi looked embarrassed, and the anonymous warrior gave her a fierce glare, then turned to Lin Chen and said, "Fake Saigu, how do you still have the face to see people? The #1 magic swordsman in the national server, how come you panic when you see me?" Lin Chen mocked. Heatsong snorted coldly, revealing his ID with the prefix Tianxi floating dust. The #1 magic swordsman, is he the undefeated Heatsong? The female emperor looked shocked. No wonder the swordsman's skills were so sharp, he turned out to be the star player of the Tianxi Club. Heatsong, the #1 magic swordsman in Jianzhang, and his alternate account is also in the top 10 swordsmen and mages in the national server. Undefeated? This joke, I laugh every time I hear it, right? He calm Lin Chen laughed. Heatsong was a rising star in the Tianxi Club, indeed with good esports talent, but he met Lin Chen. People online praised him as the undefeated king, the most likely candidate to replace Fang Shen as the flag bearer for the Tianxi Club. However, the two words undefeated were a great insult to He Kong. Whether using a mage character or a swordsman character, he had never won against Lin Chen in the club's simulated battles. Heatsong blushed at the words, hysterically shouting, "Even if you are strong, it cannot hide the fact that you are a street rat, the shame of the entire Tianxi club, the shame of Chinese esports. Yes, you are right. Lin Chen smirked. In the past he would have been furious, but now, after his rebirth, his temperament had already changed. While past glory was important, it was no longer what he sought. Stop him, don't let him touch the boss, I'll take care of these two over here. Hitsong tightened his sword and said. Wu Xuanyi's face turned pale. Watching the man approaching with a commanding presence, she couldn't muster any resistance. Anyone who could join the Tianxi club was an esports genius. And she was no exception. But how many mage geniuses could face Lin Chen without panic, because he was the mage god of the Tianxi club? The true soul of the Tianxi club. The female emperor boss is injured, moving slowly, you just walk the boss like a dog. Okay, no problem. The female emperor continued to taunt the boss, pulling it aside and using the terrain to manipulate the boss. I see your operation details have improved a bit just now. It seems becoming a main team member hasn't made you complacent. Lin Chen passed by Wu Xuanyi, not looking back, and said. Wu Xuanyi hesitated for a long time, but finally put down the staff in her hand. With a guilty look on her face, she whispered, I'm sorry, Team Fan. The female emperor and the madman were stunned. Watching Wu Xuanyi gradually disappear, she actually chose to log out in the instance? I say, bro, who is that woman to you? She ran away after a few words from you. The madman exclaimed with his mouth wide open. My disciple. Lin Chen said calmly, a fleeting wave on his face. Damn, awesome. What does she look like in real life? Not a tank, right? The madman lewdly exclaimed. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Come on, my disciple and I never use face altering, we look like our real selves. The madman excitedly said, oh. Introduce me, what's her WeChat? I'll add her. $50 for her WeChat, to prove your strength. Don't have money, get lost. Lin Chen joked with the madman as they walked towards Hikong 2 against 1. The mighty mage is nothing special. Hitsong coldly chuckled. No, of course it's a 1v1 real man showdown. Lin Chen said with a smile, knowing that Hitsong was not convinced of him, so he gave the other a chance. Even though I have the ability to kill you in seconds, I won't do it. Lin Chen said calmly. Every step he took exuded a strong sense of oppression towards Hikong. Hitsong gripped his sword tightly, cold sweat dripping from his temples. It wasn't that Lin Chen was invincible, it was just that the opponent was a defeated underling. I want to torture you, torture every one of you in the Heaven's Gift Club. Lin Chen smiled, his eyes flashing with madness. He voluntarily turned off the passive skill, Flame Burn. Without the range suppression of Giant Spirit God's left eye, he boldly stepped into the normal mage's 20-meter range. Go to hell! Hitsong growled low, a murderous intent bursting in his eyes. He wanted to personally cut off his inner demon. The madman said, Hee, warrior, beware of your backside. Just one sentence from the madman made Hitsong freeze in place. It is not a wise move for any profession to expose their back to a thief. A critical hit to the heart with every strike of the knife will teach every stubborn person the importance of protecting their backside. Do you want to make a move, madman? Lin Chen casually asked. The madman picked his nose and flicked his finger. When you two are low on health, I will come to harvest you. Fanshin, you must have a lot of money in your high-profile equipment, right? That's fine, I'll take you back to the fountain to resurrect now. Lin Chen grinned, knowing the madman's character too well. He was sure the madman would do as he said. The madman smiled awkwardly at the words, thinking of the terrifying output Lin Chen had shown earlier. A thief like him would be more than enough. The madman said, I'll spare you for now. With that, he decisively retreated 100 meters, afraid of being ambushed by someone with an astonishing reach. Die! Hitsong saw the situation and secretly delighted, pulling out another blue war knife from his waist. The madman in the distance blinked. This person turned out to be a dual-wielding warrior. Lin Chen was not surprised. Hitsong had not shown his true strength when fighting the boss just now. There are many different types of warrior styles in the divine realm, with most players choosing equipment such as sword/shield, or two-handed swords in the early stages. The most difficult to operate is the dual-wielding style, sacrificing most blocking abilities for maximum output efficiency, and not being affected by the heavy half-body shield in terms of agility. However, warriors who dare to choose the dual-wielding style are either novices or players who are extremely confident in their own skills. Lin Chen remained expressionless, using basic attacks to test the waters with a fireball. Bang! 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 Taking advantage of his long reach to launch continuous attacks. -33, -11 blocked. Hitsong smiled confidently, wielding his dual blades, each strike precisely hitting the fireball. Faced with a basic attack speed of 0.5, Hitsong demonstrated the fundamental skill of timing control that professional players excel at. Moreover, he was using dual blades, and if he had used a single sword plus shield combination, he could almost block all attacks. The madman exclaimed, "Bro, are you even trying? How come you can't break through my defense with basic attacks? Have you been playing too much mahjong?" Lin Chen almost burst out laughing at this remark, shaking his head helplessly and continuing his basic attack output. Hitsong approached within 10 meters of Lin Chen, who remained calm and composed, launching 3 fireballs in quick succession, followed by a combo of basic attacks. Hitsong finally felt a hint of pressure, suddenly standing still, swinging his dual blades in a circular motion, using the warrior's D-level skill, Roaring Tornado. The wind howled, swirling the clouds. All of Lin Chen's attacks were once again completely absorbed, still not truly hitting Hikong. Lin Chen quickly dodged Hitsong's sword throw, deftly moving and attacking. -15, -29. The damage caused by Lin Chen was very limited, unable to break through Hitsong's sword defenses. Hitsong smirked, showing a sinister smile. "I can see you have embedded a soul seal in your hand, otherwise you wouldn't be able to have such a wide attack range, but you are foolish enough to dare to fight me in close combat." Hitsong taunted, "Let me guess, at least it's a spirit-level soul seal, right?" Lin Chen remained silent, seemingly still doing some futile work, as both his basic attacks and fireball combos were easily countered by the opponent. "You are really impatient. You finally gained some confidence and came to bother us. Don't you know that the spirit-level soul seal is just trash to true strong players?" Hitsong's expression became more and more arrogant as he continued to vent the frustration accumulated over the years from being suppressed by Lin Chen. "Spirit-level soul seal, that's it." Lin Chen suppressed his laughter skillfully. "Even if you have a range of 500 meters to deal with players like me, what's the use when the targeting indicator malfunctions at 300 meters in this game?" Hitsong laughed wildly, knowing that he would avenge his past humiliation today. In the future, the word undefeated will no longer be a disgrace, but a sign of Hitsong's rise. He will make all the mindless fanatics who worship mortal gods kneel and lick his boots. What mage ceiling, what triple crown, they are nothing in front of Hitsong. "Hikong." Lin Chen suddenly spoke up, interrupting Hitsong's endless boasting. Why do you always talk so much during PK battles? Could it be that you were too insecure as a child and were often bullied in school, so you want to prove that you are better than others in the game?" Lin Chen frowned. Hitsong was stunned, as if those black eyes could see through all the truths, piercing straight into his innermost being. How could he know? Hitsong was dumbfounded. "I see." Lin Chen smiled lightly, wanting to destroy a professional player, starting with what he was most proud of, his skills. "Wind speaker." Lin Chen murmured, the wind element in the hexagram lit up. "Triple magic practitioner?" Hitsong was surprised. In his opinion, this mage development path was like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, purely an amateur player's development path. Learning 3 different series of magic indeed made him strong in the early stages, able to unleash incredible combo moves. The cost was not having enough talent points, skill points, and gold coin expenses that even ordinary players couldn't afford. "To retaliate against our club members, it seems you are really ruthless." Hitsong thought he had seen through Lin Chen's thoughts. The next moment, Lin Chen's first flat of fireball hit Hitsong's body. -248, his health dropped by a chunk, and Hitsong was stunned. The attack speed boost from the wind speaker caused Hitsong to misjudge his blocks. Then came a series of fireballs, with a 20% increase in attack speed. -332, -332 blocked. Hitsong's expression changed abruptly, barely blocking the final blow. This was the effect Lin Chen wanted. The madman exclaimed, "Oh my god," deliberately feeding with flat A attacks. "Are you trying to numb the nerves of this idiot warrior?" It didn't end there, as Lin Chen looked mockingly at Song. "You can't play as a warrior, you're even worse as a mage. I don't understand why you always see me as a thorn in your side. Are we from the same dimension?" Lin Chen's words cut deep. Song's face turned pale, and he quickly consumed a health potion to recover, thinking he had adapted to Lin Chen's attack rhythm. However, Lin Chen paused with his staff, and his attack frequency became unpredictable. The fireballs varied in speed, seemingly without any pattern, yet they were extremely precise and effective. Lin Chen was a former professional player. He knew that a professional player's offense and defense often had their own rhythm. However, once this rhythm was disrupted, mistakes were likely to occur. -248, another flat A hit, leaving Song's health in tatters. Song looked incredulous, unable to understand why he couldn't even touch the opponent once, even though they were less than 5 meters apart. "I've told you many times before, your playstyle is flawed," Lin Chen said casually. Unfortunately, Song, who considered himself the top magic swordsman in the national server, highly valued fixed high-level class tactics and had poor adaptability. If the opponent entered his attack rhythm, he could indeed easily overwhelm them with his aggressive playstyle. But Lin Chen in front of him was like a feather floating in the air. No one knew his next move. The madman next to him was shocked. "Damn, can a mage still play like this?" This is the ability cultivated by Lin Chen in hardcore mode. Adapting to changes, without rules is the rule. Moreover, as soon as he stepped into the 20-meter range, the layout had already begun, understanding everything from the target's mental activities to physical dynamics. In this wave, he was outputting to Song from the atmosphere. "I refuse!" Song roared. "What's there to refuse, professional player? There is indeed a gap." Lin Chen chuckled lightly, raised his hand and fired a basic attack, sending the old teammate back. Song turned into white light and was sent back to the respawn point, unfortunately exploding dozens of silver coins. "Empress, is it over? I can't hold on much longer." "Empress sister, I'm here," Lin Chen said contentedly. The Empress said speechlessly, "Get lost, you don't have to come." Several group restraints fell, and Lin Chen and the other two easily dodged them, quickly beating the heavily injured city butcher Kale to low health. "Stab him! Burn him! The boss is about to fall," the madman urged, the boss's health dropping to less than 10,000. At this moment, Lin Chen suddenly received a private message from Song, and his mood instantly plummeted. "Everyone from the Tianxi Club deserves to die," Lin Chen gritted his teeth in anger. "Tianxi's floating dust, Lin Chen, go ahead and laugh as much as you want, let's see how long you can keep laughing. Do you want to know why the Esports Association banned you? You think you're morally superior, you think you're a superstar with no lack of money. Let me tell you the truth, in that match that ruined your reputation, everyone except you is just an actor. We all know you're good at pretending, you definitely wouldn't agree to a fixed match, so... each of us made a small profit, even your beloved disciple Wu Shuwenyi made a fortune. Are you angry hearing this? Good, be angry, and I forgot to tell you, you wanted to appeal to the Esports Association before? Do you know that the biggest sponsor of the Esports Association is the Tianxi Club? If they don't ban you, who will they ban?" After Song finished speaking, he couldn't help but curse, "You beggar." Even after experiencing the cruel post-apocalyptic era, Lin Chen's heart was still stirred up. He finally understood why Wu Shuwenyi had that expression before, and even dared not look him in the eye and went offline. Because Wu Shuwenyi didn't have the face to see him, didn't have the face to talk to him. Lin Chen wanted to laugh at how naive he had been back then, always thinking it was his own mistakes in operation, his own failure to command everyone well. That's why they lost so miserably. Lin Chen had always suspected that there was a mole in the team at the time, but he never imagined that everyone except him, including Wu Shuwenyi whom he had personally brought up, had all participated in the fixed match. The madman said, "Damn, bro, if you don't act, we're done for." "Empress, what are you staring at? Keep up with the damage output." Seeing that his two teammates were about to die, Lin Chen suddenly snapped out of his thoughts and fiercely attacked the boss with the Flame Serpent's touch. Ding! A pile of things burst out of the boss's body, but Lin Chen had no interest in checking them out. Lin Chen remained silent for a long time, replying to Yi Song in a private chat channel, "You guys better delete your accounts." After that, without giving Yi Song a chance to continue blabbering, he blocked him directly. "None of you can escape, I swear. I fucking swear." Lin Chen roared in anger. This time he was truly angry, thinking of those moments spent with teammates day and night, laughing and joking, he felt disgusted. "You have killed City Butcher Kale and gained plus 20,000 experience points. Your level has increased to level 16. Soul Collection Bottle has detected collectible boss souls, do you want to collect them?" The notification sounds kept coming, and after a moment of hesitation, Lin Chen chose to collect them. A wisp of white smoke dispersed from the boss's corpse, quickly entering Lin Chen's package. Soul Collection Bottle, collection progress, 1/20th. The progress bar rose, and Lin Chen hesitated for a moment. Only NPCs can use the Demon Ascension pill, so he had to collect the souls first. Regional announcement about to be released, anonymous or not. Lin Chen gradually regained his composure and calmly said, "Real name." Regional announcement, player Fan Shen led the team to defeat the boss, Lord level, City Slaughterer Kaler. Only 3 people survived in this instance, and the clearance rewards are doubled without NPC assistance. Rewards include 60 attribute points, 40 skill points, 12,000 reputation points, and 30 gold coins. Tian Wang exclaimed, "Unbelievable. Even the guys from Memoryless City couldn't beat this guy, so cool." Qingshan joked, "I'm dying of laughter, why aren't the people from Dragon Mark saying anything, where are they?" 3060 Chestnut said, "I heard Dragon Mark teamed up with Heaven's Gift, and this is it?" The entire chat channel boiled over, with the previously most aggressive players who claimed that Dragon Mark plus Heaven's Gift equals dominance collectively silenced. Dragon Mark players felt ashamed, as the elite squad was continuously killed by the same person, making it hard for them to speak out even if they were tough. Johnny and Jean said, "I really appreciate Fanshin brothers. Come to our Johnny Guild, with an annual salary of no less than 20 million, we sincerely invite you to join." Blue said, "Afraid of offending Dragon Mark? Sorry, I'm not pretending anymore." An annual salary of 35 million plus a lifetime privilege at Tianlan City Massage City, inviting the Mage class for a chat. Messages recruiting Lin Chen began to appear on the World Channel, offering millions of annual salaries casually, making the onlookers envious. The Empress smiled mischievously, looking at Lin Chen and teasing, "Why go to their guild when you can come to our Bright Moon? An annual salary of 50 million plus 2 playmate girls, how about that?" The madman jumped up excitedly, shouting, "Consider me, I don't want an annual salary, just the girls." The Empress looked at him with disdain and said, "Go play in the mud, little brat." "Damn it, why don't you go to hell?" Shirgu, who was grinding monsters in the wilderness, saw the message and immediately responded by buying 2 golden horns worth 1 million each. These items could expand the shouting range to the entire Asian server, translating into more than 20 languages, which was quite absurd. Cross-server channel of Divine Domain, Chinese player Shirgu said, "Ahem, hey 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 hey." Billions of players on the Asian server were stunned as a mysterious golden announcement appeared in the sky. Kaye's expedition, what family, playing with golden horns? What's going on again, crazy player? The madman was dumbfounded. The Empress frowned at Shirgu's ID and said, "This person once snatched a boss with me in the wilderness, inexplicably gave me 100 gold coins, and asked me to watch him operate without allowing me to intervene. I admit that I succumbed to the money." Shirgu said, "I, Kong Family Mansion's chairman, received an invitation from my master Fanshin to join the mansion with an annual salary of 200 million, to eat, drink, play, and create a better future together. 200 million annual salary. Who needs an electric scooter? I want to fly a plane. Unsolvable, which rich second generation is squandering money? Isn't it great to buy a mansion for 200 million? When did Fanshin have disciples?" Looking at the golden announcement floating above his head, Lin Chen finally smiled and secretly complained, "Buying a horn with money, it's better to directly donate to me for poverty alleviation, this sandcoin." Immediately, Lin Chen received a bunch of private messages, most of which were from guild officials inviting him to join, all expressing that they didn't lack money but lacked his participation. Lin Chen chose to ignore them all, turned off the private chat channel, and began to collect the spoils. The side quest, Night Banquet, was not particularly difficult in terms of difficulty. He and Quangbai first killed the NPC, causing the rewards for the server announcement to double. But under normal circumstances, with the NPC's help, understanding the skills and mechanisms of the blood-sucking monsters, clearing this side quest is not difficult. The risks and rewards of the tasks in the Divine Domain are proportional, so the loot dropped by the boss is all average, with only a level 20 purple armor and 2D grade skill books. Seeing that none of them could use the items, they put them up for auction and split the money among the three of them. Damn, wasn't there a certain task item? The madman rummaged through the corpse for a while but didn't find the item to complete the task. It was then that Lin Chen remembered that there was a boundary stone dropped by the NPC in the package. The madman exclaimed, "Damn, stupid task, the boss is all dead, but the task item is gone?" Lin Chen was intrigued but chose not to reveal this information, shaking his head to indicate he didn't know. Looking at the Night Banquet task list, it showed that they could now submit the task to the Lord, and choosing to abandon the task would not result in any punishment. Upon reviewing the task details again, due to the loss of the Boundary Stone in Edgar City, a large number of monsters have been entering the city recently, causing trouble. Please help Lord Kane retrieve the Boundary Stone. A large number of monsters entering. That's interesting. If I don't hand over the Boundary Stone, I should be able to farm monsters without leaving the city, right? Lin Chen made up his mind, and Lord Kane probably never imagined having a player like him. Back at the banquet hall, the madman exclaimed, "What's wrong with this old man? Why did he flip the table?" Upon learning that his men were killed and the Boundary Stone was not recovered, Lord Kane, in a fit of rage, smashed the table in front of Lin Chen and the others. Lin Chen secretly chuckled, realizing that inadvertently killing the guards had disrupted the Lord's plans. "You failed to submit the task item, Boundary Stone, so the task reward has been significantly reduced. You have gained 4,000 experience points, 10 free attribute points, and 5 skill points." As Lin Chen had guessed, eliminating the boss still yielded some task rewards. Although losing most of the rewards was regrettable, the risk was worth it to be able to farm monsters using the Boundary Stone. After leaving the instance, the Empress went to meet with the guild members, while the madman had some things to attend to and planned to log off first. After some contemplation, Lin Chen remembered the madman's first professional awakening in his past life, where he obtained an E-rank hidden profession, lockpicking rogue. So he reminded him not to make a decision when encountering hidden professions and to consult with him first. The madman asked, "What's up? You seem to be quite knowledgeable about the game strategy. Are you trying to recruit me?" With a smile, Lin Chen replied, "Indeed, that's what I have in mind. I plan to establish a guild, and I'll buy a guild battle seat for you. Will you join?" The madman looked at him in surprise, thinking that this smelly kid indeed had some strength, and straightforwardly said, "If there are girls, count me in. Anyway, solo players can play casually." "Alright, you're in." Lin Chen smiled happily, realizing that the madman was not simple at all, excelling in tactics and sly development. Superficially lecherous, always talking about girls, but in reality, he was a top student at a military academy. He played the Divine Domain purely for fun, with no particular emphasis on choosing a profession in the early stages, so he had always lagged behind those god-tier thieves. However, as a solo player without resources or support, the fact that the madman had managed to rank in the top 10 thieves at one point was enough to show his cunning in methods. Now that he had recruited the madman, Lin Chen's guild had a solid foundation. He didn't aim for a large guild but rather for each player to be both capable in battle and trustworthy. Just as he was considering logging off to have a late-night snack, a loud shout suddenly rang out behind him, "Criminal! Surrender now or face the consequences." Lin Chen turned around in confusion and found a group of NPC soldiers attacking from behind. It was then that he remembered his over 10,000 evil value, which meant he would be hunted whether inside or outside the city. "The first time I've seen someone's name turn purple from killing, how many sins has he committed? Brothers, this kid is the mortal god. Kill him, and we'll be on easy street." On the streets of the city, Lin Chen's appearance made dozens of players turn red with excitement. If there were no NPC soldiers present, these players probably wouldn't dare to act, as this guy in front of them was the one who had humiliated Memoryless City. Lin Chen slapped his forehead, revealing a bitter smile. Lately, he had been preoccupied with so many plans that he had forgotten about his red name. The players around him quickly mobilized, calling for reinforcements. He's strong as a mortal god, right? But in the eyes of Chinese players, as long as the opponent has a health bar, dozens or hundreds of people are not enough, it takes thousands to take him down. The tactic of overwhelming numbers is invincible during the leveling period. As more and more players gathered around, Lin Chen was at a loss for words. People thought he would run away to protect the large amount of gold coins on him, but to their surprise, Lin Chen smirked and raised his hands. Everyone was stunned as the super notorious red-named player was captured by NPC soldiers. Damn! The dignity of the Triple Crown is worthless? It seems like we can't attack him anymore. I spit. The Kong family mansion spent 2 billion to buy a soft egg? Conservatively estimating, he must have at least a few thousand gold coins on him, which is hundreds of thousands. My hard-earned money just flew away. Many players were in tears, helplessly watching Lin Chen being taken away by NPCs. You have been arrested by the soldiers of the Light Dragon Empire. Considering your current evil value, you need to pay a fine of 1,190 gold coins or be imprisoned for 300 days to clear your name. Will you pay the fine? Lin Chen was taken to the city dungeon and immediately chose to refuse after hearing the system prompt. Come on, it's just a few NPCs and players he killed, to ask for over 1 million gold coins. For bail was ridiculous. Ordinary players encountering this situation would delete their accounts and start over without hesitation. But Lin Chen remained calm. Perhaps being in the dungeon could be an opportunity for a new beginning. Lin Chen tried to use skills in the dungeon, but there was no response. Opening the equipment panel, all the equipment slots turned gray. He dismissed the idea of a violent escape, suspecting that the handcuffs on his hands had an anti-magic effect. I need to see your boss, Lin Chen shouted. What are you yelling about, kid? Shut up. A prison guard named Zhao Laowu cursed. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Just because he couldn't use the equipment slots didn't mean he couldn't use his inventory. With a clink, a gold coin from the Empire suddenly dropped at Zhao Laowu's feet. Zhao Laowu's eyes lit up as he quickly bent down to pick it up carefully, even biting it to confirm its authenticity. Hee, what can I do for you, sir? Zhao Laowu quickly changed his attitude, like an Oscar-winning actor. Lin Chen couldn't help but mock in his heart. Domain of the Gods truly lived up to its name as a masterpiece of the gods. Oh my, it seems that in any world, money can make the devil turn the grindstone. Take me to see your manager, I have important matters to discuss with him, Lin Chen said, furrowing his brow, perfectly embodying the role of a prisoner. Well, our boss might not be available right now. How about this, I'll buy you a chicken leg to chew on, okay? Zhao Laowu hesitated. Clink. Another gold coin flew out of Lin Chen's hand. Zhao Laowu excitedly chuckled, the great adventurer is truly amazing. I'll take you there right away. Then Zhao Laowu led Lin Chen to the city wall defense post. Standing in front of the room's door, they could hear joyful sounds coming from the slightly ajar door. Yes, that feels good. Lin Chen's smile froze completely. How did he not notice so many Easter eggs when playing games before? Captain of the guards, there is a prisoner who wants to see you. Zhao Laowu cautiously pushed open the door, and immediately a smelly iron boot was thrown out, scaring Zhao Laowu to quickly dodge backward. Damn it, can't you see that I'm having a good time? Get lost. The captain of the guards cursed angrily. Soon, a panicked naked woman ran out, and Lin Chen praised the gods in his heart again. No censorship, really no censorship. If it's not something important, I'll have you killed. Captain Wang Meng sat on the bed with a stern face. Is this matter important? After Zhao Laowu finished speaking, he smiled and waved a gold coin in front of him, indicating that the guy next to him was a big fat sheep. Wang Meng asked Zhao Laowu to leave first, then looked Lin Chen up and down. Humph, kid, do you know what a crime it is to bribe an imperial city guard? Lin Chen smiled faintly in response to the accusation. I'm not sure about that, but it knows. He took out a bag of gold coins and threw 50 of them over. Wang Meng's eyes lit up with greed, and he pretended to be serious. I am upright and honest, don't try to pull this on me. With that, he got up and closed the door. You must have suffered a lot in the cell, right? Wang Meng's expression immediately changed. Yes. Lin Chen nodded repeatedly, and Wang Meng took out the key and removed the magic restricting shackles from him. With the restraints removed, Lin Chen had intended to kill this little pest, but after some thought, he decided against it. Checking the opponent's attributes, Guard Captain Wang Meng, level 30, HP? Attack power? Skills? Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief that he didn't attack directly. The strength of this prison head was at least above that of a regular Lord's Guard, otherwise, there wouldn't be a situation where specific attributes couldn't be probed. If the opponent didn't have an invincible skill, perhaps he could kill him, but fighting here might still attract NPC soldiers. How about we make a deal, Captain of the Guards? Lin Chen calmed down. Wang Meng squinted and smiled, saying, Young man, I really like you. You successfully bribed the city guard captain. The guard captain proposes 300 gold coins to redeem your freedom, but the sin value cannot be reduced. The prompt came, and Lin Chen remained calm, starting to haggle with the dragon-slaying sword. I'll give you a maximum of 100 more gold coins, otherwise, I might as well go back to the dungeon. The guard captain proposes 200 gold coins. Just 100 gold coins, take it or leave it. Lin Chen slammed the table, grabbed the shackles, and tried to put them on. This made Wang Meng anxious, and he quickly stopped him, saying, Oh, I have elderly and children to support, with 120 gold coins, I still need to grease some palms, I really can't go any lower. Watching Wang Meng pretend to be pitiful and suffer a big loss, Lin Chen couldn't help but admire the creativity of the gods. Even if the game doesn't merge with reality, just the freedom it offers is not much different from the real world. In addition, I need a fake identity, and the guards in the city cannot chase me for a week. Lin Chen said calmly. Wang Meng frowned, indicating that the fake identity issue was easy to solve, then said, A week, the city guards change defenses every 3 days, I can give you 2 days at most, otherwise, I can't control so much. Okay, 2 days is enough. Lin Chen agreed. You have obtained the Imperial Mage set. You have obtained a limited-time fake ID/48 hours. Lin Chen's package now contained a complete set of level 15 green mage equipment. However, all equipment attributes were displayed in gray and could only overlap with his own novice gear, meaning they could only be used as accessories. Please name the fake ID. Lin Chen's mouth curled up. This is the benefit of in-depth gold farming in the previous life, specializing in various gameplay. Thieves often hide their identities to do some shady things, using various channels to disguise themselves, like this fake ID is just a routine operation. Some advanced thieves can even use shape-shifting potions to disguise themselves as other species, NPCs, or even manhole covers. ID Lin Boss, confirmed. Confirmed. The ID above his head changed from purple to the blue color unique to NPCs, and Lin Chen's mouth was about to split with a smile. No wonder the thief profession has the highest difficulty level, second only to mages in terms of pay to win, yet there are still so many players immersed in it. It seems that even as a 6th grader, you can still have fun. Through Wang Meng's connections, Lin Chen arrived at the southeast position of Edgar Outer City marked by the boundary stone. This is a slum area, with stinking ditches everywhere, and some dilapidated buildings caused by monster invasions. Ahem. Stand aside, Lin Boss is here to inspect the work. Lin Chen walked down the road with a merciless stride, with very few players around. Because it was too stinky here, no players were willing to come here to take on quests. Mage, the Mage Lord has arrived. Heaven, we are finally saved. With the Mage's help, this place will be as solid as a rock. A group of poorly equipped NPC soldiers saw him approaching, each one ecstatic and cheering continuously. In the divine world, mages have always held a lofty position. Mages naturally have tremendous destructive power, and the number of high-level mages to some extent determines the combat power of a country. This is just the outermost area of the city of Edgar, with walls lower than those of the inner city, And whenever there is a problem with the city's protective barrier, the poorest outer city is always the first to suffer. Lord Lin. Recently, monsters have been frequently invading our defense zone, and now the monsters are starting to gather again. Please join us in leaving the city to exterminate the monsters. A soldier stepped forward to salute and said. Alright, how many monsters are there approximately? Lin Chen asked. By visual estimate, there are probably over 100. Only over 100? Lin Chen frowned. This number would disappear with just a few swipes, then how would he level up his soul imprint and cleanse his evil value? Not to mention, in order to disguise himself as a city defense NPC, he had spent over 100 gold coins, tens of thousands of dollars. Isn't that a big loss? Lord? A group of NPCs were at a loss for words upon hearing this. Could it be that this mage suddenly transferred from the inner city was too weak, so they dared not take action? Too few, this deal is a big loss. This damn boundary stone has cost me so many rewards. Lin Chen was a little annoyed, cursing himself for being too presumptuous. It was still the early stages of exploration. Even if the outer boundary of Edgar City was missing, under normal circumstances, it would be difficult to encounter a monster wave for him to level up. Lord Lin, according to my scout's estimate, if the monsters that haven't completely gathered are not dealt with quickly, the number of monsters will skyrocket within a day. Then we won't be able to hold on. The NPC soldiers were anxious, and Lin Chen suddenly became interested upon hearing this, slapping his thigh and exclaiming, not being able to hold on is the point. The NPCs became even more panicked upon hearing this, thinking about the overwhelming number of monsters almost made them wet themselves. Ding dong, you have refused to go out of the city to fight, thus triggering a hidden quest. Lin Chen's expression shook, finally catching a rare hidden quest that he couldn't have hoped for. Hidden quest, guarding the gap in the boundary stone. This quest is of legendary difficulty. Please recruit members of the battle group to defend against the enemy together. In the Divine Realm, mission difficulties are divided into normal, elite, legendary, abyss, hell, and legendary beyond. Typically, the dungeon system allows a 6-person team to proceed, while some high-difficulty missions suggest group battles, with 60 people in a small group. This hidden quest has reached legendary difficulty, and is not comparable to ordinary hidden quests. Mission requirements: resist a large number of monster invasions, failure to stop monsters from entering the inner city. Failure penalty, decrease in level by 3, reputation reduced by 20,000 points, experience gain halved for 10 days. Note, unless you have a barrier stone to fill the city's protective barrier, monster invasions will continue for 24 hours. Upon hearing the mission details, Lin Chen finally couldn't hold back his laughter. They really got me this time. This hidden mission would not normally appear, as the barrier stone should be in the hands of the Lord. However, because he killed the NPC with the barrier stone and did not hand it over, this led to the subsequent task of monster invasion. With the barrier stone in hand, even if there were too many monsters to defeat, he could simply return the stone to its original position to end the mission and retreat. After some persuasion from the soldiers, Lin reluctantly climbed the tower to check on the gathering of monsters. Goblin Vanguard, level 18, HP, 4500/4500, attack, 185, skills, Swift Charge, Earth Spike, Elite Skeleton Knight, level 22, HP, 12000/12000, attack, 270, skills, War Spear Charge, Soul Rampage. Among the hundreds of monsters, there were many elite creatures, most of them around level 20, suitable for leveling up and gaining proficiency. Lin Chen glanced at the 2-hour preparation time before the monster invasion began. He turned and walked down the tower, thinking that it would be more cost-effective to combine tasks that required defeating monsters or obtaining monster materials. My sin value is too high, what should I do? Lin Chen frowned to himself. Although he had a fake ID to cover up, based on the experience of those thief brothers, such a low-level disguise would not fool functional NPCs. Otherwise, if players could disguise themselves as lords or kings, what would be the point? Therefore, with a high sin value, NPCs offering side quests for defeating monsters would simply ignore him. A thought flashed through Lin Chen's mind, right. There's a place where I can take on a lot of monster hunting tasks. Lin Chen, dressed in NPC attire, walked back into the inner city and headed straight to the Bounty Hunter's Tavern. You scared me. I thought the cops were coming to arrest someone in the Hunters Guild. What's going on? Even the Imperial Mage is taking on monster hunting tasks? Lin Chen stared at Lin Laoda's ID, and coincidentally, there were several red-named players accepting tasks, scaring these little rascals almost out the door. The Bounty Hunters Guild was a rather special presence in the Divine Realm, with almost every town having its headquarters. In Divine Realm, the main quest is to exterminate the demon race, so even red-named players or imperial criminals can mix in here as long as they have a hunting license. Paying 10 gold coins for a hunter's permit, a plethora of tasks appeared in front of him. Hunter tasks range from E rank to SSS rank. E rank tasks are mostly miscellaneous tasks, such as finding a noble's lost cat, searching for a missing girl, and so on. D rank and above tasks usually involve monster hunting, such as killing 100 moonlight werewolves, collecting 50 troll fangs. As for A rank and above tasks, they are quite extreme, with S rank difficulty even requiring players to team up to slay dragons. Currently, Lin Chen's hunter permit is at the lowest level of Black Iron, only able to take on E rank and D rank difficulty tasks. Typically, shortly after the game starts, there are few D rank tasks available, but due to the damaged barrier in the city of AI, there are now more types of D rank hunting tasks. You have accepted a D rank hunting task, kill 50 skeleton mages. You have accepted a D rank hunting task, obtain 60 magic ape claws. You have reached the limit for D rank tasks that you can accept, 2 out of 2. Lin Chen paused for a moment, realizing that only being able to accept 2 tasks at a time was a bit troublesome. It would take over 10 minutes to travel from here to the outer city slums, wasting a lot of time running back and forth for tasks. Would you like to purchase the Hunter Task Expansion Pack? Hunter Expansion Basic Pack, effect, increases the task acquisition limit to 20. The system prompt appeared, causing Lin Chen to smile bitterly. In front of him, the option to purchase the pack automatically popped up, priced at 50 gold coins. The gameplay of demon hunting is a benefit for the realm's brick movers, allowing them to receive certain silver coins and skill points as rewards. But in his past life, he had never been willing to open the pack, but now, for the sake of efficiency, he had no choice. Purchase the Advanced Pack. You have spent 300 gold coins and obtained the Advanced Pack. Hunter Expansion Advanced Pack, effect, increases the task acquisition limit to 60, and also grants permission to remotely accept/submit tasks within the town limits. Lin Chen felt a pang in his heart. Running back and forth to submit tasks was indeed troublesome. To improve his hunter credentials, he had to rely on completing a large number of tasks. Known as the King of Passersby, what the heck, all the D-rank tasks disappeared. Weren't there over 20 tasks just now? Tears of Tianxiang, who is Lin Laoda? What does it mean to take all the tasks without checking if they can be completed? Several players around the bar counter became angry. When they turned to look at Lin Chen, they were all puzzled. Are there still NPCs with schizophrenia? Lin Chen didn't care whether he could complete all these tasks. He decided to accept them all first. According to his experience, subjugation tasks refreshed every 2 hours. If he couldn't complete a task, he could replace it later. Fatty, how much longer will you take? Can you handle it? Lin Chen sent a private message to the fatty, who had been silent for hours and had dropped to level 9. Kai Ye's expedition, damn it. If I don't touch the armpit hair of the old drunkard tonight, I won't believe it. That's rough. Lin Chen was speechless. The stubborn fatty had been tortured hundreds of times by the holy sword, yet his fighting spirit remained high. Lin Chen, try to finish up soon. I'll help you level up later. The fatty remained silent and continued to earnestly endure the training match. Looking at the time for the monster attack, there was still over an hour left. It seemed that tonight would be a night of intense gaming. So, Lin Chen went offline, took a shower, bought a dozen skewers of grilled lamb downstairs, and had a hearty meal. With 10 minutes left on the countdown, Lin Chen logged back into the game. Server announcement, player Luanzue Chenfu has successfully awakened the A-rank hidden class, Mad Knight. Rewards, 100 attribute points, 40 skill points, 5,000 reputation, 50 gold coins. Heavy armored dad, fourth brother is awesome. He's the first one in the server to get an A rank hidden class. Wanzue Xiaosu, fourth brother, is amazing. If you don't send me millions of red envelopes, I won't respect you. The first A rank hidden class in the realm appeared, attracting attention from players in the world channel. Wanzue Chenfu was generous, sending out 500 gold coin red envelopes, earning praise from many players, and the Wanzue guild gained significant attention. Lin Chen shook his head lightly upon seeing this. He remembered that this person was the fourth in command of the Wanzue guild, and after obtaining the A rank hidden class, he had a strong performance in the early game. However, his operational awareness was average, and he couldn't keep up with the game pace in the later stages, eventually fading into obscurity. While obtaining a powerful class during the initial stages of the game was a good thing, in the end, there were no purely trash classes in the realm, only players who couldn't operate them. Cases of low-level A-rank awakened players overturning high-level awakened players were not uncommon. Returning to the outer city slums, Lin Chen climbed the defense watchtower again. Lord Lin, if we don't go out to meet the enemy soon, we're done for, the NPC soldier urgently reminded him. The numbers are quite substantial. Lin Chen took a sharp breath as a vast horde of monsters appeared in the distance, numbering over 1,000. Lin Chen's scalp felt a little numb. No wonder this mission could form a 60-person combat group. The number and strength of these monsters would be a death sentence for a 6-person squad. Roughly estimating the distance from the monsters, it was about 2 kilometers away. Lin Chen frowned. It's a bit troublesome, it's beyond my shooting range. Currently, his maximum range could reach 1670 meters, but the idea of consuming the monsters before they launched an attack was now impossible. Countdown 60 seconds. You have been granted command authority over the outer city NPC soldiers. The mission prompt popped up. Lin Chen turned to check the number of NPC soldiers guarding the city, which was less than 30, mostly around level 15. Far less powerful than the inner city NPCs. Relying solely on these NPC soldiers to go out and fight would be like sending them to their deaths. After a brief consideration, Lin Chen began to increase his magic level. You have spent 9 skill points / 6 gold coins, and your magic has been raised to level 9. You have spent 12 skill points / 14 gold coins, and your magic has been raised to level 10. Ding's C-grade fire magic, Flame Serpent's Touch, has been enhanced. Mastered C-grade fire magic, you have acquired fire magic, Flame Dragon. Effect 1, consume 600 MP to summon a magical flame dragon. Each strike of the flame dragon deals 400 plus spell attack damage. The flame dragon lasts for 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 50 seconds. Effect 2, deals 220 damage per second to targets in contact with the flame dragon, lasting for 3 seconds. Flame Serpent's Touch reached its maximum level, and Lin Chen's face showed a pleased expression. After spending a large amount of gold coins and skill points, he finally achieved a qualitative change. Although this skill was only a C-grade magic in appearance, Lin Chen believed it was no weaker than a B-grade AoE skill. With 25 skill points remaining, Lin Chen raised both Earthshaker Vine and Wind Speaker to level 5. These two skills had moderate damage enhancement abilities and could only be considered as auxiliary skills, with the level increase mainly reflected in reduced cooldown times. Countdown over. The monsters have launched an attack. Lin Chen's eyes were resolute as the ground began to tremble, and the monsters in the distance approached like dark clouds. The fastest moving creatures in the group of monsters were the skeletal cavalry, along with some agile magical beasts, numbering between 200 to 300. Lin Chen immediately realized that these powerful minor monsters had over 10,000 health points each. Deploying NPC soldiers to form a shield wall defense would definitely not hold up, and at most, after 2 or 3 rounds, all the NPCs would be crushed into a pulp. Wind Speaker. Wind Speaker was invoked, increasing casting efficiency. Lin Chen began casting the level 5 Earthshaker Vine, but instead of releasing it towards the pile of monsters, he activated the magic at a distance of 600 meters from the city wall. Giant stones emerged from the ground, under Lin Chen's control, transforming into over a dozen stone barriers. It was well known that cavalry and drunk drivers were most afraid of these things. Even if they didn't cause direct damage, they could greatly slow down the monsters' movements. Each stone barrier was about 2 meters high, spaced about 3 meters apart, forming a restricted area for cavalry outside the city in the open area. This was the ability of earth magic to alter the terrain. Among the 4 elemental magics, earth magic had the weakest attack power but had an unimaginable level of malleability. Typically, in guild city defense battles between players, their defensive capabilities were outstanding, and a specialized earth magic Grand Mage could hold an entire front line alone. After setting up a defensive line, Lin Chen did not immediately take action but continued to wait for the 1 minute and 45 seconds cooldown of Earthshaker Vine. Mount up, everyone! 5 people on each wing, spread out and lure the scattered monsters towards the direction of the stone barriers. With Lin Chen's command, the NPC soldiers immediately mounted their horses and rode out of the city, satisfying the urge of leading NPC generals. Most of the 20-plus NPCs were infantry and archers, as the noble heavy armored knights were mostly stationed in the inner city, so these NPC soldiers mounting horses did not bring any attribute bonuses. The advantage lies in the fact that they are all light infantry, with faster movement speed than most monsters, which can be used to attract the hatred of monsters. Over a minute later, the second line of stone barricades appeared 500 meters away. The distance between the barricades was further reduced this time, forming a V shape. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled, and according to his judgment, after the first wave of barricades obstructed the skeleton knights, the subsequent monsters that followed would inevitably fall into chaos. Eventually, a large number of monsters would be trapped in the V-shaped barricades, making it a classic group battle pocket formation. As expected, a loud explosion rang out, and Lin Chen saw bone fragments flying everywhere. -3,500 -3,500. Over a dozen skeleton knights crashed into the barricades, their bodies and the skeleton horses beneath them shattered. As undead creatures, skeleton knights basically lack any thinking ability and just charge forward blindly, without dodging obstacles. Even if they were smashed beyond recognition, these undead creatures with broken limbs would continue running forward. Under Lin Chen's command, NPC soldiers left the city to lure monsters, and the monsters scattered in the surrounding areas were once again gathered by the NPCs. At the same time, he led the remaining 10 NPC archers out of the city. Approaching the pocket formation, the archers lined up in a row, ready to fight with their bows and arrows drawn. More and more monsters crowded into the pocket formation, and Lin Chen's mouth curled into a cold smile. Try out the new skill. The hexagram magic array burst into a crimson light, with a roar resembling a wild beast piercing the sky. Lin Chen was surprised to feel the temperature around him rise sharply by more than 10 degrees, and the magical elements in the air were ignited at that moment. Boom! A giant flaming dragon over 20 meters long condensed in the air, creating a spectacular scene. The fiery dragon roared angrily, as if it had a life of its own, hurling dozens of fireballs fiercely into the midst of the monsters. -1,100. -220 -220. Is this a sea-level magic? This situation made Lin Chen lose his confidence. The fiery dragon would release a large-scale fireball every 3 seconds, and each summoning of the fiery dragon would last for 15 seconds, allowing it to release a total of 5 fireballs. Although its single-target output ability was indeed average, its large-area AoE effect was comparable to the hard-to-find A-level magic. -1,530 -1,530. The passive skill Flame Burn was activated, burning a large number of half-dead skeleton cavalry to death. In the blink of an eye, the outer city wasteland was ablaze, and swaths of monsters turned into ashes. Hundreds of monsters were stuck in the pocket formation, and whenever one slipped through, the archers and soldiers on the periphery immediately shot them down. You have killed an elite skeleton knight, experience +600. You have killed a demon ape, experience +450. You have killed a goblin rider, experience +430. Experience points skyrocketed, and in just a few minutes, the experience bar for level 16 increased to 15%. At this rate, it would take less than half an hour to level up. A large number of quest items and monster materials all went into Lin Chen's pockets. Lord Lin's power is unmatched. Long live Lord Lin! The NPC soldiers were inspired and began to praise Boss Lin with rainbow farts, and Lin Chen accepted the flattery nonchalantly. Where are the monsters? Where are my monsters? Strange, why are the monsters disappearing as we fight? At this moment, the players outside the city were puzzled, as the small monsters from over a dozen spawn points nearby appeared and then ran away. No matter how the players attacked the monsters, they all ran madly towards one direction, as if a feast was waiting for them ahead. The proud legend said, "Oh my, something's not right, why does it show miss when I attack these small monsters?" My heart was empty. Let's catch up and see, could it be that we triggered some kind of quest? Many players noticed something was wrong and followed the monsters out of the respawn point. Oh my gosh! There are too many monsters, estimated to be 1 or 2,000? So many monsters gathered together, who can clear them all? I'll call in Daddy. In the distance, smoke filled the air. Watching NPC soldiers riding horses to lure monsters, all the monsters were led to the foot of the city wall. Damn! What kind of magic is this, summoning a fire dragon? It's too scary. Elite monsters with over 10,000 health points all defeated in less than 10 seconds? Is this the power of NPC mages? A group of players stood still, watching as the NPC mage effortlessly smashed down the monsters in droves. The terrifying mana reserves and exaggerated damage left them dumbfounded. I bet that if I go talk to this NPC mage leader Lin, I can at least get a hidden quest. No. Maybe I can obtain an S-rank hidden job in the mage class, a player confidently said. Several mage players among the players were moved by these words, starting to wipe off the dirt on their bodies and tidying up their outfits. They knew that these NPCs were not stupid and often looked down on people. They must strive to leave a good impression of being eager to learn and progress in front of the mage leader. All-powerful Grand Mage, do you need the help of a humble person? A male mage stepped forward, making a flattering gesture towards Lin Chen, portraying a pure sycophantic image. Damn it, you noob, get lost, only level 13 and still holding a level 10 green weapon, what help can you offer? However, this approach was immediately met with disdain from other players. Bro, I'm level 15, my fire magic is as powerful as the mage leaders, I'm a master at it, choose me. Immediately, someone else rushed up, patting his chest to indicate that he could at least solo a level 20 elite monster, showing great confidence in his own abilities. Lin Chen, seeing this, forced himself to hold back a laugh, putting on an air of aloofness and continued to unleash a barrage of fireballs on the monsters. I heard that among you adventurers, there is a remarkable guild called what, Hens? Lin Chen said. The mage leader has also heard of dragon hens? The players were collectively shocked, judging from Lin's demeanor and strength, he was definitely a top-tier NPC. Seeking out a hidden quest from him was definitely the right move. Not only have I heard of it. Lin Chen shook his head with a cold smile, leaving everyone somewhat puzzled. Lin Chen continued with a stern face, currently, the monsters outside the city are in turmoil, causing countless adventurers and imperial citizens to die tragically, with lives in ruins and people in misery, all because of the heinous acts of this Dragon Hens Guild. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief, as there seemed to be no related system announcement about this. I assume you all came for the quest? Lin Chen tried hard to suppress a laugh and changed the subject. Wow! There really is a quest, this is a big win. The players present. Were instantly delighted, nodding eagerly, yes, yes. What tasks do you have for us? Each person lists 10 crimes of the Dragon Hens Guild, hoping that you can spread the word and let the various countries of the Divine Realm know about their heinous deeds. After completion, you can go to the inner city guard Captain Wang Meng to claim your reward. Lin Chen said calmly, pinching his thigh to keep from bursting into laughter. That's it? The players were amazed, instantly filled with joy, thinking that such a simple task was practically a giveaway? The mage leader was really generous. Over 10 minutes later, piles of skeleton knights fell, leaving only a small portion of the over 1,000 monsters. The frequency of monster attacks began to slow down, but Lin Chen was not careless, raising his hand to cast another, Earthshaker Vine, to reinforce the pocket formation and extend the defense line. 30 or so fox demons shimmering with fire approached. These elite monsters were not numerous, but their attributes far exceeded those of ordinary small monsters, to some extent not much weaker than a level 20 ordinary boss. The key point is that these monsters are very cunning, not charging recklessly like the skeleton knights, but suddenly splitting up and starting to chase the NPC soldiers who are luring monsters on the periphery.
Lin Chen's face darkened, and in a moment, the 3 horses ridden by the NPC soldiers were knocked down, and the other monsters rushed in a frenzy. After a bloody battle, the NPC with a high HP of 50,000 was eaten up completely. Demon Saint Fox, level 22, HP, 35000/35000, attack power, 300, skills, Claw Strike, basic fire magic. These little monsters are not common. If I remember correctly, this monster drops a level 20 mage set. Lin Chen ordered the NPC luring the monsters to retreat to avoid being picked off one by one. Although these demon foxes have some intelligence, they are far inferior to Lin Chen. With the blessing of the wind speaker, attack speed increased. Lin Chen interrupted the leading demon fox's pursuit with a basic attack, then followed up with a series of fireballs to blast it away. However, a thunderbolt suddenly struck, causing one NPC soldier to be hit and paralyzed. The leading demon fox, with extraordinary grace, surrounded by lightning, growled menacingly at Lin Chen. Demon Saint Fox King, level 22, HP, 140,000/140,000, attack power, 470, skills, Fire Thunder Curse, Claw Strike. As Lin Chen had guessed, the leading demon fox was a normal level boss, with HP and skills comparable to elite bosses. Especially the Fire Thunder Curse skill, a variant of fire magic with thunder elements. Among the 4 basic mage disciplines, each has multiple advanced career choices, ranging in strength from D to A. The Thunder Mage is one of the C/B careers that can be awakened from the Fire Mage, combining destructive power and casting speed, making it a formidable type among the awakened careers. Lin Chen calmly watched the arrogant Demon Fox King, and a flame dragon quickly formed above its head. With a loud bang, the Demon Fox King was engulfed by a wave of flames, unable to dodge in time. Lin Chen's eyes turned cold as he continued to land basic attacks on the Demon Fox King, utilizing the knock-up effect of the Flame Dragon. Despite being over 200 meters away, he managed to chain multiple basic attacks, achieving a combo of X10, X30. At the same time, the Flame Dragon unleashed a barrage of fireballs, the sound of its fury echoing as many demon foxes were burned by the flames. The demon foxes attempted to break through and attack Lin Chen, but stepping forward, they fell once again into the range of the NPC archer's rain of arrows. The rain of arrows turned the demon foxes into hedgehogs, rapidly depleting their HP. You have killed the Demon Saint Fox, experience plus 1000. You have killed the Demon Saint. Your level has increased to 17. Lin Chen was secretly pleased, finding that the leveling efficiency was even higher than he had imagined. Even with the significantly increased experience required for leveling up after level 20, with this exaggerated monster grinding efficiency, he could reach around level 23. -1640 -1641. The Demon Fox King suffered a continuous combo attack enhanced by the talent, Flame Burn, screaming in agony, suspended in mid-air without coming down. Is this the power of a mage? Mindlessly chaining combos 182 times. What kind of sorcery is this? I bow down to the mage. I struggle to chain 10 hits on small monsters, and he can chain so many hits. Dealing 1 to 2000 damage per second, it's terrifying. The mage players watching the battle were stunned, even though they acknowledged Lin as an outstanding NPC, seeing him completely dominate the boss was still shocking. Unlimited combo moves against ordinary bosses may be considered a miracle for ordinary players, but in hardcore mode, this is a necessary survival skill for challengers. Ordinary bosses do not have skills like invincibility, toughness, unparalleled posture to escape, so any experienced challenger can unleash hundreds or even thousands of combos. Tears in Heaven, wow, got a hero equipment. And not just one. Minotaur in the Kingdom, seems to be a robe, and other armor. Can we go grab it? The Fox King explodes in the air, materials, coins, and equipment scattered everywhere. A purple light shoots up into the sky, dazzling everyone, but before they can see the equipment clearly, Lin Chen waves his hand and stores everything in his bag. Fox Clan Robe, Quality, Hero Level, 20 Class, Mage Defense, Physical/Magical Damage Reduction 20% Health, 300 Points Effect, recovers 1% of mana per second 3-piece set activates Awakening Skill, Thunder. Effect, increases Thunder/Fire Magic Critical Strike by 50% within 1 minute, cooldown 10 minutes. 6-piece set, Thunder cooldown reduced to 7 minutes. Lin Chen's scalp tingles. The Fox Clan Mage set was one of the strongest hero-level mage sets in the previous life at level 20. Especially after collecting all 6 pieces and obtaining the awakening skill, Thunder, it can be said to be the exclusive divine skill of the early Violent Mage. Doubling the critical strike rate within a minute, even a wealthy player wearing legendary equipment may not be able to withstand it. Moreover, the base attributes of the Fox Clan set itself are also excellent, and percentage-based defense resistance is important for mages with thin skin. Percentage-based mana regeneration in armor is not as useful for most mages as fixed mana increase, but it is particularly friendly to Lin Chen, a man with a huge mana pool. Currently, his 17,500 mana, 1% mana regeneration equals 175 mana per second, enough to make him a magical perpetual motion machine on the battlefield. Lin Chen continues to look at the second purple equipment dropped by the small monster. Fox Clan Ring, left hand, quality, hero level, 20 class, Mage effect 1, increases critical strike rate by 5%, effect 2, increases attack speed by 0.23 piece set, activates awakening skill, agility. Effect, reduces all skill cooldowns by 10%, 6 piece set, reduces all skill cooldowns by 20%. Comfortable. Lin Chen's mouth slightly curves up. Accessories may not significantly increase the character's panel attributes, but they are the equipment that can easily widen the gap with other players. Because the drop rate of accessories is much lower than armor and weapons, many players have not been able to collect a complete set of accessories even at level 30. Having tasted the sweetness, Lin Chen continues to focus on grinding. The frequency of monsters gathering in the distance gradually slows down. After clearing over 2,000 monsters, an hour has passed. Congratulations on defending against the first wave of monster attacks. Experience reward 20,000 points, 5 skill points, 5 free attribute points, 2 gold coins. Please do not relax, the monsters will return in 10 minutes. The system prompt sounds, and Lin Chen relaxes slightly. Looking at the large amount of loot scattered all over the battlefield, Lin Chen's mouth twists with a smile. If it weren't for the onlookers nearby, he would really want to laugh out loud, but for the sake of the glorious image of Lin Boss, he can only endure it. He starts cleaning up the battlefield. Everyone's jaws drop as a massive amount of loot flies into Lin Boss's hands. You have obtained 27.5 gold coins. You have obtained 53 pieces of green equipment. You have obtained 15 pieces of blue equipment. You have obtained 2 pieces of purple equipment. You have obtained 12 skill books for various professions. You have learned C-rank water magic, chaotic tides. You have learned D-rank fire magic, exploding fireball. Among the dropped skill books, 4 are for mages. The quality is not high, but learn first. Now all 4 types of magic are gathered. The only regret is that high-quality magic books are too rare. Only the sea-level water magic spell, Chaotic Tides, still has some effect. Effect, consumes 200 MP, creates a chaotic water area where enemies and allies are indistinguishable for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 45 seconds. A typical PvE small-scale disruption skill. The skill description sounds impressive, but in reality, it is not useful for NPCs or players. Lin Chen doesn't care even though he learned it. After all, he's got money. Moreover, there are so many waves of monsters waiting to be cleared, the least lacking are skill books and equipment. With the title of Orc Heretic Blessing, the additional 10% drop rate is simply too useful. If it were another player, they would never be able to clear out so much. As for the actual drop rate being only 1%, but he can't resist the fact that he's clearing so many monsters. There's always a time when he hits the jackpot. A purple knight's greatsword, a warrior's armor, all came from the actual drop rate explosion. Now the proficiency of the giant spirit god's left eye has reached 20,000, and this is just the beginning. Lin Chen noticed that the monsters were getting stronger as time passed. Taking advantage of the moment when the monsters regrouped, a row of stone barriers appeared in front of him again. In a short time, a total of 12 defensive lines almost enveloped the entire outer city. He couldn't guarantee whether the next wave of monsters would break through the defense line, so he could only continue to play it safe. He still has over 9,000 sin points, and if he is killed, all his equipment will be dropped. He meditated to adjust his state and prepared to continue clearing monsters.
At this time, the World Channel was not calm. Server announcement: player Yakancheng wields a divine weapon, possibly invincible, aiming for the top of the divine weapon ranking. The first legendary divine weapon owner will receive 2 talent points, 20 skill points, 30 free attribute points, and 50 gold coins. The players were shocked. Lin Chen opened his eyes from meditation and muttered, "Is it the same as in the previous life?" Long Hung Gongzi, congratulations to the boss for creating a divine weapon. It's a celebration. Thorn Emperor, a level 15 legendary Bao, having money is really good, costs over 10 million, right? And Itian Xiaoye, Yakancheng is also a fun person, just a level 15 weapon, is it worth wasting so much money to create a mediocre one? Lin Chen opened the weapon ranking list. First place, Yakancheng weapon, Golden Feather Wing Bao quality, legendary attack power, 400 critical hit rate, 20% effect? Besides the basic stats, all awakening effects of the weapon are hidden, as a protective measure for players holding the card. However, just the attack power alone can crush a level 20 purple hero Bao, and the 20% critical hit rate is even more exaggerated. But Lin Chen knew that these were not the most powerful aspects of this Bao. In his previous life, he saw someone post the specific attributes of this Bao on the official forum. The Golden Feather Wing Bao has the special ability to ignore a certain amount of physical resistance, while also having range amplification and a triple split arrow effect, making it a formidable weapon. It was with this Bao that Yakancheng dominated in the upcoming guild stronghold battle, killing over 600 players single-handedly, ranking first on the kill list. It was this battle that propelled Yakancheng to new heights, not only solidifying his title as the #1 archer in Divine Realm, but also skyrocketing the fame of the Dragon Mark. Any new player entering the game aims to join the Dragon Mark Guild. Ultimately, the first guild stronghold battle in Divine Realm is the final battle for the guild's reputation. This is an unstoppable trend at the current stage, with Yakancheng being the sole figure leading the Dragon Mark to victory. Remembering the empty city, thanks to the brothers and sisters of the guild, and the great help from various gold farming studios. If it weren't for you giving up leveling time, this Bao wouldn't have been made even with the blueprint. Remembering the empty city bought a regional horn to send out a gratitude announcement, as always playing the role of a benevolent ruler. The leaders of many guilds silently watched without saying a word. Although they were very unhappy with the empty city's dominant attitude, they were helpless. Those with keen eyes could see that the empty city was being continuously suppressed by the Triple Crown, but this did not affect the continuous growth and strengthening of the Dragon Mark Guild. After all, in everyone's eyes, no matter how strong an individual player is, it is impossible to compete with a guild supported by a top financial group. The legend of Lord Proud, ahem, interrupting the gratitude speech of the big shots. My heart is empty, exactly, what's with the pretense? Doesn't anyone know the style of Dragon Mark? Even the king NPC of the Divine Realm can't stand it? At this time, some inappropriate remarks began to appear on the World Channel. NPC is not happy with Dragon Mark? What are they saying? The leader of the Disordered Guild, Demon Lord, and a few core members were drinking beer at the Aegean Inn in the city, discussing how to deal with Dragon Mark in the guild battle. The Disordered Guild is not small, aiming to become the #1 guild, and in the future, it will inevitably come into direct conflict with Dragon Mark. They do not want to see Dragon Mark dominate the Divine Realm world alone. Players on the World Channel began to come forward to accuse Dragon Mark of various crimes. The Legend of Lord Proud, Crime 1, my niece just entered high school. Do you know how excited and happy she was when she had the first chance to defeat a goblin in her life? Falling Frost Dance, spill the tea. Spill the tea. I love gossip. The Legend of Lord Proud, the people of Dragon Mark didn't even look at her, they just went up and stomped the goblin to death, stealing one monster after another. Do you know how heartbroken my niece was? Little Demon Wanderer, strongly resonate. Right? Our small team plays games on the next shift, and Dragon Mark keeps stealing respawn points every day. It's so annoying. The Legend of Lord Proud, ahem, Crime 2, my friend's classmate was playing a game with his girlfriend, but was taken away by the person in charge of Dragon Mark with the green equipment. My friend's classmate devoted his life to love, it's so sad. Crime 3, last time I went to the offline sales of health products at the Dragon Mark Guild, they actually looked down on me and said I was despicable?
Selling sets and oil is just a way to make a living. How is that despicable? Isn't this blatant professional discrimination? The legend of Lord Proud continued to fire. His words of sorrow and indignation resonated with the players. Then, literary talents came forward to write lengthy accusations. The topics covered a wide range, including environmental issues such as Dragon Mark players spitting everywhere after killing monsters, and damaging the environment of the human's second home, etc. Ethical issues involved a certain high-ranking executive of Dragon Mark who was suspected of having an affair with a certain mage, which was a sensational topic. Immediately, someone took a screenshot and reposted it on the official forum, becoming a super explosive hot post with over tens of thousands of comments that day. Ha! What is this? I swear, I'm about to laugh my ass off. The Disordered Demon Lord stared blankly at the gossip, while several core members of the Disordered Guild held their stomachs and laughed wildly. Thinking that Dragon Mark's momentum was unstoppable, they could only plan to excel in the guild battle to suppress it. But now, with a large number of whistleblowers coming forward, they actually forced Dragon Mark's momentum to be suppressed, instantly shifting the attention of many players. Players who join Dragon Mark are either useless or idiots. Their girlfriends and wives don't want them anymore, right? Joining Dragon Mark is the right choice. Disgusting guild, disgusting players. Go to hell. Give Lord Proud's niece some justice. I considered remembering the empty city as a big brother, but he treated me like a cow, nothing more. Damn, talented. Lin Chen, who was acting weird, paused for a moment. The smile on his face was harder to suppress than an AK-47 rifle. The already bad reputation of Dragon Mark entered a collapse mode once again. Unintentionally, he ended up with a group of talented young mages. These players were so determined to get the mission rewards that they were all talented writers. With their storytelling skills, they could rival a certain Big V, just by shouting we can complete hidden tasks, so cool. Aogio, you have a way with words. If it weren't for you telling me to copy, I wouldn't be able to come up with a full list of 10. The legend of Yao and his group laughed and headed to the inner city to find the captain of the guards for their reward. Ding dong, however, as they reached the city gate, there was a commotion in their mailbox. Yao was surprised and opened the mailbox to check. Mission reward, you have received 5 gold coins sent anonymously. Damn. We're rich, 5,000 bucks? I got it too. In the previous life, the reputation of the Dragon Mark Guild was indeed very poor, and the players who suffered from it were all itching with hatred. But overall, it was because Dragon Mark was too powerful, squeezing the living space of small guilds and solo players like crazy. But now, things were different. The Dragon Mark Guild had not yet started to exert its full power in the Divine Realm world, and its reputation was collapsing again. This was a scene that even the Dragon Mark management, like Yi Kongcheng, had not anticipated. Qingfeng, can you stop cursing? Can't I leave the guild? The regional broadcast appeared again, surprising the onlookers, but upon further thought, it made sense. The warrior named Qingfeng was a skilled technical player who often posted on forums discussing various warrior playstyles, earning a considerable reputation among players. Qingfeng suddenly announced his departure from the guild, signaling that Dragon Mark was not invincible. Other Dragon Mark experts were not foolish. Following Yi Kongcheng meant having benefits, but not everyone could tolerate being blocked and cursed at every day. The situation escalated, with several wealthy players leaving in succession, forcing the Dragon Mark executives to go offline and hold an emergency meeting. Those who go with the wind can stay away. I want real strong players. However, in the meeting, Yi Kongcheng remained calm, his confidence soaring with the acquisition of legendary weapons. From his perspective, preemptively removing some unreliable members might not be a bad thing for the guild. So what do we do now? Recruiting players is proving difficult. Zhu Xuanchuan frowned, feeling immense pressure from the super hot forum post. My suggestion is to do nothing and not respond to anything, Yi Kongcheng said calmly. Why? We're just being a bit aggressive and monster stealing, not doing anything excessive. Zhu Xuanchuan felt frustrated for her players. Yes, let those people jump around for a few days. Once the guild battle starts, these clowns will reveal their true colors, Zhang Tianqi stated. Yi Kongqing nodded with a smile, always believing that as long as they were human, they would have a desire for strength. Dragon Mark always dominated other guilds in strength, so Lost Hearts could always be won back. And the guild stronghold battle was a good start. Have you found out where that person lives? Yi Kongqing changed the subject, looking at the person in charge in front of him. Yes, we found out. Guess where the Triple Crown champion lives? Ha, in the poorest slum area of Jiangchuan City. The person in charge couldn't help but laugh. Yi Kongqing chuckled lightly, a hint of coldness in his eyes. Go visit this Triple Crown champion. Okay. We can visit him at the latest tomorrow. On the other hand, Lin Chen was completely unaware that trouble had come knocking, still immersed in the joy of leveling up and gearing up. After grinding for 8 hours, he went from being outside the top 30 on the level leaderboard to breaking into the top 3. What the hell? After sleeping for a night, Fanshin has reached level 21, leveling up by 4 levels in a row? A player who had been staring at the leaderboard noticed something was off, refreshing the level board every few minutes, and Fanshin's experience bar would visibly rise. Keep grinding. From night to day, and then from day to night. 10 hours have passed. A total of 18 waves of monsters were cleared, over 20,000 monsters. Checking the proficiency of the soul imprint, Giant Spirit God's Left Eye, Super God level passive skill 1, for every 10 monsters killed, gain a 1 meter range bonus, intermediate limit 4247/5000 meters, passive skill 2, for every monster killed, gain 1 point of mana growth, intermediate limit 42470/50,000 MP, relying on the Super God level soul imprint, the passive damage keeps increasing, and now the damage of Flame Burn has reached a terrifying 4000 plus per second. Even if the monsters become stronger later on, with their levels and stats greatly improved, they still can't withstand this passive damage, even a level 20 lord. You have obtained 63.3 gold coins. You have obtained 82 pieces of green equipment. The stronger the monsters, the better the loot drops. Except for weapons, all the Fox Demon Hero equipment has been obtained, and only 2 earrings are missing from the most difficult to obtain accessories. Ah, it's a pity, it would be great if this quest could be farmed continuously. Lin Chen looked at the devastated wasteland in front of him and couldn't help but feel regretful. His tone sounded like he was farming the weakest goblins. In fact, if other players saw a group of elite trolls with a high health of 110,000, level 25, and a size comparable to a mammoth rushing towards them, they would immediately disconnect out of fear. As the monsters grew stronger, their frequency of gathering decreased. Now each wave of monsters consists of just over 300 powerful elite monsters and 1 elite boss. It seems that the wish to upgrade the soul imprint to advanced level has fallen through. The troll warrior slowly approached with a large bone club, and all the NPC soldiers under Lin Chen's command were killed in battle, but he remained calm. Changing into a White Fox clan suit, Lin Chen checked his panel attributes. ID, Fanshin race, human level, 23 magic attack, 390, novice staff, HP, 1300/1300 MP, 39500/42470 attack speed, 1.1 agility, 33 defense, 170/20% dual resistance reduction critical hit rate, 12% range. 4,249 meters remaining free attribute points, 140 points remaining skill points, 190 points without carrying weapons or buff bonuses. This cannot be said to be invincible. It can only be described as quite abnormal. With a range of 4.3 kilometers, Lin Chen didn't know how far a random shot fired into the sky could reach. Lin Chen temporarily left various attribute points and talent points untouched. Compared to things that can be bought with money like equipment and skill books, there is no regret medicine for the allocation of points, waiting to receive the career awakening task to consider a reasonable distribution. How is the situation now? Lin Chen chatted with the fat man while casually putting up a set of 6 pieces of Wanderer, the Archer Profession Hero set, on the auction house. The feature of this set is mainly focused on skill cooldown/critical damage, and the awakening skill is somewhat mediocre, only able to reset 2 skills that are on cooldown once. At first glance, it seems fine, but in reality, the archer's skill cooldowns are already relatively short. The only commendable aspect is the good attributes of the set.
The starting bid for the set is set at 1 gold coin, with no upper limit and a half-hour time limit. Wait, am I blind? Hero level set, 1 gold coin? Damn. Brothers, quickly check the auction house, a great item has been listed. It's another product from that guy Fanshin. The second-hand dealers at the auction house are going crazy. Currently, even level 20 blue equipment is relatively scarce, and purple equipment is even rarer. But as soon as an item is put up for auction, it's a complete set of level 20 hero equipment, a 6-piece set for the popular archer class. Who wouldn't be confused by this? Lao Mo, quickly check the auction house. Hurry! Luanzue immediately found the guild leader DMO because Luanzue's guild leader is an archer. Is this made by a god? Is this person a monster? DMO was shocked. The weapon panel data was no less than the legendary bow and arrow in Yakancheng's hands, and he was practically drooling. After a moment of hesitation, the bidding price for the Wanderer set was pushed to 3,000 gold coins. The amount of gold coins was skyrocketing every second. Tell the finance department to transfer the funds. Regardless of the cost, get me the Wanderer set. DMO shouted, out of breath. Luanzue, send a private message to Ikong, from now on, we will buy all the sets above level 20 that he produces. Luanzue's guild was wealthy, but DMO was also very shrewd. He wasn't short of money, but he lacked suitable equipment for core members. Level 20 equipment and transitional equipment at level 15 are two different things. Even if used until level 30, they can be resold without much loss. Luanzue Luanfu, do we have equipment for other professions? We will mindlessly collect purple sets for all professions in our guild. Ding dong, hundreds of private messages popped up. Even if he received a message from the wealthy Luanzue guild, he ignored it. In addition to the archer set, he also had a knight set, a priest set, 4 pieces of warrior equipment, and 3 pieces of rogue equipment. There were still 6 hours to farm monster groups, and with a bit of luck, he should be able to gather 4 sets of hero equipment. Lin Chen understood the importance of these powerful equipment for the top combat power of major guilds. Especially at the critical moment of the guild stronghold battle about to begin, having skilled players wear a set of hero equipment to join the battle would undoubtedly affect the balance of the entire guild battle. Therefore, he had already identified the benefactors for this equipment. Erode Bone, Wogan. Wogan. Dear Master. There are good things, why didn't you notify me? Lin Chen smiled bitterly and said, I knew you would ask, I saved a knight set for you, let your senior sister wear it directly and become invincible. Erode Bone, Master, you understand me. Lin Chen got goosebumps and added, the Wanderer set will be auctioned off at a certain price, and I'll give you a 50% discount on the knight set. Erode Bone, love you, Momo D. Lin Chen, get lost. At this moment, the chubby guy finally replied. Damn, look at my current level. The chubby guy roared, as if he had eaten explosives. Lin Chen was taken aback and opened the friend list to glance at it, level 3? Are you going to be killed and reset to level 0 by the Holy Sword user? Don't bother me, I can die 20 more times at most, I must seize the last chance in this life. I'm going to be screwed by him again, damn, I'll screw him. The chubby guy kept yelling, and Lin Chen was embarrassed, seriously suspecting that he had been mentally tortured to the point of splitting. His speech had become confused and disoriented. Forget it, seeing you pitiful, I'll lend you a hand. Lin Chen said as he threw a bursting fireball into the troll group, exploding like a small sun in the group of monsters. Minus 1,233. Critical hit minus 2,466. Minus 4,130. This magic was an enhanced version of a chain fireball, with a short cooldown, high damage, but the downside was that the projectile was too slow and could easily be dodged by high agility targets. Even a bit of my help is useless, you don't know how perverted that old dog is. The chubby guy was still planning to complain, but the next second, he was stunned. There was a long row of skill books in his mailbox. C-rank combat skill Wind Thunderstep, B-rank combat skill Endless Combo, D-rank combat skill Flying Dragon Strike. Skills that others would pay a fortune for were now in his inventory, and the chubby guy's eyes almost fell out. Thank you very much. A total of 21 books. The most outrageous thing is that one of them is actually a B-level warrior skill book. You should know that there are only 8 B-level warrior skill books in the auction house right now, and each book sells for over 400 gold coins. Damn it! A skill book that costs 400,000, should I learn it or not? The fat guy simply went offline and called Lin Chen via video chat. Bro, are you really giving me all these B-level skill books? Let me ask you again, do you really have a cheat? Lin Chen replied irritably. The fat guy, still skeptical, said, what kind of monsters drop this stuff? It was a level 25 elite boss, something like the Dark Knight Commander, with over 700,000 health. I fought for a long time to get it. If you don't want it, give it back to me, Lin Chen explained. I'll give you a hammer. Despite knowing that his brother Chen was amazing, the fat guy couldn't help but curse, damn it. You really are something else. After saying that, the fat guy ended the video call. Lin Chen was puzzled. He kindly gave this guy skill books, and yet he inexplicably received a scolding? In fact, the biggest challenge for the fat guy in the Ice River mission of challenging the Holy Sword Wielder was not the operation or damage issue. Because for this S-level awakening mission, the fat guy only needed to damage Ice River. The concept of damaging the opponent essentially meant dealing either 10,000 HP or 1 HP, there was no real difference. The reason the fat guy kept getting killed by Ice River was mainly due to his low level and limited usable skills, resulting in basic attacks and limited operational space. Of course, the opponent was always the Holy Sword Wielder Ice River of the Light Dragon Empire, with far more combat experience than the fat guy. Giving a bunch of skill books to the fat guy was just a boost, success or failure still depended on him. After finishing a round of monster hunting, Lin Chen began to submit a batch of hunting tasks. You have completed a C-level hunting task, hunt 50-50 abyssal two-headed crocodiles. Freedom points plus 3, skill points plus 4, 30 silver coins, experience plus 4,000. You have completed a D-level collection task, collect 30-30 badges from the skeleton archers. Low-level hunting tasks may not give many attribute points, but every little bit helps. Lin Chen's hunter level had risen from black iron to bronze, now able to take on C-level missions. Typically, leveling up by 1 rank would take at least half a month of grinding, as finding mission monsters was time-consuming, and leveling up became increasingly difficult. Fortunately, the current city defense task had a variety of monster types, so completing a round would often meet the mission objectives. Tasks that couldn't be completed were abandoned and then re-accepted. After more than 10 hours, 65 C/D level tasks were completed. Just from the hunting tasks alone, Lin Chen gained 130 freedom points and 154 skill points. Added to the rewards for repelling monster attacks, the total was quite substantial. However, Lin Chen was not satisfied, as with just over 300 skill points in hand, he still couldn't meet the requirements for the hidden tasks of the 4-element mage. More grinding was needed. Crazy. The Emperor Demon is crazy. 13,000 gold coins for the roaming set. 13 million just like that. The Emperor Demon's financial power is no less than that of the Memoryless City. With this divine equipment, the Chaotic Guild has already reserved a guild stronghold. The Empire Auction House, the roaming set seals the deal. Ding dong, Lin Chen received an email from the auction house. After deducting the transaction fee, a total of 11,700 gold coins fell into Lin Chen's pocket. Damn, that's a lot of gold coins, Lin Chen gasped. He didn't understand the world of the rich, and earning this money made him feel a bit uneasy. The suit that is difficult to obtain even by crying for others, he has the title of Orc Heretic Blessing, but it only took him a few hours to get it. Under normal circumstances, the loot from legendary level 60 hidden missions is usually split among several top players. He, Lin Chen, enjoys it all by himself. This is the benefit of being able to solo. This archer equipment is just the tip of the iceberg in his inventory. Thousands of level 15 to 25 green equipment pieces are enough to satisfy the leveling needs of most ordinary players. At a market price of 30 silver coins per piece, these scraps alone can be sold for 300 gold coins.
But Lin Chen has no intention of selling them, as they serve another purpose. The over 300 pieces of high-level blue equipment in his possession are the main force. Blue equipment is what currently excites elite players in the guild, with a single piece selling for 10 to 20 gold coins. As most players reach level 20, the prices will only go higher. This batch is enough to equip a 60-player battle group, capable of tipping the balance in guild battles. Ding dong, Lin Chen received another email, this time from Eroding Bone. 6,500 gold coins. Lin Chen accepted it with satisfaction, and with a wave of his hand, he threw a whole set of Sky Knight hero equipment into the mailbox for delivery. This equipment alone adds 4,500 health points, 400 physical defense points, and 300 magic resistance points to the attribute panel, quite luxurious. It comes with a 15-second 35% damage reduction awakening skill, turning the wearer into a human fortress on the battlefield. Eroding Bone, I don't even know what to say, thank my master. Eroding Bone is well aware that this price is definitely a friendly one, as this set of equipment would definitely be bid up to sky-high prices if placed in the auction house. The price will only be higher than that of the skill-dragging Wanderer, and at least a player named Moon Empress will not miss it. With over 20,000 gold coins in hand, Lin Chen's confidence has grown. He opened the store, found the guild stronghold battle seat. You are about to spend 5,000 gold coins, are you sure? Lin Chen took a deep breath. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time, planning since the first day of rebirth. Equivalent to 5 million renminbi in expenses, he might have felt heartache in his past life. But now Lin Chen is clear that 3 years later, with the integration of virtual reality, real-world currency will be as worthless as waste paper. Moreover, without strength, all the money is just a passing cloud. Confirmed, Lin Chen made up his mind. You have obtained a guild token. Please name your guild. The system prompt sounded. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, the guild's name is God Slayer. Why not call it Demon Slayer? Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a fierce light, because he knew it well. In the end-of-days world, no matter how the gods bestow power and authority on humans, the trial takers are ultimately just weapons created by the gods, and the gods are the source of all disasters. Whether gods or demons. As long as he, Lin Chen, is alive, he will slaughter them one by one. Regional announcement, congratulations. Player Fong Shen has created the Guild Godslayer and obtained a guild battle seat. Regional announcement. What? Fong Shen. He didn't even go to the Kong family mansion for a 2 billion annual salary, and he created a guild for himself. Things are going to change. Large guilds like Dragon Mark, Divine Blessing, and Chaos Guild probably have a rival now. The entire world channel was boiling. Since the opening of the Divine Realm, there have been hundreds of announcements about obtaining guild battle seats over the past few days. Everyone had already become accustomed to it, so there was no need for such surprise. But the problem lies with the creator. It turns out to be the former 3-time champion who was once banned. This is a serious issue. The present is different from the past. The former 3-time champion became a laughingstock due to fake matches, and no one ever thought that in Divine Realm, he would, with his own strength, repeatedly defeat Dragon Mark and Divine Blessing in the instance progress. The arrogant memoryless city has been mercilessly killed multiple times. Refusing a 2 billion annual salary, choosing to create his own guild, this heralds the return of the former holographic online game god. Eroding Bone, no need to say more, support my master, distribute the wealth. Although Eroding Bone was surprised by Lin Chen's creation of a guild, this guy had a high emotional intelligence and didn't care, immediately sending out 3,666 gold coin red envelopes on the world channel. Moon Empress, congratulations, Vanguard. Looking forward to deep cooperation next time. Disorderly Crime Emperor Demon, looking forward to having a good fight in the guild battle. Several big shots successively came out to distribute wealth and congratulate, attracting a crowd of players to watch, and everyone grabbed the red envelopes until their hands were sore. I remember this guy, Emperor Demon, a battle maniac. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Disorderly Crime's leader was a boss of a listed company, who once made several major guilds very headache with his S-rank Awakened Thunder Blade Archer. Just now, Lin Chen ignored Disorderly Crime's private chat, But this guy didn't hold a grudge either, belonging to a battle enthusiast. Player Purple Sword, level 17, profession, warrior, applies to join the guild. Player Snowy Demon, level 16, profession. System prompts kept ringing one after another, and in a moment, more than 300 players popped up, all wanting to join Godslayer because of the title of Triple Crown. Lin Chen shook his head lightly and chose to temporarily close the application channel. Quality over quantity. A Black Iron level guild can only accommodate up to 300 people. To speed up the guild's leveling up, a large number of professional players need to join. Excluding the quota for casual players, there were not many spots left for main combat players. These members must be strong and trustworthy enough to prevent other guilds from infiltrating. Spies. Otherwise, when the stronghold battle begins, leaking key strategic layouts will be very tricky. You have sent a guild invitation to Player K's expedition. You have sent a guild invitation to Player Crazy. You have sent a guild invitation to Player Qingfeng. Fatty, I'm only level 2, Xingu, are you sure you want me to drag you down? Crazy, oh my, where did you get so much money from? Did you hook up with a rich woman? Why isn't my luck this good? Qingfeng, ? Player K's expedition has accepted the invitation. Fatty and Crazy quickly agreed to join the guild. These two guys didn't need much explanation. One was a good buddy who shared Wheel and Woe, and the other was a military academy trained strategist. Most importantly, they were trustworthy. As for inviting Qingfeng, who was forced to leave Dragon Mark, a technical forum warrior section blogger, Lin Chen had planned this beforehand. In his previous life, Qingfeng's first professional awakening was only B rank, and his strength did not rank high on the warrior leaderboard. However, he had a characteristic that was hard for ordinary players to possess. He was not only proficient in the warrior genre's operations and tactics but also had a good understanding of other professions. Qingfeng's comprehensive professional countermeasure strategy that he had written before was popular throughout the Divine Realm, a professional teaching thesis of over 50,000 words that was almost a must-read for every novice player. At the current stage, most players had terrible combat abilities, fighting with random slashing and shooting, simply competing on who spent more money and had better equipment. If Qingfeng could be brought into the guild and appointed as the chief instructor, it would significantly enhance the overall combat power of the guild players. My previous guild was in Dragon Mark, can you trust me? Qingfeng sent a private message, and Lin Chen replied with a smile, I'm not sure yet, but I trust your game theory level. After a long silence, Qingfeng looked at the private messages from his friends list, all filled with insults and abuse from his former teammates in the Dragon Mark Guild. They called him a traitor, a crybaby, and other derogatory terms, which made him feel very disheartened. I don't like focusing on equipment, do you care about my gear? Qingfeng pondered for a moment and said, no problem. Lin Chen smiled faintly and threw over a set of level 20 blue quality warrior equipment worth over 100 gold coins. The cool breeze didn't expect the other party to be so straightforward, and immediately agreed to join the invitation. After completing all this, Lin Chen continued to focus on leveling up. Checking the time, there was still more than a day before the guild battle started, and now most players were busy leveling up. Level 20 is a watershed because at level 20, regular professional awakenings can be performed, and new equipment can be obtained at level 20, leading to a qualitative transformation in one's own strength. Another hour passed, and 3 hours later the monster siege ended. I made it. I freaking made it. I am the sword god of this era. Shengu, read the announcement, you must read it, I will surely make a name for myself. At this moment, the fat guy suddenly sent a voice message, startling Lin Chen. Server announcement, unbelievable. Player Kai Yi has completed the S-rank hidden job mission, 1000 hammers and 100 refinements. Obtained S-rank hidden job, light and dark sword master. Rewards include 100 attribute points, 120 skill points, 10 talent points, and 150 gold coins. As soon as the news came out, players in the World Channel were in an uproar, as the first S-rank hidden job turned out to be a level 1 player. Iban Wo Xin, thanks. This is really lucky, how could a level 1 player possibly awaken an S-rank job? Tianya Ching, where did you pick up the quest? A 50 gold coin reward for the quest clue, it's too incredible. Long Hen Battleblade, why? I'm in the top 50 of the level rankings, with all level 20 blue equipment. Why would an S-rank hidden job be given to a new warrior? Kaya's expedition, oh my, stop arguing, I cleared it because of my skills, you guys just go to bed. Lin Chen was amused by this guy. Kai continued to boast in the channel, saying, you guys can't do anything about it, remember that I am the luckiest. Do you understand what luck is? And those who invited me to the guild, I am the second in command of God Slayer. The fat guy, who barely cleared the level after being tortured 998 times, was already confused, and now he just wanted to vent his inner grievances. This made those players who considered themselves warrior gods furious, unable to understand why all the benefits were taken by those related to the divine. Stop talking nonsense, I'll take you to the instance, there are 3 hours left to get you to level 20. Lin Chen sent a team invitation. Fat guy, what? Level 20 in 3 hours? The fat guy was stunned. Suspecting that Lin Chen was jealous of his talent, and now he started talking nonsense. What else? Look at my current level. Lin Chen said with a light smile. I'll be damned. Level 24, 90%? First in the level rankings, are you leveling up by eating pig feed? The fat guy cursed loudly, unable to believe his own eyes. Screw you! Lin Chen cursed impatiently. The leveling progress was much faster than Lin Chen had expected, and in the last 4 hours, there were not many monsters, but they were all around levels 25 to 29, with thick health bars, but the experience gained from killing them was equally impressive. Where are you? 10 minutes later, a bare-chested, white-haired level 1 Grand Marshal appeared. All his equipment had fallen off due to the level reduction. The fat guy was puzzled, looking around for Lin Chen's whereabouts. Where are you looking? I'm right in front of you. Lin Chen was speechless, and the fat guy stared at him blankly for a long time. Lin boss? NPC. I freaking get it now, you don't have a cheat, you must be a game designer, right? The fat guy boldly speculated, his mind wandering. I am your father. Lin Chen jumped up and slapped him on the head. Critical hit -99. The poor fat guy was almost sent back to the fountain by a slap. Don't move from here, I'll start grinding. Lin Chen sighed. Wait, let me try a new skill. The fat guy laughed heartily, rubbing his head, and extended a hand, from which a dazzling white flame burst forth. It was one of the two-handed swords used by the light sword master Ice River, the bright sword of light. After a while, Lin Chen's face stiffened. The chubby guy awkwardly raised his eyelids and muttered, damn, not enough blue quantity, a bit short. With his low level, the originally imposing sword in his hand was only the length of a small finger. Lin Chen's mouth twitched, patting his shoulder with a serious tone, if it's this length, let's not take it out. Oh well. Dust off. The chubby guy sat on the side to level up, progressing at a speed comparable to a rocket, basically leveling up 1 level for every few elite monsters in front of him. After the last 3 rounds of monsters were cleared, the chubby guy's level increased to 19. Even though he didn't directly reach level 20, the leveling efficiency was off the charts. Poor, really poor, the level 25 elite boss only dropped a bunch of junk for me. As the last elite boss fell, the expected purple light did not appear, only a few level 25 blue equipment with average attributes. You obtained 5 gold coins. You obtained the dungeon quest scroll Dragon Maiden. Wait, Abyss dungeon clue? Lin Chen was surprised, opening the package to check the scroll. Ruins of the Lost Frost Dragon Kingdom, go outside Purple Cloud City to find clues about the maiden. You will face great danger, but the gods will bless you and wish you good luck. The quest coordinates appeared on the mini-map. Purple Cloud City is the second town players need to reach, quite far from Edgar City, with much stronger monsters than near Edgar City. However, some players who choose to rush the main quest will mindlessly charge over to unlock teleport coordinates for easier access later. Abyss level dungeon difficulty, quite interesting. Lin Chen became interested. Reaching legendary level in regular quests was already difficult, and Abyss level dungeons, as the name suggests, could become a nightmare for players.
In the previous world, it took half a year after the server opened for a group of professional players to conquer the first Abyss-level dungeon. However, the higher the difficulty of the Divine World dungeons, the greater the rewards. The most typical feature of Abyss-level dungeons is the chance to drop legendary equipment and the possibility of A rank or higher skill books. Monster attack countdown ends in 24 hours. Lin Chen and the chubby guy's surroundings changed, the monsters in the distance no longer gathered, and the NPC soldiers and terrain around returned to their original state. Regional announcement: Player Fan Shen is like a god on earth, defending against the attack of the monsters outside Edgar City. Legendary level dungeon first completion achievement reached. Experience reward 100,000, 30 skill points, 25 free attribute points, 30 gold coins, 20,000 reputation. When the regional announcement came out, the World Channel collectively fell silent, feeling a slight numbness. No wonder a complete set of archer equipment dropped, turns out it was a legendary dungeon. Luckily it didn't say it was solo completed, that would have been too terrifying. Seeing no indication of a solo dungeon completion, many top players breathed a sigh of relief. They comforted themselves, believing that Fan Shen was a professional player from the start, had an advantage in the game, and with strong teammates, clearing a legendary level dungeon was within reason. However, Lin Chen brought along a drag, with the chubby guy busy tinkering with the skills of his new profession the whole time, let alone contributing. What's wrong? Why are there no more monsters? The chubby guy fiddled with his dual swords, looking up at Lin Chen in confusion. You damn addict, you're hooked on auto battle, the quest is already completed. Lin Chen laughed and scolded, only this guy, thick-skinned enough to leech experience without a care. Then I'll continue doing quests to level up. When I reach level 20, that's when I, a real man, will truly stand up. The chubby guy chuckled. Lin Chen smiled without saying a word. The S-rank awakened profession was indeed strong, but the special skills that came with the profession required a lot of time to polish. Especially for the dual sword style like the light and dark swordmaster, it was difficult to operate even at the basic level. Now abandon shield defense, were two main weapons, and enchant weapons with light and dark magic. Maximizing attack power will mean a linear increase in difficulty. Oh, I almost forgot to ask you, how did you pass the mission? You went to such extremes? Lin Chen curiously asked. The fat man smirked and raised his eyebrows at him. I was just about to delete my account after dying the last 2 times, but who is K? A genius. Lin Chen was amazed when the fat man finished speaking. He thought the fat man relied on flashy skills and a bit of luck to win, but this guy really relied on intelligence. Previously, this kid was about to reset his level, so he changed his approach, spent 10 gold coins to buy a strong liquor carriage for Ice River. Who is Ice River? A super big drunkard. After a feast and drink, he was drunk as a skunk. At this point, the fat man sneakily challenged him. Sure enough, Ice River made a fatal mistake, and he seized the opportunity, successfully reducing his health to -1, completing the S-level trial. You've grasped the essence of this game. Lin Chen had to admit that being resourceful in the Divine Realm world was much better than being a brute. Take the equipment, I've been grinding all day, it's time to log off and eat something. Lin Chen threw a set of level 20 Bloody Centurion warrior gear to the fat man. With a grin, the fat man accepted it and said, Chingu, you're doing so well. I'll come find you tomorrow, move out of that rundown rental house, and we'll start an offline guild. Lin Chen nodded at his words, that was exactly what he had in mind. Now that he wasn't short of money, there was no need to stay in the slums, and besides, his game pod was already outdated, and it was hard to sustain without nutrient support for a long time. Moreover, most guilds had their own offline studios to handle some inconvenient matters in the game. After all, meeting in the virtual world lacked credibility for most players, so meeting offline was more reliable. Lin Chen logged off the game. Feeling a bit tired, he climbed out of the game pod. Grinding monsters all day was physically bearable, but mentally torturous. At 10 o'clock in the evening, he sent a message to his sister and learned that the dean had personally visited her to discuss her condition, and having an internal medicine expert take care of her made Lin Chen feel relieved. It had to be said that Chen Wei's character was not good, but his ability to get things done was top-notch. No wonder he was highly regarded by Lu Xingchen.
With tens of millions in hand, I'm probably the only one who likes to eat instant noodles with hot water. Lin Chen self-deprecatingly laughed and covered the instant noodles with a plate. It was true that he liked to eat instant noodles. In these years of survival, every trial taker had gone crazy eating monster meat, but instant noodles, a product of the technological era, were rare. Unbelievable, in just a few days, such a divine start. Heaven's gift, dragon's mark, gods, demons, let's see how it goes. Lin Chen sat on the balcony, lit a cigarette, greedily breathing the air, and the splendid night view outside made him nostalgic. 3 years later, everything would change dramatically, and this rare leisure time was worth savoring. Knock, knock, knock. The untimely knocking sound echoed. Someone coming to find me so late? Could it be that woman Lu Xingchen? Lin Chen furrowed his brow and stood up. The unique sense of crisis of a trial taker kept him still, and he didn't turn on the lights in the living room. He planned to see who it was through the peephole before responding. The knocking became more urgent, and Lin Chen felt increasingly uneasy. Lin Chen, open the door, I want to talk to you. An impatient voice came from outside the door, but Lin Chen still didn't respond. Living here for 2 years, hardly anyone had come to visit him voluntarily, even paying the rent to the landlord was done through mobile transfers. Stop pretending, the electricity meter in your house downstairs has been running, I suggest you be honest, it's for your own good. The woman continued. Lin Chen sighed, it seems like he's quite professional at finding trouble. Wait a moment, I'll be right there. Lin Chen calmed his mind and said calmly. Are you looking for me? Just as he opened the door, 3 men and a woman stood at the doorway. The men were tall and burly, with a tough look that didn't seem friendly. Lin Chen cautiously took a step back, not out of fear, but out of the awareness of a challenger, ready to strike at any moment. Let me introduce myself, I'm Qian Zhao from the legal department of Ding Sheng Group. The woman had a glamorous appearance, wearing a leather jacket with long hair, and a very assertive attitude. Seeing Lin Chen's cold expression and silence, Qian Zhao snorted lightly and said, What? Is it inconvenient to invite us in for a chat? Of course, you can sit. Lin Chen smiled meaningfully and invited Qian Zhao and the others into the living room. 2 bodyguards blocked the doorway, while another stood behind Lin Chen, making him feel very uncomfortable. You should know who we are, right? Qian Zhao asked. I know, the financial group behind the Dragon Mark Guild. Lin Chen picked up his instant noodles, anticipating that Yikong City would come looking for trouble, but didn't expect it to happen so soon. So, let's cut to the chase. The message from above is very clear, you have 3 choices. Shen Zhao took out a stack of documents from her bag and casually placed them on the coffee table. Lin Chen patiently smiled and said, Go on. First, an annual salary of 5 billion to join Dragon Mark and serve as vice president. Second, a one-time payment of 10 billion to buy out your contract, delete your account, and exit God Realm. Third. Shen Zhao paused, a hint of anger in her eyes, as Lin Chen was shamelessly slurping his noodles, completely disregarding her. Fine. So, what about the third point? Lin Chen looked up briefly. Third. You will be exposed for the evidence of match fixing from years ago and sentenced to over a decade in prison. Qian Zhao sneered. Lin Chen continued eating his noodles. It was easy for the Ding Sheng Group to frame him, just like the Heavenly Gift Club did in the past, tarnishing his reputation. This time, Yikong City wanted to throw him in jail, not much different in essence. He just couldn't understand why these people were so despicable. He was bullied in his past life, and now they were trying the same tactics in this life. Did they really think he, Lin Chen, was an easy target? Shen Zhao smiled lightly and said, Lin Chen, I also play the game God Realm, I know you're very skilled in the game. If it weren't for the board of directors taking notice of you, you wouldn't even be qualified to negotiate with me. Oh, you're quite noble, miss. Lin Chen jokingly shook his head, causing the bodyguard behind him to immediately frown and take a step forward, intending to teach this disrespectful brat a lesson. Qian Zhao slightly furrowed her brows, stopped the bodyguard's next move, and smiled, make your choice. Vice President of Dragon Mark? Not interested. Lin Chen finished his soup, stood up, threw away the phone box, and casually said, "As for the 10 billion to buy me out and quit the game, honestly, the temptation is not enough. So, what is your choice?" Chen Jiao's expression changed, her tone turning dark, as she tapped the documents on the coffee table with her index finger and sneered, "Mr. Lin, even if you don't consider yourself, at least think about your sister. Your sister is seriously ill and hospitalized, she needs surgery next month." As soon as these words were spoken, a flash of killing intent passed through Lin Chen's eyes, touching his bottom line. This woman was playing with fire. "You seem to have investigated quite thoroughly, indeed professionals." Lin Chen still had a smile on his face, turned around and brushed past the bodyguard behind him, saying, "Sorry, greasy mouth, need to wash my face." The bathroom sink in the rental house was right next to the kitchen. After Lin Chen washed his hands and turned back around, Chen Jiao's face changed drastically. Startled, she jumped up from the sofa. "What are you trying to do?" It turned out this kid was holding 2 kitchen knives in his hands. Several tall bodyguards were also surprised, completely unexpected that Lin Chen would be so courageous. "What are you doing? Coming to my house to cause trouble? Do I have to take care of you?" Lin Chen said calmly. "You little brat, you're asking for it." The bodyguard standing in front suddenly attacked, pulling out a baton from his pocket and smashing it towards Lin Chen's face. Lin Chen's eyes turned cold, dodging to the side, kicking the man's ankle, causing him to yell in pain. Swinging the kitchen knife in his hand, he viciously struck the back of the man's neck with the blunt side, almost knocking the bodyguard unconscious. Xian Jiao and the other 2 bodyguards were stunned, never hearing that the former esports genius was also skilled in combat. Lifting his foot to step on the bodyguard trying to stand up, Lin Chen's face showed a fierce determination, ready to kill at a moment's notice. Under normal circumstances, these professional thugs were not easy to deal with, but they underestimated him due to his young age and seemingly weak physique. As a reincarnated trial taker, even with a weak body, he could easily defeat these guys with his combat awareness. Lin Chen's face was stern, his breath steady, one foot stepping on the bodyguard's face, emitting a terrifying aura that chilled Xian Jiao and the others. "I choose the 4th condition, leave or die." Lin Chen issued his final ultimatum. "Lin Chen, remember, you missed the chance for peace. Going against us will make your death very ugly, there are countless ways to make you regret it." Chen Jiao pretended to remain calm, collecting the documents. For some reason, she sensed a chilling aura from the young man, every cell in her subconscious screaming for help, wanting to leave quickly. Lin Chen showed little emotion on his face, dragging the bodyguard who almost got knocked out by his belt out of the room. "I won't escort you downstairs, goodbye." Watching Xian Jiao and the others get into a car from the balcony, Lin Chen returned to the room. Jiangchuan City was too small, and it was too easy for the thugs under the Ding Sheng consortium to find him. Lin Chen lit another cigarette, calming his emotions. He was used to being hunted. In his past life, such situations were just minor disturbances. But in this world, his sister was still alive, still needing him as a support. He couldn't risk confronting Yikong City head-on. Lin Chen was considering whether to sneak his sister out of the hospital overnight, preferably to a larger city with better medical facilities. Amidst the lingering smoke, anger and killing intent swirled in Lin Chen's heart. Trying to resist the power of the giants with one's own strength was like hitting a rock with an egg. It was easier in the Divine Realm world, where he could play with Yikong City and the others to death, but in the real world, many factors needed to be considered. Although he wasn't afraid of trouble, the feeling of being targeted by thieves was very unpleasant. Damn it! Lin Chen couldn't help but curse loudly. Under strong emotional fluctuations, he suddenly felt dizzy, followed by intense pain in his eyes. Specifically, it was his left eye. The surroundings suddenly became strange, with the scenes of the Divine Realm world and the real world starting to switch back and forth, making it hard for him to distinguish between illusion and reality. What's happening? A few minutes later, Lin Chen sat paralyzed in front of the bed, taking deep breaths to calm the uncomfortable feeling. Just as he was in doubt, the lights in the rental room suddenly went out, a cold wind brushing his face, and his heartbeat suddenly speeding up. Oh no! Could it be that Xian Jiao and the others are coming back to kill me? Just as Lin Chen was thinking this, he suddenly looked up at the balcony railing, and his heart stopped.
A figure resembling a spirit cat crouched on the railing, black long hair dancing in the wind, a pair of chilling eyes staring at him. "You look so pathetic in reality." A cold female voice sounded, and that figure jumped down from the railing with very eerie movements, like a sword full of killing intent being unsheathed. The sound of metal collision exploded. Lin Chen's wrist was bleeding profusely, torn apart by a huge force. Fortunately, the kitchen knife in his hand saved his life, while his body was forcibly pressed down on the bed by the woman. "Who the hell are you? Do I know you?" Lin Chen couldn't see the other person's face clearly, veins bulging on his forehead as he struggled to block the short sword in the person's hand with the kitchen knife. The astonishing skill of the other person made Lin Chen break out in a cold sweat on his back. The dim light from outside the window barely revealed that the woman was quite impatient. Moreover, her body was pressing on him, and her figure seemed quite stunning. Although the girl was attractive, he couldn't afford to be distracted by that as she was trying to kill him. "Aren't you looking for death? I've come to find you. Why is the mighty god of law afraid?" The woman teased with a light laugh, like a cat playing with a mouse. Although it seemed like a standoff between the two, Lin Chen could clearly sense that the other person still had strength left, obviously not intending to kill him but to humiliate him. "This body is really weak from too much indulgence, so weak." Lin Chen felt anxious, his frail body unable to keep up with his thoughts, otherwise he wouldn't be in such a passive situation. After a few seconds, seeing the other person still chattering away, he resigned himself to the situation and simply let go of the kitchen knife. "Die, hurry up." Lin Chen completely gave up, knowing that the woman could easily kill him with her skills, and resisting would only bring more humiliation. "Ha!" The woman was somewhat surprised. In the bedroom under the night sky. Eyes met, bodies close together, a strange atmosphere enveloped them. After a stalemate for a while, Lin Chen's hands were numb from being pressed by the other person, so he moved slightly. Then, a mysterious hand moved up like a wandering dragon and easily gripped her waist. "Facing death, what's wrong with enjoying a little?" Lin Chen blushed and muttered to himself. Smack! The woman was shocked and pushed him away as if she had been electrocuted, instinctively giving the scoundrel a slap in the face, completely taken aback by Lin Chen's sudden lewd behavior. "Damn it, hit me!" Lin Chen didn't care if the killer was a man or a woman, and before the other person could react, he also gave them a solid slap. The female assassin had never suffered such humiliation before, and was stunned by the direct slap from the steel-straight man, standing in front of the bed, covering her cheek in confusion. Lin Chen stared as the other person's body trembled, dumbfounded. Could she be crying? Unexpectedly, the skilled female assassin was actually crying? Who was the victim and who was the perpetrator? "People like you deserve to die 1,000 times." The female assassin broke down, enduring the pain and shouting at Lin Chen. This tone sounds very familiar. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, carefully examining the female assassin from head to toe, suddenly shocked. "Kong, are you Kong Bai?" Lin Chen was a bit confused. What kind of day was it tonight? First someone from the empty city came looking for trouble, and then Kong Bai appeared for an assassination offline. His eyes were inexplicably uncomfortable. So, can this broken game of God's domain still be played? Be good, don't cry, baby, listen to me, okay? Lin Chen found tissues on the bedside table, trying to comfort her kindly. As a result, Kong Bai felt more aggrieved. Being killed by this stinky man in the game was bad enough, and now in reality, she was being taken advantage of, but she couldn't retaliate against him. So she cried even harder, with tearful eyes and a heartbroken look that made people feel sorry for her. Lin Chen slapped his forehead, feeling like he had run into a ghost today. Standing half a meter away from Kong Bai, he kept handing her tissues to wipe her tears and nose. "Wait until tomorrow to play the game, let you kill me 10 times, okay? In reality, I only have one life, you came at me with a knife, I can't just let you take advantage without doing anything." Kong Bai Nyang has completely grasped Lin Chen's weakness. He is a true steel-straight man, but he is most afraid of women crying. Because of this move, Yu Shaoxian often uses it, and it always works. "I don't want to say much to someone like you. The Lord asked me to find you, which was a mistake. You are not worthy of joining us." After a long time, Kong Bai finally spoke with a disdainful face.
Shopkeeper? Are you selling something? Not scamming, right? Lin Chen was curious. Kong Bai turned to him with a murderous look, and Lin Chen grinned. Just kidding, why so angry? I vaguely feel that you look much better in person than in the game, especially with those small nose and eyes. Kong Bai almost collapsed emotionally upon hearing this. What kind of high-end adjective is small nose and eyes? To be honest, it was only when Lin Chen turned on the light that he saw Kong Bai's true appearance. Wearing a black tactical suit, with a slender figure, fair complexion, and a teardrop mole next to her electric eyes, she exuded a cold and charming aura. No wonder she's so angry, it seems like I took advantage of her just now, Lin Chen muttered with narrowed eyes. Kong Bai was almost spitting blood upon hearing this, her chest heaving violently as she tried to control her emotions. Enough with the jokes, tell me, what is the purpose of your martial arts family coming to find me? Lin Chen said with a smile. You? Kong Bai was very surprised and did not understand why the other party seemed to know her background so well. Ordinary people simply could not come into contact with them, and even a few high-ranking officials in China were aware of the existence of the martial arts world. If you want to enter the divine realm undisturbed, I will say at once, you better listen carefully. Kong Bai said sternly. After a moment, Kong Bai explained the purpose of her visit. She was entrusted by an organization called the Immortal Spirit Hall to find him, with the clear goal of recruiting Lin Chen to participate in the layout of the divine realm. Immortal Spirit Hall. Lin Chen's heart was stirred. After the super hardcore mode was activated, there was a very powerful force that almost integrated the martial arts descendants and top-tier experts in the divine realm. These people spared no effort to build the first line of defense against the demons with blood and tears, temporarily maintaining peace in China. This force was none other than the Immortal Spirit Hall. When he had contact with Kong Bai before, Lin Chen suspected that this woman was from a martial arts family, and it seemed that his guess was correct. However, Lin Chen was still somewhat surprised. It was only a few days since the game started, and the Immortal Spirit Hall's layout was so advanced that even the divine-level assassin Kong Bai had long been a member of the Immortal Spirit Hall. In his previous life, although Lin Chen was somewhat famous among players, he had delayed progress in the divine realm for too long, making him just a small fry who naturally could not attract the attention of the Immortal Spirit Hall. This time, they actually came looking for him. Lin Chen did not know if it was lucky or unlucky. Join the Immortal Spirit Hall, and we can provide you with protection, Kong Bai said directly, clearly aware of what had happened to Lin Chen. What about Long Hen? Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, the Immortal Spirit Hall currently seems to be a casual organization, not requiring him to join any guild, or even to do much. From a national perspective, the Dingsheng Consortium is just a flag, what is there to worry about? Kong Bai sneered, looking down on the likes of Yikong City. That's true, Lin Chen chuckled. It could be seen that the Immortal Spirit Hall was affiliated with the country, and no matter how powerful the Dingsheng Consortium was, in front of the country, it was just a slightly stronger ant. However, Kong Bai also made it clear that for Lin Chen to join the Immortal Spirit Hall, he needed to give her a guarantee. That is, to become the number one person among all the players in the entire region, and to remain loyal to his country. After explaining all this, Kong Bai handed him a business card and told him to call in the morning, where someone would arrange things for him. After speaking, Kong Bai snorted coldly and got up to leave the bedroom. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Not only have large companies entered the divine realm, even countries have started to take action. Lin Chen pondered to himself, feeling that he was a bit naive. In the game Divine Realm, many settings and operations are not subject to any national regulations. Faced with such an unstable virtual world, the higher-ups in China cannot sit idly by, and he rarely paid attention to this in his past life. Fortunately, joining the Immortal Hall finally relieved him of his worries, no longer having to worry about being killed offline. Organizing his thoughts, Lin Chen yawned as he walked out of the bedroom, planning to take a bath and then sleep. He was currently ranked first on the level leaderboard at level 26, making it almost impossible for others to catch up in a short period of time. Beep beep beep. The electronic lock alarm sounded, and Lin Chen was stunned to find that Kong Bai was still standing in front of the door, not leaving. Could it be that this woman was unwilling after being taken advantage of? Planning to repay in kind.
Lin Chen looked wary, hands crossed in front of his chest, and asked cautiously, "Why haven't you left yet?" Kong Bai, with her back to him, blushed slightly and said in a very soft voice, "You locked the fingerprint lock, I can't open it."
"But, don't you know martial arts?
You were able to climb in from the balcony just now, so you should be able to jump down, right?"
Lin Chen said earnestly.
"This is the 13th floor."
Kong Bai's mouth twitched.
If she wasn't refraining from cursing, she would have already exploded in anger.
"So what if it's the 13th floor? You can still jump."
Lin Chen looked at her very seriously, his eyes full of anticipation. He couldn't see clearly the martial artist's style in the darkness earlier, so he must take a closer look this time.
"I can't explain it to a fool like you."
Kong Bai stomped her foot in frustration, then grabbed Lin Chen's collar and forcibly unlocked the fingerprint lock.
Lin Chen stood at the door to see her off, muttering to himself, "Oh, if you're not skilled enough, just say so, it's not a big deal."
Kong Bai's blood pressure soared again, gritting her teeth, "Die 1,000 times, die for me 1,000 times." The next day, Lin Chen called the number on the business card given by Kong Bai. The people at the Immortal Hall were very efficient, and within an hour, a military-plated SUV picked him up. The driver introduced himself as Lao Su, from the provincial military district, but didn't disclose his specific position. Lin Chen didn't think too much about it, because it wouldn't help, as long as the Immortal Hall could provide protection. The car arrived at the lakeside villa area, where Lao Su handed over the villa access control to him and hurriedly left, saying that there would be someone from the hospital to take care of his protection. Although Lin Chen was a bit confused, the single-family villa was nicely decorated and equipped with 6 of the latest gaming pods as per his request. He didn't ask much, as Lao Su's indifferent attitude indicated he wouldn't chat with him much.
After checking the equipment, he logged back into the Divine Realm.
Time and space shifted, the screen changed.
Lin Chen returned to the inner city of Edgar.
After grinding for 24 hours yesterday, he had cleared all his sin points, finally able to walk the streets safely. Opening the equipment panel, he had collected all 12 pieces of the coveted Fox Clan set that countless Thunder Mages dreamed of. After some consideration, Lin Chen decided to replace 3 top-tier equipment pieces: the Spirit Beast Staff, Fox Clan Boots, and Fox Clan Shoulder Armor. Most players like to pursue sets that can enhance awakening skills. The enhancement effect of the Fox Clan weapon and armor set was mediocre, only reducing the cooldown of Thunder by 3 minutes, making it not very cost-effective. The correct approach was to keep the Fox Clan armor to get the Thunder effect, free up the 3 equipment slots, complete another set of equipment, and gain the second awakening skill effect.
The 3x3 mode was currently the strongest equipment choice.
Lin Chen still held the rare sacred item, the Elf Diamond, in his hand.
It would be a waste if he didn't use it to craft legendary equipment.
Lin Chen headed straight to the street in the city where equipment was crafted. "Adventurer, take a look around, let me know if you see something you like." A burly man stood at the door trying to attract customers, but Lin Chen blocked him as soon as he approached.
"Top-notch premium equipment can be customized, grand opening special with 10% off everything."
The blacksmith was talking non-stop, leaving Lin Chen speechless.
What's the difference between 10% off and no discount at all?
Lin Chen ignored him, knowing that there was more than one NPC of the same type in the Divine Realm.
There were 8 blacksmith shops on this street alone, and each NPC's craftsmanship was vastly different.
Many players complained on the forums about getting equipment made by apprentice blacksmiths, wasting thousands of coins on a pile of green junk. Therefore, luck played a significant role in finding a blacksmith to forge equipment. Legendary longbows crafted by our shop's master blacksmith shake the world. Across the street, a forging/equipment shop attracted a lot of attention from players, with dozens of people lining up at the door. Yi Kong City's legendary bow came from here. Super Whale Shop, forging costs here are more than 5 times higher than other shops, Lin Chen muttered to himself.
This shop was exclusively for the wealthy, with prices for both ready-made equipment and forging costs exorbitantly high.
However, it was indeed the master blacksmith of AE City who personally crafted the equipment, ensuring the highest quality and success rate among peers. Lin Chen walked to the end of the alley and stopped in front of a temporary shop that looked very shabby. I spent 50 gold coins and dozens of materials to craft a purple weapon, and you're telling me it failed in one sentence? Give me my money back, you old man. Go play elsewhere, don't you know forging carries risks? Inside the shop, a red-bearded dwarf was chugging a bucket of ale, ignoring the complaints of many players. I've told you before, if you bring me junk to forge, it will only turn into a pile of junk. The dwarf blacksmith even hung a sign saying closed for the day. Boss, custom equipment. Lin Chen calmly entered the shop. This damn dwarf crafts 3 pieces of equipment, 2 explode, and 1 blue item turns into trash. Are you stupid and rich? The surrounding players who had been fooled looked puzzled. Was this guy deliberately stubborn? When other blacksmiths received forging materials and faced a chance of failure, at most, the quality of the equipment would be downgraded. But this old man would only give players a pile of junk. Lin Chen ignored the others and walked up to the dwarf blacksmith, Veed. Veed frowned and glanced at him, saying with a boozy breath, hero equipment has a 30% success rate, fine equipment has a 20% success rate, you decide. What about legendary equipment? Lin Chen smirked. Veed put down the beer barrel in his hand, squinted, and said with a smile, Kid, you sound ambitious. Alright, I need 3 pieces of legendary equipment, a weapon, a robe, and shoulder armor. Can you make them? Lin Chen said calmly. The players watching the commotion at the door were shocked. A set of 3 legendary items? Yikong City had only made a weapon and a piece of armor so far. The weapon was ranked first, and the armor was at the top of the list. Who was this person, speaking with such confidence? And why did he choose this unreliable sand-coin dwarf to craft equipment? Purely insane behavior. If he really had the resources and materials, why not go to the opposite side to the Vice Equipment Store, where the wealthy players belonged? Sure. Bring a sacred item, and the success rate for level 20 legendary equipment is 100%, Veed said disdainfully as he placed the elf diamond on the workbench. Thump. The tools on the operation chart were swept to the ground by the short legs, and Veed stood up in astonishment. Is it really a sacred item? The attitude of the grey dwarf Veed has changed. In the next moment, Veed transformed into an electric motor and quickly closed the shop door. The players outside who were protesting were confused. What was going on? Veed hurriedly put on his reading glasses and carefully examined the crystal-clear gem under the candlelight. Blessing of the grey dwarf god, I finally found the legendary forging material. Veed muttered to himself with fanaticism. Can you make it? If you can't forge it, don't waste my time. Lin Chen made a move to retrieve the gem, but Veed quickly turned around and held the sacred item close to his chest, muttering, I can, there's no reason I can't. What about the equipment blueprints? I don't have time to farm monsters for blueprint drops, Lin Chen said, a hint of a subtle smile flashing in his eyes. Veed eagerly exclaimed, I can provide. Of course, I can provide, it's just blueprints, and what I have the most of here is blueprints. 2 sets of legendary equipment blueprints were immediately displayed in front of Lin Chen. Eternal Wrath Set. Style features, additional spell penetration effect, high mana bonus, high cooldown reduction. Power Sanctum Set. Style features, additional true damage effect, high attack bonus, high attack speed bonus. The forging cost for a single piece of equipment is 1,000 gold coins. Lin Chen smiled satisfactorily. This was why he sought out the dwarf to craft equipment. This old guy had a trick up his sleeve. If players provided low-quality materials, he would haphazardly craft the equipment, resulting in a low success rate. But if players provided high-tier materials, he would bring out his hidden forging skills. Not only could he provide the equipment blueprints necessary for custom equipment, but his commission fee was 10 times lower than that of Master Forger Weiss. Otherwise, the commission fee for 3 pieces of legendary equipment alone would be 30 million. Power Sanctum Mirror 3-piece set, Lin Chen said with a smile. The attributes of the equipment panel were random, and the style of the equipment could only be judged through a general overview. Comparing the two, it was clear that the second set of equipment better suited his needs. Main weapon forging rough conditions, Elven Gem 1 of 1, achieved. In addition, you also need to obtain 200 pieces of refined iron, 100 pieces of vendetta beast fur, 30 troll leg bones, 5 sky feather crystal stones, and 3 hearts of the war god. The system prompt appeared, and Lin Chen was a bit troubled. He could handle the first 3 types of materials. Refined iron could be obtained by decomposing level 20 green equipment with a 20% chance, and he had over 1,000 pieces of green equipment on hand, so he should be able to decompose them. Fur and bones were all dropped by monsters during the siege, just enough. But the sky feather crystal stones and hearts of the war god were premium materials second only to sacred items, and he really didn't know where to get them in the short term. Forget it, maybe next time, Lin Chen said regretfully. However, Veed, who had ignited the stove and was ready to get to work, became anxious instead. Why wait for next time? Right now, give me 5 hours, and I'll get it done. Lin Chen shrugged helplessly and said, I wish, but the materials are a bit lacking. So he told Veed about the 2 premium materials that were missing. Nothing can stump a knowledgeable person like me. Since you can get a sacred item, it means your strength is far above other adventurers. Veed laughed heartily at the words. Lin Chen was taken aback, and a clue to a dungeon mission popped up. Hidden mission, Mystery of Feather Transformation. Clue, go to the Icebound Valley and find the entrance to the ruins of the Feather Transformation Kingdom. Mystery of Feather Transformation? This dungeon, if I remember correctly, it should be unlocked by the first person chosen by the heavens. In the Divine Realm, when a player conquers a hidden mission, some mission dungeons will be preserved, and the difficulty will be reduced to facilitate the entry of other players. Lin Chen was deeply impressed by the mystery of metamorphosis. This is a legendary level difficult instance. If he had not been the first to complete the missing barrier stone, then the first person to conquer the legendary instance should have been the divinely gifted club. Have you ever given your mission clues to anyone else? Lin Chen questioned Veed. Veed felt a little guilty at the words, and said in a gruff voice, Kid, I have a good eye for people, and I believe you can successfully clear the level. Indeed, not only did he know about the Easter egg of the Grey Dwarf blacksmith, but the people from the divinely gifted club should also know. And from Veed's performance, it seemed that the other party had at least submitted a top-quality main material, otherwise they wouldn't have obtained the mission clue. In that case, he had to set off as soon as possible. Lin Chen was very clear in his mind that at the current stage, the divinely gifted club, with a large number of professional players, actually had a stronger overall combat power than the wealthy dragon constellation. The efficiency of conquering high-difficulty instances was naturally not something that a wealthy team could compare with. Lin Chen marked the direction on the minimap and ran quickly towards the Icebound Valley. Half an hour later, Lin Chen appeared on a snowy plain. Icefield Thief, level 27, HP, 36,000/36,000, attack power, 580, skills, continuous shooting, jumping. There were many elite monsters scattered on the snowy plain, with attack attributes much stronger than those near Edgar City. As soon as Lin Chen appeared, more than 10 Icefield thieves surrounded him. Lin Chen raised the spirit magic staff and a downpour began to fall from the sky. Sea level water magic, Rainblade Tide -200/-200. This magic belonged to continuous damage effects, with very low damage values each time. But the sheer number of rainblades was astonishing, covering a 30-meter radius and causing negative effects such as reduced target movement speed and a chance to fall when interacting with the icy ground. The Icefield thieves fell to the ground, and Lin Chen summoned a flame dragon, burning recklessly. -4,170/-4,170. 100 meters away, multiple magical strikes, a mix of 4 types of magic, the output efficiency was simply unbeatable. Critical hit -1,500. -750. With a set of level 20 hero equipment in hand, Lin Chen's spell attack power had reached 800 points. Even with just a normal attack, the critical hit damage was quite considerable. Lin Chen could hardly imagine what heights his output ability would reach after completing his professional awakening and wearing the legendary 3-piece set. Easily dealing with the nearby elite monsters, he continued on his way. Just then, the sound of a fight came from a distance. Lin Chen stopped alertly, looking up. Dozens of players were blocking the entrance to the Icebound Valley, besieging a large boss that was over 10 meters tall. Icefield Troll King, level 27, HP, 637000/800000, attack power, 850, skills, Troll Dominator, Ruthless Heavy Blow, Bone Crushing. Crippling. The Icefield Troll King, with its greenish-blue skin, wielded a hammer. Each heavy blow it struck on the ground caused the entire valley to rumble, with snow swirling around, creating a very spectacular scene. However, although the Troll King was powerful, each player facing it was skilled, and several consecutive strikes failed to cause effective damage to the frontline knights. Lin Chen also noticed that although there were around 30 players, only a few of them were actually attacking the boss. Most of the other players were on guard around, either to prevent anyone from approaching or to guard against interference from small monsters. From the discipline and operation alone, one could see how high the skill level of these players was, not at all like new players who had just started playing similar online games. The people from Divinely Gifted are indeed here. Cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, and he immediately spotted the dual blade warrior, He Song, who was outputting in front. He Song held two single-handed swords, leaping high into the air and spinning like a tornado. A series of more than 10 slashes fiercely struck the boss's chest. Critical hit -1100 -550 -550. He had obtained the A-level profession of Bright Sword Saint a few hours ago. The dual swords were enchanted with light magic, and their damage output had increased significantly since the last time he saw them. The Troll King swung his heavy hammer in retaliation, but He Song's dual swords were planted in the ground, allowing him to easily dodge the attack with inertia. He Song smirked coldly and said, "I told you, this boss is so clumsy, I can solo it myself." Tianzi Chishues said, "Kongi's skills are indeed amazing. He just soloed a level 20 normal boss without taking any damage. I saw it with my own eyes." Tianzi Acehang added, "With Kongi's high damage output, any legendary dungeon is a piece of cake." Several players on the periphery started to flatter He Kong. He Song arrogantly said, "Practice more if you're weak, don't always try to cling to my fame. If you're really strong, then you should be able to defeat Lin Chen alone, right?" A cold voice came from the team. He Song's smile froze on his face, and he sneered, "I was just careless last time. If I encounter that guy again, I'll make him doubt his life." At this moment, the Troll King became impatient, roaring furiously. Skill, Troll Dominator. Hundreds of elite wolf warriors emerged near the icebound valley. These elite wolf warriors all had 60,000 health points, immediately putting pressure on Tianzi and the others. "Don't let the small monsters get close and interfere with my healing spells." The white-robed priest who had challenged Yitso earlier reacted quickly, commanding, "Second team, third team, fourth team, intercept the small monsters on the left flank. Xuanyi, come with me to support He Song and Xiaolin." The three teams cooperated and pushed their formations forward, forcibly preventing the elite monsters from getting closer to the main battlefield. Lin Chen, watching from a distance, frowned and muttered to himself, "It sounds like it's her." The Troll King began to use his skills aggressively. The frontline meat shield knight was knocked away by a single blow, but the Troll King's giant palm intercepted him in midair. -1330. -1557. -1600. The Temple Knight, equipped with at least 3 level 20 purple items, was smashed like a chick by the Troll King's hammer, unable to withstand the damage even with his health reaching 7,000. Seeing the meat shield about to be killed, the white-robed priest's silver hexagram lit up in front of him. Holy Light Magic, Defense Shield. Holy Light Magic, Lament of the Everlasting. Physical Resistance plus 300. Health plus 800. Plus 900. Plus 1,000. The Temple Knight, who was on the brink of death, saw his health instantly boosted, while his physical resistance rapidly increased. The Troll King swung his hammer again, but this time the heavy blow only caused 1,000 points of damage. And this was not the priest's limit, the hexagram shone brightly once again. Holy Light Magic, Life Eternal. Over 20 players had a life aura above their heads, gaining plus 200 health points per second, while their health limits and resistances increased. This immediately stabilized the frontline players and allowed them to counterattack the elite monsters. Our big sister's strength speaks for itself.
She truly deserves the title of the top priest in the region. Who cares about being the top in the region? Our big sister is the top in the entire server. Do you understand the significance of that? The group of Tianxi players were filled with enthusiasm. With the presence of the white-robed priest, they had been invincible since the server opened, and there was no dungeon they couldn't conquer. This is the S-rank hidden class, Holy Spirit Priest. Lin Chen's face darkened. The white-robed priest had golden hair and delicate features, appearing gentle and charming, but she was a ruthless character. If there was anyone in the Tianxi club that made Lin Chen wary, it was Chiziyu, the #1 holy priest in Sword Expedition. She was the captain of the Tianxi team and, apart from the club owner, she was the one in charge of all matters within Tianxi. During his time at the Heaven's Gift Club, Lin Chen rarely got involved in anything other than playing matches. Due to being an orphan since childhood, he knew that he could only rely on himself for everything and had no time to care about others' opinions. However, this gave Chiziyu a reason to manipulate the situation, intentionally or unintentionally alienating Lin Chen by rallying other team members to her side. This woman was very scheming, and despite her profession as a full-time priest, she was the most dangerous person in the Heaven's Gift team. When it came to framing Lin Chen in a fake match-fixing incident, he could confirm that if it wasn't Chiziyu's doing, then she was acting on orders from the Heaven's Gift boss. With Chiziyu's protection, the team members began to work hard to defeat the monsters. The frontline knight mindlessly tanked the damage from the giant troll boss. He Tsung showed off various fancy maneuvers up close, while Wu Xuanyi stood in the back, outputting damage alongside another archer. All 6 of them had completed their professional awakenings, with each of them at least at an A level in their profession. Combined with their strong skills, they were far superior to others, making it difficult for the giant troll boss to withstand their attacks. 5 minutes later, the boss's health dropped to less than 200,000, and half of the summoned giant wolf had died. At this rate, this elite boss would soon become a prize for everyone in Heaven's Gift. Adventurers, do you need my humble assistance? Suddenly, a voice rang out behind them. Chiziyue turned around in surprise to see an NPC dressed in imperial robes standing 100 meters away. An NPC Imperial Mage? Lin Leader, how did he appear here? What's going on? Could it be that we triggered some hidden quest? The people of Heaven's Gift looked at each other in confusion. There were no villages or outposts near the ice field, so how could an NPC suddenly spawn out of nowhere? Don't get distracted, keep focusing on the boss. Chiziyue furrowed her brows, her concentration exceptional, and her reprimand quickly brought everyone back to their senses. No, thank you, Chiziyue responded coldly. She understood that in the game of Divine Realm, NPC appearances did not necessarily mean opportunities. Many times, it could be a sign of impending danger. I am strong enough, and I don't need you to offer any rewards. I only hope to lend you a helping hand. Lin Chen voluntarily revealed his health bar and level. Ha, a little mage with 1,500 health dares to call himself strong? Our team's squishy professions all have over 2,500 health. Get lost quickly. Heat Song couldn't help but laugh, waving his hand as if shooing away a fly. Please consider carefully. This giant troll boss is not simple. If you're not careful, you all might end up wiped out, Lin Chen advised with a somber expression, continuing to persuade them kindly. Chiziyue grew impatient with his words and bluntly said, even if killing an NPC will incur high sin points, if you don't leave now, I won't hesitate to kill you. Get lost. With that, Chiziyue's staff locked onto Lin Chen, and a holy light pierced a large hole at his feet. Well, wait for misfortune to befall you, Lin Chen sighed and shook his head, then turned and disappeared into the mist under Chiziyue's angry gaze. 2 minutes later, Lin Chen climbed up to a ridge near the ice field. 2,200 meters away, wind direction to the left. There's destructible terrain above the valley. The cooldown for the holy priest's powerful protection magic is long. Lin Chen's lips curled up slightly as he muttered to himself. He had originally planned to disguise himself as an NPC and enter the valley to find the entrance to the instance first. However, Chiziyue and Heat Song's insults were too much for him to bear. Without further ado, he calculated the skill release distance on the spot and planned to bury them all. Lin Chen's expression turned cold as strange inscriptions appeared on his staff. A thundercloud gathered in the sky, and lightning struck down into the staff. Thunder! A purple buff immediately appeared on the status bar, increasing fire/thunder magic critical hits by 50% for 1 minute. Wind speaker. Attack speed and casting efficiency increased. Those who betray me deserve to die. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent, the images of being humiliated by former teammates vivid in his mind. Framed as a scapegoat, becoming a pariah in the esports community. His sister died due to lack of money for treatment. Now, this is just the beginning of settling the score. Blood for blood. Flame dragon. Explosive fireball. Rain blade tide. Shaking stone vine. As soon as one skill flew into the air, the next skill immediately generated, Lin Chen completely disregarding precision. All he cared about was throwing all his damaging skills at his enemies. Wait, something's not right. Qi Ziyue suddenly felt a palpitation, her face turning pale. Wu Xuanyi looked at her with concern, saying, "What's wrong, Captain?" "Something's not right, the boss is about to die. The levels are wrong." Qi Ziyue shivered, blurting out. "What level is wrong? What are you talking about? Did you not sleep well?" He Tsong looked puzzled. The NPC levels in the Light Dragon Empire are all integers. How can there be a level 26 NPC mage? And how can the NPC's health be so low? Qi Ziyue explained. He Tsong shook his head helplessly, not understanding what she was talking about, and continued to output against the Troll King. "You don't mean that NPC is disguised by Lin Chen?" Qi Ziyue suddenly realized something and immediately opened the level leaderboard. At the top of the level list was a line that read, "First place, Fanshan, level 26 15%. Spread out. Spread out, that NPC is disguised by Lin Chen." Qi Ziyue panicked, loudly warning everyone to avoid the attacks. However, the other members were confused. Even if the NPC is disguised by that scoundrel, he seems to be no longer nearby, right? And with so many of us, why would we be afraid of him? He Tsung's expression changed upon hearing this, thinking of the last time he fought Lin Chen in a dungeon, the bastard's incomprehensible attack range, making his hair stand on end. Run! He Tsung had just opened his mouth when he subconsciously looked up at the sky, a scorching firelight approaching from afar. It was a terrifying flame dragon. In an instant, the ground shook, the entire valley inside and out erupted violently, as if the end of the world was halfway here. Critical hit minus 2000. Critical hit minus 8500. Minus 4250. The four basic magics formed a vortex of death, with a large number of blood-red damage numbers dancing in frenzy. Xiaolin. Shield wall. He Tsung shouted anxiously, trying to get the paladin to cast shield wall to protect the main team members for some futile resistance. Before nearly 10 players could react to what was happening, their health was immediately zeroed out and they died tragically. Under the saturation of large-scale AoE magic bombardment, all tactics and positioning became laughable and pale. Even with an S-rank priest providing a lot of magic resistance protection for teammates, it was futile against Lin Chen's violent output. "Sigh, accept your punishment." Wu Xuanyi sighed lightly, giving up the struggle. In front of her master, she couldn't muster any resistance. Her master's temperament was always gentle, but once he decided to do something, no one could stop him. Magic burn dealt over 8,000 damage. No wonder every time I see this person, I feel disgusted. Qi Ziyue showed a pensive expression, even though she used all means. The paladin in front of her couldn't hold on for 3 seconds. She couldn't understand how that person did it, and she couldn't understand why such a person would appear in her world. When she was in the team, Qi Ziyue was originally in charge of commanding, but after that man arrived, she was unable to speak during the match and her command was taken away. This made the naturally proud Qi Ziyue unable to accept it. Being ordered around for a full 3 years, she thought she had finally endured it. However, that troublemaker appeared again. Qi Ziyue looked up at the huge rock falling from above, feeling desolate. "You have killed Tianxi floating life, sin value plus 100. You killed Tianxi weeping blood, sin value
Dozens of battle messages popped up, causing Lin Chen to smile bitterly. Just cleared my name, and now it's red again.
I promised not to play with a red name.
You have killed the Icefield Troll King, experience plus 12,000. As planned by Lin Chen, players with high hate towards the boss were killed, and the boss became ownerless. All the spoils of war were collected.
Lin Chen walked into the valley entrance and cleaned up the battlefield.
On a rock covered with ice crystals, stood a silver cross half a person tall, with holy light magic constantly gathering from all directions.
Lucky didn't die from this,
Lin Chen muttered. S-rank Holy Spirit priests not only have high health bonuses, exaggerated protective/healing abilities, but also have abnormal skills like Holy Spirit Rebirth. When a Holy Spirit priest is killed, they pay a certain amount of experience to be reborn, and the more experience injected, the higher the attributes after rebirth. Come on, let me see you resurrect. I'll kill you as many times as you resurrect. Lin Chen stood guard on the cross.
Damn it, you bastard.
Shi Ziyue was so angry she was about to spit blood, but she hesitated on whether to resurrect or not. Priest players rarely play as pure healers. High-level priests generally have decent single-target output abilities, but they can't compete with mages or archers in terms of AoE damage.
Even though she was an S-rank professional, could she really muster the courage to resurrect and stand up against a violent mage who bombards the entire field with AoE attacks? And in terms of operation, no one dares to say they can 1v1 win against a mage.
Shi Ziyue's priest could be called the strongest in the country, not because of her impeccable skills, but because her teammates were too strong, able to fully unleash the potential of her priest profession.
Lin Chen, in front of Shi Ziyue, unabashedly counted the spoils of war.
The Troll King dropped a level 25 purple armor, as well as 3 low-level skill books, 2 for archers and 1 for thieves. Over 100 gold coins were looted from Shi Ziyue, Heatsong, and others, but unfortunately, they didn't drop any purple equipment.
Scared?
If you're scared, just lie down obediently. Lin Chen said to himself, you all wait for me in the guild battle. If I can secure a stronghold, consider me defeated.
The victory or defeat of Lin Chen is not yet determined, remember that.
Threatened Shi Ziyue in her soul state. More than just remembering, when it comes to framing me in a fake match, you should understand that this day will come sooner or later. Lin Chen coldly responded.
Shi Ziyue calmed down, and did not rashly resurrect in front of Lin Chen.
A few seconds later, the silver cross shattered, and a white light flew back to the resurrection point.
After dealing with Tianxi and his group, Lin Chen entered the icebound valley.
The interior of the valley was eerie, after walking for a while without encountering a single monster. The further he went, the narrower the valley became, and just as he was about to reach the end, Lin Chen stopped.
Found it.
Lin Chen searched the ice wall for a while, broke through the obstacle from memory, and easily found the entrance to the dungeon.
You are about to enter the ruins of the Kingdom of Metamorphosis. This dungeon is legendary level. It is recommended to enter as a team.
The system prompt appeared, and Lin Chen did not hesitate to enter the cave.
Lin Chen had only run this dungeon a few times. The drop rate of monsters inside was too low, the copper coins were also relatively few, but the strength of the monsters was not low. High-level players rarely come here to run instances.
However, this instance is actually similar to Nightmare Night, with hidden levels. Feathered Stone Statue, level 25, HP, 85,000/85,000, attack power, 550, skills, self-destruct, heavy punch. Lin Chen just entered the tunnel. In front of an arched stone door, 2 guarding stone statues rushed towards him upon seeing him. In the past, these 2 stone statues crushed countless pioneering players. The monsters have relatively high values, but the most troublesome aspect is the skill, self-destruct. These 2 stone statues have a special mechanism. If a player focuses on activating one monster, when the 2 monsters' health differs by 10%, the one with more health will
self-destruct.
A self-destruct damage of 10,000 points is fatal to early game players. They often blow up players who come in teams, testing the team's coordination ability.
Controlling the monster's health is the key point.
Lin Chen's method was straightforward. He shook the stone vines to block one stone statue from approaching, then used the Sea Great Water magic, Chaos Tide, to hit the other one.
The 2 monsters started fighting each other. Lin Chen turned off the passive skill, Flame Burn, as his passive damage was too high and easily caused the monster's health to become unbalanced. He could only start dealing damage from a distance, constantly checking the health of the two monsters. As the stone statues were about to break through the stone vines, Lin Chen waved his staff, creating a gray swamp on the ground, trapping the stone statues again. The D-grade earth magic, Mire, had low damage but could effectively limit the monster's movement speed, with better effects on heavier targets. This wasn't the end. A gust of wind blew into the tunnel, accompanied by the C-grade wind magic, wind-splitting sound. The two stone statues were blown around, combined with the slowing effect of Mire. The strength of a quadruple element archmage lies in their comprehensive control and output skills, often creating some incredible effects. After a moment, the two stone statues exploded, and the tightly closed relic gate slowly opened. Lin Chen quickly walked into the stone gate, and his field of vision suddenly widened. This was a vast underground city ruin, where he stood on a stone platform that overlooked the entire underground city. It is rumored that the king and his entire family ascended to godhood here, and the kingdom was named, Feathered, as a result. You need to uncover the secret behind the entire family's ascension. The prompt appeared, and Lin Chen naturally knew the direction of the instance's plot. On the surface, it talked about ascending to godhood, but in reality, the king of this country was a madman who led tens of thousands of people to self-immolate as a sacrifice to a powerful being. Before the stone platform was a broken bridge, and he had to find a way to cross from here. Lin Chen aimed at a broken stone tower in front of him and shot a projectile. The stone tower split into two, blocking the broken bridge with a pile of rubble that allowed people to pass over it. You have alerted the ghosts in the ruins. The alert sounded, and a large number of translucent small monsters rushed out onto the broken bridge. Feathered Undead, level 25, HP, 30,000/30,000, attack power, 420, skills, Fearless Charge, Cursed Grasp. Lin Chen stood still and cast a Flame Dragon. -1,360. -300, -300, -4,240. These undead were burned to ashes before they could get close to Lin Chen, and the dark magic, Cursed Grasp, that could reduce attack power couldn't even reach him. Lin Chen pushed through the stone bridge, killing more than 10 waves of small monsters in a row, before suddenly stopping in his tracks. Wait, why am I stupidly running over to find the boss? Lin Chen was taken aback, amused by his own straightforward completion behavior. The magnificent golden palace in the distance was the boss's lair, only 3,000 meters away from him. Who was Lin Chen? With a range of nearly 5,000 meters, he was a defense tower from the newbie village. With such a good view in this distance, standing on the stone platform and directly luring the boss out of the palace, isn't that perfect? Thinking of this, decisively started running back. Waiting in the distance were several elite bosses who were ready to take Lin Chen down. If they had intelligence, they would all be confused now, unexpectedly encountering such a ridiculous player. Come out, old ghost. Lin Chen said with a smile. The target in the palace was so conspicuous that he didn't need to accurately lock on. A series of skills mindlessly attacked in the general direction, surely triggering the final boss's hatred value. Who dares to disturb my peace? A majestic voice echoed in the dungeon. A huge black shadow appeared above the palace, revealing a bone dragon with a human face. King Florin of Yuhua, level 25, Lord level creature, HP, 130000/130000, attack power? Skills? Indeed, it is a legendary dungeon that has not been cleared yet. The boss's attack power and skills are all unknown. Lin Chen's expression was solemn, not daring to be careless. In his past life when he came to clear dungeons, the mystery of Yuhua had already been taken by the divinely gifted club, and the dungeon difficulty had become elite level. Now with the boss having 1,300,000 health points, transitioning from elite to lord level, the difficulty had more than doubled. At the peak group, the Divine Domain Project branch, Yi Kongcheng was awakened from the game by his assistant. You can't touch him, at least not in reality. A middle-aged man in casual clothes walked into the office. Yi Kongcheng looked at him with an uncertain expression. The middle-aged man in front of him was unremarkable, but the two people standing beside him were dressed in neat military uniforms. The highest-ranking accompanying officer was a female major,
indicating that the identity of this middle-aged man was not simple.
Mr. Su, right?
I don't quite understand who you mean by him.
Yi Kongqing said calmly.
Seeing Yi Kongqing pretending to be confused, Mr. Su didn't mince his words and said, he is Lin Chen, ranked first in the Divine Domain level rankings.
He is now a member of our military, do you understand now? The more I hear, the more confused I become.
As far as I know, he is not affiliated with any military.
Yi Kongqing remained calm.
Faced with this sudden visit and questioning from Mr. Su, Yi Kongqing was more puzzled than afraid. But more than anything, he felt a sense of anger. Sending people to threaten Lin Chen to leave the Divine Domain, only to have one bodyguard lightly injured and the rest flee in disarray. This was a great humiliation for Yi Kongqing. He couldn't swallow this insult. He wasn't before, but he is now. Mr. Su responded with a stern face.
Yi Kongqing sat up straight and said coldly, "Are you threatening me on behalf of the military?"
As soon as the words fell, the female major beside him couldn't help but smile and said, "No, if it were just on behalf of the military, I wouldn't personally accompany Mr. Su on this trip.
We represent the nation of Huaxia."
Representing the country?
Yi Kongqing was surprised and speechless.
Mr. Su maintained a poker face and frowned, saying, "Lin Chen and his close friends are on our protection list. This is a red line you must abide by. I can only say this much, otherwise it would involve state secrets." After saying these words, Mr. Su declined the deputy director's invitation to have a meal together, and promptly left with his entourage.
"Please wait."
Mr. Su turned back suspiciously. Yi Kongqing remained silent for a moment and said, "Lin Chen has disrupted our normal activities in the Divine Domain. As the project leader, I cannot fail to retaliate, please understand this."
"Of course, I understand.
Therefore, the competition between you is limited to the game, and I am only responsible for his safety." Mr. Su forced out a stiff smile, shook his head and said, "Young man, leave yourself a way out, otherwise it will bring disaster to your elders." Yi Kongqing's eyes turned cold at the words, and he said lightly, "Understood, thank you for the reminder, Mr. Su." The power behind him reaches into various fields. As a director of the Ding Shang Group, he has many friends in both the military and the government. The other party claims to represent the country, but in his view, it is just a means of intimidating people. Indeed, Lin Chen's appearance has disrupted his plans to some extent. However, with the massive funds continuously injected into the domain by the headquarters, he believes that before long, whether in reality or in the game, he, Yi Kongqing, will turn the tide.
Deputy Li.
Deputy Li turned back to look at him in surprise. Yi Kongqing suddenly smashed the water glass in his hand, raging like a fierce tiger, his handsome face turning fierce, and he grabbed the deputy general fiercely, saying, "Get out with the people from the legal department.
Lin Chen, Lin Chen.
I curse you to die a horrible death."
After dismissing the deputy general, Yi Kongqing was full of hostility.
This was the first time he had been threatened face to face in his life, which drove him almost crazy. At this moment, Lin Chen sat steadily on the fishing platform, dragging the boss thousands of meters away to the vicinity of the stone platform. Activate the wind speaker for rapid A output. Under normal circumstances, with such a long distance, an ordinary boss would have been kited to death halfway. However, King Florin was different. Apart from having a ghostly face, his body was completely transformed into a dragon, with astonishing speed and the ability to fly. For most players at this stage, it was difficult to adapt to a high-speed flying boss due to the slow speed of their basic attacks or skill projectiles.
Even close-range attacks would result in a lot of misses.
Relying on years of combat experience in the domain, Lin Chen completely treated himself as a human anti-aircraft gun. He would predict the boss's flight path in advance with each basic attack, and even intentionally miss some skills to make the boss fly according to the route he designed, continuously causing damage.
The intelligence of the Lord Boss was not low.
After being fooled repeatedly, it began to jump and fly close to Lin Chen within a kilometer range along the outer rocks of the dungeon. Seeing this, Lin Chen was not surprised but delighted. Suddenly, a mud swamp appeared on the rock wall, and King Florin stepped into the swamp and was forcibly slowed down. When it tried to grab the rock wall with its claws, a sea-grade wind magic, the sound of wind rupture, attacked, blowing Florin off the rock wall.
Florin tried to flap its wings to avoid falling. Give me another try to fly?
Lin Chen sneered coldly, and considerately followed up with a stone vine shake. A huge stone pillar protruded from the rock wall and smashed into Florin's bone wings, causing its massive body to crash into the building below.
Minus 50,000. A huge damage number popped up.
Lin Chen smirked. Most of the skills he used were support magic, but if used properly, they could produce damage effects comparable to A-grade magic.
The majestic ruler of the Feathered Kingdom was being toyed with by an ant.
King Florin's angry roar echoed throughout the dungeon.
What's your name? Shut up.
Lin Chen remained dominant. While Florin was still in a state of powerless rage, he retaliated with a fire dragon attack, sending the huge body flying.
Thunder roar.
Lin Chen lightly commanded, activating the berserk mode, seamlessly connecting normal attacks with the fireball explosion, and combining it with the fireball spell from the fire dragon for a joint attack.
Combo X20. Combo X70. Combo X100. Combo X199.
Lin Chen's face darkened as King Florin's health dropped by half. Suddenly a blue light surged all over his body, forcibly breaking free from the combo effect.
Invincible skill, my lifelong enemy.
Lin Chen was somewhat speechless.
No matter how high his output or how good his operation was, he seemed somewhat powerless in the face of the boss's mechanics. Elite bosses after level 20 each had a similar invincible skill, and the Lord-level bosses had faster cooldowns and more powerful lasting effects. Many God-tier players fear this skill the most when attempting to solo a boss.
Once the boss activates its invincibility, chaos ensues, often resulting in the player being taken out by the boss in one fell swoop. The boss has unleashed a B-grade dark magic death poison, please dodge quickly. A prompt popped up in front of Lin Chen as the abyssal giant mouth of King Florin rapidly enlarged, emitting strange sounds. Damn, the attack range is twice as long as in my past life, and the coverage area has at least tripled.
Lin Chen couldn't help but curse.
This boss was really tricky. The stone platform he stood on was about 100 meters wide, yet hundreds of venomous projectiles managed to cover the entire area. Swinging his Fox Clan staff, he released a blazing sun shield in preparation for a direct confrontation. The venom splattered on the shield, making a sizzling sound, but in an instant, it could only withstand 700 points of damage before the shield shattered.
The poison effect from the boss lasted for 10 seconds, and even the Moon Empress might not be able to withstand it.
Fortunately, there was a certain distance between the shield and Lin Chen, giving him the opportunity to quickly create distance and retreat to a wall position. A large number of venomous projectiles exploded in front of him, but the area near the wall remained untouched. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He had made the right bet. The boss had been upgraded to a lord level, but some basic clearance techniques could still be used. Just as one wave subsided, another rose. Florin once again flapped its bone wings and flew into the air, glaring at him with malice. A green dragon breath brewed in its huge mouth, and the aura of destruction began to spread. Even with the Wind Whisperer's blessing, a shield takes at least 2 seconds to generate.
Could it be, the virgin death is coming?
Lin Chen's spine chilled. D-grade magic was indeed unreliable. The boss wouldn't give him a chance to stack 9 shields.
If it weren't absolutely necessary, he really didn't want to experience any form of death.
Lin Chen summoned a blazing fireball and tried to forcefully interrupt the boss's spellcasting by shoving it into the boss's mouth.
However, the fireball was quickly repelled by the invincibility mechanism upon hitting the boss. Interruption failed. Damn it, the boss's invincibility lasts for another 5 seconds. Lin Chen's heart sank halfway.
Seeing the dragon breath sweeping towards him, Lin Chen's mind flashed with various strategies to counter it.
Lin Chen looked at the broken bridge not far away.
In order to avoid the boss's all-consuming dragon breath, he had to jump off the cliff to have a slim chance of survival. Even the boss would lose 50,000 health points if it fell from this height, and with his small frame, he definitely couldn't withstand it. Without hesitation, Lin Chen decisively chose to jump off the platform. Free-falling, Lin Chen silently counted in midair, 5 seconds, 4 seconds. Just as he was about to hit the ground, the terrifying dragon breath followed closely behind, obliterating everything in its path.
Any area touched by the green dragon breath was annihilated, as if a divine weapon had cleaved through the mountain, causing a large number of boulders to fall behind Lin Chen. Facing certain death, Lin Chen suddenly uttered a soft cry, "Undying spirit." His body burst with a silver divine radiance, like a falling star, illuminating half of the underground city. Immune to attacks. Immune to falling. Immune to impact. The green dragon breath hit his body, but strangely passed through his chest. Numerous boulders collided with Lin Chen, but in an instant, they turned into dust, as if blessed by the gods. All damage was completely nullified by this power. In the white light, Lin Chen held a damaged statue, emitting a radiant white light. Statue of the Elven Queen, immune to all damage for 3 seconds. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Even though this item was damaged, it was still a rare sacred object. Who knew how overpowered the invincible skill would be if the statue was undamaged? King Florin was clearly surprised, not expecting an adventurer to survive in such a situation. So, it rewarded Lin Chen with another dragon breath. Damn it, any creature associated with dragons in this game is not easy to deal with. Seeing the dragon's breath brewing again, Lin Chen couldn't help but curse. The bone dragon is not really a member of the dragon clan, mostly undead creatures transformed by high-level dragons using dark magic. However, even so, the Lord-level bone dragon is still not to be underestimated. The dragon's breath magic is comparable to an A-level magic, not only without a cooldown time, but also incredibly powerful, easily consuming a Lord boss's mana with just a dozen or 20 shots. Lin Chen's eyes turned cold, showing an expected look, waving the Fox Clan staff. "Inferno Dragon, smash it for me." Just as the Flurin flew into the air and opened its huge mouth, Lin Chen's Inferno Dragon appeared above its head and smashed down heavily. The massive Inferno Dragon hit the boss's neck directly. Black smoke billowed from Flurin's mouth. With a loud bang, the dragon's breath was forcibly interrupted, causing a violent explosion in its throat. Backlash damage minus 100,000. Flurin groaned, suffering from the backlash of the dragon's breath spell, leaving a large hole in its neck, losing a huge amount of health. If one were to say that giant dragons, soaring creatures of the sky, have almost no weaknesses, with top-tier physical attributes and insane magical attributes. However, the dragon's breath, being the strongest offensive means, is actually a weakness in itself. Once the dragon's breath is backlashed, not only will there be a huge backlash damage, but also at least a 1-minute weakness debuff, having all panel attributes except health. Lin Chen smiled. It was clear that this boss had limited intelligence and was not good at using this skeletal body. The dragons Lin Chen had seen in his past life were all cunning and sly creatures. Most of them would activate their invincibility first, then use the dragon's breath to make themselves immune to the fatal flaw of spell interruption. Minus 50,000. The boss landed, kicking up a large amount of dust, suffering additional damage from the impact of the fall. Due to its strong inertia, the boss bounced slightly upon landing, but Lin Chen had already seized the opportunity, sending a burst of explosive fireball. The fireball exploded, lifting the boss's body half a meter in the air, and Lin Chen followed up with a basic attack, continuously increasing the height of the knockup. If these meticulous details were seen by other mages, they would definitely curse Lin Chen for being inhuman, as he had utilized the knock-up mechanism in the Divine Realm to the extreme. Continuous attacks x5. x10. As Flurin's invincibility ended, it was also heavily injured, completely unable to resist Lin Chen's aerial combo. With only 0.5 base attack speed, Lin Chen could use basic attacks to keep the Dark Queen suspended until death, not to mention now he had mastered 10 different elemental magics. Various fancy auxiliary magics combined with basic attacks raised the boss from half a meter in the air to 100 meters high. Combo x200. Lin Chen calculated the boss's health, and with a shake of the earth vine, he launched another attack, a wicked stick piercing Flurin's lungs from within the rock. The poor boss once again free fell to the ground. Die. 50,000 falling damage took effect, and the mighty Lord-level bone dragon was smashed to death. You have killed the King Flurin, gaining 80,000 experience points. Server announcement: Player Vanguard astonishes the world, single-handedly defeated the legendary dungeon boss, Lord level, King Flurin. Rewards: 90 attribute points, 40 skill points, 20,000 reputation points, 100 gold coins. The server announcement appeared, and the Lively World channel fell silent for 3 seconds. Invincible and Lonely, Solo, a legendary dungeon, my goodness. Scar, who can stop this person? Is this game his own? We struggle even with a normal dungeon, and he soloed a Lord boss. Expedition of Lord Kai, oh my goodness, isn't this our guild leader? So hateful. He's showing off again. He's probably watching the channel and laughing now. Crazy fanatic, silly fatty, hurry up and recruit for the guild. I declare that anyone with a grudge against Van God, go directly to him for revenge, don't stare at me during base battles. Seeing the Manhwa 2 generals speaking, Lin Chen was speechless. They were specifically responsible for dismantling his platform. This time, including Long Hen, the players of the Great Guild were unusually silent, with no one coming out to taunt. The achievement of soloing legendary dungeons felt like a huge boulder pressing on their chests, making it hard for them to breathe. Speaking out would only invite ridicule from other players, equivalent to slapping oneself in the face. Lin Chen, stop babbling. I've compiled a list and sent it to you. Check each ID privately and ask them to join the guild. Lin brought the Manhwa 2 generals to the chat group, gave them the permissions of 2 vice presidents, and sent a prepared list of 10 people. Fatty, damn, you're inviting a level 10 priest player too? Are you kidding us? Lin Chen, no more nonsense. I need these 10 people. You guys figure out the rest. The core members of the guild had long planned. Despite the low levels and weak combat power of the people on the list, each of them would be a capable player in the future. The key was that these people were currently solo players, not restricted by other guilds, and had relatively reliable backgrounds. Madman, what about benefits? How about benefits? Lin Chen calmly replied, for any player who joins Godslayer, they will receive 10 gold coins upon joining, a set of blue equipment at levels 20 to 25. The treatment for these 10 people is on par with the core players of Long Hen. Fatty, no dowry? Getting married is a big deal in life. Madman, damn. I hereby dub you the ultimate invincible god of wealth. The 2 jokers were stunned. In a guild of 300 people, this treatment, according to the current prices in the Divine Realm, was equivalent to giving away several sets of luxury cars. Ignoring the 2 jokers, Lin Chen disbanded the chat group and walked to the skeleton of the Bone Dragon. Detecting collectible boss souls. Collect? Collect. Soul collection progress February 20th. Lin Chen held a collector for refining demon ascension pills. According to the item description, the higher the quality of the boss, the better the effect of the ascension pill. Therefore, he planned to use a lord level or higher soul as a catalyst for refining. Using a basic attack to push away the boulder on the corpse, there was a dull sound, and several brilliant lights burst out. 2 purple, 1 orange. Orange. Could it be a legendary item? Lin Chen couldn't help but be overjoyed. This boss was quite impressive, not in vain for him to use a sacred item that could only be used once every 12 hours for survival. A level 25, Thief Assassin, Hero Weapon, a level 25, Working Shoulder Armor, Warrior Armor. And 1 more. Damn! It's not a legendary item, it's an A-grade magic book. Lin Chen was shocked. A level 25 Lord level boss could indeed drop an A-grade magic book, but the probability was not much different from winning the lottery. Most mages who wanted to obtain A-grade or higher magic books, without a lot of gold to spend, would typically complete high-difficulty quests for the Mage Guild. It had been calculated that the probability of dropping orange items from Lord-level bosses below level 30 ranged from 0.1% to 0.2%. Of course, large organized guilds were exceptions, as they had players who could grind dungeons hundreds of times. Lin Chen checked the combat log, and the title, Orc Heretic, did not trigger. It was speculated that there might be a hidden drop rate bonus for the first clear of a dungeon. From the previous first clear of the hidden level in Night of Horror, dropping 2 sacred items was enough to prove this. Of course, such information would not have been shared on forums in the past life, and the managers of large guilds would naturally not allow it. A-grade Earth Magic, Divine Meteor Descends, Effect, consumes 2000 mana, summons a giant meteor to the battlefield, dealing 3000 plus double spell attack damage to targets within range, cooldown 5 minutes. After checking the skill book instructions, Lin Chen couldn't help but curse, who the hell said that earth element mages are trash? 3000 base points plus double damage if a spell crit is triggered. Wait. If that elf diamond is successfully crafted into a legendary weapon, it will come with double/triple casting effects. Unimaginable. If 3 big balls fall from the sky at once, even the Heavenly King himself would have to kneel down. Lin Chen decisively chose to learn the skill, but did not dare to upgrade. A-grade skills are indeed powerful, but the resources required for upgrading are equally astonishing, 4 times higher than the usual C-grade skills, and there is also a level restriction. But it doesn't matter now, the base value of Godfall from Heaven is high enough that non-top players cannot resist. This will become his killer move. After defeating the final boss, Lin Chen headed deeper into the dungeon, thinking it would be a waste not to defeat so many elite mini-bosses. Originally planning to try out a new skill effect, but being in an underground dungeon with a ceiling of mountain rock walls, the skill's release conditions were quite strict, so he had to temporarily give up. Moving up from the stone platform, facing the miscellaneous soldiers, he used the flame dragon to smash their faces and stack passive effects. Lin Chen climbed onto the roof, a kilometer away, accurately pinpointing the location of each named boss, pulling them out for a beating one by one. These bosses had high health points, but their skill mechanisms were relatively simple, making them much easier than the Bone Dragon King, and with enough distance, it wasn't too troublesome to defeat them. 2 hours later, Lin Chen arrived at the underground palace. A system prompt appeared, warning of numerous traps and dangers within the palace. Lin Chen walked forward 10 meters, then crouched down. A dense rain of arrows flew out from the palace, enough to instantly kill a level 20 player, brushing past his head. Then, magical patterns emerged on the surface of the palace pillars, and 6 stone serpents that could breathe fire appeared. A very intimidating 6 pillars of fire swept towards him. Players encountering this scene for the first time would surely run back, but doing so would trigger traps, leading to instant death from the blade-filled pit. Lin Chen stood still, not moving a muscle. As the fire pillars approached within a meter, a gap appeared in the wall of fire, and Lin Chen calmly stepped forward, perfectly avoiding the attack. You get used to death after experiencing it so many times. Lin Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly. When they reached this point in the dungeon during their previous attempts, he and his teammates had wiped countless times, and he remembered exactly how to navigate through. The team's healer kept resurrecting them, only to be killed by traps again, almost driving her to tears. Walking into the grand hall adorned with carved beams and painted phoenixes, since the bone dragon had been defeated by him, the place was empty except for a throne standing prominently at the top. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, pondering the strategy details. After a while, he approached and moved the throne aside, revealing a hidden door underneath. Inside the hidden door was a spiral staircase leading downwards. Lin Chen smiled satisfactorily and decisively crouched down to enter. You have discovered the royal tomb of the Feathered Dynasty. A few minutes later, a system prompt appeared, confirming that this was a hidden dungeon. Lin Chen's vision was obscured by mist, but he could sense that the area was extremely spacious. In the center of the huge tomb chamber, magical torches lit up, gradually illuminating everything. The surrounding atmosphere was eerily silent, filled with an indescribable sense of strangeness. If a female player had entered here alone, she would probably have been scared to tears. Lin Chen used to be most passionate about exploring ruins and treasures, often venturing into ancient tombs, fantasizing about finding legendary soul imprints. Now, he didn't feel afraid in this environment at all. Instead, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. These things are. His vision gradually cleared, and Lin Chen saw an altar in the tomb chamber. A large black coffin stood there, with 3 silver coffins placed beside it, as if paying homage to the owner of the black coffin. Only coffins? What about the kingdom's treasure? Lin Chen frowned. His eyes fixed on a few coffins, a look of eagerness in his eyes as he reached out to pry open the large black coffin. Using the hero's staff as a lever and applying force with precision, Lin Chen's grave robbing technique was top-notch. Ahem! The coffin lid slammed to the ground,
causing Lin Chen to cough twice before holding his breath and looking inside. There were no remains in the coffin, only a set of purple gold armor engraved with a black snake pattern, and an extremely exquisite sword. Lin Chen's eyes lit up immediately. Jackpot! These two items were clearly not ordinary, at the very least they were two high-level purple equipment, right? As he reached out to grab the sword handle, he was surprised to see brown rust appearing on the sword as soon as his fingertips touched it, and it crumbled into pieces as soon as he exerted force. Interesting, playing tricks on me. Lin Chen was somewhat speechless as the armor disintegrated as well. Pushing open 3 more coffins, the once sharp high-level equipment all turned to dust, while all 3 silver coffins contained human remains. It is likely that the person in the black coffin was King Florin, whose body underwent a transformation and was turned into a low-level bone dragon, Lin Chen speculated to himself. So it's here. Behind the black coffin, Lin Chen found a treasure chest, each item inside appearing priceless and relatively untouched by time. Premium material, Heart of the War God X3. Description: the hearts of the most outstanding warriors of the Feather Kingdom. Premium material, Sky Feather Crystal X5. Description: extremely rare forging treasures, of inestimable value. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that his luck had been poor as none of the previous bosses had dropped these 2 materials, only to find them all hidden in this secret dungeon. It was evident how difficult it was to obtain legendary weapons suitable for the sacred item, the Elf Diamond. Simply clearing the dungeon was not enough, one had to discover the hidden dungeon to obtain the materials. However, just as Lin Chen was about to collect the materials, his vision suddenly blurred, and earth-shattering battle cries filled his ears. Lin Chen was stunned, looking around in confusion, finding himself in the midst of a chaotic battlefield. Terrifying shadows passed through the sky, and Lin Chen caught a glimpse of a 100-meter-long magic warship flying overhead, its cannons firing as if to tear the sky apart. Magic shells comparable to small nuclear explosions detonated, shaking the earth violently, the deafening explosions echoing incessantly. Lin Chen's ears were numb from the shock, and upon closer observation, he realized that this was a scene from the past. However, he was viewing it from a first-person perspective, making everything seem particularly real. Lin Chen was not too surprised, as many special plotlines often had similar CG transitions. From the magic soldiers holding the Black Snake battle flag, charging forward to their distant target, it was evident that these soldiers belonged to the Feather Kingdom. Yet, when he saw the target that thousands of soldiers were advancing towards, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. It was a black dragon, its massive black wings almost obscuring half the sky. The warship seemed like toys in front of it, easily overturned and crushed by a flick of its claws. Dark Dragon King, Blood Reversal, Level, Unknown. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. This was the legendary Dark Dragon King. According to the classification of boss ranks, Normal, Lord, Domain Lord, Holy Lord, King, God. This was a true king-level creature, far surpassing the Domain Lord-level dragons commanded by the Dragon Master who could summon 9 dragons in his past life. Not to mention the ferocity and terror of a king-level creature. Did this mean that the Feather Kingdom did not self-immolate collectively, but was slaughtered by the Dark Dragon King? Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, as 4 figures in the distance rode warships towards the Dragon King, their strength exceptional, able to stir up a storm with a swing of their swords. However, they were like ants in front of the king-level creature and soon fell in defeat. Only one middle-aged man wearing a crown managed to escape, and the entire Feather Kingdom army was defeated. The towns were plundered by the Dark Dragon King, and wherever they went, plagues and curses spread, causing millions of lives to burn and die, leaving devastation and despair. The scene shifted, and Lin Chen appeared in the underground palace of the city. The king, who returned heavily injured, began to undergo a transformation, with bone spurs emerging from his arms and his skin cracking, showing signs of necromancy. A servant brought a crystal-clear red fruit to the king, and after Florin consumed it, the necromantic transformation slowed down, but it couldn't stop the curse from spreading. This fruit is actually a sacred item? Lin Chen was puzzled and tried to check the fruit's properties. Life fruit of the reincarnation god tree. Quality, sacred item effect, increases health points by 1000 when consumed, can be consumed 0/3 times. Good stuff. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel tempted, thinking that if Florin had consumed this item, Maybe he could find it here. Daughter, live well. Flurun murmured as he held a treasure chest before his death, taking out a black symbol stone, his eyes filled with endless regret. Before Flurun completely turned into an undead creature, the priest placed him in this underground tomb. Lin Chen shook himself out of the past illusion. This CG scene has a lot of information. Lin Chen shook his head, thinking about the black symbol stone that appeared in the scene, and once again examined the treasure chest that Flurun held before his death. You have found a key to open the door of the unknown. In fact, unknown, could this be the key to the Dragon's Lair treasure trove? Lin Chen was stunned. The key was very unique, made of high-quality obsidian material, shaped like an inverted triangle, covered with mysterious magic patterns. In his previous life, he had seen similar items at a black market auction house, where a tycoon had bought it for a hefty sum, reportedly discovering a dragon treasure trove and making a fortune. Dragons were superior to most creatures in the divine realm, known for their greed, and similar settings could be found in many games. Even if it was just a lower-level dragon's treasure trove, making a few small gains was normal. The treasure hidden by the Dark Dragon King, there's a possibility. Lin Chen suppressed his excitement and put the key in his bag. It was hard to say whether he could find the Dragon's Lair treasure trove, but at least having it in his possession was a sure bet. Why does the tomb seem to have gotten bigger? Lin Chen frowned and looked back, the surroundings still shrouded in mist, but in the distance, candlelight seemed to flicker, extending southwest. After searching the tomb again and confirming that nothing was left behind, Lin Chen began to walk towards the flickering candlelight. Whether it was an illusion or reality, Lin Chen continued down the corridor. Faintly, he heard music coming from the end of the corridor, sometimes distant, sometimes near, making it unpredictable. The gods wouldn't set useless details in a dungeon. The more unclear things were, the more cautious one had to be. Raising his hand, he shot a fireball into the darkness where the sound was coming from. The light from the fireball illuminated the front, surprising Lin Chen that even with his exaggerated range, he couldn't reach the end of the corridor with his shot. Clatter! As the fireball shot out, triggering the mechanism, various weapons and falling rocks emerged from the walls. Lin Chen broke out in a cold sweat, thankful for his vigilance, as he could have easily fallen victim to these traps. Wait, I've already collected all the loot in the hidden dungeon, why are there still traps? This clearly didn't make sense, thought Lin Chen. After advancing for more than 10 minutes, the candlelight disappeared completely, and three forks appeared in front of him, with the music that sounded like plucked strings becoming more pronounced. In this deep corridor, the melancholic and haunting music made the atmosphere even more eerie. Lin Chen was not afraid, looking at the three forks in front of him, knowing that two of them would be dead ends, only one would be the way out. A series of basic attacks were sent in 3 directions, and the fireballs in 2 directions disappeared after hitting the wall in a few seconds. A series of mechanisms were triggered, and the entire royal tomb kept rumbling. Lin Chen swallowed nervously, realizing that the strength of these mechanisms was far beyond what he had encountered before. If it weren't for his extraordinary level, going into the dungeon alone would be suicidal. No movement on the left. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows, not careless, and decisively cast 9 shields on himself before stepping towards the left fork. No more mechanisms were triggered along the way, proving his judgment was correct. After a few minutes, a white magical barrier appeared in front of him. Lin Chen tried to shoot a basic attack at it, but the fireball passed through the barrier silently. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, unsure of the risks posed by the barrier. But considering he had already obtained the legendary equipment materials, even if he was killed after passing through, he could just respawn in the city. He decided to bravely walk through the barrier, and to his relief, he passed through unharmed. The scene changed suddenly, and a strong light shone on his face. Lin Chen was amazed to find himself in a beautiful place filled with flowers and greenery. Looking back at the barrier he had passed through, he could see the exit, but he had no idea where he was. Is this a small world? Lin Chen muttered to himself. Only spatial magic could connect small worlds, and this space seemed to be artificially created. In the setting of the divine realm, besides the 4 basic magic elements and the 2 major factions of light and darkness, spatial and temporal magic were the most special. The teleportation arrays within the Light Dragon Empire were examples of spatial magic, but most of them were ancient relics, and few players or NPCs could master them. As for temporal magic, it was more like a legend, with no record of anyone using it in the past. The fact that the Feathered Kingdom could use spatial magic to create a pure land 1,000 years ago indicated its great power, but it eventually fell due to provoking a terrifying entity. You have arrived at the Feathered Kingdom, the pure land of feathers. A prompt appeared in front of Lin Chen, leaving him stunned. It was a hidden dungeon within a hidden dungeon. Are the gods trying to trick me? Lin Chen couldn't help but complain in his mind, but looking around, the space was not large and gave him a sense of paradise. Only the sound of the zither can be heard, but where is the player? Is this the BGM? Lin Chen muttered. He climbed over the hill blocking his view and saw a large gray tree standing in the sea of flowers not far away. Its branches were withered, with some red fruits hanging on them, although most of them were already dried up. The Tree of Reincarnation. Lin Chen's scalp tingled, as he had seen these red fruits in a CG scene. They were the items that King Florin consumed to extend his lifespan. This was a sacred item. Each fruit could increase health points by 1,000. Excited, Lin Chen rushed over to pick the fruits. -200. However, as Lin Chen reached the tree, he was hit with damage numbers and was blocked by an invisible barrier. An urgent check revealed that a hexagonal fence surrounded the Tree of Reincarnation, preventing him from getting close. He also noticed a decayed harp nearby. In a daze, he saw a stunning woman sitting on the grass playing the harp. Her red lips moved, and a melodious song filled the air, carrying a hint of longing. It's this voice. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat, recognizing this scene from a past illusion. Is she an elf? Lin Chen noticed that the woman was not dressed in a glamorous way, but had a natural noble temperament, with a pair of pointed ears unique to elves. Lin Chen tried to investigate the woman's identity. Earth Elf Queen, Kuang Yu. Queen of the Feathered Kingdom. Attack power? This woman is actually the wife of the old bone dragon? Lin Chen was somewhat puzzled. This woman's identity was noble and unparalleled in beauty, but it was a pity that she was with that old man, Fulena. Damn, I'd been infected by the fat guy and turned into a fat otaku. Lin Chen shook his head repeatedly, the illusion of the past dissipated, and everything around him returned to normal. I didn't expect this instance to be so interesting. I wonder if the people of the previous life discovered it. Lin Chen thought to himself. His gaze moved upward, focusing on the fruit of life on the Tree of Reincarnation. Lin Chen's mouth curved up, as he stepped back a few hundred meters and began to attack in an attempt to shake the barrier and see if he could shake the fruit out. -1. The barrier of the divine tree was extremely abnormal, as Lin Chen's current attack power of over 700 points only caused 1 point of damage. Oh my god! Lin Chen was stunned by the attributes of the barrier. No wonder he could only inflict 1 point of damage. It seemed like this thing was no different from being invincible. However, he keenly noticed that although his attacks could not cause substantial damage to the barrier, the entire Tree of Reincarnation was gently trembling, and the fruits on it were swaying as if they were about to fall at any moment. It's on! Lin Chen was overjoyed and began to attack more vigorously. The barrier emitted a series of pleasant sounds, resonating with the music played by Queen Kuang Yu. This puzzled Lin Chen, but he didn't think much of it. Thud! A fruit fell down, and Lin Chen was overjoyed. He changed his angle and continued to attack, trying to shake the other fruit down. This time, the sound produced by the attack was slightly lower. But what surprised him more was that the attack actually rebounded, almost hitting him, which made him quickly stop. There's a problem. There's a big problem with this instance. A shocking thought flashed through Lin Chen's mind: the seemingly invincible barrier could be broken. Dorime fe sol latido. Damn! I think I understand. Lin Chen felt as if an electric current was passing through his body. He remembered the piano lessons he had taken at the orphanage when he was a child. The 6 corners of the barrier might represent 6 different tones. Combined with the continuous sound of the piano in his ears, Lin Chen roughly understood that this was guiding adventurers to resonate with Queen Kuang Yu across 1,000 years. To break this unsolvable barrier. However, another question troubled Lin Chen: why did the attacks rebound? Just because he played the wrong notes? Lin Chen cast fireball attacks in the other 5 directions, but all of them bounced back without exception. No, this barrier seems very familiar. Lin Chen was startled, and he released the Flame Dragon skill at random. The fire attribute in the hexagram immediately shone brightly, while the other 5 corners dimmed. And the position of the fire attribute was the angle where he had just attacked the barrier. Damn it! I'm a genius! This meant that each corner of the barrier not only represented a different note but also required a different magic attribute to be cast. Lin Chen was shocked by his own speculation. To verify his theory, he switched the attack mode to Wind Element, Wind Blade. Mages could switch between 4 basic elemental attack modes from level 1, and with the existence of the talent skill Flame Burn, Lin Chen rarely switched to other attributes for attacks. This time, the attack rebounded again but was offset by the shield on Lin Chen's body. Seeing this, Lin Chen did not give up. He continued to release wind element attacks in another direction, and another pleasant sound rang out. -10, a very small damage number appeared, but Lin Chen became extremely excited. His speculation was correct. Switch to earth-based skill A, Stone Cone. The attack is effective again. Damage becomes -50. Lin Chen is ecstatic, switches skill A to water-based, Water Bomb. Damage number doubles again, 250. What a lucky number. This time 3 fruits fell. There are still more than 10 on the tree. Undoubtedly each one can be sold at a sky-high price at the auction house. This is an extra increase in life value. However, Lin Chen now doesn't care about a few holy fruit at all. He has grand ambitions. He wants to break the barrier, then uproot the entire divine tree and take it home. This is what Lin Chen wants now. Wait, something's not right. But soon Lin Chen is dumbfounded. All 4 elemental skills are used up, it seems. Damn, he's still missing 2 formation angles. What to do? The hexagram represents 6 mainstream magical attributes: water, fire, wind, earth, light, darkness. If he wants to bring the divine tree of reincarnation back home, he is still missing 2 attributes, otherwise, he will definitely not be able to break the barrier. As Lin Chen thought, hesitated for a few seconds, exceeded the time limit, and the barrier's health quickly returned to full value. At the same time, the sound of the harp and the background music looped again. Lin Chen is not discouraged, continues to analyze silently. The best way to break the barrier is to bring people into the instance, then remember all the BGM tones, and then work together to cut down the tree. Now, players' levels are generally over 20. And there are not a few mage priests who have transferred to the light system of the cathedral, so it's possible to ask for help. But the dark system profession is a bit troublesome. After all, this attribute is close to monsters. Once you transfer to the cursed mage profession, you will be treated differently by the Light Dragon Empire. Moreover, even if you find the right person, how can you be sure they won't leak the information? You should know that the tree in front of you is the divine tree of reincarnation, a rare treasure of suspected divine quality. Ah, someone's chosen. Lin Chen slapped his thigh, cursed himself for being a bit silly. Isn't the fatty the best candidate? A swordsman of light and darkness, inheriting the sacred sword Ice River. Whatever you're doing now, quickly join my team for the instance. Lin Chen sent a private message straight to the fatty. The fatty, who was busy selecting guild members, cursed, "You found an egg. Do you know how busy I am as the vice guild leader? A bunch of people waiting to flatter me. I'm so annoyed." "Stop babbling, I found a divine treasure." Lin Chen cursed. The fatty, "I really can't leave, huh? Divine treasure, I'm coming right away." The fatty shouted in the guild channel, "Crazy Wagon, don't be busy flirting, I'm going to the instance to help little Lin, recruit people quickly." "Crazy Wagon, hurry up and get lost, you sister, can you do whatever you want just because you're handsome? I've tolerated you for a long time." Light Dance Dreamfeather, don't leave, what's your phone number, add one more. Frost Under Snow, brother promised to accompany me to grind monsters, why did you run away? Wait for me. Lin Chen saw that the female players in the channel were a bit confused. When did the guild have so many sisters? What are these two up to? Crazy Wagon, sisters, don't go with him. I've seen him in real life. He's a 1.8 meter, 280-pound foot-scratching man. The fatty just took a step and froze, frowned and muttered, "Damn, did Shin betray me?" After pulling the fatty into the team, Lin Shin spent half an hour repeatedly using his meager knowledge of music to record all the musical notes in sequence and posted them in the team channel. Knowing that the fatty's mind wasn't very sharp, he even thoughtfully marked the light/dark formation angles under the divine tree barrier. Just by listening to his command, the two should be able to cut down the tree smoothly. The fatty, "Damn, do stones spew fire? I think I'm going to die, wait for me, I'll run over right away." Lin Shen never expected that the logging plan had not been executed, and Fatty crashed as soon as he arrived at the underground city palace, directly roasted into a suckling pig. Even with Lin Shen reminding him in his ear, Fatty, this second-rate guy, still stumbled on the mechanism 5 times. Without a priest to resurrect him, he had to run back and forth 5 times. After a full 2 hours, Fatty finally managed to barely survive the mechanism with his level 20 hero equipment, strong resistance, and blood volume boost, finally reuniting with Lin Shen in the Pure Land. Damn, damn, damn. Fatty, dressed in black armor, was excited to see the divine tree and shouted in amazement. He thought Lin Shen was bragging, but there really was a divine tree. Take it and eat. Lin Shen threw 2 life fruits at him without a good temper. Fatty caught them and stuffed them into his mouth without even knowing what they were. Unbelievable, each fruit increased my health by 1,000. Fatty was overjoyed. He had already switched to an S-class profession, with a thick amount of health, over 7,000 health points crushing the vast majority of warriors of the same level. Now, with 2 life fruits consumed, his health was approaching the 10,000 mark. Let's see if I can eat another one? Lin Shen threw another one at him. Fatty hesitated for a moment, then tried to stuff it into his mouth again, but stopped and shook his head, saying, "I can't eat anymore, I've reached the limit, but the prompt says I can eat 1 more. Same here. Lin Shen also ate 2, thinking that his basic professional attributes were low, kidney deficiency, so he couldn't eat 3. Now, even Fatty, this S-class professional, couldn't eat up to the limit, indicating there were other restrictions. I think it should be related to the level, eat once every 10 levels? Fatty guessed. Lin Shen was taken aback. Fatty was straightforward, with a kind of wise simplicity in his words. His guess should be correct. After explaining the method to break the barrier to Fatty, they each took their positions. Listen to my command and stand in position, switch between light and dark elements. You should be more familiar with this technique than me, Lin Shen said. I've been beaten hundreds of times and I'm still not familiar with it. Bring it on, old tree monster. Fatty laughed. However, in theory, it was easy to say, but it was quite difficult to do. In the first few attempts, they either couldn't keep up with the rhythm or their coordination overlapped, so they had to wait for the BGM to replay. After repeated attempts, they continued logging. Fire. Wind. Water. Still water. Lin Shen played 4 notes in a row and immediately shouted, "Dark." Fatty switched to the dark sword and slashed up. The sound of the zither was melodious, and brilliant musical notes flashed on the barrier. Lin Shen shouted again, "Light." Cut. Minus 6,000. Fatty thrust his sword, and the barrier's health dropped rapidly. A pile of withered fruits fell from the tree. Lin Shen was ecstatic. His guess was completely correct. As long as the method was properly coordinated, it was indeed feasible. The 2 of them consecutively performed more than 10 attribute cycles, and the entire cycle of the divine tree began to shake violently, with a large number of withered fruits falling. "I'll crush you." Fatty transformed into a foot-scratching warrior on the spot. A magical sword energy burst out. This time the chaotic barrier lost a whopping 30 million health points. Bang! With Fatty's final strike, the sound of shattering glass rang out, and a dazzling light rose from within the seemingly invincible barrier. "Is this a success?" Fatty asked in amazement. "It should be." Lin Shen responded. A smile of the elf queen with tears in her eyes appeared before him, and with a smile of relief, she disappeared with the wind. The next moment, the cycle of the divine tree rapidly withered and aged. Its branches and leaves fell rapidly, the tree body began to crack, and large pieces of decayed wood disintegrated. Damn it! My money tree! Lin Chen was dumbfounded on the spot, not understanding how the divine tree collapsed after breaking the barrier. This was illogical. The two looked at each other, realizing that they had been busy for nothing. What did the gods mean by this, giving fruit but not to the tree, why? Congratulations, has the perfect clearance of the mystery of metamorphosis been announced in the major region? Is it anonymous? The prompt sounded, but Lin Chen couldn't be happy at all. What's the use of a perfect clearance? Without the divine tree, how can they continue to prosper and grow stronger? This is a divine tree that can bear holy fruits. Lin Chen has always planned to transplant the divine tree to the future guild base. Everyone's base health can be increased by 3,000 points. In the case of players generally having low health in the early stages of the game, high health will play a decisive role in combat power. I'm screwed, damn it, I'm so angry, Lin Chen couldn't help but curse. More than 20 life fruits were harvested from the divine tree in total, which is indeed considered a staggering treasure, but, compared to a real divine tree, it's not even close. Major region announcement. Players Fan Xin and K's expedition showed exceptional wisdom, jointly solving the legendary instance mystery of metamorphosis. Reward: 10 talent points, 30,000 reputation points, 200 gold coins. The announcement was made, causing a stir among all players. The instance actually rewarded 10 talent points, which is more valuable than attribute points. With a proper application, the 10 talent points can bring a qualitative change to one's strength. This consolation prize is not bad. Fatty followed suit and tried to comfort Lin Chen, who was lost in thought. Wait! There's more, something is shining in the rotten wood. Lin Chen stared straight at the fragment of the divine tree, a unique shade of green catching his eye. It's the real deal. Fatty also saw it. The two hurried over. This time, there was no barrier blocking them, and they easily climbed over the fence. It was a small sapling only the length of a pinky finger, resembling a beautiful jade, different from the surrounding greenery. The sapling was lush green, with a unique mist lingering around it. Faint magical patterns could be seen flashing in the mist, clearly not an ordinary plant. Lin Chen held it in his palm, his face full of excitement as he checked its attributes. Reincarnation Divine Tree Seedling, Quality, Divine Item Description. The first branch sprouted from the tree born between heaven and earth, reborn every 1,000 years. Reincarnation Divine Tree, when mature, it can bear 6 types of holy fruit. Fire of Life Fruit, Water of Magic Fruit, Wind of Agility Fruit, Earth of Resistance Fruit, Darkness of Critical Hit Fruit, Light of Luck Fruit. Cultivating Holy Items, Rootless Water, Divine Soil of Heaven. Currently lacking cultivation conditions, when transplanted into the soil, it can only bear life fruits. OMG! My goodness, it's really a divine level item. This thing is too incredible. Fatty exclaimed in excitement. Just 2 life fruits added 2,000 health points. If this divine tree is successfully cultivated, and all other attribute fruits are consumed, it will become invincible. We hit the jackpot, indeed we did. Lin Chen's breathing was slightly rapid. It wasn't just about gaining a divine tree seedling. More importantly, he knew where to find the 2 sacred items to cultivate it, thus growing into a true reincarnation divine tree. Rootless Water is in the northern desert forbidden zone, and Divine Soil of Heaven is hidden in the imperial capital Holy Light Church. Lin Chen whispered to himself. However, even if he knew the exact locations, with his current level, he couldn't go to these 2 places. Moreover, the location of Rootless Water is a forbidden land where divine fire burns day and night. Players or NPCs with slightly lower combat power who approach it will be burned to death. As for the Holy Light Church, it is the foundation of the Light Dragon Empire, rumored to be inhabited by the Holy Light Dragon clan, and intruders are killed without mercy. In the Divine Realm world, whether it's a lower dragon or an upper dragon, any life form with the word dragon in its name is unbelievably strong. Since he knew the cultivation conditions, Lin Chen had no intention of giving up. Sooner or later, he would go to these 2 places. Carefully storing the divine tree seedling, Lin Chen and Fatty left the instance. They had spent a lot of time in the instance, and now there were less than 6 hours left before the base battle began. Lin Chen glanced at the guild member list and saw that 6 of the people he had sent Fatso to find were already in place. The remaining 4 Lin Chen instructed Crazy to spare no effort in recruiting, agreeing to any conditions first. The main thing was to lure people into the guild, and once they were in, Lin Chen would not let them go. Lin Chen left the frozen valley and returned to the icy plain. In the few hours he spent in the instance, many players had reached this point. These players had generally reached level 20, and nearly half of them had completed their class awakenings for the guild-based battle, greatly increasing their combat power. However, there were still some players who had met the awakening conditions but had not immediately chosen to awaken their class. These players were very confident and unwilling to settle for low-level classes, still waiting for the opportunity to awaken hidden classes. "Priest, are you healing me or cursing me to death? Why are you attacking me?" "Knight, I know you're in a hurry, but please wait, my skills are a bit special." "Damn! You're healing me, but my health is dropping like crazy? Are you trying to poison me?" Lin Chen and Fatso stopped in their tracks on the way back to the city, both puzzled by what was happening in front of them. Fatso rubbed his eyes and wondered, am I seeing things, or is that little priest's healing causing his teammates to lose health? It does seem like they're losing health, and quite frequently. The knight loses health 3 times before the priest heals once, and the healing is less than the damage taken. Lin Chen, who considered himself well-traveled, was a bit dumbfounded. He had never seen such a strange priest before. The 6-person team was struggling against 3 elite monsters, which was already quite difficult given the monster panel here. However, with 3 awakened classes in the team, it shouldn't have been this challenging. But with the help of the little priest, the frontline knight was constantly cursing and chugging health potions, almost being killed by his own priest. "I'll kill you. Get rid of him, this guy is deliberately causing trouble. I've never seen such a terrible teammate." "Exactly. If you want to survive, Archer, quickly shoot him dead." The group fought desperately to kill the Icefield direwolves, but then the teammates noticed something and turned their anger towards the priest who was causing trouble. The little priest was frightened and kept retreating, hastily explaining, "Brothers, don't be angry, my skill really works this way. It needs to drop health by 90% before it starts to work. Please trust me. Spicy chicken leg burger, I am Qin Shi Huang, do you believe me or him?" The little priest's ID was female dormitory war god. Seeing that things were turning against him, he tried to run, but how could a priest outrun the archer of the chicken leg burger? With a swift motion, the archer shot 3 arrows in a row, aiming at the priest's back. The chicken leg burger's attacks hit accurately, but a bizarre scene unfolded once again. 233,233,233. The little priest not only didn't lose health but actually gained some. Spicy chicken leg burger, I can't believe it, he's cheating. All 5 teammates were stunned, and Fatso pointed at the little priest, shouting, "This is solid evidence. This time it's definitely solid evidence, I knew someone must be cheating in this game." The mage in the team refused to believe it and cast several wind blades in a row, but they still ended up healing the little priest. Despite a barrage of skills, the little priest continued to gain health. Female dormitory war god, stop attacking, oh no. I'm going to die. Please stop, my skill really has some issues. Oh great gods, please help me. These people are being unreasonable and want to kill me for no reason. I don't know what I did to offend them. Female dormitory war god ran while speaking, stumbling towards Lin Chen and Fatso. Fatso looked at Lin Chen for his opinion. After some thought, Lin Chen said, "This priest is something else. Can you handle those 5 on your own?" Bring on 10 or 8 more, it won't be enough for me, Kuyi." The fat man laughed heartily, took a step forward and blocked the young pastor. His striking silver hair and cold, sinister face lit up with a mischievous smile as he raised his hand slightly, summoning 2 enchanted swords, 1 light and 1 dark. Lin Chen commented, "Not bad, this guy has leveled up a bit." The handsome fat man almost stumbled and joked, "I'm 1.8 meters tall, 18 cm, am I kidding you? If you don't boast, you'll die, right?" Lin Chen replied irritably. The spicy chicken burger interjected, "What's the deal with you guys?
Can't you see this guy is deliberately delaying us from killing monsters? It's nothing, picking on a priest with a few people, what's that? Have the guts to pick on me and see. The fat man smirked playfully, and the other party didn't back down, sneering, being a B-rank swordmaster is impressive? I'm still a B-rank Radiant Ranger. This Radiant Ranger was quite cunning, as he suddenly switched to enchanted arrows in between words, releasing a cluster of light arrows that tore through the air, accompanied by a flurry of snow, displaying formidable power. The fat man remained calm, casually raising his dark sword, and with a flick, the dark energy surged, shattering the light arrows with a clang. Block! The Radiant Ranger was somewhat surprised. This move would deal at least 700 points of damage to a minor monster, and with its rapid speed, it was difficult for anyone to react in time, yet it was easily intercepted. A backline C-class Storm Mage launched an attack, conjuring a fierce wind net towards the fat man. The fat man combined his light and dark swords into a broadsword with intertwining light and dark elements. Slashing out a cross-shaped sword aura, the fierce wind net was torn apart, and the sword aura's momentum remained strong. The Storm Mage, 30 meters away, widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend that a swordmaster could attack from a distance. Double critical hit, 3,200. A chilling damage value appeared, and the Storm Mage was instantly obliterated by the attack. Double critical hit. What skill is this? How come I've never heard of a swordmaster having this move? The chicken burger guy was stunned, and everyone's movements were frozen. Who else wants to challenge? Let me teach you a lesson. The fat man pointed his broadsword towards the group, his eyes gleaming coldly. S-class professions are truly insane. Even Lin Chen couldn't help but comment, the double critical hit was a unique trait of dual blade warriors, requiring a significant amount of mana and a bit of luck to execute. For warriors with low mana values, it would take at least level 30 to use it. However, the S-class Light and Dark Swordmaster had higher mana reserves than an Awakened Mage, allowing the fat man to use this move recklessly. Of course, this move had its drawbacks. Combining two enchanted swords into a broadsword would significantly reduce attack speed and movement speed. In a high-level duel, this could be fatal, as one would have to withstand the following attacks. But the fat man disguised it well, standing in place to face the attacks with the demeanor of a supreme warrior, and coupled with the opponent's incompetence, he managed to pull it off. Take a good look at my ID, if you don't want to die, scram. The fat man proudly displayed his Lord Kai emblem, leaving the ranger stunned, an S-class professional. He's the vice president of the Godslayers, brothers, run. Hearing the term S-class professional, the group of people were terrified, fleeing in panic and disappearing near the icy plains. I can take down a bunch of these noob lords. The fat man sheathed his enchanted swords, shaking his head in satisfaction. Big brother is amazing. Let's be friends, let me latch onto your success. The female dormitory war goddess quickly followed up with flattery, making Lord Kai feel delighted. Meeting you is fate. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, just mention my name. The fat man patted the young pastor's shoulder, laughing heartily, while the pastor continued to shower Lord Kai with compliments, making him feel pleased. You're quite something, this move of yours is truly extraordinary. When the two of them added each other as friends, Lin Chen interrupted their chatter and asked, Did you get the soul seal? The female dormitory war god was suddenly shocked, showing panic on her face. She immediately lowered her body and darted away like an arrow leaving the bow. Shaking stone vine. Lin Chen murmured, and a stone wall immediately blocked the female dormitory war god. She tried to climb over but couldn't due to her low agility, so she quickly changed direction and continued to run. The chubby guy frowned, Kid, it's not cool of you to run away. Answer the question, why are you running? The chubby guy coldly snorted and quickly caught the female dormitory war god, his face changing color as he pointed his light sword at her neck. Brothers, spare me. It's really hard to level up by dying once. The female dormitory war god surrendered in seconds, raising her hands. Don't worry, show me the soul seal so I can check the attributes. Rest assured, this thing is already bound to your character and cannot be dropped. Lin Chen walked over with a smile. Oh, it won't drop? Well, that's good. The female dormitory war god felt slightly relieved upon hearing this, and her gaze turned towards Lin Shen, wanting to say something but hesitating.
Damn, you don't even know the Three-Crown King? With your crappy gear, will he even drop equipment for you?
The chubby guy was impatient, feeling that the young priest had deceived Kay's feelings, leaving him somewhat disappointed.
Three-Crown King, Vanguard.
The young priest was taken aback, noticing Lin Shen's blood-red ID.
Let's go, there are too many small monsters here. Let's find another place.
As they spoke, a group of Icefield thieves surrounded them. Lin Shen didn't even look back as he summoned the flame dragon, burning the small monsters with fiery flames, causing them to scream continuously.
Minus 1,160. Minus 4,330.
Massive damage numbers popped up, and in a flash, all the small monsters turned to ashes.
Damn, that's fierce. The female dormitory war god was stunned, the damage values were inhuman.
This was a man who dared to compete with Dragon Mark, and the silver-haired handsome guy next to him was an S-class professional.
In his eyes, the two of them were like gods.
The three of them arrived at a less crowded area, and the female dormitory war god hesitated, saying, "I can show you the soul seal, but let me speak first."
Will you laugh when you see it? Damn, I didn't ask you to show off your stuff. Why are you making a big deal out of showing a crappy soul seal?
The chubby guy cursed in exasperation. The female dormitory war god blushed and sent a message in the team channel, "Right hand of the king of curses, heroic rank passive skill 1, release a curse healing effect on the target with a 50% chance when the target's health drops below 90%, increasing all attributes of teammates by 90%.
Current curse healing trigger rate is 50%.
Comments from the gods: cherish your teammates, stay away from curses, and cherish every moment. Passive skill 2, when insulted by the target, the curse takes effect, gaining 90% of the target's mana value. When attacked by a teammate, gain 90% of the teammate's health value.
Comments from the gods: betraying teammates, I approve. Oh, it seems the gods can't stand it anymore. I feel like punching him.
The chubby guy looked dumbfounded.
Clap. Clap.
Lin Shen clapped directly, thinking his super god-level soul seal was already amazing, but he didn't expect this one to be even more awesome. By the way, join our Godslayer guild.
We happen to need a powerful priest like you.
Lin Shen said with a smile, extending an olive branch to the female dormitory war god.
The female dormitory war god looked surprised. Can I do it? You've seen it yourself, not many teammates can withstand my betrayals. If I say you can do it, then you can do it.
Lin Shen said calmly.
This young priest's soul seal quality reached heroic rank, second only to divine rank soul seals, and the skills were unprecedented. But to be fair, any heroic rank soul seal couldn't be trash.
Triggering a full attribute boost when health is reduced to a thread, this is not just a simple increase in attack power, but a comprehensive increase in agility, critical strike, and even critical strike damage, among others.
If this skill is used properly, it will be quite terrifying.
The second skill goes without saying, the life-saving skill of harming others for one's own benefit. Those who don't kill me will only make me stronger. The origin of this soul imprint in the hands of the female dormitory war god is very interesting. He happened to encounter a fisherman in the newbie village and struck up a conversation with the old man. The old man was the old pastor of the village church, who enjoyed fishing in his spare time, but 9 times out of 10, he came back empty-handed. He often caught strange things, such as bodies and monster species, which he considered normal. The old man was very troubled by this and believed he was cursed, so he poured out his troubles to the female dormitory war god. Hearing this, he naturally didn't take it seriously, thinking the old man's fishing skills were just bad. Since he himself was an experienced fisherman, he helped the old man fish and showed off his own skills. Who knew that after a whole day of fishing with no results, just when the female dormitory war god was feeling discouraged, the big fish finally took the bait. To his surprise, what he reeled in was a jade stone arm that almost scared him to death. Before he could react to what was happening, the arm entered his body, inexplicably granting him an English-level soul imprint, the King of Curses' right hand. When the female dormitory war god came to his senses and wanted to ask the old pastor about the situation, the old pastor disappeared in the blink of an eye. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? English level soul imprints are not easy to come by. What kind of myth are you trying to tell me? The chubby man looked incredulous. The female dormitory war god said, I'm not lying to you, I swear to the heavens. It's this damn thing that got me kicked out of the team dozens of times. It's really hard to level up to 20. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. Without teammates understanding the properties of soul imprints, a young pastor could easily cause misunderstandings. He had almost killed the knight in the team, leading to a wipeout. What he said should be true. There are many ways to obtain soul imprints, and opportunity is one of them, Lin Chen said with a smile. He was an example himself. Who would have thought that relying on answering questions from books could lead to obtaining a super god level soul imprint? It could be understood as a kind of divine opportunity. I'll send you a guild invitation, Lin Chen said. I'm definitely going to scam you. No, I mean, I'll be your follower. The chubby man glared. The female dormitory war god awkwardly smiled and quickly changed his words. With the protection of the 3-time champion, they could walk sideways without fear, and at least it would be much easier to team up for dungeon runs in the future. The three headed towards the city of AI. The base battle was only a few hours away, and the world channel was filled with messages recruiting skilled players to join the guild. The first guild base battle was crucial, and there were many guilds willing to spend a lot of money to recruit people. However, the truly large guilds with 300 members were already full, with a minimum level requirement of 20. Each member was a top-notch expert selected from the best of the best. Lin Chen checked the guild roster and found that there were fewer than 50 members, with the majority being female casual players. Obviously, it was the crazy idea of the two perverted men, the chubby man and the crazy man. However, Lin Chen was not in a hurry. The influence of Divine Realm was far beyond that of other online games, with countless former professional experts entering the game one after another. Many experts were currently only at level 10 or even lower. Apart from the 10 casual players, these were all people he needed to recruit. The game was still in its early stages, and whether one had awakened as a professional or was in the first tier of high levels, the difference was not significant. What Lin Chen wanted were players who could stand on their own, skilled in operations and consciousness. The female dormitory war god said, so many red names. Why are there so many red names here? Everyone stopped in their tracks as red-named players appeared on the outskirts of the ice field. In less than 5 seconds, more and more red-named players gathered, numbering at least the size of a small-scale battle group. When Jianka asked, when Jian Guild members temporarily evacuate the ice field monster spawn points, move fast. The people from the Azura Guild are here. Upon hearing the leaders shout, the members of the Wenjian Guild near the monster spawn points quickly evacuated. Other casual players were furious, cursing, do these bastards even know how to play the game? What's the point of killing people and looting equipment all the time? Despite grumbling, they obediently retreated from the vicinity of the ice field. Shura Guild? What's that? Are they really that powerful? Are a few dozen people really that intimidating? The chubby guy frowned and cursed, noticing that the leaders with red names were staring at him. He immediately drew out his dual swords of light and darkness. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with cold light, realizing that this group of red-named players spared others and seemed to be targeting them. The Shura Guild is a group of red-named players who not only rob ordinary players for equipment but also specialize in taking bounties from employers, specifically targeting players who have offended wealthy players. Once targeted by this skilled and well-equipped group, few casual players can resist. Lin Chen remembered many players in his past life being killed by this group and quitting the game. Shura Water God, Guild Leader, it seems to be these few people, although their IDs are anonymous, that Dark Swordsman should be the one who killed the god, K. S-Class Awakened Profession? Looks like a tough nut to crack. The leader was a level 23 thief, dressed in a black cloak, with a fierce look in his eyes. What's going on? Should we follow and run? The female dormitory war god asked, her body moving away candidly, already retreating tens of meters away. The chubby guy cursed, come over here, can't you see we've been surrounded and cut off from behind? Going over there is seeking death. The female dormitory war god was startled as two teams with red names circled around the hillside near the ice field, ready to intercept their escape route.
You are the mortal god?
The leader of the Shura guild said coldly.
Lin Chen nodded lightly and said, "That's right. May I ask whose order you've taken?" "It's yours, the rest are business secrets. Get ready to die. After completing this order, I'll be waiting for you at the resurrection point,"
the Shura guild leader said with a smile.
"Oh? So, killing me once isn't enough, you also want to block my spring?"
Lin Chen said playfully.
"Shura water god, laugh all you want, do you think you can still escape? As a favor, delete your account and quit the game, so you won't be killed and become a clown at the spring."
The chubby guy didn't tolerate him. He inserted his dual swords of light and darkness in front of him. "Come on.
Let's see who quits the game. I'm standing here waiting for you to try and kill me."
The Shura water god's eyes changed. The rumors about S-class professionals were impressive, but he didn't believe that just 3 people on the other side could cause any trouble.
"Come on, hurry up, I'm busy."
Lin Chen remained composed. His extraordinary courage made the members of the Shura guild frown, unsure of what he was relying on. The female dormitory war god, who was ready to run at any moment, found her backbone, and came back running, imitating the chubby guy's appearance and shouting, "Let's just fight, what are you pretending for, a bunch of uncivilized trash?"
"Sorry, Lin Chen paid 5,000 gold coins to take your head,"
the leader said in a deep voice.
"You dare to call yourself the law god? Die all of you." The Shura water god cursed, casting a water magic spell, Tidal Wave, a continuous surge of blue waves rushing towards the 3. The hexagram lit up. Lin Chen took a step forward. The blazing sun's shield stood in front of him, easily blocking the tidal wave attack. "No breach?"
The Shura water god was stunned. This attack could at least deal 600 points of damage, yet it didn't even break through the shield on the other side. "I'll deal with the enemies behind us first. You take care of the ones in front," Lin Chen said to the chubby guy.
"What about me? What should I do? Should I heal a bit?"
The female dormitory war god felt a bit guilty, but Lin Chen quickly shook his head. "No, you just sit and watch."
This guy is joking.
If the little priest could trigger their full attribute enhancement, it would be fine, but if not handled properly, he could be healed to death by them. Lin Chen now has a red name ID hanging. Once triggering the red name, all the things on the body will be dropped. It doesn't matter what equipment, just afraid that if the reincarnation god tree is exploded, it will be troublesome.
"What should I do? Sigh, I'm a burden." The female dormitory war god muttered to herself in frustration.
Lin Chen saw this and patted his shoulder, smiling and said, "Don't think like that. In my eyes, you are a secret weapon. It's not time for you to unleash your power yet." The female dormitory war god's eyes lit up, murmuring, "I am a secret weapon. The strong naturally appear last. That's indeed correct. My big sword has been thirsty for a long time." The chubby guy grinned, holding 2 swords in his hands turned into arrows leaving the bowstring, and in a blink of an eye, he killed several frontline melee opponents. The Shura guild's back row archers aimed at him, and more than 10 sharp arrows rained down. The chubby guy's dual swords danced wildly, blocking most of the arrows. Although he was hit by a few arrows, with his nearly 10,000 health points, he didn't need to care at all.
Counter light 3 slashes.
The sword of light flashed, completing a lightning-fast 3-hit combo instantly.
-880. -1,100. -1,300.
The light and dark sword master's exclusive B-level sword technique. Each hit increases damage proportionally.
What the hell kind of outrageous output is this?
The heavily armored knight with 6,000 health points was shocked, repeatedly retreating, feeling like his broadsword was about to be chopped off. This knight was experienced in combat, activating taunt skills to enhance his resistance to withstand damage.
Is that all? Is that all?
The chubby guy smirked triumphantly, completely grasping his opponent's psychology, easily guessing the color of his opponent's underwear. A horizontal slash with the dark sword, followed by a basic attack. The dark sword touched the opponent's armor, and a black mist sprayed out, the dark magic curse reducing the knight's defense/critical resistance. The chubby guy roared, cursing his opponent with the dark sword, and enhancing his own stats with the light sword. Another sword thrust, dealing a critical hit of 2,000 points. A wave of damage took him down. The Shura guild member was stunned. The temple knight was killed instantly? Whether you are sent by the heavens or the dragon's mark, all I can say is that you are underprepared. Lin Chen chuckled lightly, waving his staff. The fire magic surged, and a flaming dragon descended from the sky, causing the Shura players responsible for interception to scream. The flaming dragon was like a hungry wolf entering a sheep pen, raining down fireballs, scorching everything in its path, like a purgatory on earth. -1,100. -4,300. -4,300. 7 or 8 white lights flew past, all returning to the respawn point. The female dormitory war god exclaimed in amazement, "Super Thigh, I'm damn sure about this. Mom won't have to worry about me not having anyone to run dungeons with anymore." He's at least 500 meters away. How did he do that? The Shura guild member was sweating profusely, without time to think, leading his elite assassins forward. "Earth Mage, use your slow skill. Don't let him escape." The Shura guild member shouted, having hunted down many wealthy players, knowing that their damage output was not something ordinary players could compare with. But, no matter how strong a mage was, they were just a dish in front of an awakened thief. Eat however you want. This was the mutual restraint between professions, the unbreakable rule of the divine realm. Escape? Why run? You're all red names like me. Killing red names makes money fast. Lin Chen said calmly, unfazed by the appearance of the earth magic spell, Mud Pit. Slow down if you want. For a defensive tower like him, he had no intention of moving half a step. At the same time, Lin Chen had a feeling that the Shura guild members were indeed formidable in hunting down ordinary players, but trying to hunt him and the chubby guy, both S-class professionals, was simply seeking death. The person who found the bounty issued by the Shura guild must have known this. A hint of mockery flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Perhaps this was just a test. The other party wanted to obtain information about him through the Shura guild, more precisely, about the general attributes of the soul seal. Whether it was cheesy Uoricon City, they should have noticed that he not only had a soul seal, but the quality of the soul seal was extraordinary. Therefore, wanting to use the hand of the Azura Society to investigate the situation and target it in the guild battle. Azura Society leader, with a group of thief-like mad dogs, launched a charge, and more than 10 ghostly figures attacked from all directions. Seeing so many red-named thieves, an ordinary mage would have long been confused. Whether it was one or several thieves approaching, it would be futile to struggle. However, Lin Chen remained calm, standing still. Running or not running made no difference in front of the thief players. Defense was the key. Get the hell out of here. Damn it, die. The fat man who was killing openly wanted to retreat for protection, but he was quickly surrounded by the crowd. Even if he couldn't win, they had to hold him back. Enter stealth mode. Azura Society leader coldly snorted, and more than 10 black shadows suddenly disappeared. The air seemed to freeze, and the killing intent still lingered in the icy plain. The reason why their group of players was invincible was that nearly half of the members were thieves. When encountering small groups they could defeat, they would haunt them like a nightmare. If they encountered other large guild forces, they could retreat by stealth if they couldn't win. Clang! The sound of swords and blades, continuous attacks aiming for the heart. However, Lin Chen remained motionless, not launching any attacks, but it was Azura Society leader and others who were panicking. Shield! Shield! Another shield! Azura Society leader almost spat blood, wondering whether this person in front of him was a mage or a heavily armored knight. To see who played more shamelessly, Lin Chen had never lost to anyone. The skill of the solar shield was no longer sufficient, and it took 2 seconds to stack the shield each time, making it difficult to stack 9 layers of shields against strong enemies. However, from the moment the verbal battle began, Lin Chen was strong on the surface but had secretly prepared everything, stacking shields madly. With tens of thousands of gold coins on him, plus a pile of treasures, he didn't want to give these red-named players any advantage. Storm Blade! Lin Chen whispered. Suddenly, a storm descended from the sky, raindrops turning into blades spreading out from Lin Chen as the center, covering an area of 20 meters. -230, -230. The dense damage numbers popped up,
and more than 10 thieves all revealed their true identities. Azura Society leader was shocked. Dual-class mage? Huh? Didn't the person who assigned you the task explain the situation clearly? Or were you deceived? Lin Chen smirked, sighing lightly. The stealth skill of thieves was indeed difficult for mages to deal with, but it had a fatal flaw. Once they took damage, they would automatically reveal themselves, and stealth would enter a long cooldown. Azura Society leader's face changed suddenly, feeling a chilling sensation in his heart. Damn it, how do we break the shield? Another thief had just worked hard to break the shield, only to see another shield appear in front of him, which was infuriating. Wind speaker. Sound of the rending wind. 2 more hexagrams bloomed brightly, increasing attack speed and blowing the swarm of thieves away like flies. 3 types of magic combined? Is he crazy? Azura Society leader's expression changed dramatically, and a ridiculous thought flashed through his mind. Does this idiot have unlimited mana? This person in front of him started with a variety of AoE large-scale magic spells, and generally, the larger the area covered by magic, the more mana consumed. But this guy had not shown any signs of fatigue so far, not even drinking a bottle of mana potion. Not even an awakened Grand Mage could do that. We can't beat him at all. This person is even more terrifying than the rumors. Azura Society Water God was shocked. Teaming up with so many thieves, they were actually being suppressed. He led a few mages to rush up, intending to focus fire on Lin Chen to help the guild leader and others break the shield. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, looked at him with cold eyes, and casually launched a basic attack. Azura Society Water God was stunned. 800 points of damage? This output is not low, but it's definitely not invincible. However, in an instant, the flames on his body began to boil, spreading, and burning all over his body. The Azura Water God let out a strange cry as if he had seen a ghost. This is impossible. How can passive damage deal 4003? After speaking, he fell to the ground in an instant and flew back to the spring water. Have you had enough fun? If you have, then it's my turn. Lin Chen's eyes were sharp as he looked at the Azura One Thought and others who were showing signs of retreat. Azura One Thought felt a chill all over, and just as they were about to retreat, the ground suddenly shook, and a U-shaped stone wall rose from the ice, surrounding all these thieves. At the same time, Azura One Thought and others were tightly entangled by the mud swamp. Thieves excel in mobility and stealth as mages, but now Lin Chen was systematically removing their skills one by one, making it difficult for them to cause any trouble. 4 Element Mage. The members of the Azura Society were completely shocked. Who exactly was this madman who dared to learn all 4 types of magic? Lin Chen's hands began to summon explosive fireballs. Azura One Thought looked bewildered, and Lin Chen was ruthless enough to deliberately avoid Azura One Thought, letting him watch as his subordinates fell one after another. Wow, not bad on the money, but the equipment is too trash. You treat level 15 blue equipment like treasures. Equipment dropped one by one on the ground, but Lin Chen's face showed disdain. Besides the gold coins, there were hardly any items he found worth taking. Azura One Thought's face turned pale with anger. They had always tormented other players in the Azura Society, and now it was their turn to be tormented, a kind of humiliation and trampling. You son of a b***********. If you don't give me money, I will keep chasing you. Azura One Thought gritted his teeth and roared in anger, completely driven to desperation. We'll talk about that next time, but our business today is not finished yet. Lin Chen grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, a smile so bright that it made Azura One Thought tremble with fear, asking, "What do you want to do?" "I'll make you guys quit." Lin Chen smiled cruelly. Damn! That was really satisfying. On the other side, the fat man was killing in all directions, with a few touches of crimson on his black armor, bravely advancing with a large amount of output. Nearly 10,000 of his health points had dropped by 2/3, and a long row of Azura Society melee fighters lay at his feet. Without the protection of the front line, the mages and priests in the back row were like live targets in front of him. The outcome was already decided. This was a one-sided massacre. Lin Chen turned his gaze towards the direction of the city of Iching, keenly noticing several people standing on the city wall. A man with a heroic bearing held a legendary bow, standing out from the crowd with high recognition. Observing the battle from a distance was none other than Longhan's leader, Ikong City. The two men looked at each other from a distance, expressionless, not saying a word, but the desire to take a bite out of each other was palpable. "Let's go." Ikong City did not linger with Lin Chen and led his men away from the city wall. "How strong is he?" Ikong City asked. Standing beside him was a level 21 archer, dressed in plain blue equipment. "Very powerful, at one point I doubted the balance of this game because of him," Pochi Jun said, with a serious expression. "His health status is unknown, but the fact that he didn't move an inch against the siege shows that he has confidence in his own health, at least higher than the first-tier mages," Pochi Jun analyzed. "What about other aspects?" Ikong City nodded, agreeing with his assessment. Many mages would allocate all their free attribute points to attack/magic power, but with Lin Chen's hero equipment, his health points were definitely much higher than an ordinary mage. His skill and game awareness are top-notch, far superior to Zhu Xuanxuan, especially in the incredible use of skills, Pochi Jun said. He had seen an earth mage use the skill, Shaking Stone Vine, but never as delicately as Lin Chen. What intrigued him the most was Lin Chen's combat awareness, which was as simple as an adult playing with children, making the old hands of the Azura Society spin around in circles. Proactively attract a group of thieves to surround and attack, then set up traps, one after another, leaving no way out for the other party. "This is just temporary." Zhu Xuanxuan next to him said unhappily. Pochi Jun didn't care, saying it was just a matter of fact. "I understand these words without you saying them." Yi Kongqing's face darkened. He was a very proud person, considering his operational level close to that of a professional player, but in front of Lin Chen, he could only be described as immature. "I understand, President." Pochi Jun chuckled lightly. He was a tactical master personally invited by Yi Kongqing, excelling in multiple strategy-based online games and also proficient in data analysis. Pochi Jun, from the known intelligence, he possesses a divine-level soul seal, which enhances range and mana. Whether it adds attack power and critical attributes is unclear for now. Divine-level soul seal. Zhu Xuanxuan and Zhang Tianqi were shocked. This was something they dreamed of getting, but no one could clearly explain the specific acquisition channels. Even though Yi Kongqing had a fortune of billions in connections in the Divine Realm official team, they still couldn't obtain effective intelligence on the divine-level soul seal. Indeed, I have seen soul seals that can match mages before. Lord-level amplification is up to 300 meters at most, unclear for hero level, probably not much higher. Pochi Jun said calmly. "Wait, you said he can stack range, I can understand that, but what about mana?" Yi Kongqing frowned and asked. Pochi Jun, based on his fire-based basic talent flame burn damage analysis, his base mana is over 40,000 points. How is that possible? Is he a monster? Zhu Xuanxuan looked at her proud mana value, 4,000 points. This was with her wearing a full set of mana hero equipment, while the mana value of an ordinary god without equipment was more than 10 times hers. What the hell, 40,000 MP higher than a lord-level mage boss. Zhang Tianqi cursed in horror, grabbing the collar of this unreliable analyst. Pochi Jun looked disdainful, saying, "General Zhang, believe it or not, or you can ask any fire mage casually." "Stop." Yi Kongqing coldly reprimanded, and Zhang Tianqi reluctantly let go. "What do we need to pay attention to when dealing with him? Explain it all at once." Yi Kongqing looked at Pochi Jun, feeling a sense of crisis. He must contain Lin Chen and the Godslayer Guild's development, or it would definitely become an obstacle to his dominance in the future. Although he appears to have mastered all four elements, from the damage analysis, he mainly relies on the fire element's passive talents for output. Pochi Jun showed a cunning look, then said, "My suggestion is to purchase a large number of fire magic resistance-related potions, equipment, and then find a way to force him into close combat, using a strategy of overwhelming numbers to win." That's the plan. Yi Kongqing nodded in agreement with the proposal, then took out a green stone from his package. "This is yours now, come to our guild." With that, Yi Kongqing kicked out a level 23 B-class warrior from the guild and extended an invitation to Pochi Jun to join.
Boss. Are you sure about giving it to him? You spent 10,000 gold coins on this soul seal. Zhan Tianqi was shocked and wanted to persuade him. Xu Shuangchuang furrowed her brows and echoed, "This soul seal perfectly matches your S-rank demon-breaking archer attribute, giving it to him is not cost-effective." Lin Chen uses a divine-level soul seal, am I worse than him? What a joke! Yi Kangqing disdainfully glanced at the soul seal in his hand, and hero-level soul seal that would drive other wealthy players crazy, now seemed like trash in his hands. I like doing business with straightforward people. Joining the guild for a year, I agree. Pochi Jun was overjoyed. If it weren't for this soul seal, he wouldn't have disbanded his own guild and willingly joined the Dragon's Mark to be subordinate to others. On the other side, Lin Chen was completely unaware that his pants had been pulled down and was still cleaning up the battlefield with the fatty. It's too brutal, the Azura Guild is almost wiped out, there are only 2 of them. No, there are 3 of them, that priest may not look impressive, but he might be a great player. Exactly. Anyone who can hang out with the ordinary gods is definitely not a regular player. Players who were forced to leave the monster spawning point surrounded the mysterious expert little priest, their eyes all focused on him. I am the secret weapon, I must be confident, can't cause trouble for the boss. The female dormitory war god blushed, straightened her back, and tried to show a strong posture. Bad luck, it seems like their financial manager has run away, otherwise we could have earned some money from a bounty order, the chubby guy exclaimed in distress. The opponent accepted a large order of 4,000 gold coins. Even if they didn't complete the assassination mission, they would still receive a quarter of the deposit, which was the rule for hunting down red-named players. The current conditions for opening the warehouse in the Divine Realm are very strict. Players can only store items such as gold coins and equipment in their inventory. Red-named organizations like the Azura Guild, besides directly cashing out the gold coins they obtain, will have the remaining gold coins and rare items managed by designated individuals. Otherwise, if a red-named player is killed, it would result in a huge loss. After searching the ground for a while, they only collected a little over 300 gold coins and a pile of junk equipment. They can't escape, how can we easily miss out on this money for our guild fund? Lin Chen smiled. Usually, there are no Imperial guards at the resurrection point, they can hide in the safe zone and not come out, the chubby guy said puzzled. Azura water god, you cheater, come on. You think you're strong? Come to the resurrection point in Iching for a battle. Azura Tian, everyone knows that trash like ordinary gods can only bully newbies. When they encounter foreign teams, they will chicken out, and even if they fight, they will deliberately lose. Pathetic. Azura water god, I admit it's not easy to deal with you, pay attention, is it feasible to hang your guild members up and manipulate them? Azura father, TSK, brother water is mighty. I heard that the girls in their guild are one more flirtatious than the other, haha. On the World Channel, more than a dozen killed Azura Guild players started barking like dogs, threatening to avoid Lin Chen in killing the girls in his guild. I swear I'll chop them up. Don't let me see them outside the city. The chubby guy was furious, those girls were one by one licked by him and the lunatic. Other guild members remained silent, all hiding behind the scenes to watch the show. I can see it now, this ordinary god relies on a bit more gaming experience, pretending to be strong before everyone figures out the game, what's there to pretend? Exactly, this cheater in fake matches, I saw through him years ago, winning the championship domestically was just a gift, the real strength of others is there for all to see. That banned scumbag, caused me to lose 200,000 back then, whoever kills the Shirshan Guild once will be killed once. The people of the Azura Guild kept calling him a fake match. Brother, setting the rhythm and trash-talking, these people were at the king level, and many solo players who didn't like Lin Chen joined the verbal battle. I'm so angry. The little priest felt uncomfortable listening, being bullied when at a disadvantage, those red-named players were definitely not good people. What should we do? They dare not come after us, but those casual players are going to suffer. The chubby guy was full of anger and had nowhere to vent, more worried about recruiting casual players in the future. After all, most casual players were scenery lovers who didn't like fighting, being killed repeatedly would definitely make them leave the guild. You two go into the city and report the coordinates, Lin Chen said suddenly. Why report the coordinates? I know you're tall, but Iching has a barrier, attacks can't get through. The chubby guy was puzzled. Then what do you make of this? Lin Chen smiled faintly, holding a stone in his hand, southeast direction barrier stone. The chubby guy raised his thumb, grinned widely, you're awesome. Can you hit from this far? Great God, the female dormitory war god looked puzzled. Even if his math was bad, the southeast direction outside the city was at least 2 to 3 kilometers away from the resurrection point. Is this guy a mortar or a mage after all? Listen up, young people, do you know what it means to be a law god? The fat guy chuckled strangely, having witnessed the power of the law god when he was hunting monsters with Lin Chen before. After speaking, the fat guy grabbed the female dormitory war god and rushed into the city. They had divided their tasks in advance, with one person marking the specific coordinates and the other responsible for picking up the spoils of war. I see them. A few minutes later, the fat guy spotted the members of the Azura Guild. These guys were standing next to the healer NPC, spewing all sorts of nonsense. Even if their bodies were beaten to a pulp, they were stubborn in their words, each one a master of rhythm. Various negative comments about Lin Chen were constantly appearing on the World Channel, and even players in the guild began to ask Lin Chen about the situation. Nothing much, everyone gather at the revival point in Edgar City, we'll distribute the equipment and gold drops freely. Lin Chen's guild announced. Everyone was puzzled, but as soon as they heard about equipment and gold to be had, they didn't want to miss out on the opportunity and quickly put down what they were doing to return to Edgar City. What are the God Slayers up to? Hey, girl, come into Big Brother's arms for a hug. I'll keep you warm. The Azura water god spotted the God Slayers around him and leered at a few girls. This person's character is really ugly, and he's even wearing a piece of cloth around his feet. Beauties, I'll make a toast to you first. I only have eyes for my Kai Kai. Kai Kai is the most handsome. Yes, little Kai Kai is handsome and gentle, he even takes me monster hunting. The girls completely ignored the lecherous man's harassment, their attention completely captured by the handsome and charismatic Kai Kai sitting on the ground. Damn, don't delay the leveling process. Go away, move aside. Kai Lord was quite annoyed, using his hands to push away the hands of the girls who were trying to touch him. Wow, the aura of a great god, I'm learning. So many girls, I love it. The female dormitory war god was drooling, the true face of the lecherous man exposed, and she followed along to join the fun, truly wanting to learn a trick or two from Kai God on how to pick up girls. What the hell are you doing? Go prepare to pick up items. The fat guy scolded angrily, kicking the buttocks of the young priest. So domineering. Kai Kai is so handsome. However, his rough actions, in the eyes of the infatuated girls, were clearly the demeanor of a domineering man, once again causing a wave of screams. The fat guy looked confused, he wasn't someone without a girlfriend, but he still couldn't understand women. Why isn't the lunatic here? The fat guy asked. Humph, don't mention him, that lecherous man even wanted little May's phone number, he should take a look at his own appearance. Exactly, shameless, boasting that he received a super secret job offer. A blonde girl sneered, and then took the fat guy's arm. The fat guy pushed her away unkindly, only for another girl to come and touch him, making the nearby young priest envious. Oh, S-Class Warrior is so awesome, if you stay here for a lifetime, as long as you leave your girl, I'll take care of her for you. The Azura water god taunted the fat guy, standing confidently in the safe zone. Is that so? Why don't you guys log off then? The fat guy sneered, not rushing in to kill, as the players within the healer's aura would regenerate health every second, even if he could withstand the attacks, rushing in would only result in being focused and killed instantly. The members of the Azura Guild were almost all gathered at the revival point, not because they wanted to stay there, but because the Imperial Guards were nearby. As soon as they stepped out of the healing aura, they would be hunted down. The Azura Guild had taken a deposit of 1,000 gold coins from the Dragon Mark Guild, and for now, they couldn't take down both Lin Chen and the fat guy, so they could only boast verbally. Coordinates 117.12, we are in position. The fat guy sent out the coordinates with a serious expression. Lin Chen received the message and had already arrived at the outer city where they had previously hunted monsters. He began shouting on the guild channel, "Everyone move back 20 meters, to avoid being accidentally hit by me." No way, Can he really hit us from here? Is it really that exaggerated? The young pastor still couldn't believe it. With a range of 2 to 3 kilometers, how different could it be from the Dragon Clan's big boss as recorded on the official website? If you don't want to die, stand behind me. My buddy is about to make a move, the chubby guy chuckled, his big hand reaching out as a dozen guild girls all hid behind him. Sheenfoam stood beside them, just as puzzled as the young pastor. He had witnessed the verbal battle between Lin Chen and the Shura Guild, so he brought a few newly recruited apprentices to see what was going on. Looking at the yellow dot on the minimap, which indicated the guild leader's location, he estimated a distance of about 3.5 kilometers. He couldn't understand what Lin Chen could do to the red-named players in the safe zone. Boring, I thought we could gain some benefits, but it looks like the Three-Crown King is just good at talking, a guild knight named Shenzhou Iron Rider shook his head. Iron Rider, just open your eyes wide and watch carefully. Don't talk nonsense, the chubby guy glanced at him and sneered. Fine, I'll watch. If we lose the guild battle later, I'll quit, Iron Rider mocked. He was one of the top 10 casual players listed by Lin Chen, joining the guild only for a level 20 Hero Knight's heavy sword. Otherwise, with his A-level professional awakening and his skills as a high-level MT player, he could have joined a top guild. Quit then, you can quit now. But every time I see you after that, I'll cut you, the chubby guy raised an eyebrow mockingly. Iron Rider's forehead bulged with veins, unable to say anything because during their previous sparring session upon joining the guild, the chubby guy had knocked him down 5 times in a row. Fiery horse. Comet hits the earth. A sudden exclamation interrupted their conflict, and the young pastor's eyes widened as he looked up at the sky. What is this, my goodness? Iron Rider was stunned, his body covered in goosebumps. May the light god be with us. All the guild members present, even the NPCs, looked up at the sky. Call out? Keep shouting at me, why are you not talking anymore? Shura water god's cursing abruptly stopped. A meteor with a diameter of 100 meters appeared in the sky above the city. The surface of the meteor rubbed violently against the air, sparking a large amount of fire. The huge shadow cast on everyone's faces was filled with fear and unease. Retreat! Retreat! At least get out 50 meters, no. 200 meters for safety. The chubby guy snapped back to reality, grabbing 2 girls and leading everyone to turn and run wildly. Oh my god, Fan Lao, are you kidding me? Do you want to crush us all together? He swore that even the beast summoned to bring down this meteor couldn't have imagined the power of this skill. I'll be damned, how can this be so terrifying? Lin Chen outside the city was also stunned. He thought the A-level skilled Divine Meteor Descends was just a slightly imposing name, maybe just summoning a large boulder, but it actually summoned such a huge meteor with 2,000 mana points. Everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. This was not just a long-range AoE skill. This was clearly a catastrophe, the arrival of a god of magic. Boom! The meteor crashed down, creating layer after layer of shockwaves, moving a large number of NPC buildings. In the blink of an eye, members of the Shura Guild, along with onlookers, were wiped out, and Lin Chen's infamy skyrocketed. The entire city of Edgar shook as if an earthquake had erupted. Countless meteorite fragments splattered, causing indiscriminate large-scale damage. Minus 4,400. Minus 4,400. Splash minus 1,500. Splash minus 1,500. Lin Chen's battle log rolled like a demon, displaying over 400 damage numbers. In addition to direct magical damage, there were also a large number of mixed physical stone fragments causing injuries. The damage effect far exceeded his expectations. Nearly half of the city collapsed, over a dozen buildings were destroyed, and this power was comparable to an S-rank forbidden curse. Lin Chen's heart couldn't calm down, and he suddenly realized that the real physical laws in the divine world also applied. Even an ordinary earth mage who mastered this skill could not achieve such an effect, because their range limited the power of God's descent. Because besides him, no one could bring a meteorite to a height of 4 kilometers above the ground. It was due to the acceleration of gravity that the stone ball exploded upon hitting the ground,
turning into thousands of meteorite fragments capable of splashing damage. Lin Chen released the ownership lock of the dropped items, and the coins all over the ground were the benefits he gave to the guild members. Brothers and sisters, the guild leader is showering us with money, let's act quickly. What are you waiting for? Let's grab it. The fat man and his group fully displayed the spirit of bandits and rushed towards the pile of loot. We're rich. The wealth of this broken sky will be inherited by me, the sister. Who pulled my pants? Oh my god, are you guys human? I only grabbed over 100 coins, why are you robbing me? Several fair and beautiful female players, before the female war god could wrap the coins in a package, rushed forward and started robbing him like crazy. The players watching from the side were stunned, calling the guild's behavior unattractive, but what annoyed them the most was why they didn't get a share. All these useless guys, really stupid, coins are not as valuable as equipment. The fat man smirked, took advantage of his fast movement speed, charged forward, and before the others could react, he grabbed the dropped purple armor and stuffed it into his package, earning 500 coins for the level 15 armor. Seeing the fat man get the most valuable item, Xingfeng also felt itchy, but as the godfather of newbies, he hesitated to act. But soon he felt that this guild was toxic. Each member acted like a bandit, there was no talk of fair distribution, and how much one could grab depended on their skills. Forget it, when in Rome. Xingfeng gritted his teeth, disregarding politeness, jumped up, stepped on the fat man's shoulder, and dove into the pile of equipment, dividing all the loot with the others. The group gathered at the city tavern, and Kay waved his hand, paying for 20 coins for everyone. Now he was considered a prominent figure, so he had to show off his status. Today's red name killing operation was a complete success. As the vice president, I would like to mention the following 3 points. The fat man prepared a long speech, but as he looked up, everyone was chatting, drinking, and no one paid attention to him. No fight, no acquaintance, let's have a drink. Shenzhou Iron Cavalry raised a beer barrel to him, and the fat man grinned, good lad, made quite a bit, huh? Hee hee, not much, not much. Iron Cavalry replied. The fat man wasn't petty, so he invited Iron Cavalry and Xingfeng and a few others to play a drinking game, and they all had a great time. With the experience of jointly besieging red names, the group quickly formed a sense of unity. Where is the guild leader? Could it be that red names can't enter the city? A girl responsible for making potions asked. Except for a few members, no one had seen the guild leader in person and was very interested in this rumored Triple Crown King. With the previous scene of summoning meteorites to wipe out the Shura Guild, even if the Triple Crown King had 2 heads, they wouldn't find it surprising. After all, that kind of power was beyond what ordinary players could achieve. The fat man said nonchalantly, don't joke around, who dares to stop my brothers in Iching, even the Lord has to think twice. At that moment, the fat man received a private message from Lin Chen, stood up, and said, Xingfeng, I leave it to you here. We will gather at the outpost outside the city in 4 hours for the battle. Iron Cavalry asked, huh? With just us, and so many casual players, how are we going to fight at the outpost? The female dormitory war god was eating barbecue, sneering, my big brother can handle 1,000 people alone, I don't see any problem. The chubby guy almost burst out laughing at the words, raised his hand and gave the young priest a knock on the head, you really treat your big brother as a workhorse. The young priest blushed and silly smiled, saying no, and everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. The chubby guy finished speaking and quickly went offline. Shortly after, a phone call was made to Lin Chen, are you sure you can recruit powerful members? I see that the current top group of people have all joined the 8 great guilds. No problem, you upload the video first, now a large number of high-level players are gathering on the forum to check the battle data, it's not difficult to poach at this time. Lin Chen replied, with the latest game cabin sent by the Immortal Hall, finally able to make in-game calls. Well, indeed we have too few people, but what if there are spies infiltrating the guild? Very simple, once the battle starts, you and the madman will be the supervisory team, find one, kill one, that's it. Okay, time is tight, let's not talk about recruiting 2 battle groups, at least one battle group of 60 people can handle it. Lin Chen smiled faintly and hung up the call. He then walked into the Redbeard Dwarf's blacksmith shop. The Grey Dwarf King is alive.
How did you come back? The dwarf, Veed, saw him coming, the panic in his eyes flashed and disappeared. He greeted Lin Chen with a smile on his face, but Lin Chen dodged the bear hug. You submitted the forging materials. Lin Chen threw the heart of the war god and the feather crystal stone to the dwarf, saying, the items are here, what's the success rate? Probably, or maybe. Veed looked at this pile of top-quality materials with wide eyes, but his words were vague. Power mirror set, overall success rate is 40%. The system prompt came. Is this your so-called 100% success rate? Lin Chen's face darkened, wishing he could smash the heads of the 200 iron welding dwarves in his hands. Other players were right to curse at him, this damn dwarf was really unreliable. I didn't expect you to really survive from the bone dragon. Veed forced a smile, drinking beer to ease his inner anxiety. Oh, I see now, you plan to keep me from passing the level, so that you can claim the elf diamond for yourself? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, carefully pondering the mission process. If he didn't have a strategy in hand, he might lose the elf diamond to Veed. Even if he passed the level of the old bone dragon, he might not be able to discover the hidden royal tomb instance and obtain the 2 top-quality materials. Lin Chen underestimated the intelligence of high-level NPCs. According to the setting of the divine realm, dwarves are very greedy for top-quality materials. If they discover sacred items like the elf diamond, they will definitely try to claim it for themselves. You have seen through the dwarf's scheme, you can claim compensation from him. The compensation can be gold coins, mount skills, 1 purple weapon. The prompt appeared again, and Lin Chan's eyes lit up. He didn't lack gold coins now, purple weapons were valuable, but not important to him at the moment. The clue about the mount was interesting. Riding skills are a type of life profession that allows for transportation by purchasing horses or raising war beasts. Currently, some wealthy players have learned this skill at the stables by spending gold coins. Mount skills are different from simple riding, as they contain suitable war beasts for transportation and combat. However, only after reaching level 35, players can gradually obtain this skill through quests/gold coins. In the past life, those arrogant dragon knights were able to master this skill to the level of a master and had the capital to tame giant dragons as mounts. However, riding dragons is a privilege of top-tier divine mounts. Early learning brings early enjoyment, always running around the map is indeed tiring, so Lin Chen decisively chose the mount skill. You have learned the skill, basic beast taming. Lin Chen got the skill but was still not satisfied. He put on a dissatisfied look and slammed the table, not enough. Just one lousy skill wasted my time. Give it back, I'm not making equipment anymore. Wei De looked puzzled as Lin Chen opened the panel and took back the spirit diamond. He turned around and left the blacksmith shop without looking back. Young man, don't be angry, let's talk about it. Wei De was now really anxious. That was a sacred spirit diamond, far superior to the junk he usually dealt with. Crafting a weapon with an embedded spirit diamond was his lifelong goal. Ah, that scumbag Redbeard is kneeling to the player. Awesome. That old guy finally got what he deserved. This player has a lot of face, truly amazing. Lin Chen was a bit dumbfounded, while the surrounding players were shocked to see the hot-tempered dwarf craftsman half-kneeling on the ground, holding onto a mage player's leg. The dwarf Wei De, with a conscience, under guilt, has given you a rare saddle accessory, Will of the Warbeast, as a gift, do you accept? Rare horse saddle, this compensation is great. Lin Chen held back his laughter. This was the most coveted treasure for non-knight class players. Not only could it significantly accelerate the progress of beast taming skills, but it also came with a cool dwarf war drum sound effect. Of course, the most important thing was the special feature of Will of the Warbeast. Will of the Warbeast, quality, rare description, skyrocketed to over 60,000 gold coins, becoming priceless. But now, it was given to him for free.